The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet Margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet Margarine, P-A-R-K-A-Y, it's wonderful. It's Saturday night, and for the first time in weeks, Gildersleeve has spent an evening in the company of his boon companions at the Jolly Boys Club up over Floyd Munson's barber shop.
Oh, it's always fair weather when good fellows get together with a stein on the table. And a good song ringing clear.
Hey, not bad, not bad.
Chief, I should like to take this opportunity to congratulate you personally on that last note you sang. That was a pip.
Oh, it was nothing. With a stein on...
Don't spoil it, Chief. Don't spoil it.
There is a tavern in the town, and there might...
Hold it, Peavey. Hold it, Pave. I'd like to say it this time, gentlemen. Well, you're probably going to think I'm being sentimental when I say this, but I should just like to say it this time.
There is a tavern in the town,
Hold it, Peavey.
Hold it, Pete. The commissioner.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't really want to make a speech at this time, but I should just like to say, at this time, that I don't know where there's a finer bunch of fellas anywhere than right here. And that goes for anywhere.
Very nice, very nice.
Likewise.
I think it calls for a song.
Yeah, song.
Peavey had one he was trying to sing there. How about it, Peavey? Tavern in the town?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm out of the mood right now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hey, I got one. Let me at the piano there, Chief.
He's got one. Well, just one, gentlemen, then I've got to be going.
Okay, just one.
Here's one for Gildersleeve, the great lover.
Oh, now, fellas.
I love you as I never loved before.
Oh, cut it out, fellas.
Since first I met you on the big green.
Come on, Gildy, be a sport.
Come to me, or my dream of love is o'er. I love you when you were sweet. When you were sweet. When you were sweet. When you were sweet 16. Oh, well, it's past Peavey's bedtime.
Home, James.
Yeah, good night, all.
Good night, Peavey.
Good night, Peavey.
Be careful going home now.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Yeah, don't take any wooden nickels.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Peavey. Answer that, somebody? What's that? Ooh, telephone. Hey, that's a telephone. Darn it, where's the light switch? Oh, my big toe. All right, can't you hear me coming? Heck with the light. Where's the stairs here? Where's the stairs? Gotta be careful now. Gotta be careful.
It's me, Unc. Unky, what happened?
I touched Leroy. Leroy, what are you doing up? Turn on the light, somebody. Just don't stand around.
There, Unc.
Turn it off. It's blinding me.
Okay.
No. Turn it on. How can I see in the dark? You want me to break my neck? All right.
Uncle Mort, the phone's ringing.
You're telling me. Who the devil could be calling at this ungodly hour? If that's the wrong number, they can just take that phone out of here, that's all. They can just take it right out of here. Darn phone company call you up in the middle of the night and tell you it's the wrong number. Hello?
Is this Summerfield 8126?
Yes, this is Summerfield 8126.
Is this Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Who is it, Unc? Who is it? How
Will
is
you shut up so I can find out? Pardon me, who's calling?
This is Mrs. Peavey.
Who is it, Leroy? Who's calling? Shut up, will you, so we can find
Be
out?
quiet, all of you. How can I hear?
How many here?
Quiet! You too!
He said you too.
Now, what was that name again? I didn't get it.
It's Mrs. Peavey. Mrs. Peavey.
Mrs. Peavey?
Mrs. Peavey.
Yes, Mrs. Peavey?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's not...
Bertie, quiet!
How many here? Pardon me.
A little interference here. Will you repeat that last, Mrs. Peavey? I'm afraid I didn't get it.
I say, is Richard there?
Richard? You mean Mr. Peavey? Why, no, he's not, Mrs. Peavey. I left him at the Jolly Boys Club. It must have been 3 hours ago. Or rather, he left us.
Well, I don't know what to do. He hasn't come home.
Hasn't come home?
Mr. Peavey hasn't come home. He hasn't come home, Bertie. My land.
Well, Mrs. Peavey, I
just don't know what to do. Richard's always home by 11.
Well, have you called the police?
No, I haven't. I didn't know what to do. Richard's always home by 11. I don't know what to think.
Mrs. Peavey, you know what I think? I think he's missing.
Oh, dear. Richard's always home by 11.
Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Peavey. You just leave everything to me. I'll call the police. This is a job for the Missing Persons Bureau.
You mean the homicide squad?
I mean the homicide squad. No, I don't. I mean the missing persons. Well, anyway, they're all the police. So don't you worry, Mrs. Peavey, and don't get excited. You just go back to your little bed and keep calm. We'll find your husband for you if we have to drag the reservoir.
There they are. It's him.
Let me. Stand back, both of you. Well, Chief, it's about Leela.
Throckmorton, is anything wrong? I saw all the lights on.
I thought you were the chief of police.
Well, I thought I heard a sound, and I saw all the lights on over here, but when I tried the phone, the line was busy. So I threw on my coat.
Come in quickly, Leela, quickly.
Why?
Better lock it, I guess.
Hi, Mrs. Ransom. Guess what happened?
Leroy.
What? Mr. Peavey has disappeared.
Marjorie.
What?
I wanted to tell her. Now, go upstairs, both of you children. Go on back to bed.
Oh, can't we just stay down?
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. No time to be running around the house in your bare feet. Now, do as I say.
Come on, Marge. Make her come, Unc. I'm coming. Gosh, we miss all the fun. Well, Throckmorton, tell me, what in the world?
Now, don't get alarmed, Leela. There's nothing to be alarmed about, you understand? There's nothing to be alarmed about.
Is that a gun you're carrying?
It's no water pistol, I'll tell you that.
Well, couldn't you put it on the mantel or someplace?
Don't worry, I know how to handle it, Leela. I'm a deputy, you know.
Well, tell me now. It's something about Mr. Peavey?
I don't want to alarm you, Leela, but I'm afraid there's been foul play.
Oh!
Peavey has disappeared.
How perfectly terrible. But who would ever... A sweet old thing like Mr. Peavey. Oh, I just think that's terrible. And you don't suppose he could have fallen down somewhere and sprained his ankle?
Oh, anything could have happened. What's worse, the police, as usual, have proved themselves completely incompetent.
Oh, dear.
I called the chief 2 hours ago and told him to get right over here, and he's not here yet. So I've taken over. I phoned Floyd Munson and told him to round up all the other deputies, And when they get here, we'll form a searching party.
You mean you're going out looking for him in the dark?
Well, I think one of us ought to stay here so the others can report back.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so brave. Oh, I declare, I'm glad I'm not all alone over that in my house with things like this going on.
I'll look out for you, Leela. Sit down. Don't you want to take off your fur coat?
Gracious, no. All I've got on under this is my nightgown. I just threw on the first thing that I could find.
Yes, that's them.
If it's people, I'd better hide.
No reason to hide. Just keep your coat on. Well, Judge, Floyd, come in, fellas.
Gildersleeve, for heaven's sake, put that gun down. You're a menace to the community.
It just so happens, Judge, that I have a permit for this gun.
Well, stop waving it around.
Well, hiya, Mrs. Ransom. How's it going?
Leela, this is an unexpected pleasure.
I just this minute arrived.
Yeah, she just this minute arrived.
I saw the lights on over here, and I was afraid it might be appendicitis or something, so I just ran over.
Yeah, she just ran over.
Hey, what's this about the peas?
Yeah, Floyd tells me...
It's all true, fellas. His wife called me about 1 or 1:30 and asked if he was here. Well, you know, we said goodnight to him about 10:30 or 11:15.
He probably just laid down someplace and took himself a little nap.
Not Peavey. He goes straight home.
Gildy's right. If it had been anybody else. But Peavey.
Well, what I did, right away I called the chief. I told him to get himself right over here. That was 2 hours ago. Now, I don't like to say this, but this is typical. The chief is dead on his feet, him and his whole department. That's why I called you, fellas. What we've got to do is throw out a dragnet. Comb every nook and cranny.
We ain't going to get very far with a 3-man dragnet.
Aren't there any others coming?
Judge is the only one I could raise.
What a town. Well...
Who's that?
I'll go see. Well, Chief, it's about time. Do come in.
Hiya, Chief. What kept you?
Chief?
What's this, a party?
I just this minute got here.
Mrs. Ransom, well.
I just this minute got here.
A fine bunch of deputies you've got, Chief. These two are the only ones I get hold of. Suppose there was a real emergency. Suppose...
Now, just a minute, Commissioner. Who authorized you to go calling out the deputies?
Who authorized me? Nobody. But it's a lucky thing there's somebody in this town who's got a little gumption, I'll tell you that. We had to depend on the police department. Why, there'd be burglars running wild all over the place.
Commissioner, you just handle your department, and I'll handle mine.
Well, handle it. Go ahead. Handle it. Let me see you.
Okay.
For heaven's sake, you'd think it had all night. A man is missing, Chief. His wife is tearing her hair. Do something. Get on the ball. It's 2 hours since I called you up and told you to get over here.
Commissioner, when a man is missing, we don't go tearing off after the first loudmouth that begins to hoop and holler. That is not our method. No. When a man is missing, we go to his home first and look under his pillow.
Under his pillow? What for?
This.
What's that?
A note.
From Peavey?
Read it.
The mortgage is in the safe deposit box. The key to the safe deposit box is in the safe. The combination to the safe is in my handkerchief drawer. Don't forget to water the rubber plant, Richard. How do you like that?
Just blew town.
The old son of a gun. Well, he's more of a man than any of us.
More from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Right now, I'd like to say a few words about parquet margarine made by Kraft. The most delicious, the most tasty, the smoothest...
Just a second, friend. May I interrupt?
Well,
As a regular listener, I should have something to say about these commercials. They should be factual, brief, and sensible. Now, go ahead.
Well, I was about to say that parquet margarine is a delicious spread for bread, rolls, pancakes, and waffles.
Well, now you're getting somewhere.
Parquet margarine is made from top-quality ingredients.
Now, wait. What do you mean by that?
I mean that parquet is made from choice products of American farms, the finest farms in the world. Why, parquet is the most delicious, the most satisfying...
Oh, now, hold it, son. Don't get carried away. You're talking to adults, so just stick to plain facts.
How about this fact? Parquet margarine made by Kraft contains 15,000 units of vitamin A per pound all year round.
Now, that's worth knowing.
And to sum it all up, every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
Check.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine. Parkay. It's wonderful. Now let's get back to Summerfield, which is simply buzzing. The proprietor of Peavy's Pharmacy has disappeared. The whole town's talking, and the Jolly Boys have been called in extraordinary session.
All right, gentlemen, let's come to order, shall we?
Yeah, let's get going. How I miss you, dear old pal of mine. Floyd, shut up.
What's the matter?
You wouldn't want everybody singing if you were gone.
Gosh, I didn't mean anything by it. Just got to thinking about the Peeve, and I thought of the song. I miss old Peeve.
It's simply a question of good taste, Floyd.
I keep asking myself, why did he do it? He had everything to live for.
He probably had his reasons.
Can we get started now? It's 7:20. Gentlemen, we have called this special meeting of the Jolly Boys Club to take up the question of one of our members who is absent. I refer to Brother Peavey.
You haven't said anything we don't all know, Judge. Let's get down to brass tacks.
I'm sorry if we've wasted a few seconds of your valuable time, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, nobody wants to hear you blowing off all night. Let's get down.
Fellas, let's not act like this. Peavy's gone. The rest of us have got to stick together.
The Chief is right. You're right, Chief.
Well, the point is, Peavey is gone. Now, what are we going to do about it?
What the heck can we do? When a fella's gone, he's gone. Peavey knew what he was doing.
Ah, but did he? That's one of the questions which we, his friends, might well ponder.
What are you talking about? Ponder.
I'm referring to the possibility of temporary insanity or amnesia. Loss of memory, Floyd. Perhaps...
Oh, horse collar. He left a note. He remembered where everything was. He told his wife.
Sure, he had no more amnesia than I have. He may be still right here in town, for all we know.
We found out a little more than that, Commissioner. The department's been investigating.
Now, what's new, Chief? You've been holding out.
Well, we know Peavey was seen at the depot about 11:45 that night. And we know there's an 11:55 train southbound. And since he wasn't seen again...
I think we may conclude he went south.
I think so.
Well, so he went south. What of it?
It narrows our search a little, Commissioner.
Hey, wait a minute. Did he buy a ticket?
No, you don't need one.
Then how do you know he got on the 11:55? There's another train at 12:02 goes north.
I didn't know there was a 12:02.
Has been for 3 months. I sent my mother-in-law home on it in April. She was with us for Easter.
Well, in that case...
I must say, Chief, as a detective, you're about as smart as fearless Fosdick.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I would like to point out to you that the department has made no official investigation of this matter.
Why not, for heaven's sake?
Because we've had no official complaint, that's why.
That's no excuse for just sitting around. Peavey was your friend, wasn't he?
It just so happens that the law's... Tell him, will you, Judge?
The Chief is right, Gildy. The law...
Oh, the law makes me sick. Between cops and judges, I don't know how any of us can sleep in our beds at night. Inactivity. And you always back each other up. One hand washes the other.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I refuse to lose my temper. But I don't criticize your department. Not that I couldn't either.
Gentlemen, let's remember why we're here.
Well, why are we? You called this meeting.
I thought it was for poker.
We're here because a fellow jolly boy has gone into the silences. North or south, east or west, he is gone. We have a duty. We have an obligation to his wife, to Mrs. Peavey.
Why should we butt in? What are we supposed to do?
I think we should call on Mrs. Peavey in a body and express our regrets as a club and simply put ourselves at her disposal in any way.
Sounds crazy to me, but if that's what clubs do, let's do it. I want to do the right thing.
We owe it to him, fellows. He'd appreciate it.
I think it'd be a nice thing to do.
Yes, it's a nice gesture.
I think it would be best if one of us were to act as a spokesman for the group. We'll all go, of course, but I think if I were to speak...
Why you? Peavey was a pretty good friend of mine, Judge.
Mine, too, but I don't want to make the speech. Let Gildersleeve do it. He's good with women.
Very well. If that's the will of the group, I merely thought that as a jurist and as Peavy's personal attorney...
I'd like to remind you that it was me she called in the middle of the night.
That's right.
Me, not you, Judge. Not his personal attorney. And not the police. She was too smart for that.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm going to get tired of you writing the department pretty soon.
Pay no attention, Chief. Gildy, if you want to make the statement for the club, go ahead. If it means so much to you.
All right, I'll make it. Is that settled?
Well, if someone will put it in the form of a motion...
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Let's do it now and get it over. We can still play a little poker. Ain't that funny? All the years I know Peavy, I've never been inside his house.
I have. Got bit by Peavy's parrot.
They got a parrot?
Yeah, there's a parrot. We checked him the other night.
Checked him for what?
Just checked him. It's routine.
There's a light in the front room. I imagine that's where she's sitting.
That her peeking out from behind the window shade?
Very likely. She must have heard the car drive up.
Well, we might as well go in. No use making her worry.
I want to warn you, fellas, she's in a rather nervous state. So, we'll have to be just as tactful as possible.
Just leave that to me, Judge.
Who is it?
Judge
Mr.
Hooker.
Gildersleeve. I'll do the talking, Judge. It's a few friends of Mr. Peavy's, Mrs. Peavy. Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge Hooker, Chief Gates, and we wondered if...
Hey, how about me?
Huh? Oh, yes, and Mr. Munson. We just wanted to see you a minute.
Yeah. Come in.
What the... Oh, the parrot, huh?
Good evening, Mrs. Peavy.
Any news, Judge?
No news, I'm sorry to say. You've heard nothing yourself?
Not a word. I can't understand it.
Well, say now, that bird's clever. He said, "What's all the commotion?"
Mrs. Peavy, you know Mr. Gildersleeve, I believe.
Yes, I know him.
And Chief Gates.
Oh, yes. I had the pleasure the other night. That is, it wasn't exactly a pleasure under the circumstances, but we've met.
Do you know Mr. Munson?
No.
Well, pleased to meet you, Mrs. Peavy, I'm sure. I often heard Peavy speak of you.
Quiet, baby.
Well, Mrs. Peavy, we,
I'll handle it, Judge. Mrs. Peavy, we all happen to be members of the Jolly Boys Club, of which your late husband, was formerly a member. It still is a member, I mean. We shall always think of him as a member of our group.
Indeed we shall.
All right, Chief. We shall always think of Mr. Peavy as a member of our club. But we just thought, as an organization, we should call on you and state officially our profound regret and sorrow at his unexpected departure from Summerfield. And we just want to say that if there's anything we can do, why, we'd be glad, only too glad to do it. Is that it, fellas?
That's it.
We didn't have anything particular in mind, Mrs. Peavy, just any little errands or...
Maybe he left a suit at the cleaners. We could pick it up.
Oh, Floyd, our thought was simply to be helpful in any possible way during your time of sorrow, Mrs. Peavy.
Yeah, that's it.
I always knew no good had come of Richard hanging around that Jolly Boys Club.
There's only one night a week, Mrs. Peavy.
Yes.
If you could have seen the innocent pleasure your husband used to derive from our little games, Mrs. Peavy, I'm sure you'd feel differently.
Yeah, that's right. Win or lose, he'd never get sore. Well, I remember one night he was having a terrible run of cards. He must have been out about six... Hey!
Mr. Munson is right. Mr. Peavy never lost his temper or gloated. Never swore or used profane language. You should be proud of him.
Well, he's gone now.
We realize that, Mrs. Peavy, and that's why
I always knew no good had come out of that club. Put ideas into Richard's head.
Oh, now, Mrs. Peavy, we never...
Hush, baby.
Fellas, I think we'd better go. Mrs. Peavy's been under quite a strain, and it probably tires her to stand around gassing with strangers.
We just wanted to tell you that if there's anything we can do...
There isn't anything.
Oh. Well, we just, good night, Mrs. Peavy.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Peavy.
Good night.
Mrs. Peavy, before we go, I'm sure that we are all taking an unnecessarily pessimistic view of the situation. I'm sure that somewhere, at this very moment, Mr. Peavy is thinking of you, possibly making plans to return. After all, to him, you are the center of the universe, a lodestar, irresistibly drawing him home.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
That bird knows something.
Stick around, folks. Mr. Gildersleeve might hear something about Mr. Peavy. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Try it soon. See if you don't prefer Parquet margarine's fine, fresh flavor to any other brand, as millions do. It's true. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Look first for the margarine of Kraft quality. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine, Parkay. It's wonderful.
Is that you, Unc?
Yes, it's me.
Hey, look, you got a special delivery postcard from Mr. Peavy.
Peavy? Well, sure enough. Dear friend Gildersleeve, sorry to trouble you, but would you mind forwarding my light overcoat? Thanking you in advance, R. Peavy. P.S. You may tell Mrs. Peavy for me that when the parrot goes back to sleeping in his own room, she can reach me at General Delivery, Old Point Comfort, Virginia. Good old Peavy. Good night, folks.
Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Shirley Mitchell, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Yeah, good night.
Listen in again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's a real pantry pal, a favorite cheese food that's just grand for all occasions. It's Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food that spreads, slices, melts to smooth perfection. Serve it between meals and at parties as a tasty appetizer or sandwich spread. And at mealtime, enjoy Pabstet's mellow cheddar cheese flavor in omelets and soufflés, and in smooth golden sauces for macaroni, egg, and chicken dishes. Buy both kinds for variety, golden cheddar and pimento. Ask for Pabstet, Pabst-ETT, Pabstet cheese food.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Right.
Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet Margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet Margarine. Parkay. It's wonderful. Now let's see what's going on in Summerfield. Gildersleeve's niece and nephew are in the parlor getting down to work.
Are these your books, Leroy?
Books? Sure, who'd you think?
Well, kindly get them off the sofa. You're not supposed to dump them in the parlor anyway. Leroy, move them or I'll... Leroy, not so loud.
Keep your shirt on. Hey, you didn't have to throw them on the floor.
I can't wait all night.
You dirty guy. Hey, I was going to use the sofa.
Well, I've got it. You can study someplace else.
Dad!
Leroy.
Nice work, Leroy. Now he'll be in here.
Well, if you hadn't thrown my stuff all over the place.
Leroy!
Now we're even.
You little...
What's going on here anyway? You sound like a pair of hyenas.
Nothing's going on, Unc. We're just studying.
Studying? Leroy, I've told you 1,000 times you can't concentrate on arithmetic and that zippity-doodle at the same time. Now turn that... Never mind, I'll do it myself.
Oh, Unc, I wasn't even listening. The radio doesn't bother me. Honest, it just keeps me awake.
It bothers me.
You rascal.
That will do, Leroy. Your sister's marks demonstrate clearly that she has a sounder method of study than yours. You keep your nose in your book, young man. And if you need something to keep you awake, I will supply it.
Okay.
All right. Now study.
I'm gonna.
Well, get at it. Why is it you keep postponing it? We all have to do things we dislike, you know.
I don't mind it. I kind of enjoy it.
What?
Yeah, some of it's okay. This book's okay. I kind of like it.
Well, now we're beginning to get at the root of this whole thing. Studying is not something to be enjoyed, Leroy. It's hard, grinding work.
Just reading a book.
It's nothing of the kind. No wonder you're not learning anything. If you'd concentrate, you wouldn't enjoy it so much. Now, let me see you concentrate.
What do you mean, concentrate?
Do you mean to tell me your teacher hasn't taught you how to concentrate? What goes on at that school, anyway?
I don't know. She just tells us to read the stuff.
Reading it is worthless. You've got to chew it over in your mind, my boy. Concentrate on it. Get the meat out of it. Think about every word. Start doing it right and you'll learn something. Now, I'm going to help you, Leroy.
How?
I'm going to sit right here and see that you concentrate.
You mean watch me?
Exactly. Now get going. I'll examine you when you're through. So don't think you can fool me. Someday you'll thank me for this, Leroy.
Yeah.
Birdie will answer it, Leroy. You just keep working.
I'm coming.
Sit down, Leroy. If you knew how to concentrate, you wouldn't even hear that doorbell.
I'm on my way now, Miss Gildersleeve.
Good.
Good evening, Daddy. Is Mr. Gildersleeve still at supper?
Oh, no, Miss Ransom. He's all through. I'm halfway through the dishes.
Really? Well, I wonder if I could...
Miss Ransom, Mr. Gildersleeve, shall I send him in?
By all means, Birdie. Come on in, Leela.
Oh, good evening, Throckmorton. Oh, don't get up.
Huh? Oh.
Hello, Marjorie. Leroy.
Hi, Mrs. Ransom.
Leroy is learning how to study, Leela.
Oh, that's just fine. I certainly won't disturb him. Throckmorton, you've got to go to the Majestic with me and see a picture. I've been saving it for you.
Saving a picture?
Oh, you know what I mean. There are some pictures that just don't mean a thing unless you go with somebody. You have to see them with exactly the right person or you don't enjoy them. This picture needs your sense of humor, Throckmorton.
Well, I'd like to go, Leela, but I promised Leroy I'd show him how to study. The boy doesn't seem to know how to drive himself at his books. He's just been waltzing through history instead of digging at it.
Oh, poor Leroy. I know how that is.
Well, anyway, I've got to stick right here, Leela. Sorry.
Well, gracious, Leroy isn't going to study all night, is he? The next show doesn't start till 8:20. Do you think possibly?
Leroy?
Sure, I'll be finished long before then.
I don't want you to skimp, my boy. I want you to keep digging. Keep chewing every word.
Okay.
Leela, why don't we just sit here on the sofa? Would you mind, Marjorie?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just waltzing through geometry.
Leela, you and I can sit here and look at a magazine or something, so we won't bother Leroy.
All right. And we'll be just as quiet as two little church mice. He won't even know we're here.
That's right.
You, don't have the Ladies' Home Journal, do you?
No. Colliers, they have funny cartoons. Look at this. Little Lulu.
What? Oh. Isn't that crazy? Oh, I'm sorry, Leroy.
That's okay. Maybe I can study upstairs better.
Oh, no, you don't. You stay right here where I can help you.
Here's a darling one.
Look, a dog in a policeman's suit.
Gosh.
I don't like to keep mentioning this, Throckmorton, but what time is it?
Let's see.
8:05.
Thank you, my dear.
Don't you think we...
Yes. Leroy, aren't you pretty near finished?
Pretty near. Doesn't go as fast with your system.
That's why my system is better. Mrs. Ransom and I have to go now. Are you prepared?
I guess so. I've only got about another half a page.
The important question is, have you learned anything? Do you see how concentration helps?
Oh, you bet.
What have you been studying? History, is it? Let me see that book.
We ought to go, Throckmorton.
Just want to check up a little here, Leela. We can drive down. Now, which was the lesson you were supposed to learn?
Here, chapter 22. Customs of the Pilgrims.
Oh, American history. Well, I don't need the book. Let's see. When did we fight the Revolutionary War?
I don't know.
What?
I don't think we're up to it yet.
Up to it? Ye gods, Leroy, that's where American history starts.
Well, Leroy's only on the Pilgrims. They were 150 years before the Revolution.
I'll handle this, my dear. Guess they were at that.
Can we go now, Throckmorton?
In just a second, Leela. Got to find out if this boy has learned his lesson. Pilgrims, eh? Well, who was Captain Miles Standish?
I think we had him last week.
Never mind when you had him. Who was he?
Was he captain of the Mayflower?
He was not. He married John Alden. I mean Priscilla. Confound it, don't you know anything?
Sure, I know plenty.
You don't know any history. What do you learn at that school? Can you spell?
I can spell some.
Let's hear you spell, separate.
I don't think we've had it.
Spell it!
S-C-P-P-E...
Wrong. Never mind. How much is 9 times 9? Quick. That settles it. I'll have a talk with your teacher tomorrow morning.
I'll get you one.
Too late. Get your things on, Leela.
Mercy, I've been all ready for 10 minutes.
Where's my hat? It's clear, Leroy, that you've never learned anything. And I'm going to find out why. I'll go to school with you tomorrow and...
Oh, please, don't take me to school. I'll study even harder. I'll concentrate.
That will do, Leroy.
What are you going to see?
It's the, what is it, Leela?
Oh, I know you love it, Throckmorton. It's the egg and I.
More about the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. Right now, a word from the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Delicious, flavor-fresh Parquet Margarine is the Kraft quality margarine
Good evening, friend. Here I am again to see that you keep your commercials brief and factual. So watch your step.
Okay, I'll stick to the facts just as I always do. First, Parquet Margarine is a delicious spread for bread.
Uh-huh.
It's also a tasty topper for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles.
I've tried Parquet. I know that's true.
There's nothing in the world so good as...
Hold it now. No one has tried everything, so tone that down a bit, huh?
Well, let me put it this way. Parquet Margarine is a Kraft quality food product made from the finest of vegetable oils and other carefully selected American farm products.
Well, that's more like it. You better wind things up now because we all want to hear more about the great Gildersleeve.
Sure thing. Parquet contains 15,000 units of vitamin A per pound, and it's one of the best of the energy foods. You'll like Parquet for its smooth spreading texture and its delightful fresh flavor. Try it and you'll join the millions of women all over America who serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. That's Parquet margarine. Parkay. It's wonderful.
Enough said.
Now let's get back to Gildersleeve, if we can catch up with him. He and Leroy are hurrying to school.
Oh, come on.
You're not late, Leroy. The bell hasn't rung yet.
No.
It has not. Look at all those children still out on the playground.
That's the B5. They're having recess.
Recess? They start with recess the first thing in the morning?
Yeah, sure.
No wonder the children don't learn anything in this school. By George, 9 o'clock recess. Recess from what? They get to school and right away they start out with a play period.
They have to do that. There aren't seats enough for all of them.
Huh? What do you mean?
Half the class has recess while the other half gets taught. Next period they switch.
Fine way to run a school.
You ought to see our class. Donald Kastner and George McPherson have to sit on the windowsill.
Leroy, what are you going around there for? Let's go in this door.
No, I have to go around here.
What for? This way is shorter, more direct.
We're not allowed to use that door, Unc. It's against the rules.
Nonsense. Come along.
Miss Goodwin gives us heck if we get caught coming in this way.
Miss Goodwin's a friend of mine. I'll take that chance. Come on, inside.
Okay, but I'll get in trouble.
Your uncle's a member of the school board, remember?
I told you I'd be late.
Don't worry. You're with me.
Jane Hubble. Esther Kanowski. Walter Lasher. Walter Lasher.
Which way here, Leroy?
Up the stairs. Say, Unc, if you have to talk to somebody, why don't you talk to Miss Goodwin? She's the principal, and then you wouldn't have to interrupt the
Because
class.
I want to talk to your teacher. She's the one who's responsible for what you learn, or what you don't learn.
Gosh, I'll die if you come in there, Unc.
We won't argue any more about it, Leroy. Which way?
Down here.
Is this your room, Leroy?
That's it.
I know, class. Sit, please.
Is that her?
That's her.
Miss Wally, should I put the flowers in water?
Yes,
I
am. Find my ruler. Somebody swiped it. I have it.
Miss Wally, I'm going to finish my bath.
No, Robert.
Robert, no.
What's her name again?
Miss Wiley. But she's busy. Unc, you can see she's
Where
busy.
is
Why don't
my
you come back
ruler?
some other time? Children, please.
I want
Children, one at a
my
time.
ruler. My
Children,
ruler.
silence. Silence.
Please. We have so much to do. Now, take your seat.
Oh, don't.
Yes?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I wonder if I could have a word with you.
Just a minute, please. Class, suppose you just review for a few minutes what we did yesterday in arithmetic. Get your books out and just review quietly to yourself. I'll be right back. You wanted to see...
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes, Leroy's father.
His uncle.
Oh, yes, his uncle. I'm sorry, I have so many.
I'm sorry I'm late, Miss Wiley. I didn't bring an excuse.
It's all right, Leroy. Just take your seat.
Miss Wiley, I'll be brief. I came down here to find out why Leroy isn't learning anything.
Why, he isn't... Well, I don't think he's doing any worse than the average in the class. As a matter of fact, he's...
Then all I can say, he doesn't speak very well for the class. Go take your seat, Leroy. I'll handle it.
Children, just tend to your books, please.
Well,
Mr.
Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't know what to say. We do the best we can. The children try. I know they do. Robert, no. But it's hard for them, and it's hard for all of us. You see...
I'm not blaming the children. Leroy is as smart as anybody. After all, he's my nephew. But he doesn't learn anything. He doesn't know anything.
He comes home, I ask him a simple question about, well, anything.
I'm afraid you don't understand our problem, Mr.
Gildersleeve. I understand the problem, and it's as simple as ABC. The problem is to pound some learning into them. Now, if they got the proper discipline here and the proper instruction...
Mr. Gildersleeve.
The kind I got when I was a boy.
I don't know who you are to come down here in the middle of class and complain
I'm
about...
a taxpayer, that's who I am.
Well, go on home, you
Children!
Oops, who said that?
Pick on somebody your own size.
Children, please!
In case you didn't know, miss, I happen to be a member of the school board. It might pay you to remember that.
Then I should think you'd realize I have 48 children in this class. We have 2 sessions. It's all day, every day, and evenings and weekends, too. It's more than I can handle. It's just more than I can handle.
You go home and let this Wally alone.
Children.
Yeah, you go on home. Go on home. Yeah, beat it, you big fat...
Who threw that eraser? Leroy! Leroy! Well, Eve, I didn't see you standing there.
Good morning, Throckmorton. Just what's going on here? I'm sorry, Miss Goodwin. Things got a little out of hand here. Why don't you just go down to the teacher's room for a little while? I'll take over. Things have got too much for me. I'm sorry. I understand. Don't worry. Go have a cigarette. Thank you. I don't know why.
You let the teachers smoke here?
Just in their restroom, of course. Why?
What kind of an example is that for the children?
You smoke at home, don't you?
That's different.
I don't see how. Teachers are people, you know. They have to have some rights. Excuse me. Robert Rosenblum, you're in charge of the class until Miss Wiley returns. I expect you to maintain order.
Yes, Miss Goodwin.
Come along, Throckmorton. I'd like you to come down to my office with me.
Okay, you kids, let's have it quiet now. First one that starts anything, I'm going to bop him.
Sit down, Throckmorton.
Here?
Anywhere.
Well, nice to see you, Eve.
Just what was your purpose in coming down here this morning?
Well, I just dropped in for a little chat with Leroy's teacher. I thought...
I know. I heard you.
Heaven protect me from hysterical women. I'm glad you're not that kind, Eve.
Miss Wiley is one of our most competent and most valued teachers. The children adore her, and rightly. She happens...
Oh, let's face it, Eve. She may be a lovely person and all that, but the woman is obviously a hysterical type. And that's not the kind to be handling children. Such carrying on.
Throckmorton.
Yes?
Have you the slightest idea what it is to be a teacher these days?
Well, I'm sure.
I don't think you have.
Well, I'm on the school board. I ought to know something.
I didn't see you at the last meeting.
No, I was busy.
Or the one before that.
Oh, that one. I've forgotten why I couldn't make that. Anyway, well, we don't get paid hardly anything, you know, Eve. It's mostly honorary.
The teachers are paid hardly anything, too. But they're down here every day, all day long. And nobody honors them for it. Instead, people like you come down here and find fault with them and order them about like servants.
Oh, you got me wrong, Eve. I just wanted to know why.
Why? Why isn't my little boy learning anything? I'll tell you why. Because we've got just about twice as many children here as we can handle. There aren't enough seats. There isn't enough equipment. It's old. The textbooks are out of date. We can't hope to teach as we'd like to, Throckmorton. All we can do is try to keep order and hope. Just hope that somehow they'll learn something.
Well, if things are so bad...
They are, believe me.
Then why haven't you taken it up with the school board?
I've taken it up with the school board over and over again. Perhaps you've missed those meetings. All they do is give me long explanations about why nothing whatever can be done. Materials are hard to find. We mustn't raise the tax rate. We mustn't overexpand. Maybe some people will move away and there won't be so many children.
Well, that's true about building materials.
Hogan Brothers were able to build an annex on their store. Where did they get the materials?
Well, that's the point.
Meanwhile, 3 of our teachers have resigned for next year. And I don't blame them. Why would anybody want to be a teacher? Why?
Well,
They're overworked. They're underpaid. They have to try to dress respectably on nothing a week. Because, oh dear, we must be respectable at all times. Yes, indeed. Why, Mrs. Vernon has to work in the 5 and 10 on Saturdays and all through vacation just to support her one child. And Miss Dorcas has to work at the library evenings after teaching all day. We get no help, no encouragement, no gratitude, no respect even. Sometimes it gets so I just...
Eve, you aren't going to blow up now.
Oh, it seems hopeless. The whole thing seems hopeless. I don't see how we can go on with it.
Eve, you aren't thinking of quitting.
Throckmorton, there isn't a teacher in the whole country who hasn't thought of quitting.
Oh, you can't quit, Eve. That would be terrible. The whole school would fall apart if you quit.
No one cares what happens to the school, or the children either. No one cares but the teachers.
Now, that's not true. People don't realize, that's all. Why, if I know... Now, you stay right here, Eve. You stay right here. Don't you go resigning or anything. I'll show you whether people care or not.
Inasmuch as the party of the first part and the party of the second part have mutually agreed and covenanted... No, strike that. Have mutually covenanted and agreed...
Judge.
Be with you in a few minutes, Gildy.
You'll be with me right now, Judge. This is important.
Very well. We'll continue with this later, Miss Cobb. You close the door, please, going out. Well, it's so important.
Judge, I want you to call a meeting of the school board tonight.
We're not due for another meeting, Gildy, till, let's see, June 4th.
Then call a special meeting. You're the president of the board, aren't you?
I have that honor.
Well, if you want to hold on to it, get on your horse. Call a meeting. By June 4th, we may have no school.
Now, Gildy, I don't know what this is all about, but it's just another of your false alarms. Why, I passed the school only this morning.
Well, there's a devil to pay down there, Judge. I'll tell you that. The teachers are up in arms.
I have not been so advised.
I'm advising you.
Why, I passed there only this morning. You mean they're contemplating anything like a strike? I'm sure
they don't have to strike, you know, Judge. They can just quit. Just quietly quit. And that's what they're doing. 3 of them have quit already for next year.
Well, Gildy, there's always a certain amount of turnover among the teachers. I'm sure it's nothing to be alarmed about. Why, I passed the school only this morning.
You told me that. You take the trouble to find out what's going on there instead of just passing it by. Why, the teachers haven't had a raise.
Gildy, the teachers have my complete sympathy and understanding. I think they know that. Why, I passed the school only this morning.
Oh, Fur.
But there are other things we have to think of. We're trying to hold taxes down. We have to think of that.
She said you'd say that.
Who did?
Miss Goodwin. I don't mind telling you she's about ready to quit herself.
Well, it's the end of the term. She's tired. She needs a vacation. I'd like a vacation myself.
Listen, you old goat, I don't want to waste my time arguing with you. I want you to put this up to the board. Will you call a meeting?
These are no new problems, Gildy. We've had them brought to our attention. No, I see no reason to call a meeting before our regular fortnightly...
Listen, either you call a meeting or I'll resign from the board here and now. How do you like that?
I think that might be a very good idea.
Then I won't do it. No, by George, I'll stick around.
Now, Gildy, you aren't going to be a troublemaker.
You bet your sweet life I am. If I can't get you up off your hindquarters, you old goat, I'll go to some people who can. I'll go to the parents. We'll see what they have to say.
Now, Gildy, we have our eye on these things. Why, I passed the school only this morning.
Mr. Gildersleeve, it's such a pleasure to have you with us.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, Mrs. Pettibone. Yes, indeed.
I warn you, I'm planning to monopolize you completely. I do hope you're going to sing for the ladies.
Well, that was not my purpose in asking to come here. I was hoping to be allowed to address your organization.
Oh.
Briefly, that is. After all, these charming ladies are most of them parents and mothers, the married ones.
What was to be the topic of your address, may I ask?
I want to tell them some things they ought to know about what's happening to our schools. It's really very serious. We've got to get people aroused. There's a lot of political movement.
Oh, I'm afraid that might be rather controversial.
Controversial? Of course it's controversial. It's one of the most controversial problems in this town, if people only knew it. Why, only...
Oh, I'm sorry, but you see, we have a policy. We never allow anything controversial to be brought up at our meetings.
Nothing?
Nothing controversial, no. It keeps things so much pleasanter, we find.
But I thought the Women's Club was interested in education.
Oh, it is. Yes, once a month we meet and serve tea like this and talk about things, but nothing controversial. I know you'll understand. We have a policy. Perhaps you'll sing for us later. Won't you have some cake? Oh, Mrs. Barnard, won't you pass Mr. Gildersleeve the cake?
I give up. I give up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stop pretending. This isn't just a story we made up about what might be going on in a mythical town named Summerfield. It's what's going on right now in almost every city and town in this country. Our schools are overcrowded. Our teachers are underpaid. Our children are being robbed of an education at the only time in their lives they can get it. Very little is being done about it. Because of poor pay, overwork, and shabby treatment, teachers are leaving the teaching profession in droves. No new teachers are coming along to take their places. There's no inducement to anyone to become a teacher with things as they are. We have been proud of our public school system. Have we reason to be? In this country, only 1 5/10% of our national income is spent for education. In Great Britain, where they're having a tough go of it these days, they spend twice that. And who are we shortchanging? Our own children. The future of the world is in their hands. On every side of us, we see the ignorance and stupidity that can rush us into another war. The only cure for stupidity is education. For the sake of our national security, as well as for the sake of our children themselves, we must do all that we can to raise the level of education. You may not realize how bad the situation is. We urge you to go to your own child's school and find out for yourself. Find out how many children there are in his class. Find out whether he's getting what's coming to him. Find out whether your local school board is cutting corners at his expense. If they are, do something about it. You're the only one who can. Join the Parent Teachers Association or any other group interested in the welfare of your school. Don't just pay your dues. Take an active part. Insist that your child's teacher be paid a living wage. Insist that she be given the position of respect in the community that she deserves, so that others will be attracted to the profession. Insist that your school board reduce the size of classes. Provide enough teachers and enough schoolrooms so that your child will get the attention he needs. If it means raising the tax rate a little, remember, we're doing it for our children. They are the one last hope of the world. Good night.
Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Try it soon. See if you don't prefer Parquet margarine's fine, fresh flavor to any other brand, as millions do. It's true. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Look first for the margarine of Kraft quality. Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine. P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's wonderful. The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry.
Good night.
It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Shirley Mitchell, Bea Benaderet, and Earl Ross. This is John Lang saying goodnight to the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Listen in again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. Good night.
Have you tried Pabst? It's a cheese food that's really different. Rich in mellow cheddar cheese flavor, easy to serve in a variety of tempting ways. Pabst spreads easily for sandwiches and snacks, melts smoothly into rich golden cheese sauces, slices in a distinctive way, for Pabst can be cut into neat wedges when chilled for serving with fruit or pie desserts. Why not buy both varieties of this delicious, nourishing cheese food? Ask for golden cheddar Pabst or pimento Pabst. Pabst-ETT. Pabst cheese food.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Right.
The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine. P-A-R-K-A-Y. It's wonderful. Now let's join the Great Gildersleeve. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon in May. But where is he? In his office, his desk strewn with papers, getting ready the June 1st report of the Water Department.
Who left that confounded door open? I told that girl.
Well, I'm glad to know one city official that takes his duty seriously. How are you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I don't want any insurance.
I know. I only
Mr. Purvis, I told you last time I'm carrying all I can handle.
I know, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, shut that briefcase and get out of here. I'm busy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I have certain responsibilities as an insurance man.
Put away that briefcase. I mean it.
Oh, please. You're an old customer of mine, and it's my duty to tell you about a policy we're discontinuing. After June 15th, no more retroactive savings policies will be sold by Indestructible Life.
Glad to hear it. I'll get those papers off my desk so I can get back.
Oh, you'll be interested in hearing why we're discontinuing the policy. The company was losing too much money on it.
That's fine. Now get out.
Oh, you're a man I always enjoy talking to, Mr. Gildersleeve. I always feel you're a foeman worthy of my steel.
Steel is right.
Now, you can see from this chart.
I don't want it.
The receipts from premiums.
I don't want it.
Disbursements and benefits.
Stop trying to sell me your policy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm not trying to sell you a policy.
I don't... What's that?
But if I had let this policy be discontinued without telling you, and you blamed me afterward, I'd feel pretty bad, wouldn't I? Now, I've done my duty, called it to your attention, and no hard feelings. How's the family?
They're all fine, and they don't need any insurance.
Well, one of these days. You're looking well yourself. Feel okay?
Certainly.
Had a checkup lately?
No, don't need one.
Probably not. Well, nice to have seen you.
Wait a minute. What are you getting at?
Man your age. A checkup doesn't do any harm once a year or so.
Poppycock. It's a waste of money.
Look, Mr. Gildersleeve, you are a good customer of mine. I enjoy our little discussions. I feel I have a duty to you as well as to the company.
What do you mean?
Why don't you go down and see Doc Semple? He's the company doctor here in town, and let him give you a checkup at Indestructible's expense. And we'll just keep it a little secret between you and I.
I don't know this Dr. Sample.
Oh, he's a first-rate man. Been with us for years. Just go down there and tell him that Purvis sent you. Company pays him, you get a checkup, nobody gets hurt. Here, take my card with you.
You're just trying to put me under obligation.
I'm only doing my duty to you as a customer. Only thing is, don't tell anybody about it.
Don't worry, I may not even go.
The doctor will see you in just a moment, Mr. Gildersleeve. If you'll just come in here, please.
Here?
Yes, sir. Just undress, and the doctor will be with you directly.
Shoes and everything?
Yes, please. Another one from Purvis, Doctor.
Oop. Well, guess this is his operating room. All those knives. Well, he can't operate without my consent. That's a state law. No place to hang your pants in here. Put them on the operating table. I
I suppose it's been sterilized. Well, I'll just pile everything on the chair, I guess. Been hot today. Well, come on, let's get it over with.
Well, that's that. Now, lift up your left arm, please.
Left?
That's it. Get a reading of your blood pressure. How old are you? About 48?
43. 4.
44, You can put your arm down now.
What makes you think? Is my heart...
Quiet, please. This is what tells the story. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is it high?
No.
Is it low?
No.
Well, what is...
Be all, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just raise your arm so I can take the band off, will you?
Why don't you try the other arm, Doc? I may be a little excited or something.
I don't think that'll be necessary. There we are. Get dressed now and tell Purvis you're okay.
I am?
Oh, yes, you can qualify all right.
Qualify? Well, I wasn't so interested in that. I wanted to know how I am. My heart, for instance. Is my heart...
Your heart's all right, considering your age. And I'd say your general condition is the same. How old do you say you were?
44.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you going to give me any advice, Doctor? I mean, gosh, I come in here, you poke around and look at everything. There must be something you could tell me.
Well, do you smoke a lot?
Yes, I do. Cigars. About 6 a day. Might as well tell the truth. 10 sometimes.
Well, you might cut out cigars for a while.
I will, right away, Doctor. Do you smoke? I got a couple of cigars with me.
I don't smoke cigars myself, thanks.
Oh. Well, thanks a million anyway, Doctor. I'm glad I found out about this. Gosh. Thanks. Better get my clothes on before I catch pneumonia. Leroy! Marjorie! Isn't anybody home? That you, Bertie?
Yes, sir. Miss Marjorie's out with some boys, Mr. Gildersleeve. So is Leroy. Something you wanted?
No, thank you.
I expect he'll be in pretty soon for supper.
Blood pressure. I feel it pounding in my temples right now. Or is it imagination? Where's that household medical book? Had a purple cover, liver-colored. Ah, there. Heart conditions. Blood pressure. The scientific term for high blood pressure is hypertension. Its presence can sometimes be detected by distended blood vessels in the eye, giving the eyeball a bloodshot appearance. My eyes are probably red right now. Bet if I could have a cigar, I'd feel fine. Still, that doctor was pretty thorough. Confound it, if a man can't smoke, what can he do?
You need some of these lamps lit, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bertie, have you got a minute? Do me a favor, will you?
I surely will, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I want you to be completely honest with me.
Oh, I always am, Mr. Gildersleeve. I always tell the strict and absolute truth.
I know, Bertie. All I want
Ain't nobody can say I don't tell the truth. The truth's a religion with me. Always has been. The strict and absolute truth.
I appreciate that, Bertie.
Strict and absolute since I was knee-high.
I wasn't criticizing you, Bertie. I know you always tell the truth. That's why I came to you. I know I can count on you.
Yes, sir.
Now, look in my eyes, Bertie.
I can look anybody in the eye. I can look anybody in the eye because I tell the truth. The strict and...
I know, Bertie.
Strict and absolute.
I know, Bertie. I'm not asking you to look me in the eye for that reason. I want you to look at my eyes and tell me what you see there.
In your eye?
Yes.
What I see?
In both of them, yes. Will you do it?
Yes, sir, I'll do it. I don't see any sense in it, but I'll do it.
Fine. Now, look.
I'm looking.
What do you see?
Nothing.
Let me explain, Bertie. You see the center of the eye, the iris? What color is it?
Brown.
And the white of the eye? What color is that?
White.
And you don't see anything else?
No, sir. Wait a minute. Now I do.
What do you see, Bertie?
I see my own reflection just as clear.
Is that all?
That's all, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I don't believe it, Bertie. You're trying to spare my feelings.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I told you the strict and absolute truth, and if you don't believe me...
All right. I apologize, Bertie. Ye gods, a sick man certainly doesn't get much encouragement around here.
The great Gildersleeve and his ailments will return in just a moment. Right now, I'd like to...
You'd like to read the Parquet margarine commercial, right?
That's right.
Well, remember our agreement. All commercials will be brief and factual. No hokum now.
I'll remember. Parquet margarine is made by the Kraft Foods Company, and that means Parquet margarine is a quality food.
Well, that's a fact if I've ever heard one.
Parquet margarine is a delicious spread for bread, rolls, and muffins, and it's a delightful topping for pancakes and waffles.
So far, so good.
Parquet margarine is one of the best of energy foods, and each pleasing pound contains 15,000 units of important vitamin A. Parquet margarine is the most mouth-watering, the most lip-smacking, the most delicious...
Please, pal, slow down. You're talking to grown-up people. Just stick to plain old facts, that's all we want.
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost my head because I'm completely sold. Parquet margarine, the margarine of Kraft quality, is flavor fresh. It's made from choice products of American farms, and children and grown-ups alike delight in its flavor-rich goodness. It's America's favorite spread for bread. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
Enough said.
Now let's return to Gildersleeve, who is still in a state of nerves. This is his first day of giving up smoking, and he has discovered that if he can't chew on a cigar, it's a choice of either biting his nails, biting the children, or chewing the furniture. So he's off to the drugstore to buy something else to chew.
Good afternoon, Gildy.
Hi, Judge. Nice day.
Gildy, wait, not so fast. What's your hurry? Where are you going?
Down to Beckman's drugstore. Well, I guess I'll be going.
Beckman's, huh? Why Beckman's?
Because Peavy's is closed, remember? Well, I'll be seeing you, Judge.
Gildy, wait.
Well, what is it?
Stick around, old man. Don't be in such a hurry.
Horace, will you stop being such an old woman? If you've got something on your mind, spill it.
I thought you might just possibly be interested to know that our friend Peavy is back in town.
Peavy? He's back, you say?
Been back since this morning.
The heck with Beckman. Oop. Better slow down a little. Bad for the old heart.
Yoo-hoo!
What was that?
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton!
Leela! Wait there. I'll be right over. Leela, on your way home?
Throckmorton, guess what?
I know.
Mr. Peavy's back. I ran into Judge Hook on the street, and he told...
so did I, the old gossip. He's running around town telling everybody and taking bows. You think he left home. And why doesn't he?
Oh, Throckmorton, you're terrible. Well, I just couldn't wait to talk to Mr. Peavy, so I went in and bought a lipstick I didn't need. I had a million things I was dying to ask him. Why he left home and where he went.
I know why he left home, Leela. His wife made him sleep in the same room with their parrot.
You know, I didn't get a thing out of him.
Well, you have to know how to handle him. If you want to find out anything from Peavy, the thing to do is pretend you aren't interested. Just go in and act like nothing's happened, that's all. Pretend you never knew he was out of town. Pretty soon it'll get so he can't stand it. He'll talk.
Throckmorton, you'd have made a wonderful spy.
Psychology, that's all, Leela. I use it every day in the water business. You just watch me with Peavey.
Well, you come right over now, you hear? And tell me every single thing you find out, if you find out anything.
Yeah, don't worry, Leela. I'll give the old boy a taste of his own medicine. Oop. Better slow down, Throckmorton. I keep forgetting.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good afternoon, Peavey. I'd like a pack of chewing gum, please.
You said a package of chewing gum?
That's what I said. That's right.
Package of chewing gum. Any particular kind?
The kind you chew.
I mean any particular flavor.
Oh, yes.
Which one?
Well, what have you got?
Well, let me see. I'll get my glasses on here. Here. We have the spearmint. We sell a lot of that.
Okay, I'll take that.
And then we have the double mint and the peppermint and the tutti frutti.
I'll take spearmint.
Then over here we have the... Oh, that's bubble gum. You wouldn't want that.
No. No, just give me the spearmint.
Now here, dentine chewing gum. That's for the teeth. Or dentures, the case may be. Then we have Beeman's Pepsin chewing gum. Pepsin, that's for the stomach. And here we have the 10-crown charcoal gum. That's charcoal.
Well, make it spearmint.
Oh, here's something new in a chewing gum, if you're interested in chewing gum, Mr. Gildersleeve. Jobber just brought this in this morning, asked me to try it.
Oh, what's that?
Said he'd take it back if it didn't go. I took a couple of packages on consignment. It's called, let me see here, double-acting horehound gum. Something that came out of the war, I imagine. It not only whitens the teeth and massages the gums, but also sweetens the breath and acts as a preventive for coughs. It says here on the package. Care to try it?
No, thanks. I'll stick to the spearmint.
Of course, some people chew gum just for entertainment. They don't care about the added features. Now, if you like a mild gum, why, tutti frutti.
I can't stand it.
That's your privilege, of course, but that's about the lot, Mr. Gildersleeve. Spearmint, double mint, peppermint.
I'll take spearmint.
Spearmint. A very wise choice. There you are, and that will be an even 5 cents, no tax.
I gave you your nickel, Peavey. There it is.
So you did. Thank you. Care to have me wrap that for you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No. Don't bother.
Very well.
Well, nice day, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well,
was there something else, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, that was all. Just the gum. Well, gotta be going now.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye. Nice day.
Yes, it is.
Well, here we go. Gotta be on the way. Yep, gotta get going. Bye, Peavey.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Peavey, where the dickens have you been these last 2 weeks?
I've been away.
Is that all you have to say for yourself?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I believe if a man goes away on a little trip, that's his affair.
All right, don't tell me. So you went on a little trip, eh? Why did you go?
Felt like it.
Oh. Why'd you come back?
I got cold.
Tell me one thing, Peavey. Is the parrot back sleeping in his own room again?
He's sleeping in the garage.
Yeah.
Throckmorton, did you see Mr. Peavey?
Yeah, I saw him.
Well, come right in now and tell me everything you found out here. Oh, I'm just dying of curiosity. Make yourself comfortable. Take the sofa.
Sofa? Oh, thanks.
Here's a stool for you. Put your feet up. Never mind the needle point.
Well, sir?
Now, let me light your cigar for you, and then you tell me all about it.
Oh, no cigar, Leela. No, thank you.
No cigar?
Nope. I've given them up.
Given them up? Why, I wouldn't know you without a cigar, Throckmorton. It would be like shaving off your mustache.
Well, nevertheless, I've given them up. Had to.
Really? I don't know who you're going around with these days, Throckmorton, and I don't like to say anything, but some women are never satisfied.
Huh?
Always improving a man. Always reforming him. Now, personally, I like the smell of cigar smoke. It's so masculine. Besides, I like a man to feel he can be comfortable when he's with me.
Well, this has nothing to do with any woman, Leela, if that's what you're thinking.
Well, then why in the world are you...
Doctor's orders.
You've been to a doctor?
I wasn't going to say anything about it, Leela.
Throckmorton, it isn't anything serious.
Well, won't die tomorrow, I guess.
But what did he say, Throckmorton? What did he tell you?
Well, you know how doctors are, Leela. They never tell you anything. Always trying to make you think there's nothing wrong. He told me I'd better go a little easy. Particularly cigars.
Oh, you poor darling. Oh, let me get your pillow.
No, don't bother, Leela. I'm all right.
Here, now, let me put it behind your head. Your brow feels perfectly cool.
Sit down, Leela.
Am I crowding you?
No, I like it. Just let me move my cigar to the other pocket so it won't get broken.
But I thought you'd given up cigars.
Oh, I have. Just had this one left.
Oh.
Couldn't bear to throw it away. I just carry it around with me and sniff it when things get bad.
That's so sad.
My last cigar.
Why do you torture yourself, Throckmorton? Why do you save it?
It's my silver bullet.
Oh, silly. Oh, now, let's try to be cheerful. Tell me about Mr. Peavey. What did you find out?
Peavey?
Uh-huh.
Come to think of it, I didn't find out a thing. Not a thing.
But you're an old friend of his. I thought surely you'd know.
You know, by George, I can't help admiring the old fellow. There aren't many men in this town who'd have done what he did. Just walk out like that.
I don't know that I think it was so admirable.
Well, it may have been the wrong thing to do, but by George, I admire him for doing it. I never would have done it. I know that.
Oh, that's because you have too much sense of responsibility, Throckmorton.
It's because I haven't the nerve.
Now, that's not true. Why, you have more nerve than anybody I ever knew.
I'm not talking about physical courage, Leela. No, Leela, when I think about Peavey just lighting out like that, I realize how dull and colorless my own life has been.
Why, Throckmorton, how can you say that?
No, it's true. Who knows? If I'd handled things differently, taken the bull by the horns, struck while the iron was hot, who knows, Leela? Things might be different today. I might be happily married by now. I might be almost anything.
It's never too late, you know, Throckmorton.
Now, Peavey, he wasn't saying much today, but I couldn't help noticing there was a new light in his eye, a new spring in his step. He proved something to himself. He proved something to his wife, too. Proved he was master in his own home.
You could be master, too, Throckmorton, in yours.
Decision, that's the thing.
I've always thought of you as a man who was capable of making great decisions, Throckmorton.
You have?
Why, I could never be interested in any man who didn't know his own mind. I think the thing about you has always been that you don't rush into things.
Well...
You're not the shallow type who, proposes to the first girl he runs into, for example. Or marries the first girl he proposes to. But once your mind is made up about anything, oh, gracious, I wouldn't care to oppose you, I can tell you that.
Maybe you're right, Leela. After all, it took Peavey 40 years to get around to doing what he did.
Of course.
Yes, by George. I'm not going to waste any 40 years. You want to make up your mind, Leela, that's the thing. And don't be too cautious either. After all, you only live once. You want to enjoy life. You want to live it to the full.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so right.
You know, by George, this is a big day for me, Leela. And you were in on it.
That's all I ask.
Yep. Made up my mind about a lot of things. From now on, no more nonsense from yours truly. No more pussyfooting. Make decisions. Take action. Bing, bing. Live life to the full.
What's going to be your first decision, Throckmorton?
Leela?
Yes, Throckmorton.
Have you got a match?
Match?
I'm going back to cigars.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again, so please stick around. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Try it soon. Discover Parquet's fine, fresh flavor when you spread it on bread, toast, and rolls. Remember, every day, millions of women all over America serve Kraft's Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Look first for the margarine of Kraft quality. Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine, Parkay, it's wonderful.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've got...
Get out of here, Purvis.
Well, I've got good news for you. The doctor says you're okay.
I've got bad news for you. I'm going to live forever, so I don't need any insurance. Good night, Purvis. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Ladies, when you're in a hurry and the family's hungry, here's a quick, easy way to satisfy appetites with Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. Children love Pabstet's mellow cheddar flavor on crackers or toasted sandwiches. And for main dish treats, you can have a smooth golden Pabstet cheese sauce ready in a jiffy for perking up the flavor of macaroni, egg, and hot vegetable dishes. Get both delicious varieties, golden cheddar and pimento Pabstet, for a variety of menu uses. Ask for PABST-ETT, Pabstet cheese food.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine, P-A-R-K-A-Y, it's wonderful. And now let's get in step with the great Gildersleeve as he surges toward his office. We'll have to move right along to keep up because the great man has geared himself to a fast pace this morning.
Good morning, Bessie.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I see you got here promptly at 9. As I told you, you may come in, pad and pencil.
Yes, sir, I have them.
You must be alone, Bessie. No interruptions.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to thank you for coming down on Saturday morning, but there's work to be done. It's piling up.
Yes, sir. The one pile toppled over, so I made it into 3 piles.
Well, we'll clear the desk. Bing, bing.
Mr. Gildersleeve, before we get started, well, just so I get out before the stores close at 6, I have to pick up some little things.
Oh, well, we better get going then. Start at the bottom. Where is it?
Oh, the pile on your left was the bottom.
Oh. Should have known. Nothing worse than musty envelopes. Phew. Smells like a glue factory.
Open the windows?
That won't be necessary. My correspondence isn't that old. Now, let's see. I'll read the yellowest one first. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, a group of public-minded citizens in the 3rd District met last night and discussed the annoying problem of insufficient water pressure. And unless you... Anxiously awaiting your reply. Well, let them wait. Anxiously. Throw it away.
Yes, sir. Well, there's another letter from them in the 2nd pile. That came this year.
Huh? Chronic complainers, eh? Pay no attention to them.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, let's read something on the brighter side. Dear Water Commissioner, if that's what you call yourself. Looks like a hard day, Bessie.
Yes, sir.
Hold that one. I'll have to think it over. Now then, where were we?
We threw one away and we're holding the other.
Yes, that's pretty discouraging, Bessie, dealing with the public. Here I come down full of pep, even on Saturday, and get absolutely no cooperation. Makes a man wish he'd stayed at home.
I'm right here waiting, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I don't mean you, Bessie. I'm talking about the consumers. Dissatisfied, grumbling. Not a healthy sign, Bessie. Oh, well, the thing to do is to send them all copies of our water supply report. That explains everything in an optimistic way.
Well, I've got this year's report right here.
Better send them last year's. It's much better. Get last year's, will you, Bessie?
You took it home with you last spring, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Last spring? Are you sure?
Yes, sir. That other day we were so busy. Remember?
Well, there's nothing we can do here, Bessie, till I run home and find that report. That means the whole morning is shot. Better make it snappy.
Shall I wait here, Mr. Gildersleeve, on Saturday?
Better run along and do your shopping, Bessie. We'll get a fresh start Monday. Finding those reports may take quite a little while. Business.
Gildersleeve, I can't find them reports you was talking about.
Neither could I, Bertie. Completely wore myself out looking for the darn things. That's why I stretched out here on the couch. Got sleepy glancing over the newspaper. Says cold wave coming in. Early storms predicted in local areas.
Where's that?
Right here, Bertie.
Well, I don't know where else to look for them reports.
Well, they'll turn up. Keep searching, Bertie.
I tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've already turned this house upside down.
You don't have to tell me. I can see that.
I'm sorry the place looks this way, Mr. Gildersleeve, but this is my day to sow. And I was just giving the house a lick and a promise.
Oh, well, lick it clean. Let's keep the promise. I've noticed things have been allowed to slide around here lately, Bertie. If things were kept shipshape, my reports wouldn't be missing. It's high time we clean house.
When, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Now, Bertie, today. Clean up and tighten up the house before winter comes.
Well, what about the mending?
That can wait. We can sit and sew when the wind's howling outside. Now, where are the children? Summon Marjorie and Leroy to the living room. What I have to say concerns everyone.
Yes, sir. I'll go call them.
Never mind, Bertie.
Hi, Unc. See you later.
Just a minute, Leroy. Where do you think you're going?
Out to play. It's Saturday. No school.
I know, but there's work to be done just the same.
Ah, gee, Unc. Even my teacher says Saturday's for recreation. You always said she knows best.
5 days a week, my boy, yes. But on Saturday, I'm as smart as she is.
Leroy, did you sneak my nail polish off my dresser again? I know you did. The cover wasn't on tight. Hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello, my dear. What's this?
Leroy's been into my nail polish again. I know he has.
I didn't use hardly any.
Leroy, let's see. Have you been covering him up instead of digging him out?
Me? I just gave my turtle a manicure.
What?
What? Leroy, the next time you sneak my nail polish...
This is no time for family squabbles. We should be banding together, children, with a common cause in mind. That's why I call this meeting.
What meeting? Gosh.
The one you're now in.
But it's Saturday outside, the one day to have fun.
You'll have fun doing this if you'll enter into it with the proper spirit.
I knew it. Work.
But, Aunt...
Now, see here. A man gets up early in the morning, slaves like a dog at the office so he can get home and plan things out with his family, and what does he get? Nothing but arguments. Now sit down, both of you, and listen to me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Bertie?
Yes, sir. I've been listening.
Now then, this is our little home. Yours, Marjorie, yours, Leroy, yours, Bertie, and mine. Not just a place to eat and sleep or a place to run in and out of. Our little home. It doesn't look like anybody lives here. At least not people. Everything around here is topsy-turvy, thrown helter-skelter. Nothing in its proper place. No system.
I think it looks fine in here. Don't you, Bertie?
It does not. Look at those old magazines strewn all over that window seat. What are they?
Good housekeeping.
Well, clear them out. Clean upstairs and downstairs. Out with the old dust, in with the new. Marjorie, must you fix your nails while I'm speaking?
Well, I have to fix my nails. I have to look nice. You want me to make a good impression on Ben, don't you?
My dear, if you really want to make an impression on Ben, you'll show him how well you can clean a house. That's what impresses men.
Is that what impresses you about women, Uncle Mort?
That's beside the point. I'm older. Now, let's get everything shipshape before winter comes. What we need around here is the old pioneer spirit.
Come along with me, Miss Marjorie. Maybe we better put up some preserves and smoke a couple of hams. It looks like a long, hard winter.
Yes. Well, there's a man's work to be done outside. Come along, little man.
Aw, what are we going to do outside?
We're going to get up on the roof and clean the leaves out of the gutters. Storm warning in the paper, my boy. Looks like it might rain any minute.
But the leaves haven't even started falling this year.
We can get up there and clean off last year's leaves. Let's see. Hose, broom, ladder, rake.
What a way to spend Saturday.
Good for us, my boy. Lots of fresh air up on the roof. Good exercise. Come on. I'll hold the ladder.
What? You want me to go way up there alone? But, Unc, I'm just a little kid. What if I should fall?
Nonsense. You're not afraid. A big boy like you. Now get up that ladder or you go to bed.
Can I go to bed through the upstairs window?
No, you can't. Now get up there.
But, Unc, you said... But don't you remember when I climbed up there last year for my football? You said I should never do it again.
Huh? Trapped. You're right, my boy. This is a man's job. I'll do it myself.
Gee, you're wonderful. I'll see you later.
Wait a minute, Leroy. There is a job you can do. You clean up the yard and burn that old pile of trash. Now get busy.
There's no place to burn it. Unless I use Mr. Bullard's back lot. Oh, boy, can I, Unc?
Not a bad idea, taking our junk over to Bullard's. Very well, my boy.
Okay, Uncle, we'll have a regular bonfire.
Little Leroy. Well, might as well get up there and get it over with. Wash the leaves down with this hose. That's the way to do it. Let's see. Shut off the water at the nozzle. Great thing to control water at nozzle. Now, turn it on at the tap. Have the job done in jig time. Turned it the wrong way. There. Now, fireman, how do you get up a ladder with a hose? Tie it around my stomach? Yeah. Nozzle in my pocket. There, I'm all set. Don't worry, you big, beautiful blonde. Fireman Gildersleeve to the rescue.
What's that you say, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing, Bertie, nothing.
Okay, thought you said something.
Yes, yes. Now, up we go. Eef, rickety ladder. Yump. Zeke. Oink. Oh, tummy's too close to the rungs. Better lean back a little. Oh, tricky ladder. At last. Shingles look awfully slippery, though. If I can just get a toe hold. Grab the roof. Hang on. Ladder's going. Oh! Made it. Darn ladder almost took me down with it. Knocked a few shingles loose. I can see right through the roof. Have to get that fixed. How did all this junk get up here? Orange peels, tennis ball. Good thing I'm cleaning it off. What's this? Empty milk bottle. Well, I'll toss it down and get my 2 cents back. Oh, well, what's 2 cents?
Hey! Watch what you're doing.
Who's that?
Don't you throw any more bottles at me, Gildersleeve.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Bullard. I didn't see you. Sorry.
Yes, I'll bet you are. I'm not going to stand for any more of this, Gildersleeve.
Well, you won't have to. That's the only bottle up here.
What kind of a neighbor are you, anyway?
Neighbor? What are you talking about?
You know very well. You had the effrontery to send that measly little nephew of yours over to my place to burn your confounded rubbish.
Leroy is my nephew, but he's not measly.
Well, you think my place is. I don't know. It's not a junkyard, you know. Gildersleeve, you're a public nuisance.
Yeah, well, make up your mind and see here, Bullard.
You chimney sweep.
Oh, have a care or I'll come down off this roof and...
You wouldn't care.
Oh, I wouldn't. You're just saying that because I haven't got a ladder.
Gildersleeve, I'll call your bluff. I'll put the ladder up for you.
Don't you touch that ladder. Don't you touch anything around here. And don't you lay a hand on Leroy. Now get off the property.
I will. And you keep your junk off mine.
Big coward. Should have turned the hose on him. Oh, well, got to get on with the job. What's the trouble here? No water pressure. It's running harder than that in my pocket. Something must have happened at the reservoir. That Charlie Anderson. I better go down and phone him. Oop. No ladder. Bertie! Oh, Bertie!
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, as the parquet reporter, I try to find out how the Summerfield people feel about parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now, the other day, I met Leroy on the street. Leroy, I said, how do you like parquet margarines?
Well, why?
Oh, I just want your opinion. Now, what do you like most about it?
I don't know. Just tastes good.
Do you realize that Parquet is a craft product, and that means it's a quality product?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure does taste good.
And do you realize that each pound of Parquet contains 15,000 units of vitamin A, and that vitamin A is one of the most important of the vitamins?
Well, it tastes fine.
And what about the smooth richness of Parquet? You ever notice that?
I don't know. I guess so. Most of the time I'm so busy eating and tasting I don't think about other things. I like to keep my mind on my eating.
Oh, now, you're not being very helpful, Leroy. I'm trying to find out what one thing makes you like Parquet margarine.
Well, like I said, I like the taste of it so well, I just don't stop to think why I like it.
Well, there you are, friends. Leroy feels pretty much the same way that millions of women all over America feel. They serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Try Parquet for yourself. That's Parquet margarine, Parkay. It's wonderful. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He spent an arduous morning preparing to wash the leaves off his rooftop with a garden hose, only to discover at the crucial moment that the water pressure was down. It's only natural that we should find him on the phone, trying to discover what goes on at the reservoir that he doesn't know about.
Fine state of affairs, and in my own water department. Well, I'll turn on some pressure.
Charlie Anderson, the reservoir speaking.
Yeah, Commissioner Gildersleeve, Charlie.
Oh, hello, Commissioner. What's on your so-called mind?
Charlie, why is it we don't have any water pressure up here?
Same dad-busted reason I got none down here.
That's no answer.
Well, in the first place, everybody's watering their lawns today or taking baths. It's Saturday, you know.
Well, ye gods, man, get the pressure up. A thing like this is bad for the department.
You know what's wrong, Commissioner, as well as I do. Same old trouble with my dad-busted snifter valve.
That's no excuse. You've always had trouble with your snifter valve, Charlie.
Let's not get personal, Commissioner. And if you don't like the way I run things out here, you can get yourself another boy.
Charlie, don't be like that. Just get the pressure up, or I'll get myself another boy. Hope you didn't hear that. Oh, well.
Don't come in here, Uncle Mort. I just waxed the floor. Are you through outside already?
Through? Well, no, Marjorie. I thought I'd relax a second till Charlie gets the pressure up.
Well, not in here. It isn't dry yet.
Well, the den, then, I guess.
Don't come in here, Mr. Gildersleeve. I ain't had to.
Don't worry. Just 6 years old. Well, there's always the hall couch.
Coming through, Unky Rugs. And don't light there. I'm cleaning the hall next.
Don't worry. I'm going.
Who's going?
I'm going.
Okay.
All right, George, I'll go down to Peavy's and get some cigars. Driven out of my own house. Pushed around, run over. I'm nobody. I just pay the bills around here, that's all. And you'd think somebody'd clean this car for me sometime.
Hey, can I go?
No!
Mr. Bullard was pretty mad about me burning the trash on his back lot, huh?
Who told you you could carry matches, young man?
Matches? I've been carrying them for 5 years.
Hereafter don't. Unless you get permission from me first.
Permission? To carry matches? For God's sake.
Get out of the way, Leroy. Get out of the way. I've got to back out. Darn hedges. Like backing the car through a jungle. Have to get the clippers after him pretty soon. I think I'll turn up the street instead of down. Oop! Well, no damage done, I hope, mister.
You again, Gildersleeve?
Oh, Bullard.
Gildersleeve, how far do you think you can go with me? Just look at my fender.
Huh?
Look at it. You'll pay for this.
Just a minute, Bullard. Who's to say who's at fault?
It's perfectly obvious to me, Gildersleeve. Look how you were turning. Going up the wrong side of the street. You always turn the other way. I've watched you.
Peeping Tom.
I believe you did this deliberately. I'm not a well man, Gildersleeve. My nerves. And this isn't doing them any good. I may be suffering from shock.
Let's talk this over, Bullard, huh? Arbitrate. That's the way to settle these things.
Gildersleeve, you can arbitrate with my lawyers.
Gildersleeve? What can I do you for?
I'm already done for, Peavey. Today has been one of those that try men's souls. Give me a couple of my cigars, Peavey.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Gildersleeve, but if I was shaking the way you are, I'd watch my smoking.
When I need advice along that line, I'll consult somebody who knows what he's talking about.
Well, I'll give you your change and you can go consult him.
I'm sorry, Peavey. I'm kind of on edge. Nerves. I just witnessed a horrible accident.
No?
2 men backing out of their driveways. Horrible thing. Dented one of the fenders.
Well, that doesn't sound too horrible.
You just don't know, Peavey. You've never dented anybody else's fender.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I scratched one once.
You did? Did he sue you, Peavey?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you weren't one of the...
I'm asking this for a friend.
Oh.
You see, this friend of mine was in the accident with not a friend of mine.
Oh, now I have it clear. Was anybody hurt?
No.
Well, as I see it, Mr. Gildersleeve, there's no reason for you to be quaking like an aspen.
You didn't see it, Peavey. You weren't there.
I understand that, but it sounds pretty much like the time I scratched the party's fender.
Oh? Who paid? What happened?
Nothing. There was a temporary flurry of excitement, but it all blew over in a few minutes. By the next day, everybody had forgotten about it. Everybody, that is, except Mrs. Peavey.
Oh?
I wouldn't worry about your friend if I were you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavey, you're right. By George, I'm making mountains out of molehills. It was an unavoidable thing. Nobody was hurt. What have I got to... what has my friend got to worry about? Well, Peavey, I'll be running along home.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Peavey?
I wonder if you'd mind dropping this prescription off at Mr. Bullard's house.
Bullard? Is he...
Confined to his home, suffering from shock, they say.
Peavey, I'm not taking anything to Bullard. Ye gods, I gotta find Judge Hooker.
Well, now, what's the matter with him, I wonder?
Wonder what's taking Hooker so long. Sent him over to Bullard's an hour ago. Maybe making a deal behind my back, for all I know. I wouldn't put it past him. Anything can happen in a lawsuit. I'll take everything I've got. Poor Marjorie. Little Leroy. Thrown out of our home just when we made it snug for the winter. Yeah, there he is, the old turncoat.
Well, Gildy.
Don't Gildy me. It's about time, Hooker.
It took a little longer than I thought.
Well, what'd you find out?
A number of things came to light which have a direct bearing on the case, Gildersleeve. Things you're not aware of, apparently, but nevertheless, they're important.
There's only one important thing about a lawsuit, Hooker. Who pays?
Well, I'm coming to that. I might say that after conferring with Mr. Bullard and examining all the evidence, it was comparatively easy to place the blame where it belonged.
I knew it. Go ahead, Hooker. Tell me I haven't got a leg to stand on. Admit you don't want to represent a loser.
Now, Gildersleeve, you know I never kicked a dog when he was down.
I'm no dog, Hooker.
I didn't say you were.
This isn't the first time we've been on opposite sides of the fence.
I'll admit that we've had our differences in the past.
She doesn't live here anymore.
Trouble with you, Gildersleeve, is that you won't listen to reason. You won't...
I've heard enough, Hooker. Now get out.
All right. You aren't going to let me explain that Bullard hasn't a case, and there's nothing for you to worry about.
There isn't? There's nothing to worry about? Well, sit down, Horace, old friend. Would you like to stay for dinner?
That's better. You've been ranting like a wild man.
Forgive me, Horace. I wasn't myself. When a man is standing in the shadow of a lawsuit for things like shock...
The only shock Bullard had was when he found out the accident was his fault.
Oh? I knew it all the time anyway. Go on, Horace.
Well, we discovered that his brakes didn't work.
Huh?
Leaky brake drum.
Leaky brakes, eh? Well, a leaky brake. Horace, you old goat. Why didn't you tell me?
How could I? Wait a minute, Gildy.
Huh?
Do I hear something dripping?
Must be Bullard's leaky brakes.
Look, there's a puddle right on the floor.
Water!
And another on the Davenport.
What?
Gildy, your roof's leaking.
Oh, my goodness, the storms have come and the roof isn't ready. Judge, get some pans.
Yeah.
Get a bucket. Come on, spread them around. It's a flood.
Phone Gildy.
Probably the Red Cross.
Wait a minute, Gildy. That's strange.
What's strange? Plug the leaks, man the pants. Marjorie, Leroy, Bertie.
Gildy, look outside. The sun is shining.
Oh, my goodness, the hose. I left it up on the roof. Out of the way, Judge. I gotta get that hose out of there.
Aren't you going to answer the phone?
Yeah, this is Bullard's fault. I'll sue him. Hello.
Hello, Commissioner. Charlie Anderson out of the reservoir. How do you like the water pressure now?
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very soon. Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Try it soon. Discover for yourself how good parquet tastes when you spread it on bread, toast, and rolls. It's true. Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Look first for the margarine of Kraft quality. Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is parquet.
Parquet margarine, P-A-R-K-A-Y, it's wonderful.
My lands, just look at this living room, and right after I spent the whole day cleaning.
It wouldn't have happened if Uncle Mort hadn't suddenly decided to get everything snug for the winter.
Well, we sure look like we're standing in the middle of some mighty tough weather.
Now, Bertie, Marjorie, I'll assume full responsibility. I'll straighten up the room myself. I don't want either one of you to lift a finger. Bertie, you run right along and see about dinner.
All right, Miss Gildersleeve.
Let's see. The rug is soaked. You and I better roll it up and take it outside to dry, Marjorie. Where's Leroy?
Here, Unc.
Grab an end, my boy. Wet rug's pretty hard to handle.
Okay.
Wait a minute. What's this? Old papers under the rug. Leroy.
I didn't do it. That's some of your stuff.
It's what I left the office for. The water supply report.
All wet, huh?
Well, it's the best we've got. Well, this is important. Better take it right down to the office.
Uncle Mort, on Saturday night? And leave the living room looking like this?
Well, you and Bertie give it a lick and a promise, my dear. I got business to attend to. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Good night.
Listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Have you tried Pabstet? It's a cheese food that's really different, rich in mellow cheddar cheese flavor, easy to serve in a variety of tempting ways. Pabstet spreads easily for sandwiches and snacks, melts smoothly into rich golden cheese sauces, slices in a distinctive way, for Pabstet can be cut into neat wedges when chilled for serving with fruit or pie desserts. Why not buy both varieties of this delicious, nourishing cheese food? Ask for golden cheddar Pabstet or pimento Pabstet. Pabstet-ETT. Pabstet cheese food. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine, Parkay, why, it's wonderful. The Great Gildersleeve is trudging manfully home from the office. Our water commissioner's a bit tired, perhaps, but his pudgy face reflects the contentment of a day's work well done. A little thrill of pride surges through him as he reaches the border of his domain. He is the king, and yonder lies his castle. His Majesty stops and surveys his kingdom.
Mustn't forget to put the cans out tonight. Oh, Leroy skates again. I've got to talk to him about this. Anybody home? Oh, hello, Bertie.
Evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. Have a good day.
Yes, thank you, Bertie.
Oh, Miss Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Don't forget, tonight's can night.
Yes, I know. Any mail?
Yes, I put some down the mantel.
Thank you, Bertie.
You won't forget about tonight.
What?
It's can night.
Yeah, all right, Bertie. Looks like they're all bills. What's this?
What's what, Miss Gildersleeve?
This letter isn't for us. It's for a Mr. E.L. Hoffman. Know anybody by that name?
No, sir.
That's funny. Right address, but wrong name. It's from some summer resort. Lake Contentment. Probably a circular. Well, anyway, it doesn't belong to us.
Want me to stick it back in the mailbox?
No, I'll take care of it, Bertie. I'll give it to the mailman in the morning. Forgot to give that letter to the mailman this morning. Well, I'll take care of it tomorrow. Must do that. That letter's still here. I must give that back tomorrow without fail. Bertie, remind me to give this letter back tomorrow, will you? It's been here for over a week. Let's be on our toes, Bertie.
Tomorrow comes. The great man is lingering over his last morning cup of coffee.
Miss Gildersleeve, the mailman's here.
Huh?
I told him you had a letter for him.
What letter?
You said that I should remind you.
Oh, that letter. You can give it to him, Bertie. It's on the mantel.
Yes, sir. I don't see it, Miss Gildersleeve.
What?
It's not on the mantel.
It was there last night, Bertie. It doesn't have legs. I don't think it got up and walked away.
Well, it's not there. The mailman's waiting.
Oh, suppose I'll have to find it. Did you look all over the mantel?
Yes, sir.
Under things?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's take another look. What's Leroy's catcher's mitt doing up here? Not under there. Maybe it's mixed up in these movie magazines.
I looked under Clark Gable. It's not there.
Never saw so much junk. That candy cane has been there since last Christmas. And what's this? Oh, my insurance policy. Bertie, we've got to keep this mantel cleared off.
I tried, but it's a losing battle. Uh-oh, that's the mailman. What shall I tell him?
Tell him to hold his horses. What's the matter with him?
It's that new mailman. Looks real like a crab to me.
Oh, well, you tell him we'll give him the letter tomorrow. It's here someplace.
Well, he ain't gonna like it.
What's he worrying about? No skin off his nose. You'll get his letter. Could have sworn it was on this mantel. I'll take one more look. Might be under the clock. Nope. Here's my garage key. Wonder where that was.
Miss Gildersleeve?
Well?
He says he wants that letter now.
What?
Yes, sir. He says you're holding up the U.S. mail.
Who does he think he is?
That's what he said.
Well, he's not going to bully me. After all, he's a public servant. I'm a taxpayer. Why, I pay his salary. Part of it, anyway. He wouldn't have a job if it weren't for me. He'd better be careful what he says.
Yes, sir.
He'd better watch his step. It's time somebody told him a thing or two. Put him in his place. I'm not working for him. He's working for me. He better remember that.
Why don't you tell him, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I will.
Well?
Good morning.
Did you find that letter?
Well, no, I'm sorry about that. I thought it was on the mantel.
Oh.
It was there yesterday. I can't imagine what happened to it. Awfully sorry. Hope I haven't inconvenienced you.
Well, that's all right. I'll drop by again.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you. Thanks.
Not at all. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye. Nice fellow, Bertie. What's the matter, Bertie?
You sure told him.
Good morning, Bessie. Bessie, I said good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Any calls this morning? Bessie.
Oh, what'd you say?
Bessie, take a letter.
What?
Dear Bessie, if you wish to remain in the employ of the Summerfield Department of Water, I suggest you do your daydreaming at home on your own time. Yours truly, Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
How many copies? Oh, you're joking.
That's what you think. Now stop staring out of the window and let's get some work done around here.
Yes, sir.
You'd better finish that report for the mayor. Where's my fountain pen? Guess it's in my pocket. What's this?
What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve?
What? Nothing, Bessie. I just found a letter. It came to my house by mistake. Bessie, you better take this right down to the post office.
But what about the report?
The report can wait. This is important, Bessie. Can't hold up the United States mail. Go on, Bessie. Get on your motorcycle.
Motorcycle?
Figure of speech, Bessie. Here you are. Now get going.
This letter looks familiar. Mr. E.L. Hoffman.
You know him?
I sent him a water bill last week. Why, this is it.
What?
I don't know how I got your address on it. Guess I made a mistake.
You guess?
I wondered why we hadn't heard from him.
Ye gods, where did you get these envelopes? They're from some summer resort.
I had a few left over.
What?
Well, that's where I spent my vacation, Lake Contentment. It was a wonderful place.
Bessie, for your information, this is the city water department, not a lake.
Well, last week when we ran out of envelopes, you said we couldn't afford to buy any. I should use whatever I had. That's what you told me.
All right, Bessie, but you didn't have to use these. Look what it says. Forget your worries. Just be gay. It's time to take a holiday. Now, how do you expect people to pay their water bills when we send them stuff like that? No wonder no collections came in this month.
I try to do my best.
Bessie, this is the last straw. The straw that broke the camel's back. I've tried to be patient, but this time you've made one mistake too many. You've been here a long time, Bessie, but I've got to think of the department. It's bigger than both of us. It's much...
Oh, Mr.
Bessie! Bessie, I didn't mean it. Guess I lost my head. We all make mistakes. What if they don't pay their water bills? What the heck? Bessie, blow your nose.
Oh, Martin, why did you leave me?
Martin? Who's Martin?
I met him at Lake Contentment. He won the athletic tournament. He chinned himself 25 times.
Yeah, one of those summer camp show-offs.
Oh, no. Martin's a wonderful boy, but he's so moody. Oh, why did we have that silly quarrel?
Well, I wouldn't worry, Bessie. Martin will come back.
No, he won't. You don't know what I've been through this week, Mr. Gildersleeve. Every night I lay awake and cry. That's why I've been dozing in the office.
Yeah.
I just know I'm going to lose him. Plain little me.
Why, that's nonsense, Bessie. You're as attractive as any girl. Well, a lot of girls. All you need is to spruce up a little bit. Look at that dress you're wearing. Get a new one, something flashy. That's what men like. Come on, Bessie. I'll go with you and help you pick one out. It's for the good of the water department.
Mr. Gildersleeve, do you think he might like one of those new long skirts?
Long skirts? Don't cover him up, Bessie.
Romance is like business. It pays to advertise. That was an excellent dinner, Bertie. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Give my compliments to the chef.
I'll do that.
You're a card, Unc.
My, you're in a good humor tonight, Uncle Mort.
Well, I guess I am. Little personnel problem came up at the office today, children. And if I do say so myself, I handled it rather neatly.
Oh.
Matter of fact, it's rather an interesting story. When I got to the office this morning, Leroy,
Huh?
we don't leave the table without asking to be excused.
Okay. Can I be excused?
No. You're going to sit here and listen to this. You can learn something.
Okay.
Well, when I got down to the office, I found Bessie.
Who do you expect to find?
Leroy. I'm in a good humor, young man, but don't push me too far.
Don't mind him, Unky. I'm listening.
Thank you, my dear. Well, to make a long story short, when I got to the office this morning, I got there bright and early. The morning hours are the best for working, you know. Leroy, we put our hand over our mouth when we yawn. Where are your manners?
Keep going, Unc. I'm listening.
Well, when I got to the office, I found Bessie. The poor girl had been fluttering around all week like a nervous canary. Then I found out what the trouble was. What do you think? She'd been having trouble with her boyfriend.
Lester?
No, a new one. Some fellow named Martin. Well, I knew if I wanted to get the office running smoothly again, I'd have to do something. That's where the psychology came in. So, I got an idea.
Phone, I'll get it, Unc. No, I will. I'm expecting a call from Francie.
You'll sit there, both of you. Bertie will get it. Bertie!
I'll get it.
We don't all leap to our feet every time the phone rings. This isn't a firehouse.
It's you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Telephone.
All right.
See you later, Unc.
You'll remain right here, both of you. For once, we're going to have some after-dinner conversation in this house, like civilized people.
Mr. Gildersleeve, telephone.
Coming! Hello?
Mr. Gildersleeve, this is Bessie.
Oh, well, how are you, Bessie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I just saw Martin.
Martin, well, that's wonderful. So you two got together, eh? Well, how'd Martin like the new dress? Bessie, what's the matter?
Martin's mad at me again. He's mad at you, too.
What?
He says you've changed me. I'm not the old Bessie anymore. He says you had no business making me over. He wants the old Bessie.
All right.
Not the new Bessie.
Ye gods.
He says I'll never be the old Bessie again. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm so upset.
Huh?
Oh, do you mind if I don't come to work tomorrow?
Oh!
Goodbye.
Bessie! Gee, someday I'll fire that girl.
More about the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. As the parquet reporter, it's my job to keep posted on how the Summerfield folks feel about parquet, the margarine of craft quality. So, the other day, I said, Marjorie, what do you think of parquet?
Oh, I think it's wonderful. I'm on the way to the store to get some now.
Oh, good for you. I suppose you're going right up to the counter and say, give me a pound of parquet, a margarine of craft quality, made from carefully selected products of American farms.
I'll say nothing of the kind.
Well, maybe you're going to ask for parquet, the margarine with a finer, fresher flavor. The margarine that's so good on rolls, pancakes, muffins, or waffles.
I'd feel silly saying all that. All I want is a pound of parquet.
Well, why not ask for that rich, smooth, wholesome margarine, each pound of which contains 15,000 units of valuable vitamin A?
Look, Mr. Wald, I'm going to buy parquet, not sell it.
Well, why not say I'd like a pound of delicious, flavor-fresh parquet, a favorite spread for America's bread?
How you announcers do go on. I'm just going to say 1 pound of parquet, please.
Well, I guess that'll do the trick. After all, every day, millions of women all over America say, parquet, please, because it tastes so good. That's parquet margarine made by Kraft. P-A-R-K-A-Y, it's wonderful. Well, this has been another bad day for the great Gildersleeve. Bessie was too upset to come to the office, so all work is at a standstill. It's evening now, and to forget his troubles, the great man is climbing the stairs to the Jolly Boys clubhouse over Floyd Munson's barber shop.
Well, if it ain't the commish.
Oh, hello, Floyd.
Hi, Commissioner.
Hello, Chief. How's the watchdog of the law tonight?
Oh, can't complain.
Well, who's that under the moose head?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy. Speaking of moose heads, where's the old goat?
Oh, the judge couldn't come tonight. Had a little heavy law work. Well, Commissioner, we've missed your off-key baritone.
You should talk, Chief, with that foghorn bass of yours.
Where you been keeping yourself?
Well, I've been pretty busy. Had a lot of things to do.
Why, sure, Chief. Haven't you heard? The commissioner's got a new sideline these days.
What's that?
Picking out dresses for young ladies.
What?
Well, what do you know?
What are you talking about, Floyd?
Don't play possum, Commish. You're a slick article, all right. Who'd have thought that you and Bessie would be schmoozing around?
Oh! Now look here, you fellows.
Come clean, Commissioner. When did this love match start?
Confounded, where did you ever get such a silly idea like that?
Well, I don't like to spread any gossip.
Not much you don't.
But the missus was down doing a little shopping at Hogan Brothers yesterday. Well, you could have knocked her over with a feather when she saw you in the ladies' ready-to-wear department.
I can explain that.
That should be very interesting, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Who asked you for your opinion?
Well, if you want to buy a dress for some young lady, that's your own affair.
I didn't pay for the dress.
Just like in the movies. The boss and the secretary get a pass for each other.
Ye gods, Chief.
Does she ever take dictation sitting on your lap?
Floyd? I've had about enough of you and your pool room mind.
Don't be so touchy, Commish. We're proud of you.
What?
Yeah. Understand you took her away from a younger man. Makes us older fellas feel pretty good.
How'd you do it, Commish? Vitamins?
Oh! I've had enough of this. The whole thing is ridiculous. Just because I did a little innocent thing, tried to help somebody, this is what I get. I give you my word, fellas. All I was trying to do was dress Bessie up a little. Help her win her boyfriend back.
Sure.
That's the truth.
Hey, Commissioner, where you going?
I'm going home. Jolly boys.
Come on, we didn't mean anything, Commissioner.
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I assure you there was no offense intended.
You keep your 2 cents out of this, Peavy.
Oh, come on, Commish. Cool off. Have a Coke.
How about a song?
I don't feel like singing.
Don't be like that, Commissioner. We're all pals. Let's gather around the old piano and give out with a little harmony. What do you say?
Well...
Come on, Mr. Gildersleeve. Let's put our arms around each other's shoulders just like true jolly boys.
You old hypocrite.
Floyd, how about massaging the ivory?
Okay, Chief.
Well, what'll it be, man?
How about this one?
Floyd!
Here's a rollicking number. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer true.
Hey, we haven't done this one lately.
Hey, that's it, take good.
And don't sing in my ear, Peavy. Face the piano.
When you wore a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose. When you caressed me, 'twas then heaven blessed me, what a blessing, and no one knows. You made life cheery when you called me dearie, 'twas down where the bluegrass grows. Right on the nose. Your lips were sweeter than julep when you wore a tulip, and I wore a big red rose. A big red rose.
Quite melodious.
Yeah, hello, Judge.
Hooker!
Look what the wind blew in.
Well, this is an unexpected pleasure. Thought you were pounding the law books tonight.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid I am the harbinger of bad news.
What's up, Judge?
My purpose in coming here is to warn one of our members of possible danger. Sort of a message to Garcia.
Speak English, Horace.
Well, it concerns you, Gildy.
What?
I'm afraid you're in for some trouble.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'll make it brief. A while ago, I decided to take a little constitutional. And I happened to pass your house, Gildy. And, throat's a little dry. Wonder if I might have a Coke.
Later, Judge. Come to the point.
Well, as I was saying, Gildy, I happened to pass your house.
Yes, yes.
Well, I observed an extremely large young man pacing up and down. He appeared to be in a violent state. Having heard about your recent peccadillos with your secretary, Gildy, I recognized the young man as your rival.
What happened?
Well, I realized a friend's life was in danger. I knew this young giant would have to be removed from the premises, by force if necessary. This was the time for action. I studied him carefully, looking for an opening.
Then what'd you do?
I decided to run right down here and tell you, Gildy.
Well, thank you very much, Judge.
Not at all.
Did he have a gun?
Well, I didn't notice. Wouldn't surprise me, though.
Yes, they usually do.
Gee, I can just see the headlines. Love-crazed youth shoots rival in the stomach.
Oh, that's not funny.
Well, I've done my duty. I think I'll be running along.
Me too.
Yep, might as well bust it up, I guess.
Wait a minute, fellas. What's the rush? Evening's young yet.
Sorry, Commissioner. Got a heavy day at the shop tomorrow.
How about a little poker, fellas? Come on. You know I always lose.
Not tonight.
Well, good night.
Wait a minute, Judge.
What?
I'll walk with you. You go past my house. It's on your way.
Sorry, I'm going the other way tonight, Gildy. Good night, gentlemen.
Well, don't look at me, Commissioner. I don't live out your way.
Fine friends.
What's the matter? Scared to go home?
I didn't say that.
Why don't you get the chief to escort you? He's a cop. He gets paid for it.
Not so fast, Floyd. I'm off duty. Besides, I don't have my badge.
A fine excuse. Head of the police force. Won't even protect the life of an innocent citizen. All you care about is handing out traffic tickets. You let a dangerous criminal run around the streets waving a gun right under your nose.
Hold on, Commissioner. This fella hasn't done anything. My job is to catch criminals after they commit a crime. You just let him shoot you. Then watch me go into action. I'll have him behind bars before dawn, fingerprinted and everything.
A lot of good that'll do me, stretched out cold on the front lawn.
Sorry, that's the law. Come on, Floyd.
See you in the morning, Commish. I hope.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if I can be of any service.
What? Oh, well, come on, Peavey. You're better than nothing.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Well, good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavey, wait a minute. What are you going in there for?
I live here.
Oh. Yeah. So dark, I didn't see the house.
Well, good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavey, want to stay out and talk a while?
Not particularly. Well...
Say, it's kind of chilly. Cup of coffee would be nice. Mrs. Peavey makes wonderful coffee.
Yes, she does. I think I'll go in and have a cup.
Well, I'm in no hurry. I could come in and have a cup with you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but Mrs. Peavey doesn't like to have anyone see her with her hair up in curlers. I try to avoid it myself.
Well...
If I were you, I'd just go home and get a good night's sleep.
Sleep? But Peavey...
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavey! Gone. I'm all alone. Well, I guess I better go home. Can't stay here all night. Or can I? No. Pull yourself together, Gildersleeve. What are you afraid of? Face it like a man. What's that? Oh, the cat. Yeah, kitty, 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 kitty. Yeah, nice kitty. Am I glad to see you. Going my way? Wonder if he's still in front of my house. Guess he is. Probably hiding behind some bush, waiting to pounce on me like a hungry panther. What's that? Something behind that telephone pole. I saw it move. Wonder if that's him. I could just peek around. It moved again. Looks awfully big. Oh, it's my shadow. How do I get into these silly things? All I did was try to make Bessie happy. I could have just explained that to this young madman before he pulls the trigger. Almost there. Don't see anybody. Too dark to see anyway. Well. Why should I be afraid? Got a right to go into my own house. I'd like to see him stop me. I don't care if he did shit himself 25 times. Just let him try, that's all. You'll find out. I'm not going down without a fight. If I can only make the house. Hope the door's unlocked. There's the porch. Oh! Darn roller skates. Door's stuck. Made it.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy!
What are you shaking for, Unc?
Leroy, have you seen anybody outside tonight?
Sure, Bessie's boyfriend.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, he's not here anymore, Unc. He said he couldn't wait.
Oh, he couldn't?
He gave me a message for you. Said he wanted to thank you for what you did.
Huh?
He said he was wrong. He took another look at the old Bessie.
Yeah?
He said he liked the new Bessie better.
Oh,
What's he talking about?
my boy, you're a little angel.
I am?
Yes. And Leroy, there's another thing I want to say to you.
What's that, Unc?
Get those skates off the front steps. I almost broke my neck. Good night, Leroy.
Boy, what a character.
Leroy?
Yeah, Unc, you want me?
Did you take those roller skates off the front steps?
Sure I did, Unc. I brought him inside.
Oh, good. Leroy, I want you to listen to this. I got a letter today from the National Safety Council. It says that every year thousands of people are injured in American homes just because of carelessness, because things are left around for people to fall over. We don't want that to happen around here, do we?
No, Unc.
You run up to bed, my boy.
Okay. Good night, Unc.
Little Leroy. Folks, let's all be a little more careful to avoid accidents around the house. Remember, there's no place like home when it's a safe home. Well, off to Betty bye. Good night, folks. Oh! Leroy!
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Jack Robinson and Gene Stone with music by Jack Meakin. In addition to our regular cast, you heard Arthur Q. Bryan, Ken Christie, and Gloria Holliday. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. And remember, many sections of the country will be back on Standard Time next Wednesday. Be sure to check your local paper for our broadcast time.
Ladies, when you're in a hurry and the family's hungry, here's a quick, easy way to satisfy appetites. Serve Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food. Children love Pabstet's mellow cheddar flavor on crackers or toasted sandwiches. And for main dish treats, you can have a smooth, golden Pabstet cheese sauce ready in a jiffy for perking up the flavor of macaroni, egg, and hot vegetable dishes. Get both delicious varieties, golden cheddar and pimento Pabstet, for a variety of menu uses. Ask for PABST-ETT, Pabstet cheese food.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Well,
Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say.
Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Their favorite margarine is Parquet.
P-A-R-K-A-Y, it's wonderful. There's a well-known problem in the Gildersleeve household. If it isn't Leroy running through the house, it's Leroy running up the stairs.
Oh, Leroy, take it easy.
And it's always Leroy running through his shoes, which is quite a running problem to the great Gildersleeve.
Bank statements. Hate 'em. Look at this. Every other check. Shoes for Leroy. Shoes for Leroy. Leroy, come down here.
You call me up?
And don't run. Oh.
What's up, Unc?
Leroy, you've been running through too many pairs of shoes. What happens to them?
Gosh, I'm on my feet a lot, Unc.
Well, try to sit down more often like I do. Let me see those soles. Oh, for goodness sake. How do you do it, Leroy?
No brakes on my bicycle.
What am I going to do with you, young man?
Buy me a new bike?
No. We're going down to Hogan Brothers in the morning and buy you a new pair of shoes with pig iron soles. If you're going to run through the house like a horse, you might as well look like one. Why isn't that boy ready? Keep me waiting like this. Here it is, nearly 9 o'clock. Why didn't he wash his feet last night? He knows very well that... Leroy!
I'm coming. Not so loud, Unc.
Well, get a move on. Why are you tiptoeing?
You said to take it easy on the shoes.
It's a little late for that pair. Look at those toes. Like blown-out firecrackers.
Take it easy, Unc. You might wake Marge. She's still asleep.
And since when have you become so interested in your sister's sleep? Shh. Don't go shushing me in my own house. What is this?
Leroy, don't you leave.
Oh, Unc, see? You woke her up.
Leroy Forrester, don't you dare try to sneak out of the house without asking for it first. Good morning, Uncle Mort.
Good morning, my dear.
Who's sneaking out? Just trying to let you get your beauty sleep. Why didn't you sleep till noon, Marge?
And don't try to be funny. Ask him for it now.
What is this?
I'll ask him on the way downtown. See you later, Marge.
Leroy Forrester, you ask him for it now.
Yes, Leroy, for goodness sake, ask me.
Go on. I want my $1.80.
Your $1.80?
He's been borrowing nickels and dimes from me long enough. He never pays them back, the little weasel.
Little young man?
And I just have to get those new Ken Carson records. Ask him, Leroy. I want my money.
Well, can I have my October allowance, Unc?
Your October allowance? If you remember correctly, I just gave you your November allowance.
Okay, my December allowance.
Leroy, you're up to your ears in debt again. What are we going to do with you?
Well, you can't throw me into prison. I learned that in school. You used to could throw a guy in debtor's prison, but Miss Goodwin says that...
No one has any intention of throwing you into prison. Have you, Marjorie? No. But you must learn to pay your debts.
Why? If they can't throw you into prison...
That's not the proper attitude, young man. How do you ever expect to get any place in this world if you can't borrow money? Borrow and pay back. Borrow and pay back. That's the American way of life. You know that. And you can't expect to borrow without credit.
What about my money, Uncle Mort?
Huh? Oh, yes. Here you are, my dear. December, Leroy.
Thanks, Unky.
How about thanking me?
Huh?
All the dirty things to do, attaching a guy's allowance. Holy cow, now I won't have any money till Christmas. Hey, Unc, how about raising my allowance $1 so I won't always be embarrassing my relatives?
I'll do no such thing. If you want more money, you can earn it.
Gosh, probably I'll have to sell papers. Standing around on a drafty old street corner.
A lot of big men started their fortunes selling newspapers. It's a very honorable profession for boys. Hard work, small pay, long hours, but honorable.
Okay, Unc, you've convinced me.
Good.
I'll take better care of the money you give me.
You bet you will. You'll take your responsibilities more seriously. You can't go around borrowing money with no intention of paying it back. Good credit is money in the bank, Leroy. Remember that. Look at me. I don't owe a man in this whole town, and I can go to any of my friends and borrow $100 any time I want it.
$100?
Certainly, $100 or more. Well, I could. Now, who's that?
Well, good morning, Gildy. Hello, Leroy.
Hi.
Judge, you're just the man I want to see. Loan me $100.
What?
Loan me $100. You're a friend of mine, Horace.
$100?
Where are you going?
Goodbye.
Oh.
Credit slipping, honk.
It is not. Come back here, Horace. Horace, old pal, come back. What's the idea of running off like that?
What's the idea of frightening me like that? What do you need $100 for heaven's sake?
Well, if I ask for it, it must be important.
I'll say.
Leroy, you stay out of this. And you may go upstairs.
What for?
Well, wash your hands.
To go get a pair of shoes?
Yes. The judge and I want to have a little talk.
Oh, for corn's sake.
I'm sorry if I embarrassed you in front of your nephew, Gildy, but $100.
Forget it, Judge. Just write me a check before Leroy comes back, and I'll explain later.
Not so fast, Gildy. I'm sorry if you're in financial difficulty, but if you can't make both ends meet, get into something that pays instead of collecting your little dole from the city.
I resent that, Hooker.
If I've told you once, I've told you 100 times, you're just vegetating in the water department. You're becoming a big fat water lily.
Listen, you old goat.
Now, Gildy.
Will you try to listen for a minute? Horace, I'm only doing this for Leroy's benefit.
For Leroy's benefit? Well, you make a touching appeal, Gildy. But...
Oh, for goodness sake. Come on, Leroy, we're going downtown. Leroy, what's holding you up now?
I'm washing my hands.
What for? We're just going down to get some shoes. That boy.
Miss Gildersleeve. Miss Gildersleeve, you leaving now?
Yes, Bertie. What is it?
Nothing except this is grocery day. Good morning, Judge.
Morning, Bertie. Beautiful morning.
It sure is, Judge. Grocery day, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What? Didn't I give you this week's grocery money, Bertie?
Yes, sir, but we bought that ham, you know, and when you buy ham these days, you're dealing in high finance.
Yes. How much, Bertie?
Well, we're out of eggs. You and Leroy ate the last half dozen this morning. And then we need sugar and coffee and potatoes. You want to see the list?
No. How much, Bertie?
Well, $20 ought to do it.
Well, see you later, Gildy.
You needn't rush away, Judge. I've got grocery money. Step along, Leroy. I've got other things to do today.
Oh, gosh, Unc, if you haven't got time, why don't you let me pick out my own shoes?
This thing needs supervision, young man.
But I'm a big kid.
You're still a little boy, even if you do have a man-sized foot.
I'll bring back the change, honest.
Well, you have to learn how to take care of money sometime, I guess. Gave Bertie all my big bills. Come along, Leroy. I'll have to go down to the bank and get some money anyway.
Way down there and back? Can't you borrow it from one of your friends?
Leroy.
All your friends aren't like Judge Hooker, are they?
Judge Hooker is no longer a friend.
There's Mr. Munson in his barber shop. He's a friend of yours.
Well, yes, he is.
And if we're in a hurry...
All right, come on, Leroy. The trouble with you is that you always have to be shown.
Hi, Commish. Wondered if you were coming in.
Morning, Floyd.
Leroy, how they going?
Swell.
Well, what'll it be? Haircut, Commish? Hop right up.
No, not today, Floyd.
Shave for Leroy? Well, what can I do for you?
Well, Floyd, we just dropped in to,
You want me to ask him?
I'll handle this. Floyd, how much money do you have in the till?
Well, let me see. It just opened up. Chief Gates was in for a haircut and a shave. Cut him. Chief has a bad mole, ugly place right on his face.
Come on, Floyd. How much do you have?
Well, a haircut and a shave's only $1.25. No tip. Cut him.
That's not enough. How much do you have under the towels?
Under the towels?
I know you keep the big stuff under the towels, Floyd. All barbers do. Let's see it.
Why?
Gee, have you got $100 under there, Mr. Munson?
Yes, Floyd. Let me have $100.
$100? Kidding, huh? Aren't you?
No, I'm not, Floyd. You're a friend of mine, a fellow jolly boy. Lend me $100.
Commissioner, if I had 100 clams, I wouldn't be cutting hair. I'd skip town so fast nobody'd know which way I went. Say, you're not thinking of...
Don't be ridiculous, Floyd, and stop beating around the bush. I have to get down to Hogan Brothers.
Oh? That little secretary of yours putting a squeeze on you for another dress?
No, Floyd.
Can't squeeze the secretary without getting squeezed right back, huh, Commissioner?
Now, see here, Floyd, that was a misunderstanding, and you know it.
Well, what do we talk about now?
We're talking about money, Floyd. Let's see what's in the bag.
What bag?
The bag under the towels.
Oh, that. That's my lunch.
Your lunch? Let me see.
Just a minute, Commish.
Uh-huh. What kind of a lunch is that, Floyd?
Bologna sandwiches.
Bologna is right. A fine friend you are. You can't even tell the truth.
Well, you haven't told me anything. Why do you want the dough? Did you lose your job? Mayor Terwilliger fire you again?
It's none of your business what I want the money for.
Okay, have it your way. But you can't expect to come in and put the sleeve on a guy without telling him why.
Oh, come on, Unc. We're not going to get any shoes this way.
Shoes? Hey, just a minute, Commish. If it's a matter of keeping the kid in shoes, why...
That's not the idea. I'm just trying to establish Leroy's credit. Come on, Leroy.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. The other day, in my capacity as the parquet reporter, I had a very interesting conversation with Judge Hooker. It all started when I said, Judge, what do you think...
Think of parquet? Well, son, I'll tell you. Parquet is my favorite spread for bread. Yes, sir. I think parquet is above par and okay.
Yes, Judge, but what do you think about...
Think about the vitamin content? Well, I'll tell you. I think the fact that parquet contains 15,000 units of vitamin A per pound is mighty important to every housewife.
And what about the
quality? I know it's made by Kraft, and that's all I need to know. If it's a Kraft product, it's a quality product. I know parquet is good.
Well, how about the
cost of parquet? Why, son, parquet is a real money saver. Now that food prices are so high, parquet is certainly easy on the food budget.
Look, Judge, why do you
buy parquet? I buy parquet because it tastes so good.
Yes, sir. Parquet does taste good. After all, millions of women all over America serve parquet, the Kraft quality margarine, for that very reason. Try parquet margarine. Parkay. It's wonderful. 3 times in its history, the Summerfield Telephone Exchange has been swamped. That time in 1922 when the glue factory blew up. The time Orson Welles broadcast from Mars. And the time Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve tried to borrow $100 to teach his nephew a lesson in credit. That's today.
I heard about it in the barber shop. Nobody seems to know how he went broke, but...
It's the most pitiful thing, Agnes. Borrowing money to buy shoes for his family. Our own water commissioner.
I stopped by this morning to give him a ride downtown, and he tried to hit me up for $100. The man needs help, Chief.
Yeah, okay, I'll tell him your phone, Chief Gates. Yeah, I'll tell him his credit's always good with you, huh? Okay, so long, Chief.
What's this, Leroy?
Oh, hi, Unc. You home?
What's this about my credit?
That was Chief Gates. Said he'd been talking to Judge Hooker, and if you needed money, why didn't you come to him?
Money? What's Hooker been up to now?
Gosh, I wish I had credit like you. Didn't think you could do it, Unc.
Yes, well, no matter, just so you've learned your lesson, my boy. The important thing is pay your debts promptly, when due. Then you'll always have good credit like I have.
Now, you've sure got it, Unc. They've been calling all afternoon.
Oh, who's been calling?
People trying to lend you money.
What is this, Leroy?
Not much. $5, $10, some 20.
What?
Oh, boy, there's another one. I'll get it.
Leroy, come back here. I'll get it. How did this get around town? Try to teach a child a lesson and... Hello. Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve. Dr. Pettibone? No, thanks, Doctor. I don't need any. Don't know how it ever got around. Rumors. Idle rumors. Yes, I'm sure. Goodbye.
Dr. Pettibone, huh? He called before.
Well, he won't call again, and nobody else had better call.
Let me get this one, Unc.
Never mind. I've got it. Hello? Yes? No. Goodbye. Confound it.
Who was that, Unc?
I don't know.
A lot of them said they were going to call back.
That's what they think.
What are you going to do, Unc?
Operator? Operator. Hello. I want to be disconnected. Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't be sorry. Just disconnect the telephone. Stop everything. Terminate the service. No more calls, do you hear? That's an order. How do these things happen?
Why don't you go in and sit down, Unc? You've had a tough day.
Yes, I have. I will. Zook.
Hello, Leroy. Hello, Uncle Mort.
Hi, Marge. Hey, you should have been here. A lot's been going on.
I know what's been going on, Leroy. Do you mind if I talk to Uncle Mort alone for a few minutes?
Sure, I was just going.
Well, Marjorie?
You poor old dear.
Huh?
Why didn't you tell me, Unky?
Tell you what.
I just want you to know that I'll do anything to help. And here's the $1.80. I didn't get the records.
Now, see here, Marjorie. What have you heard?
I wish I'd heard it from you rather than from the outside. Unky, I'll skimp. I'll go without.
Skimp? Oh, for goodness sake. There'll be no skimping nor going without around here. Marjorie, sit down. I have to talk to you. Little Marjorie.
Poor old Unky. Borrowing money on the street.
Marjorie! Marjorie, I want you to listen to me. Now stop that crying. Here, dry your eyes. There's nothing to be upset about, my dear. It was all a misunderstanding. Horrible mistake. Your old uncle has plenty of money. Well, enough anyway. You and Leroy will always have the best that money can buy. Is that clear?
Yes, Unky.
Well, now go upstairs, my dear, and compose yourself.
I'm home, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come out and see the roast beef. I got a lot of groceries.
Huh? Oh, hello, Bertie.
But you know something? That man down at the grocery store wouldn't let me pay for him.
What?
He said he understands. Said take as long as you want to pay.
Oh, Unky, you're being so noble.
Marjorie, come back here. Bertie?
What's the matter with her?
What's the matter with everybody around here?
I don't know, but that grocery man, he's crazy. That's what he is. He wouldn't take no money.
Well, he will take it.
No, sir, he won't. I kept fanning him with that $20 bill, and all he said was he understood.
Well, he doesn't understand. Bertie, you take that money back to him.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I wouldn't be looking no gift horse in the mouth, not at these prices.
How do I go about straightening this thing out? Put an ad in the newspaper? The paper probably wouldn't take my money. Telephone, Bertie. Telephone?
I'll get it.
No, I'll get it. I thought I told that operator.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Operator, I told you to discontinue our service.
We did, Mr. Gildersleeve, but one of your friends had your service reinstated and asked us to send the bill to him.
Who did that?
Oh, he said he preferred to remain anonymous.
Oh!
Peavy's Pharmacy. Oh, hello, Judge. No, I haven't seen him around today. $100. You don't say. No, he hasn't asked me yet. Well, I'll be watching for him. I'll talk to you later, Judge.
Hello, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for... It's a fine day, isn't it?
Peavy, it's mighty good to see you.
It is?
This is the one place a man can come when things aren't going right. You're always happy to see a person drop in.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Yes, sir, it's always good to come in here and talk to a real friend. By George, we've been pretty close, Peavy. You and I always have been able to talk about our personal problems.
Well, up to a point.
And we don't want to talk about them, we don't. Peavy, we're not going to talk about money, are we?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. As a matter of fact, I'd rather we didn't.
Huh?
But I want you to know that if you ever need anything in the way of pharmaceutical preparations, just come in and I'll be glad to put it on the books.
You too, Peavy.
Oh, it's just a friendly gesture, you understand. I wouldn't want it to get around to the rest of my trade.
Don't worry, Peavy. Now get this straight about my finances once and for all, will you? Well, hello, Eve.
Hello, Throckmorton. How nice to see you. Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Yeah, hello, Miss Goodwin.
Eve, it's good to see you. Have a Coke. A great big Coke.
Well, I don't...
Peavy, 2 large Cokes.
2 large Cokes, Mr. Gildersleeve? The large ones are 10, the small ones are 5.
You heard me, Peavy. 2 large Cokes.
I think I'd rather have a small one, Throckmorton.
Yes, Cokes are very filling.
2 large Cokes, Peavy. Who's doing the ordering?
I really couldn't drink a large one.
2 small Cokes coming up.
What? 2 large Cokes, Peavy. Confound it.
Well, 1 large Coke with 2 straws. A lot of people are drinking that way now.
Well, have it your own way, Peavy. 1 large Coke with 2 straws.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're still a schoolboy.
By George, Eve, this is wonderful. Let's step out tonight. I've had a hard day. Feel like doing the town.
Well, I was going to the library.
Library? Let's have dinner at the Sky Room, Eve. Much noisier. What the heck?
Oh, that sounds wonderful, Throckmorton.
The Sky Room, you say? I wouldn't be carried away, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What business is this of yours, Peavy?
Just speaking as a friend. Pardon me.
Yes. Well, here you are, Peavy.
No, let the Cokes be on me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Peavy.
What is this?
It's a pleasure, Miss Goodwin. Quite a rich bill of fare at the Sky Room, as I remember. Took Mrs. Peavy there on our wedding anniversary. Skipped 2 of the courses, and it still cost me nearly...
Peavy, I'm not interested in the cost.
Well, then I can't feel very sorry for you.
I don't want you to feel sorry for me, you or anybody else.
Please, Throckmorton, perhaps I should go to the library tonight.
But, Eve, what about our dinner?
Well, if you insist. But why don't we just go to the tea room? We've always enjoyed it there.
Yes, that's a sensible idea.
Why don't you take her to dinner, Peavy? I'm not hungry. I'll call you later, Eve.
Well, Throckmorton, where are you going?
I feel so bad I may even go to the office and work. Fine state of affairs that a man can't talk to a friend without being offered money. It's humiliating. I'll lock myself in the office. They'll never think to call me there.
Hey, Gildersleeve. Wait a minute, Gildy.
Oh, Hooker.
I've been looking all over for you. I've got great news. Your troubles are over.
Hooker, what do you mean by spreading this malicious gossip all over town? Are you trying to ruin my reputation?
I bring you glad tidings, Gildy.
Out of the way, Benedict Arnold.
The mayor's in his office and he wants to see you.
The mayor? Did you tell him, too?
I didn't tell him a thing. But you'd better stop in and see him. I understand he has a pleasant surprise for you.
I don't want any charity from Mayor Terwilliger or anybody else.
Who said anything about charity? Stop in and see him.
All right, I will, and I'll tell him. Terwilliger?
Well, Gildersleeve, come in. I have something here that will be of interest to you.
Well, I don't want it. And I want you and everybody else to know that I don't need money. I wouldn't accept a penny.
This is astonishing. Why do you say that, Gildersleeve?
Because I have money. Money in my pocket. Money in the bank. A war bond. Insurance. My house is paid for, practically. I don't need any money.
Well, I don't understand your attitude, Gildersleeve, but I do admire it. And I appreciate your being down here on Saturday afternoon, too, attending to business like I am. And why do we do it, Gildersleeve? Not for money. For the good of our fair city.
Oh, yes.
Well, Gildersleeve, you've robbed me of a great pleasure this afternoon, but I'm proud of you. It was to be my pleasant duty to report that at last week's council meeting we voted a rather substantial raise for you.
Raise? Yeah.
But if you won't take the money, we'll divert it into some other use. Yes, this is a big thing you're doing, Gildersleeve, and I know it'll give you great satisfaction to see me tear up this check.
Oh, but Mr. Mayor.
What did you say, Gildersleeve?
We'll see very shortly whether the great Gildersleeve can bounce back from that one. Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Try it soon. Discover for yourself how good parquet tastes when you spread it on bread, toast, and rolls. It's true, every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Look first for the margarine of Kraft quality. Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say.
Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Their favorite margarine is Parquet.
P-A-R-K-A-Y, it's wonderful.
Here's a letter for you, special delivery.
Oh, thank you, Bertie.
Must be important, special delivery on Sunday.
Yes, we'll see. From Mayor Terwilliger. Why is he writing me? Dear Gildersleeve, I have given the matter of your raise additional thought. I'm enclosing a check to cover the increase, which is retroactive from September the 1st. Well, rather than call a special meeting of the council to retract the appropriation, I find it'll be less costly to the city if you accept the money. Oh, how much is it? With less withholding tax, less Social Security, less 1948 campaign contribution. Pay to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve $4.13. What a raise, Terwilliger. It's a good thing it's Sunday, or I'd go down and tear up this check in his face. But I'll be cooled off by Monday. 4:13. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Good night.
Listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
If you're keeping a sharp eye on your food budget these days, here's an economical way to make leftovers taste extra good. Pour a rich golden Pabstet cheese sauce over leftovers of meat, chicken, vegetables, or fish. Presto, leftovers taste better than ever. Pabstet cheese food is a grand treat in snacks and sandwiches, too. And it's doubly delicious served with fruit or pie for dessert. Get Pabstet tomorrow in golden cheddar or pimento varieties. Ask for Pabst-ETT. Pabstet cheese food.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. "'Tis autumn, yes, beautiful autumn. In the words of the great poet Keats, season of mists and mellow fruitfulness. And in the words of the great Shelley, there is a harmony in autumn and a luster in its sky. And in the words of the great Gildersleeve,
autumn. Leaves all over the darn lawn. Leroy, I'd rake 'em up in one big pile.
Okay.
Leroy, I wouldn't leave little bunches around like that.
Oh, for corn's sake.
What's the trouble, Leroy?
You're making me nervous.
Now, we mustn't be afraid of a little work.
I'm doing all the work. You're just sitting up there on the porch.
Well, we made an agreement, young man. You agreed to rake the leaves. I agreed to pay you a quarter. We shook hands on it.
Okay, just don't make me nervous.
Uh-oh. Craig's coming over. Little red-headed pest. Hello, Craigie, my boy.
What you doing, Leroy? Beat it. What you doing? I'm raking the leaves. What's it look like I'm doing? We have a gardener to rake our leaves.
Little snob. And I wouldn't bother Leroy right now if I were you, Craig.
What are you putting the leaves in a big pile like that for? You heard what my uncle said. Beat it. I'm going to jump on the pile. You're not. I am. You're not.
Now, Craig, you stop bothering Leroy.
I'm going to jump on the pile.
No, you're not. Now, you go on home, you little...
Hey, darling, dinner's ready.
Hey, who's that? Yeah, never saw her before.
Craig.
Say, she's cute. Wonder what she's doing over at the Bullards. Craig, that nice young lady's calling you.
Dinner's ready.
All right.
I'll send him right over.
Thank you.
I could bring him over if you like. Won't be any trouble. He's awfully little to be crossing the street by himself.
I am not. I do it all the time.
Little Craigie.
Come on, Craig.
Well, have to get acquainted with her. Wonder who she is.
Here I come.
What?
Get out of here, you little freak.
What's the matter, Leroy?
You jumped on the pile. I have my back turned, you little freak. You leave me alone. Where do I get you?
Leroy, you stop chasing Craig.
I'll get you later, you little bum.
Leroy, you go on in the house. I'll talk to Craig.
Little bum, that's what he is. I'll get even with him.
Craig?
Yeah?
That nice young lady. Didn't know you had a visitor. Friend of the family?
I don't know.
Relative, maybe?
I don't know.
Is she staying long?
I don't know.
Well, she's at your house. You ought to know something.
Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies.
Get out of here. Go on, beat it. Go on home to supper.
Dinner.
What?
We call it dinner at our house.
Beat it. That girl looked awfully nice from here. Wonder if I get Bullard to introduce me. No. Guess he's still mad at me for backing into his car. Well, Columbus took a chance. I'll go over right after supper. Dinner. Supper. Hope Bullard doesn't bite my head off.
Oh, Gildersleeve.
Good evening, Mr. Bullard. I brought back this snow shovel I borrowed last winter. Sorry I kept it so long.
Oh, that's all right, Gildersleeve.
It is?
Anytime you want it again, don't hesitate to ask for it.
Well, then you're not angry about...
About your running into my car? No. After all, accidents will happen. Anyhow, my insurance company took care of it. I'm afraid I haven't been as neighborly as I should have been. Matter of fact, I was just thinking tonight about inviting you over.
You were?
Yes, we have a young lady house guest.
Oh, is that so?
It's Mrs. Bullard's cousin. I'd like to have you come over to make a fourth at bridge some evening.
Bridge? Oh, I'd be delighted. Leroy?
Leroy, push me!
Gildersleeve? What kind of a ruffian is your nephew? Attacking a little boy 6 years old.
Yeah, 6 years old.
Well, I'm sure Leroy didn't do it on purpose. Did you, my boy?
Sure I did. He had it coming to him.
Gildersleeve, get that little gangster off my property before I throw him off.
Bullard, you lay one finger on that little on Leroy,
You'll watch.
Go on, hit him, Unc.
You keep out of this, Leroy.
Gildersleeve, if I never see you again, that'll be too soon. Come on, Frank.
We sure showed him, didn't we, Unc?
Leroy. Well, can't stand here all morning waiting for her to come out. I'll take one more peek. Just pull the curtain back a little. Oop, there she is, on the porch. She's walking toward town. Don't just stand there, Gildersleeve. Get the lead out. Get on your horse. Miss. Oh, madam. Oh, miss.
Yes?
Like a lift? Remember me? When you called Craig yesterday, I was sitting on the porch. The heavy-set fellow. Remember?
Oh, yes. You're Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes. Like a lift?
I don't mind walking.
No trouble. Going right your way.
Well, all right.
Here, hop right in.
Thank you.
Here, I'll just toss this briefcase in the back.
Oh.
Didn't mean to knock your hat off. Sorry. Let me get it. Oh, one of the grapes fell off. Here.
Thank you.
Well, here we go. Oh. This is quite a coincidence.
What's that?
Well, I'm going downtown the same time you're going downtown.
Oh, yes. Mr. Bullard said you probably would be.
Yes. This your first visit to Summerfield?
Yes, I'm spending my vacation here.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. Oh, I'm Ann Tuttle.
Pleasure's all mine. Here alone?
Yes.
Mr. Tuttle couldn't come, eh?
No, he couldn't.
Oh.
You see, there isn't any Mr. Tuttle.
Ooh, on a vacation, eh?
Mm-hmm. The office gives us 2 weeks.
George, you stenographers deserve a vacation. Taking dictation from cranky bosses like me.
Oh, I'm not a stenographer, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Run a switchboard?
No, I'm head of the advertising department.
Oh. Well, Miss Tuttle, vacations come but once a year. That's the time to have fun. If there's anything I could do to help you enjoy your stay here...
Thank you.
Be glad to show you around town. I'm the water commissioner, you know. Any day you'd like to go through the waterworks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Gildersleeve, you can let me out any place along here.
Oh, I didn't realize we were downtown already.
This will be fine.
Miss Tuttle, like to go for a ride? Show you the sights?
No, thank you.
Care to ride around the block a few times?
No, thank you. I'll just get out here.
Better let me take you to the corner.
Well, all right.
What the heck? What's the matter with this thing? Just had it overhauled about a year ago. Darn mechanics. Okay. Keep your shirt on. Oh, what's the matter with you? Hooker!
Get a horse, Gildy.
Look here, you old goat.
Why don't you move over and let the young lady drive?
Oh, why don't you...
Maybe he could push you over to the curb.
Push me? Oh, yes, a very good idea. How about giving me a push, you old goat?
Guess I'll have to. Take it out of gear.
Okay. Oh, another grape fell off your hat. Sorry. Take it easy, will you? Oh. A man his age shouldn't be allowed to drive a car. We made it. You sit right there, Miss Tuttle. I'll have it fixed in a jiffy. I'll get this wrench here.
All right.
Tires look okay.
Anything I can do to help you, Gildy?
No, thanks, Judge. You're probably in a hurry to get somewhere.
No, I'm in no particular hurry.
I can handle this horse. Take a look under the hood. Let's see here.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting this charming young lady.
I knew he'd try to horn in.
Gildy!
Miss Tuttle, this is Judge Hooker. See you later, Judge.
How do you do, Judge? How do you do, Miss Tuttle? I don't think I've seen you gracing our fair city before.
Listen to him.
This is my first visit.
Well, it's always nice to gaze upon a new face, especially when, as the poets say, 'tis more than passing fair.
Oh, brother. Well, Judge, if you're going to help me, come on.
Please excuse me, miss. How can I be of assistance, Gildy?
Well, you can hold this hood up. I've got my head in here, you know.
Maybe your spark plugs are dirty.
No, I think the points need filing.
Sure it isn't the plug.
No, it's the points.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes, Miss Tuttle. I'm just checking the motor.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I think the car's just flooded.
Flooded? Oh, no. I've located the seat of the trouble. It's the points.
Still think it's the plugs.
If you just turn this little lever on the carburetor...
Careful now. You get your fingers all greasy.
You can drain the gas off, like this.
Well.
Now, I think if you'll just step on the starter now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well,
go on, Gildy.
I'm afraid it won't do any good, but there's no harm in trying, I guess.
You seem to have had automotive experience, Miss Tuttle.
Well, not very much, Judge. I did some driving overseas.
Miss Tuttle?
You don't say.
I chauffeured a colonel around.
Miss Tuttle?
Imagine that.
Miss Tuttle, if you want to get in, I can take you down to the corner now.
Oh, I think I'll just walk. Thank you for the ride, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, Judge.
Bye, Miss Tuttle. Well, Gildy, as we say in court, case dismissed.
Go chase an ambulance, you old goat.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a minute. You know, as the Parquet reporter, I go around looking for news about Parquet, the Kraft quality margarine. But occasionally the news goes looking for me, like today.
Mr. Wall, I've been hoping I'd see you. I got something to tell you about Parquet margarine. I knew you'd be interested.
Yes, I am, Bertie. What's the story?
Well, sir, I got to checking over my old grocery bills the other day, and you know what I found out?
I'd like to know.
Yes, sir, I knew you'd be interested.
Well, I am, Bertie. What did you find out?
Mr. Wall, I found out that I'm paying less for Parquet now than I was a year ago.
Bertie, that's certainly good news in these days of high prices.
You bet. I knew you'd be interested.
And, of course, Parquet's still the same fine spread. It's a Kraft product, and that means a quality product. Parquet margarine contains 15,000 units of vitamin A per pound. That means added nourishment when you spread Parquet on bread, toast, muffins, or waffles. So when you add up quality, nourishment, and economy, there are plenty of reasons for using Parquet, aren't there, Bertie?
Oh, shucks. We use it because it tastes so good.
How right you are. And that's why millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine. Be kind to your pocketbook and enjoy the fresh flavor of Parquet. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. The great Gildersleeve is having a trying day at the office. He has a big decision to make. And just like Hamlet, he can't make up his mind.
To phone or not to phone? That is the question. Why, George, I'll do it. All Miss Tuttle can do is turn me down. Never know till you try. Hello? This is Mr. Gildersleeve. Can I see you tonight?
Oh, it's all right,
with me, Mr. Gildersleeve, if Mrs. Peavey doesn't mind.
Peavey. Wrong number. How did I get him?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Miss Tuttle. This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes.
Miss Tuttle, I was going to inspect the reservoir tonight. See if there was enough water in it in case there might be a fire. Thought you might like to go with me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I can't go tonight.
Oh?
You see, Mr. and Mrs. Bullard are going out, and I offered to stay home with Craig.
Home alone? Well, maybe I could drop over for a while. Keep you company.
Oh, well, that would be nice.
Wonderful. I'll be over early.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, what about the reservoir?
Huh? Oh, I can inspect that some other time. Anyhow, there won't be a fire tonight. This is Fire Prevention Month.
Well, if it ain't the commish.
Afternoon, Floyd.
Climb right up in the chair. What's your pleasure?
Well, I can stand a haircut, I guess, Floyd. You can trim my mustache a little.
Stepping out tonight, commish?
None of your business, Floyd.
Uh-huh. Okay. Understand there was a little commotion downtown this morning.
What was that?
Some fellow stalled his car, couldn't fix it himself, had to get some female to get it going for him.
What?
Yeah, she crawled right under the car.
She did not.
So that's the dame.
Hooker's been in here gassing, I see.
I've been a close follower of your romances, Commissioner, and you've had some Lulus. But I never saw you go for a lady mechanic before.
She's not a lady mechanic. She works in an office.
Not driving a truck anymore, huh?
She never drove a truck in her life, Floyd, just because she drove some colonel around during the war.
Sounds like the rugged type, all right.
Confound it, Miss Tuttle's a dainty little thing.
Watch it. Almost got a piece of your ear then. Well, I'd stay away from her, Commissioner. I knew a fellow once ran around with a woman like her. Lady wrestler.
Ye gods.
I seen her once, a big woman, but handsome. Had a butterfly tattooed on her arm.
Tattooed?
Their romance didn't work out so good. She could do everything better than he could.
Floyd, I'm not interested.
Like, for instance, he'd take her to a carnival. She'd outdo him on everything, right down the midway. You know them things you hit with a sledgehammer? Show how strong you are? Well, every time she walloped it, bingo. She'd ring the bell and win the cigar. The fellow finally got so depressed he joined the Navy.
Floyd, I'll thank you to just concentrate on your scissor work.
Them kind of dames are dynamite. I knew another one like her once, a lady steeplejack. They used to call her the human fly.
Floyd, Miss Tuttle is... Oh, what's the use?
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, hello, Peavey. Give me a couple of cigars.
Just had a haircut, I see.
Yeah.
Nice, no nice. There you are. Thank you. Car running all right now, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, of course. What makes you ask that?
Oh, no special reason. I heard you had a little repair work done this morning.
Peavey, I don't know what Hooker told you, but it's not true. The whole thing is ridiculous. Miss Tuttle is a fine young woman.
Oh, I'm sure she is.
She's not a lady mechanic, and she's not a lady wrestler either.
Well, I didn't say she was. Of course, I haven't seen the young lady. Does she have large biceps, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Peavey. She's a dainty little thing. Intelligent, too. Why, she's the head of a whole advertising department.
Oh, the executive type.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's just that I prefer the other kind. Now, take Mrs. Peavey. She's what you'd call the stay-at-home type. Every night when I come home, there she is. Of course, it gets a little monotonous sometimes.
Peavey, there may be a point to all this, but I fail to see it.
But even with Mrs. Peavey, I have to watch myself. Can't afford to let her get the jump on me.
Oh, I don't need any advice from you, Peavey. I can take care of myself. No woman has ever made a monkey out of me.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Miss Tuttle.
If you'll just go into the library, I'll be right with you. I was just saying goodnight to Craig.
Craig, oh, of course. Miss Tuttle sure looks nice tonight. Lady wrestler. That Floyd, she's not that type at all. Never can tell, though. I better show her who's boss. Get off on the right foot.
Sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, please sit down.
After you, Miss Tuttle. You sit down first. You're a woman.
Well, all right. I think I'll move my chair a little closer to the fire.
Just a minute.
What?
I'll move your chair. That's a man's job.
Well...
It's too heavy for a dainty little thing like you. I'll handle it. It's heavier than I thought. Oh, my goodness. I didn't see that smoking stand.
It's all right. I'll get it.
No, let me. I knocked it over. I'll just clean up these ashes. You sit down.
Thank you.
There. I'll just sit here. Well, Miss Tuttle, so you were overseas.
Yes, for a while.
Imagine that. Bet you must have some real stories to tell.
Well...
Driving around on those air raids, things like that. A little girl like you.
It wasn't so...
Must have been pretty dangerous, all right. I know just what you went through. I was an air raid warden myself.
Well... I didn't know that, were you?
Yes, block captain. Had a helmet, pail of sand, and everything.
Really?
Yep. Lost and a little bit of roses.
That's nice, Mr. Gildersleeve. Do you sing?
Sing? Oh, well, just for my own amazement.
Well, maybe we should have a little music.
Well, if you insist.
I'll turn on the radio.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
We'll keep it low so it won't disturb Craig.
Oh, yeah. Pretty, isn't it?
Lovely.
This is nice. Sitting here, listening to music.
Mm-hmm.
Funny. Yesterday I didn't even know you. And now, here we are, listening to music. Miss Tuttle.
Yes?
If you don't mind, I think I'll move my chair closer to the fire.
All right.
The radio went off.
That's funny. I wonder what's the matter.
I don't know.
Well, I'll take a look at it.
No.
What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve?
You just sit there, Miss Tuttle.
Well, all right.
Don't get up.
I won't.
You just leave everything to me. I can handle this, all right?
Sure you can.
Fix ours all the time. You can ask Leroy.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve. You go right ahead.
What? Oh, yes. Yes, well, let's see here. Better turn this radio around so I can look in the back. Now then, let's take a look here. Could be a tube.
Do you think so?
Well, could be. Better test them. Still hot. Yeah. Now, let me see here.
Do you see anything wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
It's hard to say. A lot of wires in here. Pretty dark in here, too. Ought to have a flashlight.
I'll see if I can find one.
You better bring a screwdriver. And I'll need some pliers. And a pair of gloves will come in handy.
Gloves?
Yeah, I can see this is going to be quite a job. Might have to tear the whole set apart. Good thing you had a man around.
Well, I'll see what I can... Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
Here's what's the matter with the radio.
Huh? What's that?
You kicked the floor plug out when you moved the chair.
Well, by George.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve. And you were going to take the radio apart.
Well, getting late. Ought to be going. Good night, Miss Tuttle. Oh, that smoking stand. Didn't see it. I'll get it. Good night, Miss Tuttle.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm awfully sorry. Really, I am.
It's quite all right.
I'm sorry I laughed, but, you know, you're so different from most men I've known.
Yes. Well, I better be going.
Oh, just a moment, please. You know this colonel I worked for overseas, Mr. Gildersleeve? There was an efficient man for you. Never made a mistake. Did everything perfectly.
I know. That's the kind of man you like.
I couldn't stand him.
What?
I like men who make mistakes once in a while, who are human.
Oh?
And that's what I like about you, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're human.
I am?
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good night. That's what I am. Human.
Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Try it soon. Discover for yourself how good parquet tastes when you spread it on bread, toast, and rolls. It's true, every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Look first for the margarine of Kraft quality. Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say.
Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Their favorite margarine is Parquet.
P-A-R-K-A-Y, it's wonderful.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're back.
Yes, I forgot my hat.
You weren't wearing a hat, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I wasn't?
No, but come in anyway.
Yeah, good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Good night.
Listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
If you're keeping a sharp eye on your food budget these days, here's an economical way to make leftovers taste extra good. Pour a rich golden Pabstet cheese sauce over leftovers of meat, chicken, vegetables, or fish. Presto, leftovers taste better than ever. Pabstet cheese food is a grand treat in snacks and sandwiches, too. And it's doubly delicious served with fruit or pie for dessert. Get Pabstet tomorrow in golden cheddar or pimento varieties. Ask for Pabst-ETT. Pabstet cheese food.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of thrifty women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. In the great Gildersleeve's town of Summerfield, it's a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when growing kids bring hearty appetites home from school.
That you in the refrigerator, Leroy?
It's me, Bertie, home early.
You sure are, Mr. Gildersleeve. I just gonna tell Leroy not to touch that potato salad.
What are we having for dinner, Bertie?
Potato salad and whatever else is in there. I thought we'd clean out the icebox tonight and save the roast for tomorrow.
Oh? Well, how long does it take the potatoes to turn to salad, Bertie? I'm pretty hungry.
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's nearly an hour and a half till dinner.
That long? I thought the days were getting shorter.
No, sir. I think the government's having the sun go down an hour later now.
Oh?
You want me to rustle you up a snack?
Well, just a little something to tide me over.
Excuse me, then. This refrigerator ain't big enough for both of us to be looking in at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll hand it out, Bertie. You just toss it together.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's see. One slice of salami, chicken necks, tomatoes, celery. What's this?
From the way you said it, it must be them leftover pig knuckles.
Oh, yes. They never look twice the same, do they?
They do look a little tired, Mr. Gildersleeve. But the government says no waste nothing.
That's right, Bertie. We won't. Just keep saving them.
Hello, Leroy.
Hi, Bertie. What's in the icebox? Oh, Unc is.
Leroy.
You're a little late, Leroy.
Dibs on the potato salad, Unc.
Dibs on the potato salad. Is that any way to ask for it, Leroy? Where are your manners?
May I please have the potato salad after you?
No.
See, what does it get you?
Nobody is eating potato salad. That's for dinner.
Oh, boy, pig's feet. How about them?
Well, what do you think, Bertie?
Wouldn't break my heart none.
Go ahead, my boy, and I may just sample the potato salad. Looks good, Bertie. Nice texture.
Yes, sir.
Oh, pig's feet is swell, too.
Don't gnaw those knuckles so closely, Roy. You worry me. And what have you done to your finger?
Man, I cut it on the playground this afternoon.
Let me see. The school nurse attend to it?
A little cut? Nah, I wrapped it myself with Scotch tape.
Scotch tape?
Sure, I want to watch the progress.
Oh, my goodness. Leroy, you march right up and put on a real bandage.
But, Unc, it's only a scratch. What's going on out here?
Oh, well, Marjorie, just home from school?
Don't mention school.
Anyway, it's over for this week, my dear. Have a glass of buttermilk.
Don't I wish it was over. Of all the corny weekend assignments.
Yeah, potato salad's pretty good, Bertie. Could stand a little more onion.
That horrible domestic science class. Every girl has to take care of a baby for an evening. Ah, what a dopey idea.
Taking care of a baby? Why, Marjorie, that's an important part of your education. A fine practical experience, my dear. Just think, little Marjorie with a baby.
Uncle Mort, please. When all the kids are having fun tonight, I have to go out and take care of somebody's precious little darling.
Those are the breaks, Jack.
Domestic science. I hope I flunk it cold.
Now, Marjorie, you couldn't take a more valuable course. You just go out and show them what a good little mother you can be. And then someday, if you and Ben should ever...
Ben?
I don't know. One of these days he might come in and take you right away from us. Well, somebody else then.
Honestly, Uncle Mort.
Yes, delicious potato salad, Bertie. Found the onions on the bottom.
Yes, sir.
All alone with a baby for 2 hours. I'll just die. There's nothing to do.
You'll find there are a lot of little things to do, my dear. Yeah, and babies are very amusing. They wiggle their toes, grab your finger, laugh at you, hiccup. You can have a great time with children. You'd rather do that than go dancing every Friday night, wouldn't you? Well, anyway, you'll do it. And don't look at me like that, like you've lost your last friend. You'll probably gain a new one.
Rock-a-bye, baby, in the treetops.
Oh,
shut up, Leroy. What's wrong with her?
Leroy, you may go upstairs.
What did I do? Just 'cause she's touchy about being our mother.
Don't try to be smart. Someday you may be a father.
Me? I'll never take domestic science.
And leave that plate here. I don't want knuckles all over the house. And while you're up there, put a decent bandage on your finger.
Gosh, a guy can't even cut his finger.
Yeah, this is fine salad, Bertie. Here's the bowl.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve, I guess we better have that roast tonight after all. I'll get you in the oven right now if you're in a big hurry for dinner.
A hurry? Well, who's in a hurry for dinner? Take your time, Bertie. Think I'll take a little walk. May pick up a few cigars. See you later, Bertie.
I declare the eating habits around this house is getting less habitual all the time.
Hi, Commissioner. Didn't expect you back in again today.
Yeah, just passing, Floyd. Had to come in and see who belongs to those feet you have aimed out the window.
A friend of yours. Here, I'll take off the towel.
Seems as though I should recognize those feet.
All right, Gildersleeve.
There's only one man in this town who wears out his shoes under the arches first.
Now, see here, Gildy.
Well, it is Hooker.
Sure, he's been getting the works, Commish.
What have you done to his face, Floyd? He looks like a boiled lobster.
I've just had a massage, Gildersleeve. It happens to be very invigorating to the skin.
Nonsense. A man doesn't get a massage because it's invigorating. Who is she, Horace?
I happen to have a very important business engagement this evening.
Hey, Judge.
How much, Floyd?
Well, let me see. Haircut, shave, massage, shampoo, and tonic. No charge for the murine. That'll be $2.25.
Hooker, you old rascal, you've got a date. I can tell.
There you are, Floyd. Keep the change.
Thanks, Judge.
Say, Judge, how about getting the Jolly Boys together at the club tonight? Nothing like a little fun after a stale old business engagement.
See you again, Floyd.
Wait a minute, Judge. Don't you hold out on us.
I told you I had a meeting. Just because it's a little beyond your layman's mind to understand why a member of the bar would dress up for a legal appointment is no reason it isn't being done.
Yeah, maybe you got the judge all wrong, Commish. They do things like that.
Huh?
I remember the time me and Lovey went to hear him read her uncle's will. Everybody else was trying to look poor, and there was the lawyer dressed up fit to kill. Of course, the way it turned out, we could have all stayed home.
This is not a will reading, Floyd. I happen to be conferring with a new client who just came to town.
Yeah, I'll bet she's a client.
Well, she is.
She?
Well, yes, she.
I knew it. I'll bet she's 92 years old and has 10 sheep ranches in Nevada.
Wouldn't you like to know? Brush me off, Floyd.
Sure.
I don't know how you do it, Hooker. I'm a younger man, a better conversationalist, but do I have a date? No.
Oh, gosh, Commish, if things are that bad, I got a little black book here I ain't used since
Only kidding, Floyd.
Oh.
I can get plenty of dates, and I don't have to get them legally.
Fact remains, I have one, and apparently you haven't. Wallflower.
Oh, go count her sheep, you old goat. Maybe I should call somebody tonight. Get back into circulation. Who can I call? Bullard's wife's second cousin? No, Bullard's home. I saw him through the window. Who else? Face it, Gildersleeve. You don't know a woman in this whole town you can call on tonight. Hooker's right. I'm just a wallflower.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
Hello, Peavey. I was just thinking. It's a fateful thing that more people can't get together.
Oh, you've been reading about the Russians again?
No, Peavey. I mean right here in Summerfield. Men and women getting together.
Didn't know that was a problem in Summerfield.
Well, it is. A doctor meets a patient, a lawyer meets a client, but who does the water commissioner meet? I have no way of meeting eligible women.
Well, I saw an ad in the paper. It seems the Fuller Brush people are looking for salesmen again.
Oh! Now, Peavey.
I didn't think you'd be interested. But now that I recall, Mr. Gildersleeve, a charming young lady just telephoned for you.
For me? Well.
She said she contemplated spending a very dull evening and wondered if you'd bring along some magazines.
Magazines? Who?
Your niece, Marjorie.
Yes. Well, I do feel a little sorry for Marjorie at that. Pretty tough on her, having to sit with a baby on a Friday night.
Well, somebody has to do it.
Let's see some magazines, Peavey. You like babies, and you know it.
Yeah, they're pretty destructive in a drugstore, Mr. Gildersleeve. Seem to have a lot of hands.
Let's see. I'll take this Ladies' Home Journal. A lot of stuff about babies and that. And Parents Magazine.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I believe your niece specified movie magazines.
Movie magazines? Oh, well, let's pick out 2 or 3 she'd like.
I have quite a selection. Here are 3 you might be interested in.
I will pick 'em, Peavey. Let's see what you have.
Here's one with Miss Betty Grable on the cover. Another with Miss Rita Hayworth. Here's Miss Linda Darnell. This one has Mr. Gregory Peck.
I'll take the first 3.
That's what I say.
How much, Peavey?
Well, let's see. Miss Betty Grable is 25. Miss Rita Hayworth... Oh, excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Customer.
Peavey, come back here. What do you think I am? Oh, it's Ben.
Hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'll be right with you, Ben.
Ben, it's nice to see you. Where you been keeping yourself? We haven't seen you around lately.
Oh, I've been around.
Go ahead, Peavey. Wait on Ben. He's probably in a hurry to get someplace.
Me? No, I just dropped in.
For goodness sake, that's no way to spend Friday evening, Ben, hanging around a drugstore. Why don't you come home with me to dinner?
Gosh, I've had dinner over there so much.
That was last year. Marjorie was talking about you only this afternoon.
She was? Gee, I haven't seen Marjorie.
Yes, sir. I think you and Marjorie should spend this evening together. Wait till you see what she's doing, Ben. Should be very enlightening. You can help her.
Homework?
Homework? Well, after a fashion, eh, Peavey?
Thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve, but...
No buts about it, Ben. Bertie has a great big roast, and you're coming home to dinner.
That'll be 75 cents, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What?
Or won't Marjorie be wanting the magazines now that...
The magazines? Oh, sure, I'll take them, Peavey. What the heck? Betty Grable, Rita Hayworth, Linda Darnell. Hey, it isn't going to be a bad evening at home after all.
More from the great Gildersleeve in just a minute, friends. As the Parquet reporter, I get to talk to most of the Summerfield folks about Parquet, the quality margarine made by Kraft. For example, the other day I combined business with a haircut. Floyd, do you use Parquet margarine in your home?
Bet your life we do, pal. The wife tells me it's one of the few quality foods that costs less now than it did a year ago.
Well, that's a mighty sensible reason for using Parquet.
Well, yeah, but even if food prices was down to normal, me and Lovey would still stick to Parquet. It's that good old Parquet flavor that keeps it on our table. It's great stuff.
Do you use it just as a spread for bread, Floyd?
Pal, we tried it on rolls, muffins, pancakes, waffles, crackers. For my dough, it's tops on all of them. Good for us, too. A lot of vitamin A, I hear.
15,000 units of vitamin A per pound.
That many, huh? Gee. Well, I figure that's important, but the real reason we use Parquet at our house is that it tastes so good. Besides, Kraft product, quality product.
Well, Floyd is right. After all, millions of women all over America serve Parquet, the Kraft quality margarine, because it tastes so good. Be kind to your pocketbook and enjoy the fresh flavor of Parquet. Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Between the dark and the daylight, when the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause in the day's occupation when unexpected guests are brought home for the dinner hour.
Glad you came along, Ben. No reason why you and Marjorie shouldn't get together tonight. She was worried about how she'd spend the evening.
Well, you're sure she didn't have any plans, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, none you won't fit into, Ben. You like babies, don't you?
Babies?
The kind you sit with.
Oh, gosh. I haven't been stepping out much, honest, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No, Ben. Little babies. You like them, don't you?
Oh, gosh, no.
You don't?
Oh, I kind of shy away from babies. Why,
Well, come along, Ben. This thing's going to take a little more direction than I thought. Ah, smell that roast, Ben.
You sure this is okay with Marge?
Oh, Marge will be tickled to death. Marjorie! Come on down. I have a big surprise for you.
Gosh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What did you say, Uncle Mort?
Surprise for you, my dear.
Oh, hello, Ben.
Hi, Marge.
What's the surprise, Uncle Mort?
Ben is here for dinner.
Mr. Gildersleeve asked me.
Tonight?
Huh?
Uncle Mort, you know what I have to do tonight.
Oh, well, I think I better be going.
But, Ben, you just came.
Well, that's okay. Supper's probably ready at home.
Supper's ready right here. Bertie!
Dinner's ready!
You see? Dinner.
Honestly, Uncle Mort, of all the evenings to invite Ben over.
What?
I hear supper's ready. Oh, hi, Ben.
Hi, Leroy.
You staying for supper?
Well,
Yes, he is.
Swell. Let's go out and kick a few after supper.
No, Leroy. It'll be too dark.
Okay, we can run a few signals in the living room then.
There'll be no signals in the living room.
Well, pass a few under the streetlight, Ben?
Well, sure, Leroy. That is...
Leroy, it's entirely possible that Ben came over to see Marjorie instead of you. It's also possible they have more important things to do this evening than kick a football.
Yeah? Ben isn't going to take care of that baby, is he?
Huh?
Leroy, you better run up and wash for supper like a good boy.
Okay. See you later, Ben.
Good boy. Now, Ben, this feeling you have about little baby.
Uncle Mort, don't try to drag Ben in on this.
Now, my dear.
He doesn't want to go with me to sit with a baby all evening. Do you, Ben?
Well, you, Marge? Well, gosh, sure. I like babies.
What? Oh, for goodness sake. Well, Ben, I'm certainly glad to hear it.
But Ben can't go.
Huh?
Ben can't go. Babysitters aren't allowed to have dates. I'm sorry, Ben.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Now, see here, Ben is going.
He can't. Our domestic science teacher says so. It's against the rules.
Gosh, I'd hate to get Marge into trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's okay.
It's not okay. You two are going over and sit together.
But, Unky, parents don't like it according to domestic science.
Well, that's nonsense. What's more domestic than sitting with Ben and a baby? I'll go over there and tell the parents right now.
Mr. Gildersleeve, dinner's ready.
Yeah? Oh. Well, I'll go right after the roast beef, then. Come along, little family. Yeah, this must be the place. I'll pull in behind their car.
Uncle Mort, maybe I'd better go in alone.
Yeah. I can always go back to the drugstore.
Now, you two are going to sit with the baby. I'll fix things with the parents. I'll tell them. Guess this is the right house. What does that sign say? Beware the dog. And where the dog is. Oh, what was that? Doormat. Welcome. Oh, nice living room in there. Fireplace. I'll ring again. Oh!
Yes?
Your fur coat. Frightened me. At first I thought it was the dog.
The dog? Isn't that cute? Well, I was just getting my furs. I'm going out.
Yes, I know. Nice coat. Oh, I'm Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, about sitting with a baby.
Oh, yes, I'm Mrs. Dalrymple. The school said they'd send someone over, but I expected... Are you a veteran?
Veteran? Well, they were going to take me, but things started going pretty well for Pershing, so... Oh, you mean a veteran going to school? No, I'm the water commissioner.
Oh, you poor man. You shouldn't have to do this sort of thing at night.
I'm afraid you misunderstand me, Mrs.
Rimple.
Dalrymple. It's my niece's assignment. That's why I came over to have a little talk with you and Mr. Dalrymple.
Mr. Dalrymple. Well, Mr. Dalrymple is no longer with us, but...
Oh, sorry.
That's all righty.
Huh?
It's been so long ago.
Oh.
Nearly a year. Now, What about the sitter, Mr.
Oh, Gildersleeve. Throckmorton P.
Isn't that cute? I'm so glad to know you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I would ask you in, but I'm leaving in half an hour.
Oh, not for a half an hour?
Your niece will be here by then?
Oh, she's here right now, Mrs. Dalrymple, but she and her boyfriend wanted to be together this evening, so I came over to ask if it'd be all right if both of them... Say!
What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Why don't I stay with the baby? Anything for the children.
Isn't that cute? Well, I don't see why not. If it's all righty with the school.
I'm a member of the school board.
You are? Well, all righty. But you're a little early.
Yeah, I know. Half an hour. I'll tell the kids to go on and have fun. Be right back, Mrs. Dalrymple. Oh, doormat. Well, welcome. Certainly is mighty comfortable here in your living room, Mrs. Dalrymple. But I better get on the job. Mustn't forget what I came for, should I? What about the baby?
Baby won't be a bit of trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve. I even leave him alone sometimes with the Duke.
The Duke?
My dog.
Oh, yes. Sounds big. Where is he?
Oh, he's in the other room. Look, you can see his nose sticking around the corner. Oh, he's really very, very gentle. Unless, of course, someone tries to molest Baby or me.
Oh, well, I'll sit a little further away. Large nose.
Now, if you should want to reach me, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll be at this telephone number.
Oh.
And if you should want a snack or a glass of water, just go through there to the kitchen.
Through there? Well, I wouldn't want to disturb the Duke. Besides, I drank a lot of water down at the department this afternoon. Yes, I'm in charge down there. Strange I haven't run into your name in the water department files. Dalrymple. What's the first name?
Well, it's Doris.
Doris Dalrymple. No, I haven't seen it. But then the only names my secretary calls to my attention are the delinquents. Of course, you wouldn't fall into that group.
Isn't that cute?
What did your husband do, Mrs. Dalrymple?
He was a manufacturer.
Oh, well, that must have kept him very busy.
Yes, it did, Mr. Gildersleeve. Nobody knows better than I do.
Well, that's the way it is with a big businessman. Seems he spends more time with his secretary than he does with his wife and family. Very unfortunate situation.
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
I was Mr. Dalrymple's private secretary for 14 years before we were married.
Oh. Well, they say nobody knows a man better than a secretary. I'll bet he was a fine man, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Oh, yes, we all admired J.W. so. Everybody called him J.W. Such a man of decision.
Yes, after 14 years.
I was so surprised when he asked me to marry him, Mr. Gildersleeve. I kept repeating it over and over to myself in front of the mirror in the girls' locker room. You, little Doris Pankey, are going to be J.W.'s bride, Mrs. J.W.
J.W., and what was his first name?
Please, Mr. Gildersleeve, things were never that personal.
Oh, sorry. Well, marriage is a very wonderful thing, Mrs. Dalrymple. I hope you were very happy. Elderly man?
Well, none of us ever thought of J.W. as being old, and we were divinely happy. Of course, I had to give up my job.
Oh, of course.
And there were parties, dinners. I was rushed right into the social world. A little secretary. Me. And then?
And then?
6 months later.
Yes?
It was all over so quickly. He died while signing a check.
Now, Mrs. Dalrymple, you've been through some nerve-wracking experiences. You need comfort.
Do you think so, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Do I?
Oh, someone in the driveway. Must be my date. I'd better slip into my coat.
Oh, coat. Here, I'll help you.
All righty.
Nice coat. There we are. Oh, missed one of the arms. Up we go again. There. Mrs. Dalrymple, you shouldn't be alone.
You've been so kind, Mr. Gildersleeve, and thanks for listening. You've been just peachy.
Now, I'm taking a personal interest in all this. What you need is company. A lot of people around you. What about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night?
Dinner, just you and me. I know a quiet little place, good for the nerves.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I thought you said a lot of people. Oh, there's my caller. Do I look all right?
Let's not answer it. Let's pretend we're not home, huh?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll bet you are a lot of fun. Now, I'm sure the baby will be all right, and we'll be back early.
Don't worry. Have a good time. Hurry back. Baby's in good hands.
Are you sure baby's in good hands, Gildy?
Hooker, you old goat. I thought you were out with a new client.
I'm going out with her now, Gildy, and beware of the dog.
The great Gildersleeve will be right back. Millions of thrifty homemakers are delighted with this fact. Delicious, flavor-fresh Parquet margarine costs less today than it cost a year ago. Remember that when you shop tomorrow for a quality spread for bread. Look first for the margarine of Kraft quality. Look first for Parquet. It tastes so good, yet costs you so little. It pays you to buy wisely these days. It pays to buy Parquet made by Kraft.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
Well, Gildy, thanks for taking care of the baby. You can go now. We're home.
You're the one who can go home, Horace. Mrs. Dalrymple and I have to make out the report.
What report, Mr. Gildersleeve?
The report from Marjorie's domestic science class. Run along, Judge.
But, Gildy...
That's the boy. Well, a 3-page report. Both sides. Come along, Mrs. Dalrymple. There's work to be done.
Isn't that cute?
Good night, folks. Get out of here.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Bing Crosby will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over this NBC station. Don't miss this fabulous pair. Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
If you pack lunches for school-going children and hungry, hard-working grown-ups, surprise them someday this week with the appetizing cheddar cheese flavor of Pabst-ett. This delicious cheddar cheese food is wonderfully nourishing in sandwiches, and you can cut Pabst-ett into neat wedges, too, for a tasty flavored treat with red apples for dessert. Get Pabst-ett in the variety your family prefers, mellow, golden cheddar, or pimento. Ask for PABST-ETT, Pabst-ett cheese food, when you shop tomorrow.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of that famous quick-cooking macaroni and cheese, Kraft Dinner. Kraft Dinner cooks fluffy light in only 7 minutes, and every bite is delicious with cheddar cheese flavor. It's economical, too. Get Kraft Dinner for money-saving main dishes. Remember the name Kraft Dinner, a Kraft quality product. It's early morning, and everything is quiet in the Gildersleeve household. Up in his room, the great man lies peacefully on his couch, wrapped in silent sleep. Well, almost silent.
Doris Dalrymple. Isn't that cute? Watch your fall. I feel good this morning. Wonder why? Yes, sir, I feel wonderful. Where are my slippers? Wonder if the children are up. Why do I feel so good? Leroy. Leroy.
Yeah?
Time to be up and doing.
Okay.
For
corn's sake.
Marjorie.
Yes?
Time to be up and doing.
Auntie, please.
Now, where'd I put that toothpaste cap? Oh. Down the drain. Oh, well, there's a lot of them down there. Wonder if I can get by without a shave. Let's see. Mirror's all steamed up. Better clean it off. Who's that? Is that me? Look terrible. What's that? Another gray hair? Ow! Lines under my eyes. I'm getting old, all right.
Hey, Unc.
Huh?
Come on, time to be up and doing.
Oh.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy. What a morning. Peavy?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Give me another Coke.
Do you think you should, Mr. Gildersleeve? You had 3 already.
I don't care. Give me another Coke.
All right, but if you don't mind my saying so, I didn't know you were an early morning drinker.
What if I am? Come on, Peavy. Give me another Coke.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you ever see The Lost Weekend?
Never mind that, Peavy. You know, Peavy, I'm in a rut.
You are?
I'm stuck in the mud.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Funny the way we turn out, isn't it, Peavy? Did you ever think you'd grow up to be a druggist?
Well, not exactly. When I was a young man, I had other ideas.
Huh? What was that?
Well, you may smile, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there was a time when I sort of pictured myself as a sea captain.
Huh?
But, well, every time I decided to run away, something always happened. One year I had a slight cold, and the next year it was the hives, and then I met Mrs. Peavy.
So you gave it up, huh?
Well, not right away. Of course, I knew then I'd have to make up my mind. It was either Mrs. Peavey or a three-masted schooner. They both had their good sides. One day I took Mrs. Peavey to an amusement park, and she wanted me to take her for a boat ride through the Tunnel of Love.
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems impossible, but that boat swayed so much I became violently seasick. And the next day, Mrs. Peavey and I got married. Sometimes I think Mrs. Peavey rocked that boat a little. I think I'll have a Coke myself.
Gentlemen of the jury.
Hello, Judge.
Oh, hello, Hooker.
What's the matter with you, Gildy?
What?
Sitting there all hunched over. You look like a balloon with a slow leak.
Mr. Gildersleeve is facing life today.
Life? All these years, and what am I? Just a water commissioner.
Trouble with you is you're lazy. Why don't you learn something about your job? Study, and maybe your chance will come. Abraham Lincoln said that. He used to study nights by the light of a fire. Wrote with charcoal on a shovel.
I haven't got a shovel.
They're having a sale of shovels at the hardware store.
Why, a job like yours can lead to all sorts of things.
Of course, I don't know where you could get the charcoal.
Gildy, many of our congressmen today were formerly officials in small towns, weren't they, Peavey?
Yes, and maybe some of them should have stayed there.
Who wants to be in Congress, anyway? I want you to go to special sessions all the time.
I can see I'm wasting my time, Gildy. You're indolent, unambitious, and besides that, you're just plain lazy. L-A-Z-Y.
I can spell, Judge.
I doubt it.
You old goat.
Good day.
Hooker. Old nincompoop, that's what he is. Me go to Congress. Congressman Gildersleeve. Say, that doesn't sound bad. For once, maybe the old goat is right, Peavey. Yeah. If Abraham Lincoln can do it, I can do it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
The varmints, they got away. Partner, which way did them cattle rustlers go? They went that way. Come on, men. We'll head them off at the gulch.
Leroy, if you don't turn that radio off...
Pipe down. This is just getting good.
How can I study when all that is going
They got away again. Partner, which way did them rustlers go? They went that way. Come on, men. We'll head them off at the creek.
Leroy, if you don't turn off that corny program...
If you don't like it, you can go upstairs.
I don't have to.
They slipped away again. Partner, which way did them rustlers go? They went this way. Oh? Come on, men. We'll head them off at the bend.
Leroy!
Unky, make
Turn
him...
off that radio.
Ah, gee.
Turn it off, you hear?
For corn's sake.
They slipped away again. Partner, which...
Thanks, Unky.
Young man, how can you do your homework with all that racket going on?
Doesn't bother me, Unc, honest. It relaxes me.
Well, it doesn't relax me.
Me either.
Study is important, young man, and now is the time to do it. Don't wait till you're middle-aged.
Middle-aged? I'm just a little kid, 12 years old.
Well, anyway, I want it quiet in here. Matter of fact, I intend to do a little studying myself.
Are you kidding?
This isn't funny, Leroy. There's nothing wrong with me learning more about my job. Reading up on water systems and things like that.
Gee, is the mayor giving you homework now?
The mayor has nothing to do with this. Now, let's all settle down here. Get on with your homework, Leroy.
Okay.
You too, my dear.
What do you think I've been trying to do?
Huh? Oh, yes. Good. Used to have a book around here. Something about sanitation and water supply. Guess it's in this bookcase. Dusty in here. Let's see what we got here. Emerson's essays. Crossword puzzles for everybody. Ben-Hur. Must read that sometime. No, don't see it. Leroy, did you see that book?
What book?
The one I'm looking for, on water supply. Marjorie?
Unky, please, I'm trying to study.
Well, I've got to find that book. It's important.
I thought you said it was going to be quiet in here.
It is quiet.
Can I turn the radio back on?
No! A lot of cooperation I get around here. Bertie!
Yes, Miss Gildersleeve?
You see that book?
What book is is that?
The book I'm looking for, of course.
I don't know anything about it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It was in the bookcase. Somebody took it out.
Well, it wasn't me. I tell you one thing, Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't get much time to read books around here, not with all I got to do.
All right, Bertie.
I'd like to see anybody do all I do and then still have time to read books. It can't be done.
Bertie, I didn't mean...
Not with what I got to do.
I'm sorry, Bertie.
Read books around here. Just try and do it.
Marjorie, Leroy, where are you going?
If you don't mind, Uncle Mort, I think I'll study upstairs.
Oh?
Me too, Unc.
Well, all right, if you'd rather.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
This ain't the book you're looking for, is it? This big, thick one?
Why, yes. Hydraulics and water supply. That's it. Well, where'd you find it, Bertie?
Out in the pantry.
Pantry? Now, what's it doing out there?
Well, we've been using it for a doorstop.
A doorstop?
And sometimes I stand on it.
What?
It's the only way I can reach that top shelf. I ain't no Jack and the Beanstalk.
Bertie, you don't stand on a valuable book like this.
Didn't know it was valuable, Mr. Gildersleeve. I found it out in the ash pile 2 years ago.
The ash pile? Now, who put it there?
You did.
Oh. Thanks, Bertie. Thanks very much.
That's okay, Mr. Gildersleeve.
This is the book, all right. Looks a little caved in the middle. Guess Bertie's putting on a little weight lately. Well, maybe the judge was right. I'll study, and maybe my chance will come. Let's see here. Hydraulics and Water Supply by F.A. Pittman. Chapter 1. In contradistinction to a gravitation supply, where the general hydraulic gradient and... I wonder what that means. Maybe I'd better read this tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll get a fresh start right after supper tomorrow night. Wonder what's on the radio. What's this?
Partner, which way them varmints go? Come on, men, we'll hit 'em off at the pass.
Hey, this is exciting. Wonder if they'll catch those rustlers.
Well, while the great Gildersleeve is finding out which way they went, I'd like to tell you about a little chat I had with Bertie yesterday. I happened to drop into the Gildersleeve kitchen just a few minutes before dinner time. Bertie was just sitting there, so I said, Bertie, how come you're not busy getting dinner?
Oh, Mr. Wall, this is my easy day. There ain't no rushing around for me nights that I serve craft dinner.
Oh, you mean that delicious, quick-cooking macaroni and cheese?
Yes, sir, that's right. That macaroni takes only 7 minutes cooking time. Then I stir in the Kraft grated that comes in the package. And I got the fluffiest, lightest, tastiest macaroni and cheese anybody can make.
I'll bet it takes more than one package of Kraft dinner to feed this family.
Well, Mr. Wall, one package is supposed to serve a normal family, 4. But Mr. Gildersleeve, he's a mighty heavy eater. I tell you what I do. I cream a little old leftover ham or chicken or seafood and serve it on the Kraft dinner. That way I keep him satisfied.
And you get some satisfaction, too, don't you, Bertie, with the food conservation program?
I sure do. And it's mighty satisfying to have one easy day in this here kitchen. Besides that, it helps me catch up on the food budget.
Oh, that's right, Bertie. Millions of women all over America have found that it's a good idea to have a supply of Kraft dinner on their pantry shelves. So, ladies, get Kraft dinner from your food store tomorrow. Look for the yellow and blue package, plainly marked Kraft Dinner. It's morning again, and the great Gildersleeve is climbing the stairs to his office. There's fire in his eyes, and he's filled with a new determination to lift his pudgy figure up the ladder of success.
Do a good job as water commissioner. Next step might be mayor. After mayor, next step might be Congress. After Congress, next step might be... no more steps. Good morning, Bessie.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bessie, we're going to have a meeting of the staff this morning.
Staff? Who's that?
It's you, Bessie. Pull up a chair and sit down.
Yes, sir.
The meeting will come to order. Bessie, we're not doing our jobs. I don't mean just you, but me, too.
I think you're doing a fine job, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just because you take a nap every afternoon.
I don't mean that. We've got to work, Bessie. Study. Why, just last night I was studying a book on hydraulics.
Hydraulics? What's that?
Hydraulics are... Well, I haven't got time to explain it now. We've got to be more efficient around here, Bessie. Reorganize the office.
What? Again?
This time I mean the entire office. Get things up to date. Clean out our files. We'll start right now. I'll pull the files to the middle of the room so we can get out. What's in these files? Heavy. When we get all through, Bessie, we'll show the mayor what we've done. He'll be mighty proud of us. But don't just stand there, Bessie. You work here, too.
Oh, what'll I do?
Start cleaning out those drawers.
Yes, sir.
What are these galoshes doing in the file?
Those are mine. I always keep them in there.
Well, keep them someplace else.
Yes, sir.
Ye gods, when was this file cleaned out last?
I don't remember, Mr. Gildersleeve. Why?
This newspaper here. Look at that headline. Lindbergh reaches Paris. Bessie, we've got to clean out these files more often. I'll just take all this junk out and dump it right here. Candy bars. True love stories.
Mr. Gildersleeve, we've got stuff all over the floor. There's no place to walk.
We'll clean it up later. First things first. Bessie, I've made up my mind. I'm going to be the best water commissioner in the whole state. Who knows what that'll lead to?
A raise?
No, something more than that. Bessie, some men have gone from jobs like mine to Congress. Congressman Gildersleeve. How does that sound, Bessie?
Congressman Gildersleeve. That sounds wonderful. Oh, Congressman Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Can I go down and get a malt?
Sure. Okay. Nothing's too good for one of my constituents. Go right ahead, Bessie.
Thank you, Congressman.
Congressman. Well, I'll have to give that girl a raise someday. Room's sure a mess. Well, I'll finish it when Bessie gets back. Might as well sit down and rest a minute. Congressman Gildersleeve. Silly. Don't know, though. Stranger things than that have happened. Congressman Gildersleeve. Thank you. And so I stand before you in these hallowed halls of Congress, urging you, nay, pleading with you to pass this bill.
Will Congressman Gildersleeve yield?
No.
I repeat, sir, will the congressman yield?
No, I will not yield to any man. Thank you. Thank you. So I say, if you pass this bill, it will bring prosperity and happiness to the constituents of my town, Summerfield, the finest town in these United States.
I resent that, sir. Nothing could be finer than my town in Carolina.
Oh, go chase a filly, Buster. Thank you. Fellow congressman, I'm not asking for much for my little town. Only $10 billion. A drop in the bucket. And remember, the money will go for that worthy project, a dam over the Summerfield Creek, to be known simply as the Gildersleeve Dam.
Well, that's one of the finest speeches I ever heard.
Me too.
He's our man, all right. Oh, Congressman Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Would you consider being our party's nominee for president?
President? Well, I hadn't thought about it.
Please, Congressman, the party needs you. You're the only man who can stop the Eisenhower boom.
Well, if you put it that way, and if I'm elected...
Gildersleeve.
I will yield to no man.
Gildersleeve.
Oh, what's your fall? Mayor Terwilliger. What are you doing here in Washington?
Washington?
Oh, guess I was daydreaming.
You were dreaming, all right. Gildersleeve, what's going on here?
Huh?
This office looks like a cyclone hit it. Why don't you straighten things up around here once in a while?
But, Mayor...
This is a fine way to run a water department. Where's your secretary?
Bessie went down for a malt.
Oh, she did. And why were you asleep at your desk?
Well...
What this department needs is some efficiency, reorganization. Gildersleeve, a child could do a better job than this.
But...
If you can't do this job, I'll get somebody who can. Good day. Oh, and put these files back where they belong.
Just when I was trying to...
I'm back.
What?
I'm back, Congressman.
Well, I'm in bad with the mayor again. Imagine him saying a child could do my job. Wonder what kid he would hire. Oh, that's ridiculous. Gildersleeve, you're a flop. Trying to be somebody. Who you kidding? Can't even do your own job. Congressman. There's our house. Little Leroy and Marjorie. They know their old uncle's a failure. They're just too nice to say so. Guess they'd be better off if I went away. And they wouldn't have to be ashamed of me. I'll probably end up being a vagabond, hopping freights, making just enough to live on, picking apricots. Well, might as well go in, I guess. Dark in here. Why aren't the lights on? Where is everybody? Marjorie! Leroy! Birdie! Nobody here. They've left me. Where's the light? Judge! Floyd!
Hi, Commissioner.
What are you all doing here?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy! What is all this?
It's your birthday, Unc.
What?
Sure, happy birthday, Unky.
Yes, happy birthday, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mrs. Dalrymple.
Did you forget about your birthday?
My birthday? Yes, I guess I did.
Isn't that cute?
Well, all together now.
What?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, dear Throckmorton.
Somebody saw it.
Happy birthday to you.
Gee, folks, I don't know how to... Well...
Were you surprised, Unc?
Surprised? Yes, I was, Leroy. You all don't know what a nice surprise this is.
Well, couldn't happen to a nicer fella, Commissioner.
I second the motion.
Birdie!
Happy birthday, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Isn't that a beautiful cake?
Oh, wonderful, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Been working on this all day.
Oh, thank you, Birdie.
Nothing too good for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
May I have your attention, please?
Quiet.
Thank you. Before we retire to the festive board, I have a few words I'd like to say. Ladies, gentlemen, and jolly boys, we are gathered here this evening to pay tribute to our dear friend, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. And why do we pay tribute to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve? Because he is a man of great fame? No. Because he's a man of great wealth? No. We honor him because he's a true friend, loved by us and by his little niece and nephew. That is the true mark of a successful man.
Well, thank you, Judge.
Not at all, Gildy.
Hey, when do we eat?
Oh, excuse me. There's somebody at the door.
He's a jolly good fellow.
Wonderful.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Mayor Terwilliger. Good evening. Won't you come in?
Oh, sorry, I won't have time. Gildersleeve, I'm sorry I was so harsh this afternoon. Bessie told me you were trying to reorganize the office.
Oh, that's all right.
And I have a little gift for you, a birthday present. Here.
For me? Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Not at all. Happy birthday, Mr. Gildersleeve, and good night.
Good night. Well, that was nice of him. Wonder what the present is. Oh, book. Let's see what it is. Oh, hydraulics and water supply.
Ladies and gentlemen, instead of their usual commercial message, the folks at Kraft want you to hear something very important that's going on in the Gildersleeve kitchen.
Oh, you still up, Bertie?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just thought I might have a little snack before I go to bed. See what's in the refrigerator. Bertie, what's this sign you got pasted up in here?
Well, the government wants us to save food, not put that up so we wouldn't forget.
Huh? Let's see what it says. No meat on Tuesdays. No poultry or eggs on Thursdays. Save a slice of bread a day. Waste nothing. Well, it's a fine idea, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Say, didn't see that slice of beef. Might make a little sandwich.
Mr. Gildersleeve, there's another sign in there you didn't read.
Huh? Oh, yes, right here. P.S. No more midnight snacks for Mr. Gildersleeve till the emergency's over. Signed Bertie and the U.S. government. Well, you're right, Bertie. If all of us will conserve on food just a little, that means that no one will have to go hungry. Anywhere. Let's all do our part, folks. Good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
That's right. Good night.
During these days of food saving, be sure to do everything you can to turn leftover foods into family favorites. A good way to add zest and flavor to these dishes is to use delicious Kraft prepared mustards. There are two kinds, you know. For those who like mustard that's mild and delicately spiced, there's tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. For those who enjoy sharper taste, there's Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Better keep both kinds on your shelf. Kraft mustards are creamy smooth, easy spreading, and perfectly blended. Ask for Kraft mustard with horseradish added and Kraft salad mustard. Get them flavor fresh at your dealer tomorrow.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. Tonight, we have special news for you. Kraft presents a new cheddar cheese. It's called K-Brand Natural. K-Brand is cheddar cheese at its best. Finest quality cheese from the standpoint of both flavor and texture. Listen for the exciting story of K-Brand Natural later in the program. written that men of genius have that capacity for losing themselves in their work. At the end of each month, the great Gildersleeve loses himself in the pile of water bills. And helping him get lost is his secretary.
Bessie? Bessie, come in here.
Did you call me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Your name's Bessie, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Oh, then you did call me.
Bessie, I've been looking high and low for that list of turn-ons. Where is it?
Turn-ons?
Yes, you made it out this very morning.
I did?
I'll say one thing for you, Bessie. You've made a place for yourself here in the water department.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
You've misplaced so many reports since you've been here, you've made yourself indispensable.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Don't mention it. Now think, Bessie. Where is the list of turn-ons? New customers.
Oh, new customers. It's right here on your desk, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh.
Do you want me to read them?
Yes, I'll check.
Ready?
Go right ahead.
I'll start with the A's.
Now you're thinking, Bessie.
Adkins, James.
Atkins, James.
Clausen, Henry L.
Clausen, Henry L.
Dalrymple, Mrs. J.W.
Dalrymple, Doris.
Doris?
Doris? Oh, did I say Doris?
Yes, sir. That's where we got stopped before. Should I try to call Mrs. Dalrymple again, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Bessie. Probably out joyriding with Judge Hooker while I work.
Is there something wrong with her statement, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, her statement's fine. Lovely.
I'll mail it then with the others.
Mail it? Wait a minute, Bessie. I may be passing that way, and so I'll drop it by myself. Right now, as a service to a new customer.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, isn't that out of your way?
Save a stamp, Bessie. Save a stamp. And, Bessie, call the florist and have him make up 24 roses.
Yes, sir. To whom should I have the roses sent?
I'll pick them up. I'll deliver them myself.
To Mrs. Dalrymple?
Yeah, to Mrs. Dalrymple. Well, she's a new customer. Sure is a long way to Mrs. Dalrymple's. She would live over here by the school grounds. And how she stands those noisy kids.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy. Hasn't he left for home yet?
Hi, Unc. You come for me? I was just going.
Leroy, put in your shirt tail.
But school's out.
So's your shirt tail. Put it in.
Why? I have to pull it right out again when I change for dinner. Why stick it in when right away I have to pull it out?
Leroy.
Okay. Now, I'm ready. Let's go. Gee, nice of you to come so far out of your way just to walk home with me.
Well, I have a water bill to deliver, Leroy.
Okay, I'll help you.
I don't need any help, young man. There's only one bill. Say, isn't that Mrs. Dalrymple exercising her dog?
Yeah. Let's go deliver the bill, Unc.
The bill happens to be for Mrs. Dalrymple.
Oh, I get it. And the flowers happen to be for her dog.
Leroy, don't try to be smart. It's very unlike you around the schoolhouse. Well, hello, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve and Leroy. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I didn't expect to see you either. Just on my way home. Leroy. You may go home now.
But, Unc, I want to watch you give her the flowers.
Run along, young man, and tell Bertie I'll be right behind you.
Okay.
Well, Mrs. Dalrymple, isn't this a coincidence?
But say, Unc.
What is it now, Leroy?
You didn't mean what you said this morning, did you? That I have to be in by 9 o'clock tomorrow night? All the kids are going Halloween.
Leroy, I gave you my answer.
Okay. I think I'll stick around and wait for you then.
Oh, isn't that cute?
Leroy.
What about Halloween? Still 9 o'clock?
All right, 10 o'clock, ye gods.
Oh, boy, thanks, Unc. Glad I saw you, Mr. Dalrymple.
Oh, my, what a spirited young boy. He's charming, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I do get a boot out of Leroy. And he gets a few out of me, too. The flowers.
Oh, flowers.
Yeah, from the water department. New customer, you know.
Oh, they're perfectly lovely, Mr. Gildersleeve. They're just peachy.
Peachy. And there's your water bill, too.
A water bill? Isn't that cute?
Think so?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, do you bring flowers to all of your new customers?
Well...
And deliver all of your water bills in person?
Well. Care to sit down for a minute on the bench?
Oh, I really should be going.
Take a load off those dainty little feet.
All righty. But what'll I do with Duke?
Duke? Oh, the dog. Oh, tie him to the flagpole. That'll hold him. Here, I'll do it for you. Yeah, nice, Duke. Oh. Maybe you better do it. I'd hate to upset him.
Well, I'll unsnap his leash and let him romp. He won't go far unless he sees a cat or something. There you are, Duke.
Big elephant. I hope he flushes a Greyhound bus and chases it all the way to Dallas.
What was that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I said I had a Greyhound once, name of Alice. Look at him romp off. Frisky. Must be the weather. Nothing like autumn air.
Oh, I love the fall season. And it's especially nice here in Summerfield.
You'll get to like it even better. Yes, sir. Just look at those trees. Wonderful time of the year. Say, tomorrow's Halloween. Let's have a little party at your house. Too many people at mine.
A Halloween party?
Sure. Bob for apples, toast marshmallows. I'll get candy, pumpkins, noisemakers.
Why, that's a marvelous idea. Oh, but Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't know anybody in Summerfield. I wouldn't know who to invite.
You know me.
All righty. You're invited.
I am.
I'll be expecting you early. Well, I'd better go get the Duke.
Ta-ta, Mrs. Dalrymple. Well, a cozy little Halloween. Just for two. Tea for two and two for tea. Good morning, Bertie. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. Coming with the coffee.
Smells good, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, Chief of Police Mr. Gates called up this morning early.
Oh? Well, what'd he say?
Nothing the first time. When I heard it was the police, I hung up.
You hung up? Well, why'd you do that?
I don't know. I guess I've been going to too many gangster pictures.
Oh, my gosh. I'd better call him.
Oh, he called back. He said to remind you of the annual Jolly Boys Halloween party tonight.
Oh, by George, I forgot that, Bertie. Well, if he calls again, tell him I have a little party of my own. With a little party.
Yes, sir.
And when you go to the market, Bertie, remember to pick up 2 pumpkins for me, will you?
I'll try to remember, Mr. Gildersleeve. 2 pumpkins.
Yeah.
But everybody else around here has asked me to remember things, too.
I know, Bertie, but this is very...
Miss Marjorie wants Bertie to remember the Halloween candy, and Leroy wants Bertie to remember his teacher's birthday, and the city wants Bertie to remember to put out the cans.
All right, Bertie.
But I'll try. There's one thing you got to say for Bertie. She tries to remember.
And now what would be for you, sir?
2 pumpkins. Those 2 funny hats. She'd like the one with the feather. Give me 2 apples, Joe, that float. Give me 2 horns. Peavey, give me 2 cigars.
Your usual brand, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Say, Peavey, I see you have Halloween masks. Let me have a couple of them. One for me and one for a lady.
Very well, Mr. Gildersleeve. We have quite a selection. What kind did you have in mind?
Well, I don't know.
Well, now, here's one that covers the whole face. I'm taking one of those home for Mrs. Peavey. Also have them with funny black mustaches.
No thanks, Peavey.
And then we have the type that just covers the eyes.
Oh, fine. Give me 2 of those, Peavey. Come to think of it, we better have the lips free. We're bobbing for apples, Peavey. What's wrong with that?
Nothing, Mr. Gildersleeve. You care to try on some of the masks?
Yeah, just give me 2, Peavey. Any 2. And I'll reach 2 of these El Lobo cigars you have on the counter here.
The El Lobos?
Well, I spent a lot of money today, Peavey. Yeah. A little black, but they look fresh.
Well, the customer's always right, Mr. Gildersleeve. El Lobos it is. That'll be 50 cents for the masks and 8 cents for the 2 cigars.
AR, Peavey. 58. Think I'll light one.
I guess the boys will be out raising old Ned tonight. Had quite a nice run on soap today.
Oh? Well, I soaped my share when I was a kid. But tonight I'm looking forward to a quiet, cozy Halloween. Well, cigar went out, Peavey.
Don't tell Lobo. Smoke up a lot of matches.
Yes, Sir Peavey. I'm really looking forward to this evening with a charming little lady. Halloween for two. Ta-da-da-dee. Peavey, we're going to have a wonderful time.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Yes, Huh?
Mrs. Peavey and I may be a little late. Have to close up, you know. But
what?
We'll join in the spirit of things when we get there.
Get where, Peavey?
To Mrs. Dalrymple's party.
Mrs. Dalrymple? She isn't having a party. Nobody else has been invited, just me.
Well, I wouldn't say that. According to Judge Hooker, there's going to be quite a gathering.
Hooker?
The Jolly Boys, Mayor Terwilliger.
That old goat, what does he have to do with this?
I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. All I know is that when I get a chance to get out of the house with Mrs. Peavey on Halloween, I take it.
Yes. Well, I hope you'll all have a happy Halloween, Peavey. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, is something wrong? Mr. Gildersleeve. That's peculiar. First he turned pale and then pink. I didn't think those El Lobos were that bad.
Do you like natural cheese, especially a mellow, rich-flavored cheddar? Well, then, here's news to make your mouth water. Kraft experts now can give you a natural cheddar cheese with uniform fine flavor and texture and made from pasteurized milk. It's called K-Brand Natural. That's K-A-Y Brand Natural. Just think of the mellow goodness of natural golden cheddar, but made from milk pasteurized as carefully as the milk your children drink.
Excuse me, but I don't quite understand. You mean all the milk in K-Brand cheese is pasteurized?
Absolutely. Every drop is wholesome, pasteurized milk. K-Brand is aged differently, too. Natural cheese ordinarily is cured in cheesecloth and forms a rind. But each big 10-pound bar of K-Brand has no rind because it ages in its own transparent wrapper. And it comes to your dealers with all its golden goodness still protected by this spick-and-span wrapper.
How do I buy K-Brand Natural?
Your dealer will cut as much as you wish. A portion, thick slices, or a wedge. You'll use it in sandwiches and on your cheese tray.
I'd better get enough. My family will love it for snacks, and with pie, too.
Tomorrow, folks, when you shop, look for the big golden bar with K-Brand Natural. K-Brand Natural down the top and sides. It's the wonderful new natural cheddar made from pasteurized milk. Now it's late afternoon, and if we hurry, we can catch the great Gildersleeve as he pulls up in front of his house. His car, like Noah's Ark, loaded with two of everything. And he, like Noah, very much at sea.
Fine friend Hooker turned out to be, inviting everybody to my party. Oop. What's his car doing in front of my house? Well, this is one time I'm glad my brakes aren't too good. Well, my brakes were even worse than I thought. Yeah, that'll teach him. What was that? Hope it was Hooker's muffler. Oh, my license plate. Oh, well, it was nearly a year old anyway.
What's the matter, Gildersleeve? Don't you know how to park a car?
You're the one who doesn't know how to park, Hooker, right next to a fire plug.
I didn't park next to the fire plug.
Well, you're next to it now.
It's a little early for Halloween pranks, isn't it, Gildersleeve?
You started them, Hooker. You've got a lot of nerve coming over to my house after what you did. Get off the property.
Now, Gildy, I'm Mrs. Dalrymple's legal advisor. She decides to give a party, so I help her. And if I do say so, it's a very carefully prepared guest list.
The Jolly Boys.
We were going to have a party anyway, and Floyd and Mrs. Munson are always good for laughs.
Ye gods, Hooker, not Lovey Munson.
Mrs. Munson has a heart of gold. And I invited Mayor Terwilliger for dignity. It's time Mrs. Dalrymple met some of the important people of Summerfield.
I don't suppose I'm important.
I didn't say you weren't, but she's met you. Not afraid of a little competition, are you, Gildy?
Go move your car before I call the police, hooker.
Well, if you're going to be stubborn, I'll run along and get shaved for the party. By the way, Gildy.
Yes?
I left your invitation on the mantel.
Go haunt a house, hooker. Didn't even offer to help me take these things inside. Oh, darn pumpkins. Seem a lot heavier than when I bought them. Hope I step on one of Leroy's roller skates and break the whole shebang.
Hello, Unky. Here, let me help you.
Hello, Marjorie. Thank you, my dear.
I'll take the horns. Looks like your party's going to be fun.
I don't know. I may not even go.
What's wrong, Uncle Mort?
Who wants to go to a party with people there?
Unky, don't be silly. I have 20 kids coming over here. What's a party without a big crowd?
Well, this is one time I don't want to be crowded. By George, I don't think I'll go.
Oh, go ahead, Unky. You have a good time.
I refuse to have a good time. I'll stay home.
But, Uncle Mort, you won't have any fun here. Kids will be all over the house.
I won't be in their way. I'll go upstairs and spend Halloween in my room. Leroy will let me use his little radio. Probably.
Poor old Unky.
That's all right. Mrs. Dalrymple wants a lot of people around her. Why should I care? But I don't want to be there.
Oh, I'll get it. That must be Francie calling about the favors.
You can have the favors I bought. Whole day shot. I'd have had more fun down at the office working. I wouldn't be nearly so tired. Seemed to tire more easily since my birthday last week. Read an ad someplace that said I would.
Somebody get the telephone? Oh, good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve. I didn't know you were home.
Yes, Bertie. Yikes! Bertie, why are you wearing that witch's hat? You should have warned me.
Sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm just in the process of dressing for a party in the church basement. I'm going as a witch.
Huh? Taking the bus or going to fly?
Me fly, Mr. Gildersleeve? Don't expect too much of Halloween. Something's in the icebox, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm off.
Yeah, go have your fun while you're young, Bertie. And don't ring too many doorbells.
No, sir. Won't catch me ringing no doorbells. My girlfriend met a fella at a party, and they went out ringing doorbells and ended up ringing wedding bells. What you going to do at your party, Mr. Gildersleeve?
My party? Well, I've just about given up the idea, but...
Yes, sir?
By George, Bertie, you know what? I think we'll go out ringing doorbells.
Who wants to bob for apples next? Mrs. Munson?
Sure, might as well, Judge. My makeup's coming off anyway.
What a silly game. Hey, I got a wonderful idea, folks. Let's all go out and ring doorbells.
Quiet! Can't you see a lady's bobbing for apples? Well, here goes.
Congratulations, Mrs. Munson.
What do you know? Lovey come up with an apple.
Her and her big mouth.
Oh, you were wonderful, Mrs. Munson.
Ah, thanks, Mrs. Dalrymple. You throw swell parties, honey.
Everybody's bob but you, Peavey. Better join in the fun.
Oh, I don't think I should, Judge. I didn't bring along my earplugs.
Well, what'll we play now?
Hey, why don't we go out and ring doorbells?
Look at Lovey, look at Lovey. She should have worn a bathing suit. She bobbed so deep she's got water on the knee. Hey, Peave, where's the missus? She come, didn't she?
Oh, yes. She's in the other room washing the aquarium. Mrs. Peavey likes goldfish.
She's not bobbing for him, is she? Only kidding, Peave.
Well, what'll we play now?
Quiet, Chief. Hey, everybody, I've got a wonderful idea. Why don't we all go out and ring doorbells?
What's the matter, Commissioner? Ain't you having any fun?
Hey, who brought the two horns?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I believe. The party's on him.
You'll see, you old goat.
Oh, come on, Floydie. Let's play a duet.
Oh, do let's have some music. Mr. Gildersleeve, you sing, don't you?
Well, yes, I do, Mrs. Dalrymple. What would you like to hear?
Well, I'd like
like to hear the chief sing. He has a deep voice.
Now, Mrs. Munson.
Oh, brother.
Come on, Chiefy, over by the piano.
But I'm strictly a quartet man. Come on, Jolly Boys, I need a little help.
What about going out and ringing doorbells?
Now, we're singing, Commander.
Huh?
Okay, what'll it be, fellas? There is the tavern in the town.
Easy.
Huh?
Remember where we are.
Oh, pardon me.
How about it's always fair weather, gentlemen? We do that well.
Yeah, here we go. Now, you take the solo, Chief, just like down at the club. Come on, join in, Commander.
Well, if I'm not intruding at my own party.
All together.
Oh, it's always fair weather when good brothers get together with a sign. Our apologies, Mrs. Dalrymple. On the table and the song ringing clear.
Well, that wasn't bad, not bad, Chief.
Well, what'll we play now?
I have a wonderful little suggestion. Listen, everybody.
Hey, I just got another great idea.
Quiet, everybody. Mrs. Munson has an idea.
Yeah, why don't we all go out and ring doorbells?
Why didn't we think of that before?
Yeah, why didn't we think of that before?
It's a great idea, Lovey.
Well, let's go ring doorbells, everybody. Great idea, Mrs. Munson. Sorry I didn't think of it. Great.
But, fellas, I can't go ringing doorbells. You forgot my position. I'm chief of police.
Isn't that cute?
Ah, come on, Chief. Come on. I got a reputation to uphold, too.
Let's all pair up, 2 by 2. Come along, Mrs. Dalrymple.
But, fellas...
Come on, Peavey. Let's go ring the school bell.
Well, you ring, and Mrs. Peavey and I'll just listen.
Great. We'll go the other way. Come on, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Well, all righty.
Just a minute, Gildy. Don't go sneaking off without me. I feel personally responsible for the safety of our charming hostess this evening.
Isn't that cute?
Well, then, come on, you old goat. Hey, there's a light in that window. Go ahead, Judge. Ring the doorbell. We'll get ready to run.
Why should I go up and ring it, Gildy? Why don't you?
You're faster on your feet than I am, Judge. Remember? You're thinner. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not afraid either.
Come on, Mrs. Dalrymple. We better get a head start.
But what about the judge?
The judge? Oh, he'll find us. He has the nose of a bloodhound. Let's duck behind this hedge. We'll go up through this alley. I know a doorbell we could ring.
But Mr. Gildersleeve, what about the judge?
Huh? Isn't he right behind us? Well, he got lost, didn't he?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I think you did that on purpose.
No. Oh, here's the house. Let's sneak around the side, huh?
But it's so dark.
Yeah, it is. I'd better take your hand. Oh, gloves. Well, follow me. Hurry up on the porch. Watch your step. There. Now, why don't you ring?
All righty. Mr. Gildersleeve, we don't want to ring this bell. This is my house.
It is? Well, then I'd better ring the bell, huh? You get inside and answer the door. Trick or treat.
Oh, you are fun.
On second thought, I think I'll come in with you. A little chilly out here. Well, Mrs. Dalrymple?
Yes?
Trick or treat? How about a kiss?
Don't you think we'd better turn on the light?
Lights? Huh? Well, let's go in the living room. Plenty of light from the fireplace. We'll wait for the others. Sit down, Mrs. Dalrymple. Doris.
Doris, isn't that cute?
Care to take off your gloves?
All righty.
By George, Doris, I didn't think I was going to have any fun tonight. All those people here. But now I'm having a wonderful time. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm glad you are, Mr. Gildersleeve, because I'm having a wonderful time, too.
You are? Doris.
Yes.
It's Halloween.
I know, but...
Trick or treat.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
What was that? Does your dog snore?
He does, but he's not here. He's over at my mother's house tonight with Baby.
Stand back. I'll strike a match. It's Chief Gates.
Oh, you're back. Well, good. What'll we play now?
Isn't that cute?
Oh!
Good morning, Bessie. Well, glad to see you here on time.
Did you have a nice Halloween, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Rather disappointing, Bessie. Did you have a good time?
Oh, I stayed home. And people were ringing our doorbell all night. Father got awfully mad.
Yes.
He went upstairs and dumped a bucket of water on one of them.
Oh?
And when he saw who it was, he threw the bucket at him.
He did? Well, who was it?
Judge Hooker.
Well, it wasn't such a bad Halloween after all. But, Bessie, tell your father not to dump any more water out the window, because I may be ringing his doorbell tonight.
Really? But, Mr. Gildersleeve, Halloween's over.
For the community chest.
Oh, Father has a check all ready for you.
Yeah, fine, Bessie. Folks, when a volunteer worker from the community chest rings your doorbell, don't give him a big argument. Give him a big check. The more you give, the better you'll feel. Good night. I gotta go ring doorbells.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, William Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Me too. Good night.
Tomorrow night, William Bendix will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over this NBC station. Don't miss this great fair. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper. And listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Do the folks at your house like their macaroni and cheese fluffy light with cheddar cheese goodness through and through? Well, let me tell you how to cook that splendid dish in just 7 minutes. Ask your grocer for a box of Kraft Dinner. In that package, you'll find a special macaroni that cooks fluffy light in just 7 minutes. Also, Kraft Grated to add that delicious cheddar cheese flavor. 7 minutes, and you have a delicious main dish. If you wish, add a little leftover meat or chicken or vegetables. The family will probably say it's the best macaroni and cheese they've ever tasted. Remember the name, Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. Have you heard the news about Kraft's new cheddar cheese? It's called K-Brand Natural. K-Brand will delight you folks who love a superb quality cheddar cheese. Delicious, mellow. Yes, K-Brand is really something to get excited about. Listen for more about K-Brand cheese later. what's with the great Gildersleeve? There's usually a woman in his life, and this time it's the attractive widow who's recently moved to Summerfield, Doris Dalrymple. At the moment, the great man is over at her house, popping the question.
Will you, Mrs. Dalrymple? Please.
Well, all righty.
You've made me the happiest man in the world.
Yes, I'll accept, Mr. Gildersleeve. A hayride sounds like loads of fun.
Oh, it will be. All the jolly boys and their wives and their sweethearts are going. I can hardly wait until next week.
Oh, I've never been on one before, Mr. Gildersleeve. What do you do on a hayride?
Well, we rent a big wagon from the livery stable, right out to the woods. It's beautiful out there this time of the year. Then we build a campfire, roast weenies, and sing.
Oh, is that all?
Well, there's the ride home at night under the harvest moon.
Won't it be a little chilly?
Chilly? Well, if you get cold, you can put my overcoat around you. Of course, I'll be in it, too.
Isn't that cute?
And so all week long, our water commissioner's cup has been filled to overflowing. The days have slowly passed, and now at last it's the evening before the happy event. We find our pudgy Lothario returning home from the office.
Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. Well, hello, everybody. The waterman cometh.
Hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello, my dear. Marjorie, you're getting more beautiful every day.
Why, thank you, Unky.
That's all right. No charge.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Bertie. How's the queen of the kitchen?
Miss Gildersleeve?
What's the matter, Bertie?
Well, you ain't gonna like this.
What?
You ain't gonna like it.
Well, tell me, Bertie. What is it?
I'll tell you, but you ain't gonna like it.
Bertie, what is it?
Are you hungry, Miss Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, indeed, Bertie. And I'm ready for one of your delicious dinners.
Uh-oh. That's what I wanted to tell you. I've been so busy I didn't get around to starting supper yet. It won't be ready for nearly an hour.
Well, that's all right. There's no hurry. Take your time, Bertie.
Huh? That's the first time I ever heard you say that, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're usually pretty calorie conscious.
Yeah, well, anytime you're ready, Bertie.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve. First time I ever heard you say that.
My, you're in a good mood tonight, Unky.
Oh, I don't know. I hadn't noticed it.
It wouldn't have anything to do with that hayride tomorrow, now would it?
Hayride? Say, that is tomorrow, isn't it?
As if you didn't know. How are you and Mrs. Dalrymple getting along?
Who said I was taking Mrs. Dalrymple?
You've got her name scribbled all over the telephone pad.
Oh.
And somebody carved a heart on our tree with her initials in it. It wasn't Leroy. Aren't you ever going to grow up?
Grow up? Why should I? It's more fun this way. What's that? Oh, Leroy. I better go back and look into this.
Leroy.
Yeah, I know, Bertie.
They're out there in the backyard.
That's where I'm headed for.
Leroy.
Oh, he took my Adam gun. You make him give it to me.
Give it back to him, Leroy. Go on now.
Okay, here you are, you little crybaby.
Now, Leroy, you mustn't pick on Craig. He's just a little boy.
Yeah, little boy.
There's no reason why you two fellas... Craig, be careful where you point that gun.
I'm gonna shoot you.
Craig, point that thing the other way now.
This is an atom gun and it'll blow you to pieces.
Craig?
I'm gonna blow you to pieces.
Put that gun down, you little... Well, nothing can make me mad today. Go on, Craigie, shoot me.
I won't, and you can't make me.
Yes, indeed. Go on now. Play, children.
I don't want to play with him, and he can't come in my clubhouse either.
Clubhouse? You mean that horrible-looking packing box over there?
Yeah, that's my clubhouse, and Craig can't come in there either.
I can, too.
You cannot.
I can, too.
Let's just leave telephone.
Telephone? All right, Bertie.
You cannot.
I can, too.
Now, boys, I've got a great little idea. Leroy, you let Craig in your clubhouse, and Craig will let you play with his atom gun. Won't you, Craigie?
I don't know.
That's the spirit. Now, go ahead and play like two healthy American boys.
Everything under control out there, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, indeed, Bertie. You just have to know how to handle children.
Telephone's waiting, Miss Gildersleeve.
Yes, I know. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I called about the hayride.
Well, nice of you to call. Everything's all set. See you tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm awfully sorry, but I'm afraid I won't be able to go.
Huh?
It's my dog, Duke. He's got the sniffles.
But, Mrs. Dalrymple...
And he's running a temperature. I just couldn't leave him alone tomorrow.
But...
I hope it's all righty with you.
But...
I knew you'd understand, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye now.
But...
Huh? What are you locked in your room for? Come on, dinner's ready.
I don't want any dinner.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing, my dear. You just run along. Don't worry about your old uncle. He'll be all right.
Come on, Unky. We're all hungry.
Don't wait for me. You just go right ahead. Fill your little stomach.
Well, all right.
Doris Dalrymple, why did you do this to me? Why are you such a scatterbrain? Oh, I'm sorry, Doris. I didn't mean it. You're lovely, beautiful. What if you are a little scatterbrained? What the heck? But we could have had such a good time. Riding home in the moonlight. Snuggling up close. Like I did last year with Eve Goodwin. Well, it's too late. There's nothing I could... Eve. Wonder if I could... No. Well, she wouldn't have to know she's second choice. Good old Eve.
Why, Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve.
This is a surprise, seeing you.
Yeah. Just happened to be passing your house. Saw your light on.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm glad you dropped by. Come in.
All right.
Please sit down.
Thanks. Can only stay a minute, though. How have you been, Eve?
Fine, thank you. How about you?
Oh, I've been fine. Fine.
Mm-hmm. Well, Throckmorton, I haven't seen much of you lately. Where have you been keeping yourself?
How have you been, Eve?
You just asked me that, Throckmorton.
Oh, I did? By the way, Eve, what day is tomorrow?
Why, it's Saturday, Throckmorton.
It is? Well.
Why?
That's the day of the big hayride.
Yes, I know.
Can you imagine that? I almost forgot about it.
Oh. Well, how are the children,
Eve, I've got a great idea. Just thought of it.
What's that?
How about you and me going on the hayride together?
What?
Isn't that a great idea? Just thought of it. Well, how about it, Eve?
Well, I rather thought you'd be taking Mrs. Dalrymple.
Mrs. Dalrymple? Who's she?
Oh. Now, Throckmorton, I've been hearing about you, too.
Why, I hardly know, Doris. Mrs. Dalrymple.
Oh, really?
Sure. That's the trouble with this town. You speak to a lady on the street, pet a dog a few times, and, well, you know, rumors.
Of course.
After all, I have to be friendly to her, Eve. She's a good customer of the water department. Brings a lot of water. So does her dog.
I see.
Anyhow, I'd rather take you, Eve, any day of the week. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to take Mrs. Dalrymple? That's scatterbrain. How about it, Eve?
Throckmorton, we haven't seen much of each other for a long time.
Well, that's all righty. I mean, that's all right. After all, there's nothing like a hayride for getting acquainted again.
Well, it might be nice.
Sure it will, Eve. Riding home under the harvest moon. And Eve.
Yes?
If it gets chilly, you can put my overcoat around you. Of course, I'll be in it, too.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Shine on, harvest moon up in the sky. Oh, hello, Bertie. You still working?
Just finishing up, Mr. Gildersleeve. Have a nice evening.
Oh, very nice. I was over at Miss Goodwin's.
Oh, the judge called.
Hooker? What did he want?
Said he was just checking up to make sure everybody's bringing their share of the food for the hayride.
Why doesn't he mind his own business? We never should have made him chairman.
Well, I got your basket already. Wieners and mustard and sweet pickle.
Yeah?
Want me to get that?
Yeah, I'll get it, Bertie. Probably the judge. Old busybody. Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I have some wonderful news.
Well, what's that?
Duke is all well.
Duke?
My dog. So I can go on a hayride with you after all. Oh, isn't that peachy? It was all a mistake. He didn't really have a temperature at all. He'd just been sleeping under the stove.
Oh? Are you sure? Maybe you'd better stay home. Keep an eye on him. I wouldn't take any chances.
Oh, no. He's friskier than ever. You should see him. He just jumped over the dining room table.
But, Mrs. Dalrymple, he might have a relapse.
You're worrying about Duke. Isn't that cute? Well, see you tomorrow.
But...
Goodbye now.
Mrs. Dalrymple. Duke. Man's best friend. Now what am I going to do? I can't take her and Eve, too. How do I get into these Who's that?
Evening, Bertie.
Oh, Hooker. Why doesn't he stay out of my life? The old snoop. Why doesn't... Say, he used to be kind of sweet on Eve. I wonder if... You're sly, Gildersleeve.
Hello, Gildy.
Hello, Horace, old friend.
Hope you don't mind my dropping in this late, Gildy. I'm just making sure everything is in readiness for tomorrow. That's my job, you know.
Perfectly all right, Horace. Don't know what the Jolly Boys would do without you.
Well, thank you.
Not at all, old friend. We're lucky to have a man like you. You're one in a million.
Gildy. Huh? You're after something.
Why, Judge, what do you mean?
You're transparent as glass.
Well, I did have a little favor to ask, old pal.
Never mind the applesauce. Get to the point.
Judge, I'm in awful trouble. I've got a date with Mrs. Dalrymple for the hayride tomorrow.
That doesn't sound so awful to me.
And I've got a date with Eve Goodwin, too.
Sort of being a hog, aren't you?
I can't take them both, Judge. I was wondering if you could take one of them for me. Eve Goodwin.
Well...
Please, Horace. I'll give you anything you want. You can have my hunting knife.
Well...
And I'll throw in a couple of bottles of Kalak water.
Well, I might consider it.
Judge, you're a true jolly boy. I'll never forget you for this.
It's all right, Gildy. I'm sure Miss Goodwin would rather go with me anyhow.
What?
Being a school principal, she naturally enjoys intelligent conversation.
What do you mean?
Well, you're not exactly the intellectual type, Gildy.
No, look here, Hooker.
Besides that, you're fat.
Oh.
And no woman loves a fat man.
Why, you old bag of bones?
Why don't you admit it, Gildy? Miss Goodwin prefers me because I'm distinguished, witty, much better looking than you are.
You old goat, Eve would rather go out with me any day of the week.
I doubt that.
Well, I know it. Handsome. I've seen scarecrows better looking than you.
So you think Miss Goodwin would prefer to go out with you?
You bet I do.
All right, Gildy. In that case, you take her on the hayride. Huh? Good night, Gildy.
Judge Horace, come back. I didn't mean it, old friend.
All right, Gildy. You take both of them. Hope you have a good time tomorrow. Bigamist.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. Every once in a while, something comes along that's really news. Well, here's ours. Kraft's Master Cheesemakers now give you a natural cheese made from pasteurized milk. It's called K-Brand Natural. That's K-A-Y, K-Brand Natural. Here's cheddar cheese with a delicious mellow flavor, a tender melt-in-your-mouth texture. Here's cheddar made from milk that's been pasteurized as carefully as the milk your children drink.
Say, that sounds pretty special.
It is. And K-Brand is aged a special way, too. Every big 10-pound bar goes to the curing room, sealed in its own transparent wrapper. And it's still in that same sparkling clean wrapper when your dealer gets it.
You mean there's no cheesecloth around it?
That's exactly what I mean. And that's why all of K-Brand cheese is usable. There's no rind. Tomorrow when you shop, look for the transparent wrapped bar marked K-Brand Natural. K-Brand Natural down the top and sides. Have your dealer cut a portion for you, but get enough, for K-Brand is mighty good as a snack with crackers and sandwiches on your cheese tray. And green apple pie, fresh from the oven, topped with a thick slice of mellow, full-bodied K-Brand cheddar. Folks, that's happy eating. Ask for K-Brand Natural tomorrow. Well, the great Gildersleeve has spent a sleepless night, perched on the horns of a dilemma. Two women mean trouble, double trouble. It's morning now, and the great man has finally come to a decision.
I'll call her. That's what I'll do. I'll just say, Eve, I'm sorry, but I can't take you on the hayride. There's been a change of plans. I'll be firm about it.
Hello?
Hello. Eve? This is Throckmorton.
Oh, hello, Throckmorton.
Eve?
Yes?
Eve?
Yes, what is it, Throckmorton?
Eve, I'll see you this afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavey.
What can I do for... My, something wrong?
Huh?
I've never seen you look so peaked.
Peavey, I've got troubles.
Well, I wouldn't worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. You'll forget all about your troubles on the hayride this afternoon. What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing, Peavey.
Yes, there's nothing like a hayride to relax a person. Riding along, clippity-clop, merry voices lifted in song. There is a tavern in the town,
Yes, please, Peavey. I've got a splitting headache.
Oh, sorry. I guess my voice is a little powerful.
Peavey, did you ever have a date with two women?
I beg your pardon?
I mean, did you ever take out two women at the same time?
Oh, yes, when I was a young man.
You did?
Oh, yes. When I went to the picture show, I often took my mother and sister.
No, Peavey. I mean with two women you liked.
Well, I liked my mother and sister. I had an older brother I wasn't so fond of.
Ye gods, Peavey, didn't you ever take out two women you felt romantic about?
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. I never believed in living dangerously. But you weren't thinking of doing that, were you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Who, me? Of course not. I wouldn't be crazy enough to get mixed up with two women at the same time.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
I was just asking, Peavey, in case it ever happened, what would you do?
Well, I wouldn't get into it in the first place.
But in case you did, Peavey, what would you do?
Well, I wouldn't get into it in the first place.
But in case you did, Peavey, what would you do?
Well, I'd get out of it.
You would, eh? How?
There's a friend of yours across the street.
Huh? Who?
Well, don't you recognize her? It's Miss Goodwin.
What's she doing?
Well, right now, she seems to be coming over here.
Look, she must have found out. So long, Peavey.
Mr. Gildersleeve, why are you going out the back way?
Old habit of mine. Goodbye.
Well, hello, Commish.
Floyd, let me get in that barber chair. Quick.
Sure. Hey, what'll you have?
Throw a towel over my face.
What?
Don't just stand there. Throw a towel over my face.
Okay.
What?
Sorry. Hey, what's up, Commish? Who you hiding from? The law after you? Hey, you ain't been dipping into the till up at the water department. You ain't kidding. Well, that towel over your face ain't much of a disguise. Anybody looking in here'd know you. There's only one stomach like that in town.
Keep those remarks to yourself. And look who's talking. And here's your towel, Floyd. What are you trying to do, suffocate me?
Well, as long as you're in the chair, Commish, how about a shave?
I don't need a shave. Floyd, kind of stand between me and the window, will you?
Okay. Well, look, if you don't want anything, I'd kind of like to close up shop. Me and the missus have to get ready for the hayride this afternoon.
Oh.
This is one hayride I'm not going to miss. Yes, sir. I'm going to get there early and see the fireworks.
What are you talking about?
Wait till those two dames find out you're taking both of them.
Hooker's been in here, I see.
See, I don't blame you for hiding from them. I'd hate to be in your shoes when they meet. Wow.
Why? What do you think they'll do?
Liable to tear that hay wagon apart. You know what they say. Female of the species is more deadly than the male.
Well, not even Mrs. Dalrymple. They're quiet, refined ladies.
Don't let them quiet dames fool you. Every woman's a tigress underneath, and she'll fight to the death for a mate. That's the law of the jungle.
That's ridiculous.
Now, look, you take the bull moose. When two females in the herd have a passion for the same moose, they don't monkey around. They just stick their heads down and charge.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
That's the law of the jungle.
Oh, I've had enough of your stories. I'm getting out of here.
See you later, Commish. And may the best moose win.
Uncle Mort, where have you been?
Downtown.
Gee, the phone's been ringing all morning for you.
The phone? It has? Who was it?
Oh, lots of people. Eve Goodwin. And Mrs. Dalrymple. She called 3 times. And, oh, yes, the judge called.
Hooker.
He said the hay wagon will be by for you at 2 o'clock sharp with your lady friends, both of them. What did he mean by that?
What did he mean by that? Nothing, Marjorie.
Hunky, what's the matter? Are you in some kind of trouble?
Well, I am, sort of.
Is there anything I can do?
No, my dear, thank you very much. I'll work it out some way.
Well, all right. I'm going over to Francie's. And you better get ready for that hayride.
Why? What time is it?
It's 5 minutes to 2. Bye.
Oh, my goodness, they'll be here pretty soon. Pull yourself together, Gildersleeve. What's the matter with you? Afraid of 2 little women? That's ridiculous. Why they can't? I don't know, though. Law of the jungle. Wonder where I could hide. Under the bed? Well, they'd find me there. Say, I know. That's it. They'll never find me back there. Don't see anybody around. Hope I can get in Leroy's clubhouse. It's not a very big packing box. This must be the entrance where it's dug out here. That darn kid could have made that hole a little bigger. I'm no gopher. Well, here goes. Hope I can squeeze through. I'm almost in.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy.
What are you coming in here for?
Oh, just thought I'd come in and see your little clubhouse.
You can't come in here.
Oh, hello, Craig. You in here, too?
You can't come in here. Would you mind coming back later, Unc? Our club's having a secret meeting. Yeah, secret meeting.
Oh, well, maybe I could join your club. How about that, Leroy? If you'll just give me a hand here and pull me in.
Well, I don't know, Unc. We'd have to vote on it.
Vote on it? Well, I can't lie here like this, half in and half out.
You'd have to pay dues, Unc. $quarter a month.
I'll pay it.
Of course, for grown-ups, it ought to be a little more. Maybe 50 cents?
All right, Leroy, don't overdo it. I agree. Can I come in now?
Well, we'll have to vote first.
Hurry up and vote. I can't breathe.
Okay. Fellow member Craig. Yeah? Fellow member, a candidate is waiting at our door.
Candidate.
He desires admittance to our club.
Make it snappy, Leroy.
Fellow member, what will your decision be? Will it be yay or will it be nay? He can't come in here.
Oh.
Fellow member, you'll please answer correctly. You must say yay or nay.
God, Leroy.
Sorry, Unc, those are the rules. Fellow member, will it be yay or nay? He can't come in here.
Leroy, when I get my hands on you... Who's that? Hooker.
What are you doing down that hole, Gildy? This isn't Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
You seem to be stuck. I'll take hold of your legs here. I'll give you time.
Take it easy, Judge. You're pulling my shoes off.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mrs. Dalrymple.
Were you down in that tiny little hole? Isn't that cute?
Hello, Throckmorton. Come on, Throckmorton. Mrs. Dalrymple and I have been waiting for you.
You and Mrs. Dalrymple? But I thought, aren't you two...
Angry? No. Miss Goodwin and I have been getting acquainted. I think she's just peachy.
Yes. Well, we three will have a wonderful time on the hayride.
Come on, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Guess I'll never understand women.
When folks drop in for a game of cards, top off the evening with sandwiches of Kraft's delicious new cheese, K-Brand Natural. K-Brand is a natural cheddar cheese with uniform fine flavor and texture and made from pasteurized milk. Yes, a natural cheddar made from milk that's been pasteurized as carefully as the milk your children drink. K-Brand has no rind because it cures in its own wrapper. Use Mellow Good K-Brand on your cheese tray, with pie, in sandwiches, as a snack. Tomorrow, look for the big 10-pound bar at your dealer's. Have him cut as much as you wish, but be sure you see the words K-Brand Natural down the top and sides. It's the new natural cheddar cheese made from pasteurized milk.
Mrs. Dalrymple. Doris.
Yes?
Getting kind of chilly. Would you like to put my overcoat around you? It's big enough for two.
All righty.
Oh, Throckmorton.
Yes, Eve?
I'm getting a little chilly.
Oh, you poor thing. Say, I've got an idea, Miss Goodwin. You and I can sit together and put Mr. Gildersleeve's overcoat around us.
What?
You don't mind, do you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, no, I don't mind.
Everybody, all together now.
Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky.
Oh, shut up. Good night, everybody.
This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, here's a speedy main dish that will help you stretch that food budget. It's Kraft Dinner. One package of Kraft Dinner contains enough quick-cooking macaroni and Kraft grated to make a dish of macaroni and cheese that will serve 4 people. It takes only 7 minutes cooking time to prepare Kraft Dinner, and every bite is rich with golden cheddar cheese goodness. So get a couple packages from your food store tomorrow. Look for the yellow and blue package marked Kraft Dinner. The family will like it, for it's a Kraft quality product.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. For everybody who loves mellow, melt-in-the-mouth cheddar cheese, we have a piece of great news. It's about Kraft's new natural cheddar called K-Brand. K-Brand is for folks who really get a thrill out of superb quality cheddar cheese. Remember the name, K-Brand Natural Cheddar. And listen for more about this masterpiece in cheese-making a little later on in the program. late afternoon in Summerfield as the water commissioner briskly advances upon his retreating shadow, gives it a column right up the walk, and then races it to the front door in the warmth of home.
Getting chilly out. Well, nothing like a cold snap to stimulate the appetite. Leroy, you're practicing the piano.
Sure, I've been practicing faithfully ever since I got home from school.
Huh? Whose window did you break on the way home?
I didn't break anything up, honest. Cleaned up my room, too.
Let's see. November, December, Leroy.
Huh?
Could your sudden interest in being good have anything to do with the nearness of Christmas?
Christmas? When is it this year?
When is it this year?
What am I going to get, Unc? What are you going to buy me? A new football, huh? A new bike, huh? A new chemistry set? I've been practicing, huh?
Now, Leroy, take it easy. I haven't gotten around to thinking about Christmas yet.
You haven't? Christmas is only 43 days away. Let's get off the dime, Unc.
Young man, I don't know what you mean by such expressions as let's get off the dime.
Oh, you don't? Well, that means...
Don't explain them to me. And don't rush me into Christmas. I'll figure those things out in good time.
Okay. Gosh.
Practice your piano, Leroy. We'll have a Christmas in December. The 25th of December.
I don't feel like practicing now. I think I'll go out and kick my football over the house. My old football.
Now, Leroy, if you've finished your piano, why don't you get busy with your homework? Get your grades up. You flunked history, and Santa Claus doesn't remember little boys who don't study.
Santa Claus? Okay, I'll read my history book.
That's a boy. I'll glance over the evening paper.
Can I have the funny section on Dick Tracy?
Dick Tracy? Your homework first, Leroy, then Dick Tracy.
I just want to see what Mumbles is doing.
Forget about Mumbles for a minute and see what George Washington is doing. That's what they quiz you on.
Okay.
Look at that boy. Sprawled right in the middle of the floor. I think he's going to grow up to be a wrestler. Well, at least he'll be an educated wrestler.
Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, 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 no. Hi, Auntie Leroy. Hi, Maury.
Hello, my dear. Come in.
Wait till I hang up my coat. Bingle, bangle, bungle, I'm so happy in the jungle.
What's that?
New song, Civilization.
Is it supposed to help it or harm it? Bongo, bongo, bingle.
Hey, Unc, when was the Declaration of Independence signed?
Declaration of Independence? Well, John Hancock was one of the signers. He's been dead a long time.
Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, 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 no.
Marjorie, I'm trying to answer a question for Leroy.
Okay. Will you give me the fashion section, please, Uncle Mort? I want to look at some coats.
Coats? Yeah, here you are.
Thank you.
Now, my boy, what was the question?
When was the Declaration of Independence signed?
July 4th, 1775.
Oh, yeah, I knew they signed it on a holiday.
Well, try this one, Unc. What were the first 10 amendments called?
The first, Leroy, it appears to me that these are all questions you've had before. Have you been demoted?
No. The Freedom Train's coming to town, and our teacher says we got to know all the answers before we can go to see it, to get more out of it.
It's an excellent idea. Some very wonderful documents.
Yeah, swell train, too. Red, white, and blue streamliner. Marines guarding it and everything.
Marines? Well, I may go down myself.
Oh, look, Unky, new winter coats. And do I need one very badly? Do you like the style?
Style? Let me see. $60. Pretty stylish.
Well, they are a little high, but, well, everybody in school has a new coat, Uncle Mort. Francie has fur trim and thinks she's so smart.
Well, we'll think about it, my dear. But prices are going up, and your old uncle's salary has remained the same.
But, Unky, darling, you got a raise just last month.
Yeah, $4.83. And I bought a pork chop with it, remember?
And I know where the pork chop went.
What?
Unky, you're getting another chin, but I like it.
You're tickling, Marjorie.
Dinner's ready, Mr. Gildersleeve.
New coat, Unky?
New coat? Well, I'll see what I can do, my dear.
Dinner's on the table.
It smells wonderful, Bertie. Come along, Leroy. You can't become a college professor overnight.
I'll be there in just a minute. I'm stuck.
Oh? What's the question, my boy?
I can't figure out what Mumbles is saying.
He said she's out like a light. Let's go. Now, let's go to dinner.
There you are, Commissioner. Your face is as fresh as the day you were born.
Huh? What you for? What's that?
Oh, sorry, Commissioner. Didn't mean to startle you. Must have had a hard afternoon at the office. Or did my tender touch woo you to sleep?
I wasn't sleeping, Floyd. Just give me a shave.
Another one?
Oh. Well, I was thinking, Floyd. Sometimes I get carried away in my thoughts.
Oh, sure, I know. Comb it dry or you want something on it?
Dry, Floyd.
Well, I'll toss on some Summerfield water. Not very wet anyway. Hey, is something eating you, Commish? You ain't your usual jolly self.
Just thinking, Floyd. Thinking.
Oh.
Thinking how much it costs nowadays to live.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Takes all I rake in to keep the house and lovey respectable. You call that living? I don't.
Winter's here, too. Holidays are upon us. Leroy wants 1,000,000 things. Marjorie wants a new coat.
New coat? That's serious, all right.
Well, Marjorie doesn't ask for things she doesn't need. It's getting so a man on salary can't cut it, Floyd. I guess I should be picking up some extra money someplace.
Say, you ever think of diluting the water you sell down there, Commish? Why, if you charge the same and cut it 2 to 1, you can...
Please, Floyd. Now, let's forget about the water.
Funny kidding.
Well, I'm trying to be serious.
There you are. And I know how it is to be hounded for a coat, Commish. My bride's been beating the drum for a Red Fox chubby for the past 10 years. You know what? Fellow stopped in just this morning, left his card instead of a tip. Raved about the shave and invited me to come up and pick out a fur, 50% off.
50% off?
Yeah, but I ain't telling Lovey. She snarls enough without having a pelt to go with it.
But 50% off? Where is he, Floyd?
It's at the Summerfield Hotel, I think, one of them wholesalers.
Find the card, will you, Floyd? Where is it? Might be worth money.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, Fowler was the guy's name.
Let's see. W.R. Fowler. Wholesale diamonds and furs. Present this courtesy card for 50% off. Well, thanks, Floyd.
But, Commish, you give it to me.
Instead of a tip, Floyd.
Yeah, but...
Well, here's a tip.
A lousy dime? You usually tip 20 cents.
50% off, same as the card, Floyd. Yeah. Besides, you didn't trim my mustache. Room 620, 622, 620. Where's that sample room? Oh, 630. Better get out my courtesy card.
Come in, neighbor. Door's open.
Mr. Fowler?
That's me, neighbor.
I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. A friend of mine gave me one of your courtesy cards.
Yes, come in.
Yeah, thank you.
So you're interested in buying a little something wholesale?
Yeah. Yes, wholesale.
Well, there aren't any big buyers in at the moment, so I may just help you out. I like your face, neighbor.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you came just in time, neighbor. I'm closing out one of my main lines of diamonds, and am now in a position to offer you this Eye of Africa diamond ring. At not 1/2, not 1/3, but 1/4 the original cost.
Oh, that's nice, Mr. Fowler, but I really came to look at a coat.
A fur coat. Glad to hear it, neighbor, because I'm now in a position to offer you this genuine Northern Seal type garment at an unprecedented saving to you.
Feels pretty good.
Just look, neighbor. Don't handle the merchandise.
Oh, sorry.
And take the word of W.R. Fowler for it. This coat's a killing. Your golden opportunity. A $500 garment at 50% off. Yours for only $250.
$250?
Takes your breath away, doesn't it? You want it in a box over your arm or on your back?
Well, it isn't quite what I had in mind, you see.
What's the matter, neighbor? Is it warm in here? Stand by the window. I always leave it open.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. I think I better be going now. I was really thinking about buying a little cloth coat for my niece Marjorie, and I just stopped.
A cloth coat? I understand, neighbor. We're all feeling the pinch a little bit. But, neighbor, I like your face. I don't want your niece to have a cloth coat. I want her to have this genuine Northern Seal type chubby right here.
Looks fine, Mr. Fowler, but...
I'll let you in on a little secret. This lovely garment happens to have an unpaid charge of $30 against it. You can have this valuable coat worth $500 on any market, any time for the charge against it. $30.
$30? Well, that's less than a cloth coat.
It's your golden opportunity, neighbor, but a special offer to you, so don't tell your friends. Grab it, neighbor, quick.
Oh, Marjorie, I have something for you.
Your niece just took her books upstairs, Gildy. Care to come into your parlor and sit down a minute?
Well, Judge, when did you come over?
I was just driving by and smelled Bertie's coffee.
Oh, was Bertie making some coffee?
Well, she is now. Nobody makes coffee quite like Bertie. What's in the box, Gildy?
None of your business. It's from Marjorie, Judge, not for you.
Merely expressing an interest.
Well, it is a little surprise. Fur coat.
A fur coat for Marjorie. Wonderful. But aren't they a little expensive?
Well, not if you know where to buy them.
Where'd you get it, Gildy? Hogan Brothers?
Hogan Brothers. Retail prices? I wasn't born yesterday, Judge. Have a look.
Well, it does look like... Wait a minute. I'll say you weren't born yesterday, Gildy. You were born today.
What?
That fur's older than the Lewis and Clark expedition. Where'd you buy it? Down a dark alley or up in some hotel room?
Oh, what do you know about hotel rooms?
I know it's one of the oldest dodges in the world. Stranger comes to town, puts up at a good hotel, rents a suite, peddles cheap furs for a couple of days, and then skips. Who took you in, Gildy?
Nobody took me in, Judge. I got a $500 fur coat for $30, that's all.
Why?
Well, because I have an honest face.
You've got a good big fat head, too, Gildersleeve. This should be reported to the Better Business Bureau. That's what they're for, to protect gullibles like you.
Now, see here,
You
Hooker.
can't give that moth trap to Marjorie. Why, look, you can pull the fur out by handsful. See? Look.
Stop that, Hooker. You put that fur back.
Look at it shed. Better not take it out in a stiff breeze, Gildy. All you'll have left is bald rabbit skins.
Quick, Judge. Give me that box top.
What's the big discussion all about? Oh, hello, Judge.
Afternoon, Marjorie.
Uncle Mort, did you call me a minute ago?
Hello, Marjorie, my dear.
Hey, what's in the box?
Box? Oh, this box.
Your uncle has been assuring me he just made a marvelous purchase.
No,
Don't
Judge.
worry, Gildy. I won't let the cat out of the bag. Say, I wonder if that's what it could be.
Goodbye.
What's the matter, Gildy? Can't you stay for coffee?
Big swindler. Guy Fowler can't take me for $30. I thought there was something phony about his setup all the time.
Come in, neighbor. The door's open.
Neighbor. Now, see here, Fowler.
Glad to see you back, neighbor. I don't think you saw my Star of Africa 3-carat diamond ring.
Don't give me that, Fowler. I want my money back.
Your money back?
That coat is a fake.
A fake?
You darn right it's a fake. Give me $30 before I call the cops.
Why, of course, if you aren't satisfied, I'll be... let me see that coat. Why, this is amazing. You're right. It is a fake.
You bet it is.
I suspected I got a bad coat in that last shipment, but how could you tell it, neighbor? What business are you in?
Me? Well, I'm city official, water commissioner.
You shouldn't be wasting your time as a city official. You're a natural-born fur merchant. You want to make some real money? Look. Just got a telegram. My grandmother's sinking fast. Here I am with 3 coats left, 4 diamond rings, and a train to catch. $2,000 worth of merchandise I'll let you have for $500, neighbor, and have a Merry Christmas.
$500? Just give me my money back.
You don't have $500 on you. All right, I'm a compassionate man. Here's your $30 back. Now what do you have?
Well, with the 30 and what I have here, I got $94.60.
I'll take it, neighbor. It's a deal.
What?
My loss is your gain.
What?
Toss the rings in your pocket, throw the coats over your arm, and you're in business.
Yes, but...
Your telephone's ringing, neighbor.
My telephone?
Hope it's a sale, neighbor, and I'll let you know how my grandmother turns out.
But, Fowler, why are you going out that way?
Always leave my hat and coat on the fire escape. So long, neighbor.
But, Fowler... Oh, the telephone. Yes?
Hello, Mr. Fowler.
Oop, Hooker.
I have the president of the Better Business Bureau with me in the lobby. We'd like to come up and inspect your alleged wholesale fur business.
Well, they won't catch me here. 6 stories down. Well, Fowler made it.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. For folks who love really rich-tasting, mellow, natural cheddar cheese, here's some glorious news. Kraft's master cheesemakers now make natural cheese just like that from pasteurized milk. It's a new thrill for folks who love superb cheese. K-brand natural cheddar. That's K-A-Y, K-brand. Mellow with a melt-in-the-mouth texture. And made from milk that is carefully and thoroughly pasteurized.
I'd like to try this new K brand. How do I buy it?
You'll see the big 10-pound bar in your dealer's refrigerator case marked K-brand natural. K-brand natural all down the top and sides of the sparkling transparent wrapper. And I want to tell you something else about that wrapper. K-brand natural is sealed right in that sparkling wrapper before it goes to the curing room. K-brand natural, made of pasteurized milk, ages to mellow goodness right in its own spick-and-span wrapper.
You mean this natural cheese has no cheesecloth, no rind?
That's right. Curing natural cheese in a sealed wrapper is another Kraft triumph. Taste K-brand tomorrow. Have your dealer cut a good big portion for you from the K-brand bar. Here's the natural cheddar your folks will like best of all, with pie, on the cheese tray, for snacks, for sandwiches. It's superb cheese for particular people. K-brand natural cheddar made of pasteurized milk. Well, let's return to the great Gildersleeve. Ordinarily a capable sleeper, he spent a fitful night, then awoke with a start. Popped out of bed, dashed for his trousers, fumbled for his wallet, and looked inside to see if it was true.
It is true. I did buy those furs and diamonds. $94.60. Could have bought Marjorie a good coat and Leroy something nice for Christmas.
And now, after an early breakfast, we find the great man bearing his heavy burden downtown and looking for a place to unload it.
Hi, Commissioner. What are you doing downtown so early?
Just dropped in to show you something, Floyd.
I'll be right with you as soon as I finish shaving.
You know, I went up to see that man about the furs. He gave me such a good deal, I bought a couple of extras.
Yeah?
Take a look, Floyd. A $500 fur coat for $30. Lovey'd love it.
Yeah? Not interested, Commish. Besides, I got more hair on my floor than you got in that coat. Them animals must have given up hard.
But, Floyd, you got me into this.
Not that far, I didn't. But say, if you want to get rid of them, why don't you have some cards printed up like Fowler? Leave them with me. I'll pass them out to the trade.
No, thanks, Floyd. I'll get rid of them honestly. Good morning, Peavey.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm glad you dropped in.
Oh, you are, Peavey? So am I. In fact, I've had you on my mind since last night.
Well, I've had somebody on my mind, too. Mrs. Dalrymple.
Doris Dalrymple? What's this, Peavey?
She just bought a lipstick and cashed a check. I trust her check is all right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh. You don't have to worry about Doris Dalrymple's checks, Peavey. Her husband left her a lot of money. Big manufacturer.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. Pretty big check.
Peavey, she might have spent that whole check right here if you'd have had the right merchandise. Have you ever thought of putting in a line of fur coats and jewelry?
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you ever go in a fur or jewelry store and try to buy aspirin? Not that a man couldn't use aspirin in some of those places.
We mustn't be afraid of new ideas, Peavey. There's nothing that'll bring women into your store like fur coats and jewelry. Why, you could be the Marshall Field of Summerfield.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you could, Peavey. You're a mighty good salesman.
Well, now. No, pardon me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Telephone.
Yeah, go right ahead, Peavey. Hurry back. By George, I think I've got him interested. Maybe we both can make a little money. No, he can keep anything he makes over $94.60. Well, anything over $100, we'll say.
Sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. You know, that was quite a coincidence, a party asking about fur coats.
Oh, that's so? We'd better get the line in right away, Peavey.
We?
Yeah, holidays are coming. There'll be a lot of requests. And I happen to know where we can get some fur coats and jewelry. Make a lot of money. And I'll let you in on the deal.
Well, why me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, because I like your face, neighbor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I like your face, too.
Yes, sir, Peavey. This is a golden opportunity.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I believe you're trying to sell me something.
Special offer, Peavey. Grab it quick.
Well, most salesmen, when they come in here, usually begin by buying a little something. They call it baiting me, I believe.
All right, Peavey. Give me a box of aspirin. A small one.
Box of aspirin. Any particular brand?
Any brand, Peavey. This is your idea.
Yes, but it's your headache.
Here you are.
Thank you. Here's your aspirin.
Now then, let's get down to business, Peavey. How about putting in this line of furs and jewelry?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I don't think I'd be interested.
But, Peavey, I just bought something.
You have to be a little cautious when you invest in furs. Now, take that telephone call from the Better Business Bureau. Routine warning.
Warning?
Some chap trying to sell questionable furs and jewelry right here in Summerfield.
Huh?
The police are trying to round up the evidence, they say.
Police? I'm getting out of here, Peavey. Here's your aspirin. Give me my dime back. The whole deal's off.
I thought I had that aspirin sold.
Now the police are on my trail. Me, the water commissioner. They can't throw a man in jail if they can't find the evidence. I'll drive out and burn it behind the reservoir. Yes,
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, wait.
Zook. Doris Dalrymple. Fine time to meet her.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, how nice to see you. Going my way?
Well, I was just going up the river. Out to the reservoir.
Oh, then you won't mind dropping me off at home, will you?
Home? Doris, have you an incinerator out in the back of your house?
Why, yes.
Great. Hop in.
Isn't that cute? Oh, you must be in a hurry. Oh, why, Mr. Gildersleeve, isn't that a fur coat sticking out of that box?
Fur coat?
Oh, may I take a peek?
I didn't think you could see it.
Oh, are you going to give it to some lucky girl?
You feel lucky, you can have it.
It's for me? Well, I know your intentions are honorable, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I don't think a girl should accept a fur coat from a man unless she has a ring.
Oh? You want a ring? Here, 4 of them.
Goodness. I must say, this is the most unusual proposal I've ever had.
A proposal? Now, Doris. Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, look out. Don't run over that policeman.
Policeman? Oh, I didn't see him. Oh, he's coming over. Quick, Doris, sit on the evidence.
Evidence?
Well, Commissioner, what's the big idea?
Oh, sorry, officer. I didn't see you.
Driving a little reckless, aren't you?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve is in a reckless mood today, officer. He's just throwing diamonds and furs around.
Doris.
Did I say something?
Diamonds and furs? Hey, where'd you get that stuff?
Well, I can explain it, officer, but I'm afraid it's going to take time.
Then let's go where we can all sit down and be comfortable. You know the way to the police station, don't you, Commissioner?
Well, you go 2 blocks.
Well, Commissioner Gildersleeve and Mrs. Dalrymple. Mrs. Dalrymple, how did you get mixed up with this hoodlum?
Isn't that cute?
Yes. By George, it's great to see you, Chief. Always nice to have a fellow jolly boy around when there's a little trouble.
Please, Commissioner, let's not drag the good name of the club through the criminal courts.
Now, see here, Chief. I'm no criminal. I spent good money for that stuff.
Yes, and I can't think of anyone I'd rather see the evidence found on. It's all we need for a conviction.
Conviction? Now, wait a minute.
A conviction carries a jail sentence of 6 months. County rock pile.
But, Chief...
Mr. Gildersleeve on the rock pile. Isn't that cute?
Now, let's fill out this little form.
But, Chief, I'm innocent. I was just a sucker. I'm gullible.
Sure. So you want to file a complaint, don't you? You're a hero, Commissioner.
What?
If you hadn't brought in the evidence, we'd have had to let the guy go.
Huh? What guy?
Hey, Sergeant, bring him in. Can you identify this man, Commissioner?
This fellow? Well, hi, neighbor. I'm a hero.
great Gildersleeve again very soon. If you've got a man in your house who wants a good big slice of mellow cheddar cheese alongside of every piece of pie, then, lady, you'd better learn about Kraft's latest Triumph right away. It's a wonderfully mellow, natural cheddar cheese with a real melt-in-the-mouth texture. And what's more, what's new, it's made of pasteurized milk. The name? K-Brand Natural Cheddar. That's K-A-Y, K-Brand. Rich and mellow tasting, made of carefully pasteurized milk, and aged right in its own spick-and-span wrapper. In your dealer's refrigerator case, you'll see the big bar and the sparkling wrapper marked K-Brand Natural. K-Brand Natural all down the top and sides. Have your dealer cut you a good portion. Taste the latest triumph of Kraft Master Cheesemakers right away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Association of Better Business Bureaus wanted us to point up the dangers of fraud and misrepresentation, which are always more prevalent during the holiday season. So be on the lookout for sharpies like that Fowler fellow we dealt with this evening. There's no telling when they'll show up in your community. Take the advice of your Better Business Bureau. Investigate before you invest, like I do. Well, I got back my 94.60.
Oh, swell, Unky. Let's go downtown and pick out my new coat.
I'll go along, too, Unc. We can look at chemistry sets, bicycles, football.
Now, Leroy.
I better go, too, Mr. Gildersleeve. Holiday cooking coming up. We need a new stove.
Oh, well, come along, little family. We'll see how far it goes. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Victor Moore will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss the fun. Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Does your family like macaroni and cheese that's fluffy light with golden cheddar cheese flavor through and through? Then get Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow. One package of Kraft Dinner contains enough quick-cooking macaroni and golden Kraft grated to make a dish of macaroni and cheese that will serve 4 people. It's a swell, thrifty main dish. And Kraft Dinner cooks in just 7 minutes. So for quick, thrifty, swell-tasting macaroni and cheese, get Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
All over the country, the folks who've tried Kraft's wonderful new natural cheese are saying this is the cheese we've been waiting for. Yes, Kraft's new cheese, called K-Brand Natural, is a very special cheese. It's a cheddar with a mellow flavor, a melt-in-your-mouth texture, and made of pasteurized milk. Remember the name, K-Brand Natural Cheddar. Listen for more about Kraft's latest triumph in cheese-making later in the program. Now let's see what's going on in the Great Gildersleeve household. At the moment, the great man is in the living room, resting comfortably in front of the fireplace.
Leroy home yet, Miss Gildersleeve?
Leroy, not yet, Bertie.
I'm ready to put dinner on the table.
Well, let's wait till he gets here.
Anytime you say, I'm ready to put down the table.
All right, Bertie. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Then our little family can sit down together.
You just say the word. I'm ready to put it on the table.
Yes, thank you, Bertie. Where is that kid? Playing football, I suppose. I'll never understand it. He can play for hours. If there's any work to be done around here, he gets worn out in 15 minutes.
Uncle Mort, isn't dinner ready yet?
Yes, my dear, but we're waiting for Leroy.
Oh, Unky, why can't we start? He'll catch up with us when he gets here. He eats twice as fast as we do.
You heard me, Marjorie. We're all going to sit down together like any ordinary family. This isn't a boarding house, you know. We don't eat in shifts.
If I don't eat pretty soon, I'll faint.
Faint? I don't think there's any danger of that, my dear. Healthy girl like you.
Well,
Leroy?
Yeah, Unc.
Come in here, young man.
Hi. It's about time you got home. We've been waiting for you.
I will handle this, Marjorie. Leroy?
Yeah, Unc.
Why are you so late getting home? I want a full explanation.
I couldn't help it, Unc. I was...
You think that's right, Leroy? Keeping your family waiting this way while you're out kicking a football around?
I wasn't playing football, Unc.
Oh, then what were you doing?
I was at school rehearsing.
Rehearsing? Rehearsing what?
I'm Paul Revere. She made me do it.
What are you talking about, Leroy?
Old Lady Hatfield, she made me do it.
We don't refer to our teachers as old ladies, Leroy.
Well, anyhow, she says I got to be in the school play. I'm Paul Revere.
Well...
Can't we eat now, Unky?
Just a moment. Well, so we have a little actor in the family.
Leroy, huh?
Never mind, my dear. Being in a school play is a great honor. They don't just pick anybody, you know. What kind of a play is it, my boy?
Oh, it's a kind of a pageant. George Washington, Patrick Henry, and all those guys. I'm Paul Revere.
Well, sounds like a wonderful play.
Old Lady Hatfield wrote it herself. It stinks.
Leroy?
Well, it does. I wish I didn't have to be in it.
That's the wrong attitude. It's a wonderful experience for you. Getting up before a lot of people gives you poise, self-confidence. Very valuable in later life.
Who cares?
Miss Gildersleeve. Oh, Leroy's here. Shall I put it on the table?
Just a minute, Bertie.
You said you was waiting for Leroy, and he's here.
In a minute, Bertie.
Okay, dinner's getting cold.
Yes, sir, I'm mighty proud of you, my boy.
Who wants to be an actor? That's sissy stuff. Put powder on your face, kiss girls.
There's nothing wrong in learning how to kiss girls. That'll be very valuable in later life, too.
Well, I'm not going to kiss Ethel Hammerschlag. Don't see why they had to make her Mrs. Paul Revere.
Now, you mustn't be bashful, my boy. I'll tell you what. We can rehearse that kissing scene right here at home. You can practice on Marjorie.
What? Kiss my sister?
What a repulsive idea.
Now, children.
Let's eat.
Tell me, Leroy, do you have a big part in the play?
Yeah, I guess so. I have to say a lot of corny stuff. One if I land and two if I see. Then I have to run around knocking on doors, hollering, wake up, the British are coming.
I hope you're not going to say it like that. That wouldn't wake anybody up. Put some fire into it. Bring it up from the stomach, Leroy. Like this. Wake up! Wake up! The British are coming!
Did you call me, Miss Gildersleeve?
No, Bertie. You see, Leroy? The British are coming.
Miss Gildersleeve, I don't care who's coming. I'm going to put it on the table right now.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Ah, good morning, Peavey. Good morning, good morning.
What can I do for
Oh,
you?
nothing, Peavey. Just came in to say hello.
Oh. Well, if you don't mind, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll just go right on working here. I'm preparing a display of tar and honey cough syrup. It's always a good winter item.
Yeah, go right ahead. I suppose you've heard about Leroy.
Something happened to Leroy? I hope it's nothing serious.
Oh, no, Peavey. Just thought you might be interested to know that he's going to be in the school play.
Oh, that's so. That's nice.
Well, it isn't much. He's just got one of the leading parts, that's all.
Well, frankly, Mr. Gildersleeve, I never thought of Leroy as an actor. He seems to be more the outdoor type.
Oh, well, I was a little surprised myself, but I guess the boy must have talent, all right.
What's the play about?
It's sort of historical. The history teacher wrote it.
Oh, one of those things.
Oh, no. Very good, Peavey. I read part of it. George Washington's in it, and Patrick Henry, Nathan Hale.
Sounds like an all-star cast.
And Leroy is Paul Revere.
Is that so?
Of course, it's just a school play, but there's no telling where a thing like this might lead to. Why, Leroy might turn out to be another Mickey Rooney.
Yes?
What's wrong with being an actor?
Well, I was introduced to a child actor in Chicago years ago, as I remember, and he was an obnoxious little fellow.
He was?
Wore a checkered suit, carried a cane, and he was smoking a cubeb. I wouldn't want to see that happen to Leroy.
Don't worry, Peavey, it won't. Oh, by the way, they just got the tickets printed up for the play. Would you like to buy a couple? I know you'll want to see Leroy.
Well, how much are they?
40 cents apiece. 2 will be 80 cents.
Oh. You see, Mr. Gildersleeve, I was just thinking. It'd be awful if Leroy caught a cold and couldn't be in the play.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, it's been known to happen to actors. Their throats are very sensitive.
They are?
Now, a bottle of this tar and honey cough syrup...
That's a good idea, Peavey. I'll take it. How much is it?
80 cents. It's... Same as the tickets. We'll call it an even trade.
Peavey, do you know what you are? You're an old...
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, good morning, Commish.
Hello, Floyd.
Your next, Commish, what'll it be, a haircut?
I don't need one, Floyd. Just dropped in to sell you some tickets.
What are they for? The Irish sweepstakes?
No, for a school play.
Oh, count me out, Commish. I don't go for them clam bakes.
This happens to be a play about American history. Very educational.
Uh-huh.
And it may interest you to know that Leroy is playing one of the leading parts.
Uh-huh.
The tickets are only 40 cents. Certainly worth 40 cents to see Leroy. Well, isn't it?
Well...
All right, Floyd, it's up to you. I don't intend to force these tickets on you. I'm sure I can dispose of a few at the Summerfield Hotel barbershop. And I understand they do a pretty good job of cutting hair, too.
Just kidding, Commish. I wouldn't miss the school play for anything. Now, with Leroy in it, give me 2 tickets. Here's the 80 cents.
Well, thanks, Floyd. Well, see you later.
Say, if you don't mind my saying so, you could stand a little trim in the back.
Huh? That's all?
And a massage wouldn't hurt. You could stand a shampoo.
I could?
Well, sure, you ought to keep up appearances with a star actor in the family.
Well, I guess you're right, Floyd. Give me the works.
Okay. Here's where I get my money back.
What's that, Floyd?
I done nothing, Commish. Clippers on the side?
Why, of course, Gildy. I'll be glad to buy 2 tickets.
You would, Judge?
Certainly. I consider it a privilege to be able to see Leroy perform.
Well, thank you, Horace. Here are the tickets. That'll be 80 cents, please.
Oh, by the way, Gildy.
Yeah?
I'd like to sell you some tickets.
Huh?
Yes, for a turkey raffle. And 2 tickets will be just $1.
What?
So you owe me 20 cents. Thank you.
No, Leroy. Now try it again.
Come on, Jim. Do I have to?
Certainly. Everybody in this town is coming to see this play. Don't let your public down, Leroy.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Come on now. Go out and come in again. And put some life into it.
Okay.
Remember, you're Paul Revere and you're saving the nation.
Okay. Wake up, defend yourselves. Take down your flintlocks. The British are coming.
Not that way, Leroy. And don't stand with your back to the audience.
Well, that's where the door is. Miss Hatfield.
I don't care what Miss Hatfield said.
You tell me one thing and she tells me something else. It's making me nervous.
Well, you listen to me. I'm your uncle.
I didn't want to be in the old play in the first place.
Well, you're going to be in it. It'll be good for you. Now try it again, Leroy. And this time, boom it out. You've got a good pair of lungs. The British are coming.
Did you got me? Let's kill me.
No, Bertie. Okay, Leroy. Let's take it again. There you are, Dr. Needham. 2 tickets for the play. And I know you're going to enjoy Leroy's performance. Thank you, Mrs. Pettibone. Next Friday night now, school auditorium. And wait till you see Leroy. He's practically the lead. Oh, yes, indeed, Mayor Terwilliger. I'm sure you'll be proud of Leroy when you see him. Why, he's the star of the whole show. Hello, everybody. I'm home.
Oh, hello, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, Bertie, tomorrow night's the big night. Oh, here's 2 tickets for you.
Thank you.
Leroy better be good. I've got the whole town coming to see him.
Yes, sir.
Funny thing, Bertie. I'm getting stage fright myself.
Yes.
Bet I'm more nervous than Leroy.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Bertie? Something wrong?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I got bad news for you.
What's the matter?
Well, it's bad news.
Tell me, Bertie, what is it?
It's bad news.
Well, what is it?
You better ask Miss Marjorie. She'll tell you all about it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Marjorie!
Yes, Uncle Mort?
What's going on around here? What's Bertie talking about? Bad news.
Well, you better ask Leroy, Unky.
By George, I'll get to the bottom of this. Leroy!
Did you call me, Aunt?
Come down here, young man.
Okay. Yeah, Unc?
Leroy, what's this about bad news?
Bad news? I don't know. Leroy, the play. The play?
What about the play?
Oh, haven't you heard, Unc? I'm not going to be in it.
Oh!
Yeah, too bad, isn't it?
Leroy, when did this happen?
This afternoon. Miss Hatfield took me out of it.
Took you out of it? Why?
She said she couldn't stand another day of me. Guess I'm just a lousy actor.
You can say that again.
He is not.
Well, it's too late to do anything about it, Unc. The dress rehearsal's tonight. The play goes on tomorrow. Too bad, isn't it?
Leroy? By George, she's not going to get away with this. Don't forget I'm on the school board, and I'm a taxpayer. Besides that, I bought $12 worth of tickets.
The great Gildersleeve will be right back. For everybody who loves a real rich-tasting, mellow cheddar cheese, here's a piece of great news. Kraft's experts at cheese making now have created a natural cheddar cheese with all that good old cheddar flavor, that glorious melt-in-your-mouth texture, but made from pasteurized milk. The name, K-Brand Natural. That's K-A-Y, K-Brand Natural. This is truly a triumph in cheese making.
Did you say K-Brand is natural cheese made from pasteurized milk?
That's right. Every drop of milk is carefully and thoroughly pasteurized, and K-Brand is aged in a new way, too. It's sealed in a sparkling clear wrapper before it goes to the curing room, and right in that same spick and span wrapper it ages to a mellow goodness.
You mean this natural cheddar has no cheesecloth or paraffin cover?
That's exactly what I mean. K-Brand has no rind at all. Every bit is usable in sandwiches, with pie, for snacks, and your cheese tray.
K-Brand sounds wonderful. How do I buy it?
Just look for the big 10-pound bar marked K-Brand Natural. K-Brand Natural, all down the top and sides. Then have your dealer cut a portion for you. A good big portion, I might suggest, for K-Brand is downright delicious eating. Put K-Brand on your shopping list for tomorrow. Remember, it's the natural cheddar made from pasteurized milk. The great Gildersleeve is a patient man, but when his loved ones are attacked, he has all the fury of a grizzly bear protecting its cubs. We find him now storming down the corridor of the Summerfield Grammar School, dragging his cub behind him.
Come on, Leroy, and stop dragging your feet.
Please, Unc, I don't want to go in there.
You don't have to be ashamed. I know my rights. We're going to have it out with Miss Hatfield right now.
But they're right in the middle of dress rehearsal. All the kids will be in there. They'll hear you.
Never mind. Here's the auditorium.
No.
Yeah, there she is, in the front row.
Donald, tell your stage crew to take that rowboat out of there. It belongs in the George Washington scene. Okay, Miss Hatfield.
Listen to her bossing everybody around. Come on, Leroy.
And will the orchestra please be quiet? I can't shout over all that noise.
Miss Hatfield?
And Donald, do we have only one tree? This is supposed to be a forest.
Miss Hatfield.
Yes? Oh, Leroy, what are you doing here? Hello, Miss Hatfield.
I'm Mr. Gildersleeve.
Miss Hatfield, does this costume look all right? Oh.
Hi, Leroy.
Hi, Ethel.
Miss Hatfield, I'm Mr. Gildersleeve.
Ethel, where did you get that costume? You're supposed to be Betsy Ross, not some ragamuffin. Don't I get any cooperation from the art department?
Miss Hatfield, I'm Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just a moment, please.
What?
Ethel, don't just stand there. You go back to Miss Fraser and tell her you're Betsy Ross.
Miss Hatfield?
Yes? What is it?
I'm Betsy Ross. I'm Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
And Leroy was Paul Revere this afternoon.
Yes, I know that.
Well, what I wanted to know is, well, why did you take him out?
Mr. Gildersleeve, Leroy is a fine boy. I like him very much, but he'll never be an actor. Not in 1,000,000 years.
That's what I told you, Unc.
You keep out of this, Leroy. Miss Hatfield?
Mr. Gildersleeve, please. I can't have any more interruptions.
Well, I don't care.
This play goes on tomorrow night, and everything's going wrong. Half the scenery isn't ready, the costumes don't fit, and I'm on the verge of a breakdown.
I'm sorry. That's not my worry. But why can't Leroy...
Mr. Gildersleeve, putting on a play with children isn't easy. It isn't easy at all. But when I have to contend with the parents, well, some of them are worse than the children.
Miss Hatfield, it may interest you to know that I am not only Leroy's uncle, but I also happen to be a member of the school board.
Well, if you don't think I'm doing my job, you can fire me. I don't care. Fire me.
Miss Hatfield, don't. I didn't mean it. Here's my handkerchief.
Gee, Unc, what did you do that for?
Shut up. Miss Hatfield.
Everybody's looking at us.
What's the matter here?
Hey, it's the principal.
Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve.
What's the matter, Miss Hatfield?
He can fire me if he wants to. I don't care.
No. Nobody's going to fire you.
No, of course not. I didn't mean anything at all. I was just asking Miss Hatfield about Leroy.
Oh. It's all right, Miss Hatfield. Throckmorton.
Yes?
Miss Hatfield has been under quite a strain these last few weeks. She teaches all day, and then she's been rehearsing this play after school hours on her own time. Yes. I'm sorry that Leroy had to be taken out of the play, but I think that can be remedied. Miss Hatfield.
Yes, Miss Goodwin.
George Washington has only one aide-de-camp in the play. Do you think he might have two?
I suppose so.
Well, that could be Leroy. And you might give him just one line.
Well, just one.
Thank you, Miss Hatfield.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Hatfield.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Hatfield.
Unky, look, the school's all lit up.
Yeah.
Can't you walk a little faster? We're going to be late. What's the matter? What are you stopping for?
Marjorie, I don't think I'll go to the play.
Uncle Mort.
I think I'll just turn around and go back home. You just run along by yourself. You can tell them I'm sick.
Unky, you're acting like a child. You know you're not sick.
Well, I will be. You can just see the judge and the rest of them when they find out about Leroy's part. Aide-de-camp. One line.
Oh, you didn't have to tell everybody Leroy was going to be the star.
I know. Sometimes, Marjorie, I think your old uncle isn't very smart.
Well, he's a very nice uncle. Now, come on.
All right. Guess I might as well pace the music.
Well, look at the crowd going up the steps. Everybody in town must be here.
Yes. Marjorie, maybe we could wait till they all go in. We'll kind of sneak in the dark after they've
Hi,
gone.
Commish.
Floyd.
Hiya. Hello, Marjorie.
Hello.
Well, me and the missus got here all right. Big night for Leroy, huh, Commish? Bet you're pretty happy.
Yes, I'm happy.
Say, you think Leroy will give me his autograph?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve, Marjorie.
Hello, Mr. Peavey.
Well, I suppose you're both feeling pretty proud on this night of nights.
Hey, pipe the judge over there.
He's wearing a full jet suit.
Hey, Judge.
Why don't they go away?
Well, this is quite a distinguished gathering.
Where'd you get the monkey suit?
Don't be crude, Floyd.
You look wonderful, Judge Hooker.
Thank you, my dear. I thought I'd dress to suit the occasion in honor of Summerfield's rising young thespian. I hear the strains of the overture. Shall we enter the auditorium?
Me and the Peeves got our wives waiting. See you inside.
Come, Gildy. Let the play begin. Let joy be unconfined.
Oh, brother.
Curtain, Gildy. The play is on.
Yeah.
Indians.
Aren't those wigwams cute?
Me, he big Indian chief, father of Indian maiden Pocahontas.
Say, isn't that Leroy's friend Piggy?
Captain John Smith. Oh, we chop him off pale-face head
Oh, Father, please spare Paleface. Pocahontas lost John Smith.
Hey, Commissioner, when does Leroy come on?
That Floyd should have gone home.
Hey, Commissioner.
Quiet, Floyd.
Huh?
Big Chief, spare life of Paleface. Come, we smoke pipe of peace and wigwam.
They knocked the wigwam down.
Patrick Henry. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or... Oh, Robert, give me death. What's that, Miss Hatfield? Give me death. Give me death!
The spirit of 76. Look at those three little fellas.
Hey, Commish, where's your nephew? Thought you said he was a star.
Yes, isn't it time for Paul Revere, Gildy?
You better tell him, Monkey.
Well, you see, Judge, Leroy isn't there. Wonder if I could sneak out of here.
I thought you said he was Paul Revere.
Well, Leroy was, but they decided that...
Wake up! The British are coming!
Hey, where's Leroy? I want my 80 cents back.
General Washington, your aide-de-camp awaits without. Good, send him in. Come in, aide-de-camp. Come in, aide-de-camp. Oh.
Hey, it's Leroy. Where'd he get that wig?
Hey, he can't. Doesn't look like a leading part to me, Gildy.
Well, there was a slight change, Judge.
General Washington, I am your most obedient servant. I bow.
Look at that, Gildy. His wig fell off.
I knew he'd do something wrong.
He can't get the wig back on. Oh, it's on now.
I bow.
It fell off again.
Get off that stage, Leroy.
He's knocking his wig off again on purpose.
I bow.
Little...
Pull the curtain down, my play. I bow. Pull the curtain down.
Come on, Marjorie. Let's get away from here.
Don't go so fast, Donkey. Aren't we going to wait until Leroy gets dressed?
I'll dress him at home. Disgracing me like that. Come on, let's get out of here before those...
Gildy, wait a minute.
Hooker.
What'd you run away for?
I'm in a hurry, Horace.
Why, Gildy? Aren't you going backstage to congratulate Leroy? Huh? Why, he was the hit of the show.
The hit? He was?
Certainly. Everybody's talking about it. That was very clever, the way he kept making his wig fall off.
Yeah. Hey, Commish, you were right. The kid's a scream.
Oh, well, thank you, Floyd. I thought he was rather good.
Good. When the missus laughed so hard, she almost swallowed a bridge wig.
Yeah, Leroy's pretty talented, all right.
Yeah.
Of course, I coached him a little.
May I add my congratulations, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Of course, Peavey.
And may I suggest a little celebration at my drugstore? The sodas are on me.
Oh, gee, swell.
Excellent idea.
I'll be right with you. I'm going backstage and get the star of the show. Little Leroy.
More from the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. If you have a family that likes snacks at bedtime, here's a tip on how to keep them happy. Have plenty of Kraft's newest cheese on hand. It's a natural cheddar cheese with that good old mellow flavor, but made from pasteurized milk. Yes, Kraft's K-Brand Natural is made from carefully, thoroughly pasteurized milk. And K-Brand is aged right in its own spick-and-span wrapper, so it has no rind. All its mellow, melt-in-your-mouth goodness can be used for hearty, nutritious sandwiches. And what delicious sandwiches they are. Buy some tomorrow from the big 10-pound bar in your dealer's refrigerator case. Remember the name K-Brand, the natural cheddar made of pasteurized milk.
Well, I was pretty good tonight, huh, Unc?
Yes, you were, Leroy.
Guess I was the head of the show.
Yes, Leroy, I've told you that 20 times. It's almost midnight. Now run on up to bed.
The way I kept making my wig fall off. Neat, huh?
Yes.
I guess I got more laughs than anybody.
Leroy, go to bed.
General Washington, I am your most obedient servant. I bow. Gee, I was funny.
Good night, Leroy.
Good night, Unc. General Washington, I bow.
Little ham. Good night.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Charles Boyer will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations.
Oh?
Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper. And listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Ladies, save time in making that favorite thrifty main dish, macaroni and cheese. With Kraft Dinner, you can make macaroni and cheese that's fluffy light and downright delicious in just 7 minutes cooking time. And every bite of that fluffy macaroni has a swell cheddar cheese flavor. Kraft Dinner costs only a few cents a serving, so save time and money. Get several packages of Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow. Look for the yellow and blue package, plainly marked Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. All over the country, the folks who've tried Kraft's wonderful natural cheese are saying, this is the cheese we've been waiting for. Yes, Kraft's newest cheese, called K-Brand Natural, is a very special cheese. It's a cheddar with a mellow flavor, a melt-in-your-mouth texture, and made of pasteurized milk. Remember the name, K-Brand Natural Cheddar. Listen for more about Kraft's latest triumph in cheese making later in the program. The The great Gildersleeve is one of those tradition-loving Americans who believes Thanksgiving should be spent at home with his family.
Yes, sir, and a big fat turkey.
He believes it so strongly that he has closed up the water department and gone home half a day early.
You bet. If anybody wants water, all they have to do is turn a tap. Well, hello, Marjorie. Lovely day, isn't it? Looks like Indian summer's come back. Marjorie, I spoke to you.
Oh, sorry, Uncle Mort. Hello.
Ah, yes. Weather like this that makes you want to be up and doing. Good day for football, hunting, or sitting by the fire. Guess I'll sit by the fire. What are your plans, my dear?
Unky, I'm trying to write a letter.
Oh? Marshal Bullard. Dream boy.
Unky, you looked.
I thought you'd forgotten about young Bullard.
He's home from school for the holidays.
Then why write him a letter? He lives right across the street. You can yell to him. Oh, Marshal, you dream boy.
Marshall and I are not speaking.
Oh? Well, Mr. Bullard and I aren't speaking either, but I don't write him mushy letters. Where's Leroy?
Out in the backyard playing.
He is? Why don't I hear him?
Count your blessings. He's been tearing through the house all day with Craig.
Another Bullard. We're surrounded. I wonder what they're up to. Awfully quiet around here. Oh! Spoke too soon. What's going on out there? Oh, Birdie, nearly ran over you.
That's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve. Don't mind me. I'm used to being run over around here.
Huh? What's this?
Especially when there ain't no school. Kids all over the place.
Cans all over the place, too, Birdie. What happened?
I just made it to the door on a dead run before everything slipped. Now just look at all them groceries.
Have the boys been up to something, Birdie?
I ain't saying nothing. I ain't no stool pigeon. I ain't no convoy truck either.
Convoy truck?
Just because I'm carrying a load of groceries, I ain't no convoy truck. Bomb Birdie, I ain't no convoy truck.
I'll attend to them, Birdie. Have they been up on that roof again?
I ain't saying nothing. Except someday one of these bombs is going to go off like Biccanini, and you won't have no more Birdie.
Darn kid. Sorry, Birdie. I'll go right out there.
I ain't saying nothing, but I ain't no convoy truck.
No boys know how to play anymore. Wonder what they're up to. Hiding back of the garage.
Come on, Craig. Grab hold of it. Okay. We got to point it right over the garage where the moon comes up. Huh? Oh, hi, Unc. You want something, Unc?
Leroy, what's this I hear about you and Craig bombing Birdie?
Only playing, Unc.
Yeah, only playing.
Well, that's no way to play. She had the Thanksgiving turkey in those groceries. What are you doing now? Isn't that an old coal chute?
Yeah, for launching rockets.
Rockets?
We're just playing, Unc.
Like in a comic book.
Shut up, Craig.
Craig, why do you have that exhaust pipe tied around you?
Leroy's gonna send me to the moon.
What? Does your mother know about this, Craig?
No, she wouldn't let me go.
Yeah.
We're just playing, Unc. We fill the exhaust pipe with carbide, pour some water down the top.
Leroy, you boys are playing with fire.
No, we're not. Carbide just bubbles and smells.
Now, see here. There'll be no playing with carbide and exhaust pipes. Why can't you kids play some nice, safe game?
Like what? That's any fun.
Well, if you have to build something instead of trying to be like Buck Rogers, yeah, why don't you build a nice raft like Tom Sawyer?
Who's Tom Sawyer?
Who's Tom Sawyer? Oh, yeah. He and his pal, Huckleberry Finn, knew how to play, that's all. Like real American boys, instead of trying to blow each other up.
A raft? Hey, not bad, Unc. Will you help us build this with these planks?
Build it? Well, Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn did those things themselves, Leroy. That was the real fun of it.
I get it. But we can't drag those big planks down to the creek. We're just kids.
Creek? Why don't you just pretend the driveway is the creek?
The driveway?
Sure, why not? I'll buy you the book, my boy. It'll tell you how to build the raft and to have fun doing it.
I want to be a rocket.
You'll have more fun building a raft, Craig.
Leroy said I could be a rocket.
I'll go home, you little crybaby. I'll get Piggy.
No, Leroy.
I was a rocket until you came. I hate you.
Oh, you little rocket.
Don't you go kicking my uncle in the shin.
I'm gonna tell my father.
Go home, crybaby.
Now, Leroy.
I hate you, you big water rocket instinct.
Oh, yes, go home, crybaby.
Just whom are you calling a crybaby, Gildersleeve?
Did I call some? Hello, Mr. Bullard. Didn't see you.
What are you up to, Gildersleeve? What's this all about?
Craig started the fight. He kicked Unc on the shins.
He did? Let's see.
Never mind.
And then he called Unc a big waterlogged Budinsky.
Craig did that? Well, maybe I should speak to him, Gildersleeve.
Well, it might not be a bad idea.
If I've told him once, I've told him 100 times never to repeat things he hears around the house.
What?
Now, Gildersleeve, what was Craig crying about?
Well, Bullard, I was only trying to teach the boys to play safe and sane games. Forget bombs and rockets and get back to the good old days of Tom Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer. Now there was a real boy. Tom Sawyer. A great inspiration for boys.
Yes, indeed. As a matter of fact, I was just about to take the boys down and buy them the book.
You were? Well, that's great, Gildersleeve. Darn decent of you to take an interest in my boy.
Nothing at all.
I'm afraid I misunderstood you, Gildersleeve. I apologize.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Bullard.
And believe me, from now on, I'll never worry about Craig when he's playing with Leroy and you.
With me? Well, I was just going to get him the book. But you don't have to worry, Mr. Bullard. I'll keep an eye on the boys.
Can we go in with you when you buy your cigars?
No, Leroy. You have your book. You and Craig go on home and build your little raft.
Well, we'll just come in and look at the comic books while you're getting them.
Yeah, Buck Rogers.
Now, Craig, forget about Buck Rogers. Run along and play like Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn.
Okay, Unc. Come on, Huckleberry.
Yes, sir. I guess I know how to handle children. Hello, Peavey. Customer.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Yes, I got engrossed in what I was reading and didn't hear you come in.
That's all right, Peavey. I know how it is to get interested in a book. I just bought one. Tom Sawyer.
Oh, excellent book, Tom Sawyer. I think you'll enjoy it.
It's for Leroy, Peavey.
Well, it's an excellent book for Leroy, then.
Yes. I didn't think you'd have it, so I picked it up at the bookstore.
Well, I have it at home. I was just reading about whitewashing the fence again the other evening. Young Sawyer was quite a boy. But nowadays our big call is for these pocket mysteries.
Pocket mysteries? What good are they, Peavey?
Well, they fit the pocket.
Just look at your shelves, Peavey. Nothing but mysteries and comic books. I'll bet this is where Leroy gets all of his wild ideas.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, it is. There ought to be a law against them.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Gildersleeve. These comic books are quite progressive at times. Had the atomic bomb before the Russians. And their rockets and spaceships are way ahead of ours.
Bombs, rockets, and spaceships. Peavey, hereafter I forbid you to sell any of those books to Leroy.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Gildersleeve. Although he hasn't been buying any. But if you don't want him to come in, sprawl on the floor and read them from cover to cover, I'll tell him.
Well, he won't be doing it anymore, Peavey. I'm selecting his reading material now. Better have about 6 cigars. Enough to tide me over tomorrow.
Oh, I meant to tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve, we'll be open tomorrow afternoon if you should care for something.
Open on Thanksgiving Day, Peavey?
Well, along toward evening, we usually have quite a brisk run on bicarbonate.
Oh, well, too bad you can't spend the day at home with Mrs. Peavey.
Well, every business has its drawbacks and compensations, I guess. 6 cigars, that'll be 42 cents.
42, yes, there you are. Now you can get back to your book. What are you reading, Peavey?
Me?
Let me see. Peavey, not amazing comics. Not you.
Well, things have been a little slow today.
Look at this. A 9-foot Esther Williams in a leopard skin boiling a missionary. That's no stuff for kids to read.
Well, I'm no kid.
Conditions are worse than I thought. Goodbye, Superman. So there the boys were, Floyd, playing with a homemade rocket. So you know what I did?
You blew up?
No, I didn't. I marched Leroy right downtown and bought him a book.
No kidding? I bought one for Lovey once.
Hold still now. I'm going around your ear. You can do anything you want with the right ear. Just hold the left one still. There.
And you know what book I got him?
No, what'd you get him?
Tom Sawyer.
Kid's book?
Of course it's a kid's book. Didn't you ever read Tom Sawyer, Floyd? Didn't you have any fun?
Don't worry. Little Floydie Munson had fun.
Well, every boy should read Tom Sawyer.
I guess it was never assigned to me. Some of my teachers was pretty dumb.
Tom Sawyer could have fun right in his own yard, whitewashing a fence or building a raft. That's the way I want Leroy to play. Like Tom Sawyer.
Hello, Floyd. Greetings of the festive season.
Hiya, Judge. Have a chair.
How soon will you be ready to work on a real head of hair? Oh, hello, Gildy.
Hello, Judge. And don't go gobbling like a Thanksgiving turkey. You're just sticking your neck out.
Take off your collar and tie, Judge. I'm just about through.
Thank you, Floyd. Where you been all day, Gildy? I tried to call you at the office twice, and nobody answered. Take the afternoon off?
It so happens, Judge, that there are more important things in a man's life than work, such as spending some time with his children when they're out of school.
He bought Leroy a book, Tom Sawyer.
Well, that's nice. Fine book, Gildy. I just hope a boy with Leroy's imagination doesn't try to put any of the stunts into practice. I nearly killed myself 3 times trying to do what Tom Sawyer did.
What's this, Hooker?
Painting a fence don't sound so dangerous to me.
He got others to paint the fences, Floyd, while he went out and stole rafts.
What do you mean, stole rafts, Hooker? He built the raft.
He stole it, Gildy. Look it up. He and Huck Finn and Joe Harper stole it at 9.
Well, they knew how to have fun anyway, like real American boys.
Yeah, you call running away from home fun.
Who ran away from home?
They did, when they became pirates. You remember?
Pirates? You didn't tell me about them, Commish. Hey, Leroy'd make a good one.
The Black Avenger, the Red Hander, and the Terror of the Seas pushed right out into the Mississippi on a raft at midnight, right into the raging current, swept downstream for miles.
No fooling, just kids?
Well, Leroy was just going to play with the raft on the driveway.
Fat chance of Leroy staying very long in the driveway with the raft.
Well, then what happened, Judge?
Storm came up, and they all got soaked to their skins. Wonder they didn't catch pneumonia.
Pneumonia, little Leroy.
A mighty dangerous escapade.
I bet they got a lacing when they got home, Judge. I would have.
Well, no, they didn't. Everybody thought that they were dead.
Oh, you tell a jolly story, Judge.
Well, that's the way it happened, Gildy. Read the book.
You nearly through there, Floyd?
Yep. You ready for the shave?
Forget the shave. Let me out of here. They're not in the backyard or the garage. Bertie! Bertie, have you seen Leroy and Craig?
Leroy and Craig, aren't they out in the backyard?
No, Bertie, I just looked. When did you see him last?
I haven't seen him, Mr. Gildersleeve, since they barged through here and jerked the tail feathers out of my turkey. Said they're going to be pirates. Needed them for their hat.
Pirates?
Yes, sir. I guess they're going to be Turkish pirates.
Bertie, this is no laughing matter. Marjorie!
What's all the excitement?
Marjorie, your little brother. Have you seen him?
Oh, he and Craig went upstairs with a book and some dirty old turkey feathers 2 hours ago.
Oh, my goodness. Are you sure they're still up there?
Monkey, what's the matter?
Leroy's never stayed in his room 2 hours in his life. Not even when he's sick. Leroy! Leroy! The window's open. They've gone out the window and down the tree. Little Leroy. What's this? A note on his little bed. Dear Aunt Polly. Aunt Polly? We've gone down to the creek to build a raft. By the time you read this, there's no telling where we'll be. Signed, The Terror of the Seas and the Black Avenger. P.S. Written in blood.
The great Gildersleeve will continue the search in just a minute. For all you folks who like a natural cheese, especially a rich-flavored mellow cheddar, here's news to make your mouth water in anticipation. Now, Kraft, those masters of fine cheese-making, give you a natural cheddar with a uniformly delicious flavor and texture, and made from pasteurized milk. It's called K-Brand Natural. That's K-A-Y, K-Brand.
I don't understand. You say this is a natural cheese, and yet it's made of pasteurized milk?
That's right. Every drop of milk is carefully pasteurized.
K-Brand sounds wonderful. What does it look like?
In your dealer's refrigerator case, you'll see a big 10-pound bar and a sparkling transparent wrapper marked K-Brand Natural all down the top and sides. And that wrapper is mighty important. You see, K-Brand is sealed right in that wrapper before it goes to the curing room. And it ages to a mellow goodness right in the same spick-and-span wrapper.
You mean it has no cheesecloth or paraffin coating?
K-Brand has no rind at all. Curing natural cheese in a sealed wrapper is another Kraft triumph.
Then every bit of K-Brand is usable.
Every bit. And every bit is downright delicious, too, in sandwiches, with pie, for snacks. Next time you shop, have your dealer cut a big portion for you. Remember the name K-Brand, the natural cheddar made of pasteurized milk. Well, let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. In the manner of Tom Sawyer, Leroy and his little friend Craig Bullard have disappeared in the direction of the raging creek with planks to build a raft. A hasty reconnoiter has revealed no trace of them. And now, rising to the emergency, the worried man has summoned his friends to the search.
I've got to find Leroy. And poor little Craig. Oh, what'll his father say? Where's that Floyd? He should have been here 20 minutes ago. And Hooker can't even get in touch with the old goat. Marjorie!
Here are your hip boots, Uncle Mort. Why do you have holes cut in the toes?
Well, they're always getting filled with water.
The creek isn't hip deep, is it?
Pretty high this time of the year, my dear. No telling what's happened to the boys. Marjorie, do you think I should call the police?
Well, I'd wait a little while, Unky. Leroy always shows up in time for dinner.
Marjorie, when Leroy disappears and leaves a note addressed to Aunt Polly, and it's written in blood, we've got to be prepared for the worst.
But Aunt Polly was Tom Sawyer's aunt in the book, and they were always writing notes in blood.
They were? Ye gods, Marjorie, what have I done to the boy?
Any news yet, Miss Gildersleeve?
He's bleeding, Bertie.
Who's bleeding?
Little Leroy.
Well, he must have cut his finger going in my jam jar then. The strawberry jam smeared all over the house.
What's that? Let me taste that note. It is strawberry.
You see, Unky?
Well, he's missing anyway, and I'll find him if I have to call out the whole town.
When are you going to tell Mr. Bullard?
Well, Marjorie, Mr. Bullard's quite an excitable man, and I'll get it.
Hi, Commish. Hello, Marjorie.
Come on in, Floyd. We're ready to go.
I closed up shop the minute you called, Commissioner. Left Dr. Needham in the chair with half a haircut. He'll have to preach his sermon sideways tomorrow.
This is an emergency, Floyd.
Yeah, I stopped by for my gun. May get the sights between me and a duck. Got my dog out on the running board, too.
Floyd, this is not a duck hunt. 2 little boys are lost.
Well, he's good at picking up a scent. Rat terrier.
Well, bring him along, then.
Sure, he's got a good nose. Every year when the mother-in-law comes to visit, he starts whining a week before she gets here.
Let's go without a hooker, Floyd. Let's get down to the creek.
I still think Leroy will come home. I refuse to worry.
Maybe that's him on the porch now. Leroy? Leroy? Oh, hello, Judge.
Well, Gildy, I have great news for you.
You have? Come in.
Yes, after I heard you say that Leroy had become engrossed in the adventures of Tom Sawyer, Oh, good afternoon, Marjorie.
Hello, Judge.
Go on, Hooker. Where is he?
Where's who? Oh, hello, Floyd.
Hi, Judge.
Ye gods, Judge. Where's Leroy?
Leroy? How should I know?
But you just said you had great news.
I do. As I started to say, when I learned that Leroy was so interested in Tom Sawyer, I went out and found him another great Mark Twain book. Life on the Mississippi.
But, Judge, he's lost on the creek now.
What?
All afternoon, Judge. He and little Craig Bullard.
Well, I doubt if they're in any real trouble, but it'll soon be dark.
We're going right down to look for him.
Good. Where's Mr. Bullard? You've told him, haven't you?
Mr. Bullard? Well, I thought we'd find the boys first, Judge, and then tell him.
Well, let's do something before my dog loses interest and goes home.
Obviously, the first thing to do is to tell the boy's father. He'll be as concerned about Craig as you are about Leroy. Gildy?
How about you telling him, Horace? Floyd and I'll wait in the car with the dog. You're my lawyer.
Now, Gildy, don't be a baby. Floyd and I'll go along with you if you like. But you have to tell him.
All right. I'll tell him.
Sure, Commish. And I'll keep the motor running, too.
Plank, red-hander.
I'm not the red-hander. I'm the terror of the sea.
You're not.
I am, too.
Now, what are we arguing about pirates for anyway? We're just building a rocket to the moon.
Yeah. Who wants to build a dopey raft like Tom Sawyer?
Well, Craig, someday you'll learn you gotta humor your parents. Hand me the exhaust pipe, Buck Rogers.
Okay, Flash.
Hey, what's that noise?
What noise?
Probably some cows coming down to the creek.
That's no cow. That's your uncle.
Yeah, and your father. Hey, what are they doing down here?
If they're looking for us, let's call them.
Lay down behind the bushes and be quiet. If they ever find us building a rocket again, we'll really catch heck.
But I want to go home.
Didn't see any face on me, Miss Bullard.
Well, nothing from the farmhouse to the bridge, Gildersleeve.
I covered the other side. Not a sign. The raft would still be floating, wouldn't it?
Of course. Then we better sit down here and wait for the others.
Maybe I'd better go meet Floyd and the judge.
No, Gildersleeve. You might miss them. We said we'd all meet here. Besides, you've worn yourself out. Sit down and rest.
Mr. Bullard, I must say you've been mighty decent about this. Not knowing where little Craig is or what may have happened.
Hey, they think we're lost. I'm going to call them.
Shh, we better wait for a chance and sneak home.
If this turns out to be their idea of a prank, we ought to teach them a lesson they'll remember.
You see? Keep quiet.
Do you really suppose they've run away?
Oh, they'll show up all right, Gildersleeve. Don't worry.
Oh, sure. Yeah, they'll show up.
You really think so?
Sure they will. Don't worry.
Well, I'm not worrying. Don't you worry.
No, I'm not worrying. By George, Mr. Bullard, you're all right. I've always liked you.
Get him.
You're not a bad sort yourself, Gildersleeve. A regular guy.
Mr. Bullard, why don't you come over for Thanksgiving dinner?
Well, why don't you come over to my house? Larger house.
No, you come over to my house. Bigger turkey.
Well, if you insist, Gildersleeve.
You bet. You'll have roast turkey, cranberries, and pumpkin pie, and all the trimmings.
What's the matter, Gildersleeve?
I couldn't eat a bite. Not unless little Leroy's there.
Oh, for corn's sake, why don't they go home so we can go home?
It's getting dark, Gildersleeve.
Yeah. Awfully chilly, too. Leroy will need his little Mackinaw. Well? Bullard?
Yes?
Well, we better wait for Floyd and the judge.
I'm getting cold, Leroy. Let's surrender.
Just can't understand why Leroy would do this thing. He wasn't a bad boy. Best-hearted kid in the whole world.
Well, Craig never went looking for trouble. Sweetest little fella you ever saw.
Leroy was sweet, too.
Oh, brother.
Looks like a sad holiday season, Bullard.
Yes. I had such great plans for Craig's Christmas.
I had quite a Christmas plan for Leroy, too.
Come on, Leroy.
Shut up. They're talking about Christmas.
I was going down to Hogan Brothers tomorrow and buy Craig a power saw outfit.
Oh, boy, a power saw.
I was going to buy Leroy a saw.
Can I use your powered one, Craig?
And I already ordered a chemistry set.
I was going to order one, too.
Jeepers, you hear that, Craig? I'm going to get a chemistry set, too.
Yes, it was going to be quite a Christmas. I was getting Craig a new bicycle.
So was I, Leroy.
I was even thinking of buying little Craig a Shetland pony.
I was definitely going to get Leroy a pony. Palomino. What a Christmas. Only Leroy could be here to enjoy.
Huh, is he kidding? Hey, Unc, I'll be there. Here I am.
Leroy!
Craig, come here, my boy.
Leroy, where have you been?
We've been here all the time, Unc. We're safe.
You're safe. Wonderful. That's wonderful. That little Leroy.
Gosh, Unc, don't squeeze me so hard.
Just glad to see you, my boy.
Sure sounds like we're going to have a big Christmas, huh?
Leroy, how much did you hear?
The great Gildersleeve will be right back. If your family insists on a good big slice of cheddar cheese alongside of every piece of pie, you should get acquainted with Kraft's latest triumph. It's a wonderfully mellow, natural cheddar with a real melt-in-your-mouth texture. And what's more, what's new, it's made of pasteurized milk. The name is K-Brand Natural. That's K-A-Y, K-Brand. It's the rich and mellow-tasting cheddar made of pasteurized milk. And K-Brand ages right in its own spick-and-span wrapper. At your dealers, you'll see the big bar and the sparkling wrapper marked K-Brand Natural all down the top and sides. Have your dealer cut you a good big portion, for this cheese is going to be a family favorite. Remember the name K-Brand, the natural cheddar made of pasteurized milk.
I guess you're pretty sore, Honk. Maybe I won't get all of those things for Christmas.
Well, we'll see, Leroy. You may get all of them at that.
You mean it? A saw, a chemistry set, bicycle, and a pony? That's pretty expensive.
Well, expense may not be an object this year, my boy. I've been checking up on how much money this fellow Mark Twain made.
Yeah?
And I think I'll write a book about you. It'll sell twice as many copies as that piker Tom Sawyer. Good night, my boy. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Dorothy Lamour will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it.
I won't.
Remember, tomorrow night, for exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Lady, are you having a hard time planning main dishes that stay within your food budget? Then get a couple packages of Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow. Each package of Kraft Dinner costs very little, but it contains enough quick-cooking macaroni and golden Kraft grated to make macaroni and cheese for 4 people. In only 7 minutes cooking time, you have a main dish that's delicious. Fluffy light macaroni with grand cheddar cheese flavor through and through. Look for the yellow and blue package, plainly marked Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. For everybody who loves mellow, melt-in-the-mouth cheddar cheese, we have a piece of great news. It's about Kraft's natural cheddar called K-Brand. K-Brand is for folks who really get a thrill out of superb quality cheddar cheese. Remember the name K-Brand Natural Cheddar. And listen for more about this masterpiece in cheese-making a little later on in the program. nights in a row, the great Gildersleeve has called on Doris Dalrymple and stayed late burning the midnight oil. But the great Gildersleeve should worry. He has plenty of oil.
Don't move, Doris. Stand perfectly still, just as you are, with the light from the doorway on your hair, like a halo. And your eyes, Doris, so deep and mysterious, like the reservoir. I want to remember you just like this until tomorrow night.
Until tomorrow night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, Throckmorton. Then you can sing to me again. I think you have a marvelous voice. You really should do something with it.
Just a little love, a little kiss,
Please, the neighbors. Wait and sing it tomorrow. Just for me.
Just for you. It'll be our song. Yours and mine. And whenever we hear it, we'll...
Isn't that cute? Good night, Throckmorton.
But, Doris...
Yes, Throckmorton?
Doris.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're so ruthless.
I can't help it. I don't care. There's one for the other hand.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Gildersleeve again?
Throckmorton.
Doris.
Now, you have a hard day at the office tomorrow, remember?
Well, there is a lot to do, but I'll do it. Efficiency is our motto at the water department. I'll clear the desk in short order. Bing, bing.
I'm sure you will. Good night. Throckmorton.
Yes?
Would you do something for me?
On a beautiful romantic night like this, Doris, your very wish is my command. What can I do?
Before you leave, will you be good enough to set my garbage can on the curb?
Hard day. What time is it, Bessie?
It's 4:30, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just half an hour until 5. That's when we close the office.
You don't have to remind me. We'll close it on time, too. 5 o'clock, right on the dot. That's efficiency, Bessie. We'll be prompt with everything in this office, and that goes for closing.
We'll never be able to finish this report today, Mr. Gildersleeve. And His Honor, the mayor wanted it before...
Just leave the mayor to me, Bessie. We're not slaves. We're executives. Or something. At least I am. And if an executive can't finish his work during business hours, he's no executive.
No night work this time, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Bessie. Daytimes, we concentrate on work. Evenings are for relaxation and recreation. That's when we store up energy for the day ahead. Remember that.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's see what you've done on the report.
Right here, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes. Just a little love, a little kiss.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you have the report upside down.
What's that? Oh, just checking the bottom figures, Bessie.
I have more on my desk. I'll get them.
In no hurry, Bessie. We'll look into them first thing tomorrow.
Is the old hippopotamus anywhere around the water hole?
I'm a busy man, Horace. What's on your mind?
I was just on my way home, Gildy, and thought I'd better look in. Working on your fiscal report, I surmise.
Yes, big job, Horace. Lots of detail. Takes time.
When is it due, Gildy?
Last Monday.
Just as I thought. If I were you, Gildy, I'd rush that report in. I'd get it in tomorrow.
What business is this of yours, Hooker?
I overheard a conversation Mayor Terwilliger had, and I think I ought to warn you that lightning can strike in the same place twice.
The mayor can't fire me. Not again, anyway. Just let him try to throw me out and put in one of his relatives.
Nevertheless, he did it before. That fellow Robbins had your job for a whole week.
Robbins, the mayor's second cousin. Wonder whatever happened to him.
He moved away. But the mayor has other relatives, and very few of them work. You better turn over a new leaf, Gildy.
Well, I was going to anyway, the first of the year.
From what I hear, that may be too late. If that report isn't in tomorrow, you better start looking for another job.
I don't need any advice from you about running this department, Hooker. I'm the executive around here.
Well, have it your own way, but don't say I didn't warn you. Good
night, Kelly.
Good night. And mind your own business, you old goat. Oh, bad news tonight, Hooker. Wonder what Mayor Terwilliger's up to. He's always asked for these reports several times. Wonder if he's trying to trick me. Bessie! Oh, Bessie!
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bring your pad and pencil. Bring everything.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's almost 5 o'clock.
Bessie, I wish you'd stop watching the clock.
But you said you wouldn't work after hours.
An executive doesn't have hours, Bessie. If he can't put in overtime, he's no executive. Remember that.
Yes, sir. Where will we start, Mr. Gildersleeve?
We'll start at the beginning. Where is it?
Well...
We've had a long way to go here. These annual fiscal reports take a lot of work.
Is that why they call them physical?
It isn't physical, Bessie. It's fiscal. F-I-S. Fis. C-A-L. Cal. Fiscal.
What does it mean, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I wonder if I could hire Doris Dalrymple.
Mrs. Dalrymple? Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No, Bessie. I can't get her anyway. Her secretary.
Oh.
She was a darn good one. 14 years on the same job. Quit to marry her boss. That's how efficient she was. If I had her, I'll bet I'd know where I stand at the end of the fiscal year. I wouldn't have to sit up all night to find out.
I'll be glad to sit up with you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No, Bessie. Thanks just the same. I'll take the report home with me and figure it out. I can concentrate better alone.
I'll take copies of everything home with me, too, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll concentrate like crazy. I'll be here bright and early tomorrow morning with the complete physical report.
Fiscal, Bessie. Fiscal. Oh, what's the use? What'll I do? Call on Doris first and sit up late and do the report? Or do the report, then sit up late with Doris? Well, business before pleasure. I'll sit up late with Doris.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavey.
Calling it a day, are you?
No, I'm just getting started. Got a busy night ahead of me.
I see. I don't suppose you'd care to take along a nice box of candy?
No, Peavey. Business before pleasure tonight. That's my motto.
Well, that's very good, Mr. Gildersleeve. Nothing like a good motto to keep a man on the straight and narrow.
Yes.
When I was a young man, I was a little inclined to leap before I looked. Then I got a little older and started to look before I leap. Of course, now I just look.
You're a character, Peavey. Give me some cigars. Strong black ones that'll keep me awake tonight.
Well, the El Lobos ought to keep you awake, and anyone else who happens to be in the house.
All right, Peavey, I'll try them once more. Give me half a dozen.
Half a dozen El Lobos it is. Yeah, that'll be 24 cents.
Thanks, Peavey. Here you are.
Those El Lobos seem to be moving quite well, surprisingly enough.
Economical, Peavey, if you're a heavy smoker.
Yes, but not exactly the type of cigar you give a man to make a big impression. There was a man in here a little while ago buying cigars for the mayor. He got the Corona.
Who's buying Coronas for the mayor, Peavey?
Well, you should remember, Mr. Gildersleeve served as water commissioner for a while, as I recall.
Not Robbins, the mayor's second cousin. What's he doing back in town? The worst water commissioner Summerfield ever had.
Well, I wouldn't say that. We've had some pretty bad ones in our time, present company accepted, of course.
Robbins back in town, the mayor's trying to fire me. Peavey, give me 6 more El Lobos. I have to stay awake tonight. Darn water reports. Why can't people just drink it without somebody having to keep track of it? Civilization.
You home, Mr. Gildersleeve? Good. Tonight's can night.
Can night? That's all the women in this town think I have to do. Put out the cans.
Well, tonight's can night.
I have work to do, Bertie, or tomorrow may be can day.
Well, the city says to get them out on Wednesday night, and I try to get them out.
Yes, Bertie.
I try to get them out. That's one thing the city has to say for Bertie. She tries.
All right, Bertie.
I don't want any trouble with the mayor, do you?
No, Bertie. Now, don't you threaten me, too. Why don't you have Leroy put out the cans?
I asked Leroy, but he had a good excuse, too.
Huh? What's his?
He's got a big examination coming up. He's pretty worried.
He is? He usually saves his worry till after the examination.
He's pretty worried. He wants to talk to you about it. What about the can?
Yeah, we'll see, Bertie.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, what's this about your schoolwork?
Well, it so happens that just as I was leaving school today...
So happens, eh? Get to the point, Leroy.
Okay, here's a note from school.
That's the spirit. Note, Leroy.
Teachers are always writing them.
Dear Throckmorton. Well, it's from Eve.
Yeah.
Leroy's geography teacher has had to come in and talk to me again about his atrocious grades.
That's not good. I looked it up.
Before demoting him, she has consented to test him again tomorrow morning. I know how deeply it would hurt you if Leroy should fail. And so I am suggesting that you spend the whole evening with him reviewing his geography work. But, Eve, what about my own work and Mrs. Dalrymple?
Mrs. Dalrymple? What's she got to do with it?
You wouldn't understand, Leroy. You can't even understand geography.
Dinner's ready, Miss Gildersleeve. Leroy, beef roast.
Be right there, Bertie, as soon as I make a telephone call. A very painful telephone call it is, too. Here goes my whole evening.
Hello?
Doris, about tonight.
Oh, yes, Throckmorton. You're going to sing our song.
Well, something has come up.
What?
I'm sorry, Doris. I can't see you tonight, you see.
Well,
No, Doris, let me explain.
please do.
You see, Eve Goodwin wrote me a note today.
Eve Goodwin.
You see, she's the principal of the school.
Yes, yes, I know. I imagine she writes a very intellectual note.
Now, Doris, you misunderstand. I have to stay home tonight and study geography.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't mind excuses if they're good ones. But studying geography with the principal, a very pretty principal.
But, Doris.
How fickle can a man be?
But...
And just last night you were singing love songs to me.
But everything's the same, Doris, just like last night. Listen. Just a little love, a little... She hung up on our song.
Back to the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. Have you heard about the modern masterpiece of cheese making? It's Kraft's latest triumph, a natural cheddar cheese, and it's made from pasteurized milk. The name, K-Brand Natural Cheese. That's K-A-Y, K-Brand. Here's a cheddar cheese with that traditional mellow flavor, that tender melt-in-your-mouth texture. Here's a cheddar cheese made from milk that's carefully pasteurized.
Say, K-brand cheese sounds pretty special.
You'll think so once you taste it. K-Brand Natural Cheese is pretty special in the way it's cured, too. Every big 10-pound bar goes to the curing room sealed in its own transparent wrapper. And it's still in that same sparkling clean wrapper when your dealer gets it.
You mean there's no cheesecloth or paraffin coating?
Absolutely none. In fact, K-Brand cheddar cheese has no rind at all.
Well, then it's all usable.
Every delicious bit. In sandwiches, with pie, as a snack, or on your cheese tray. Tomorrow when you shop, look for that transparent wrapped bar with the words K-Brand Natural marked down the top and sides. Have your dealer cut you a portion, a thick slice or a wedge. Then, at home, try this mellow, full-bodied cheddar cheese on top of crisp crackers. Folks, that's happy eating. Remember, K-Brand Natural Cheese is made from pasteurized milk. Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve. He's just finished a big dinner and is ready to face the problems of the evening.
Am I afraid of the mayor and his threats? Am I afraid of his unemployed relatives? Am I afraid of losing my job? You bet I am. I'll get this report out tonight if it kills me.
You ready, Unc?
Geography, too. Well, it's in the belt a little.
Yeah, you sure ate a lot, Unc.
Hard evening of work ahead, my boy. Have to feed the body before you work the mind.
You're all set, all right.
Hey, you might hand me that pillow from the couch there for my back.
Okay. How's this?
Now then. Geography.
Want me to light your cigar first?
Oh, thank you, my boy.
Sure makes swell clouds. Can I have a cigar, Ben?
Oh, sure. There you are.
El Lobo, the tobacco perfected by the North American Indian.
Must have used them for smoke signals. Darn that Peavey.
You all right, Unc?
Oh, sure, yes. Now, what seems to be your big problem?
Geography.
I know. But what specific part of the book are you having trouble with?
You kidding?
It's going to take longer than I thought. We start with the front of the book. Alaska.
Yeah, they're always asking boring questions about Alaska.
Boring? What's so boring about this? Listen. Alaska. Population, 59,000 people. Seals, 808,000. See, more seals than people. In 1929, the fish product was worth $51 million, including cod, herring, mackerel, sardines, and, well, some of it is a little boring.
Some of it?
Now, really, Leroy, if you really want to get something out of geography, make a game out of it, huh? Pretend you're a traveler. Pretend you're there among all the beautiful snow-capped mountains. Yeah, cigar went out.
I'll light it again.
No, Leroy, it's better off dead. Warm, too, Leroy. While you're up, run upstairs and turn down the furnace. A little close in here for good work.
Yeah, we still got quite a ways to go.
We'll get it done. Have a great capacity for work. Yes, sir. Teach Leroy all about Alaska, and then at least it doesn't get hot and stuffy up there. That was fine roast beef Bertie had for dinner. Stop the sled here, Bertie. I'll go in and find out what part of Alaska we're in.
Okay, Leroy and I'll stay out here and rest our dogs.
Your dogs? Oh, you mean the team. It'll only be a minute, folks. Tough bunch of characters. Better ask the bartender where I am.
Well, good afternoon, stranger. What can I do for you?
Well, hello, Peavey.
Peavey? I'd be careful who you call funny names up in the Klondike, stranger.
Oh, excuse me. I guess I mistook you for somebody I used to know.
Yes, I'm sure you must have.
He was a fuddy-duddy old druggist.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. What will it be, stranger?
Well, I might have a glass of water.
Water?
How about buying me a little something, big boy?
Well, make it 2 glasses of water. She's cute. Say, stranger, who is that woman?
The most beautiful woman from Nome to Juneau. The lady who's known as Doris.
Doris? Well, Doris, I didn't recognize you in that ostrich plume hat. But don't your shoulders get cold?
Isn't that cute?
Say, who's that at the piano?
You mean Ragtime Munson?
He's playing our song.
Our song?
Of course, Doris. Don't you remember? I was going to sing it to you tonight. Just a little love, a little kiss.
Come quick.
Bertie, what's the matter?
Mayor Terwilliger, saw him coming on snowshoes.
Mayor Terwilliger. And I don't have my report made out. He'll fire me.
Sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm sorry, Doris. I can't see you tonight.
Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'm sorry. I can't see you tonight.
Mr. Gildersleeve, wake up.
Yeah, wake up, huh?
Huh? Watch it fall. Zip. Oh, hello, Bertie. Leroy?
I told you he ate too much.
He's all yours now, Leroy. I got to go back and clean the kitchen.
Must have dozed a little, huh? Where were we, Leroy?
We were studying Alaska.
Oh, yes. Let's go on to something else, huh? Let's see now. What's this? Palm trees. Nice sandy beach.
That's the South Seas, Unc.
The South Seas, huh? Very beautiful. Very romantic.
Oh, for corn's sake, he's going to sleep again.
Very, very beautiful. Very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Now. Handsome white man lie back on bamboo bed.
Huh?
Me little native girl sit by his side.
Huh? Oh, yes. Little native girl. Say, you look... Aren't you chilly?
In South Seas, native girls do not get chilly.
Oh, yes. I see you're wearing longer grass this year.
Now. White man close his eyes. His Doris stroke nice forehead.
His Doris? Who's Doris?
Your Doris. You, my husband.
No, wait a minute. Let's talk this over. Whoop, where's my shirt?
Please. White man, lie down.
When were we married?
We not married. Doris find you on beach. You, her husband. You wash ashore. Some days she find flotsam. Some days she find jetsam. Some days she find whale blubber. 2 weeks ago she find you.
But Doris.
So you, her husband. Law of Ireland.
But look, I have obligations at home. A niece and a nephew. Why didn't you marry Flotsam or Jetsam?
Doris like white man best. She never leave his side. She care for him always.
Well, I can't stay. I've got a job to do. I have a report to get out, or Terwilliger will fire me.
Oh, handsome white man have too much sun.
Sun?
Doris get water. Water.
Water.
Now you will feel better. Here come local water commissioner.
Water commissioner? Carrying it on his head. But I could tell him about how to run his business.
I came as fast as I could.
Hey, look, Bud. See, haven't I seen your face someplace before? In the States? Who are you?
Me? I'm Robbins, Mayor Terwilliger's cousin from Summerfield.
Wait, you're the guy he was going to make water commissioner? Carrying it on your head? What a water commissioner you make.
That's the idea, Leroy. You tickle his ribs on that side, and I'll tickle him on this side.
Wake up, Unc, wake up!
What's for? My report. I have to get that out or I'll be carrying water on my head.
Mr. Gildersleeve, your secretary called.
Yeah, snap out of it, Unc. Bessie said she finished the report.
Bessie? She finished it?
Yeah, it's all done.
I wonder how she ever did it. Good old Bessie.
Yeah, and I finished my geography, too. Did it all while you were asleep.
Your geography?
Good old Leroy.
Oh, well. Only 10 o'clock. Thought it would take me longer to clean up all that work. Still time to call Mrs. Dalrymple. We'll have a cozy little evening together after all. Just a little love, a little kiss.
Hello?
Hello, Doris. I have great news for you.
This isn't Doris. This is Bessie.
Bessie, what are you doing at Mrs. Dalrymple's house?
Well, you said she was such a wonderful secretary, Mr. Gildersleeve. I brought the report over. She finished it in a jiffy.
What?
Now we're playing Chinese checkers. Won't you come over?
No, thanks, Bessie. Oh, well, I've had my fun. Alaska, the South Seas. Who wants to play Chinese checkers?
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly. Tomorrow night, fix up a snack for your family of crisp crackers, sliced rosy cheek apples, and that wonderful Kraft cheese, K-Brand Natural Cheddar. What a happy combination. K-Brand is a natural cheddar with that traditional mellow, full-bodied flavor, that tender, meaty texture, but made from pasteurized milk. That's right, made from milk carefully pasteurized. And what's more, K-Brand has no rind because it ages right in its own spick-and-span wrapper. Every bit of it is usable for snacks on the family cheese tray, in hearty sandwiches, and with pie. Tomorrow, look for the big wrapped 10-pound bar at your dealer's. Have him cut as much as you wish, but be sure you see the words K-Brand Natural down the top and sides. Remember the name, K-Brand, the natural cheddar cheese made of pasteurized milk.
Terwilliger, sitting in there waiting to fire me. Will he ever be surprised when he sees this beautiful water report? Who's afraid of the mayor's cousin? By George, I'm the best water commissioner from Summerfield to the South Seas. Terwilliger, here's your report.
I'm sorry the mayor isn't in.
Oh, well, when he comes in, give him this report. He's in a hurry for it.
I'll give it to him first thing next Monday.
Next Monday?
Uh-huh. The mayor left this morning to drive his cousin back to Idaho.
You mean Robbins?
Yes. He's a potato farmer back there.
He is? Well, have to eat more potatoes. Keep Robbins busy. Good night, folks. Hi, Captain.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Red Skelton will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss the fun. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You bet.
Do you like macaroni and cheese that's fluffy light with swell cheddar cheese flavor through and through? Well, you can make that splendid dish quickly and economically. Just get a box or two of Kraft Dinner. In each box of Kraft Dinner, you'll find special macaroni that cooks fluffy light in only 7 minutes. Also, golden Kraft grated to add that delicious cheddar cheese flavor in a jiffy. Imagine that. A marvelous main dish ready in only 7 minutes. And it costs just a few cents a serving. The family would say Kraft Dinner makes the best macaroni and cheese they've ever tasted. Remember the name, Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. For everybody who loves mellow melt-in-the-mouth cheddar cheese, we have a piece of great news. It's about Kraft's natural cheddar called K-Brand. K-Brand is for folks who really get a thrill out of superb quality cheddar cheese. Remember the name K-Brand Natural Cheddar. And listen for more about this masterpiece in cheese making a little later on in the program. Well, all is quiet in the Gildersleeve household on this December evening. The family has just finished dinner, and the great man is in his den resting his overstuffed figure in his overstuffed chair. His eyes are closing drowsily, when suddenly he sits up with a start. He's made a great discovery.
Say, Christmas is coming. And I haven't done my shopping yet. Well, by George, I'm not going to wait till the last minute this year. I'm going to do my shopping early, tomorrow. Leroy, Marjorie.
What's the matter, Unky? You got indigestion again? Shall I get the baking soda?
No, I feel fine.
Then what's the matter?
Children, Christmas is coming.
Huh? Everybody knows that.
Well, anyhow, I've decided to do my shopping early this year, tomorrow.
You call this early? I started in November.
Well,
Oh, for corn's sake, Unc, didn't you get my model airplane yet?
Leroy, nobody said you were getting a model airplane, for sure. That's up to Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? Are you kidding?
No, my boy. You mustn't scoff at things like that. As long as we have the spirit of Christmas, there'll always be a Santa Claus.
You said it, Unc.
Remember that.
Sure. Unc.
Yes, my boy?
Santa Claus better get off the dime and get that model airplane before they're all gone.
Leroy.
Well, if that's all you wanted, I've got to finish addressing my Christmas card.
I'm going shopping tomorrow. Better make out a list. That's the efficient thing to do. Let's see now. Where's the pencil? I'll need some... Leroy, you may leave the room.
Want me to help you make out your list, Unc?
That won't be necessary.
Oh, it's no trouble. Glad to do it.
No, thank you.
Well, maybe you could put down the airplane first. It starts with A.
Leroy, I don't
They got some swell ones down at Hogan Brothers department store with gas motors. I've been down there trying them out all week. You know the kind I mean, huh, Unc?
Leroy, leave the room.
Okay, Unc, anything you say. But don't forget, the one with the gas motor.
Glad Christmas only comes once a year. Well, it is kind of nice of that. Well, I'll start my list with Judge Hooker. Let's see, got to get the judge something nice. I don't know, though. The old cheapskate never gets me much. Judge Hooker. 1 necktie, $1. There. That takes care of him. Now I'll write down for Marjorie. If I were a girl of 16, what would I want? Let's see. Funny, all I can think of is cigars.
Gildersleeve. Oh, I didn't know you were busy. Excuse me.
All right, Bertie, what is it?
Just got 1 cup of coffee left, and I thought I'd see if you wanted it before I dump it out.
No, thanks, Bertie. Too busy making out my Christmas list.
Oh.
Yep, doing my shopping tomorrow. You ought to do the same, Bertie. Don't put it off till the last minute.
Oh, you don't have to tell me, Mr. Gildersleeve. I did all my shopping 6 weeks ago.
Oh.
Got all my presents wrapped, sealed, and ready to deliver. I'm through.
I see.
Yes, sir. I ain't no put it off. I'm going to do it now. I'm through.
yes, Bertie.
Some people put things off, but not Bertie. I'm going to do it now.
Bertie, I didn't say
Yes,
that...
sir. I ain't no put it off.
Please forget I mentioned it.
You can wait till the last moment if you want to, but not me. I'm through. I'm going to do it now.
Yes, indeed. Let's see here now. Bertie, handbag. Leroy, model airplane. Marjorie. Well, got the whole afternoon ahead of me. Got my list all made out. Nothing to it. Don't see why everybody makes such a fuss about Christmas shopping. Well, look at that Hogan Brothers window. Santa's workshop. Pretty cute, all right. All those little fellows busy making toys. Wonder how they get them to move like that. Yeah. Oh, after you, madam. Pretty crowded in here. Guess everybody's doing their Christmas shopping early.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle.
Christmas carols over the loudspeaker. Oh, that's nice. Wonder where I should start first. Let's see. Where's my list?
Oh, floor walker.
Huh?
Floor walker, where's the notions department?
Why, I don't know. You see,
Christmas help. They never know anything.
Floor walker. Guess I should have worn my hat. Well, let's see. I'll look for Bertie's present first.
Hiya.
Leroy.
Well, I see you got here all right. The toy department's on the 4th floor. Elevator's right over there.
I know that, Leroy.
I'd get right up there, Unc, before those model airplanes are all gone. Come on, I'll go with you.
Leroy, I didn't say I was going to get you a model airplane.
Oh, Unc.
Well, we'll see. Now run along. Go home and play with Piggy or something.
Oh, Piggy's down here, too. We're playing tag on the escalator.
Oh, my goodness.
See you later, Unc. And don't forget, the one with the gas motor.
That kid never lets me surprise him. Well, guess I'll go up and get him that model airplane now. Hey, there's the handbag table. Might as well get Bertie's. Too many women around here. I'll come back later. Take your life in your hands. There's the necktie counter. No crowd over there. Good time to get a hooker's necktie. Let's see. Where are the cheap ones? Down here. They look pretty awful. Well, they're good enough for the judge. I'll get him this one with the peppermint stripes. Make him look like a walking barber pole.
Well, hello, Gildy.
Hooker.
Kind of a spendthrift, aren't you, Gildy? Buying a $1 tie?
Well,
Christmas gift, I presume. Who's the unlucky person?
Well...
He'd have to be an awful fathead to wear a tie like that.
He is.
It'd look good on you, Gildy.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Judge.
Wait a minute, Piggy. There's my uncle. Hey, Young.
Hello, Leroy.
Hello. Unc, what are you doing down here? Didn't you go see about my model airplane yet?
Leroy, I
See,
told
they're
you.
going to be all gone.
If you don't go away and quit bothering me, Leroy, I won't get you anything.
Oh, okay, Unc, forget I mentioned it. Only kidding. See you later.
Gildy, aren't you going to get the boy his airplane?
Of course I am, but I don't want him to know it.
Well, why don't you go up and get it now? I'll go with you.
Well, all right, Judge.
I believe it's on the 4th floor. Toyland.
I know.
Toyland, Toyland.
What?
Dear little girl and Toyland.
Oh, brother, come on, Judge. You know, Judge, being up here takes me back to my own childhood. I used to love Christmas.
Yes, Gildy. I think I see the model airplanes right over there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at these toy soldiers. I used to have a set of these when I was a kid. Fought some big battles on our kitchen floor.
Well, you're not a kid anymore, Gildy.
Hey, that electric train's a beauty. Look. We're going to go over that bridge. Just like a real one.
Gildy, we're up here to buy something for Leroy.
Watch this, Judge. I'll throw the switch and make her go through the tunnel. You see it? There she goes. Clear the tracks. Here comes the Cannonball Express. Toot, 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 toot.
Gildy, why don't you grow up?
Look at it, Judge. This is...
Now look what you did, Gildy. It jumped the track.
I know it. Hurry up, wheel horse. Help me put it back.
Can I help you two children?
Sorry, a train went off the track. I'll put it back.
Don't bother. I'll put it back. Butterfingers.
I was looking for something for Leroy. That's my little nephew.
A model airplane.
Model airplane, just follow me.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve and Judge Hooker.
Mrs. Dalrymple.
Why, good afternoon.
Gentlemen, are you coming?
In just a minute, clerk.
I never expected to find you two up here in Toyland. Now, isn't that cute?
Well, the judge came up, too.
Oh, you men, you never grow up. You're all big, lovable boys. I've been shopping all day, and I'm simply exhausted.
Oh, you poor thing.
Why, that's a shame.
Oh, it's all right. Buying Christmas presents is really lots of fun. And I don't mind carrying all these heavy packages.
Could I carry them for you, Mrs. Dalrymple?
No, let me carry them.
Oh, I wouldn't want to put you gentlemen to any trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble. I would deem it a pleasure.
Step out of the way, Judge. I'm stronger than you are.
I'll carry them, Gildy.
I'll carry them. You're too old.
You're too fat.
I'll Indian wrestle you for it.
Well, how about flipping a coin?
Coward.
Fatty face.
Oh.
Now, please don't quarrel over me. I know. We'll decide it this way. Whoever my finger points to last. My mother told me to take this one. It's you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Shucks.
I get to carry the packages. Here, let me take them.
All righty.
They are a little heavy.
Gildy.
What?
What about Leroy's airplane?
Well, I'll be back in a minute, Judge. Till I take these downstairs for you, Mrs. Dalrymple.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I just remembered. I would like to get one more thing.
You would?
Yes, I forgot to get a salad bowl for Cousin Effie. They're up on the 6th floor.
They are.
You don't mind, do you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I don't mind.
I'll just put this salad bowl under your arm.
Oh, is that my arm?
There. Is that all righty?
Fine. Well, I guess we're ready to go.
Yes. Oh, well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I just thought of something else.
What's that?
I didn't get a bird cage for George.
Oh, yeah. Must get a bird cage.
They're down on the 3rd floor. You don't mind, do you?
No, I don't mind.
This bird cage can go on top of the other bundles. There. Are you comfy under there, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, very comfy, but I can't see.
Well, that's all righty. You just follow me. Oh, I just remembered something else. It's up on the 7th floor.
Up on the... Zook. Zeep. Zoink.
There. Well, now I'm finished.
So am I.
Isn't Christmas shopping fun?
Mrs. Dalrymple, can I take these packages out of your car now?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I don't have my car. I was hoping that you'd drive me home.
Well, I wanted to.
Oh, thank you.
But...
I think you're just peachy.
But...
Hi, Unc.
Leroy.
Gee, I didn't recognize you behind all those packages. Lucky I saw your stomach sticking out.
Yeah.
Gosh, did you buy all that stuff already?
Well,
I'll bet my model airplane's in there, huh?
Leroy,
Gee, you're swell. I'm best uncle a fella ever had.
Leroy, these aren't my packages. They're Mrs. Dalrymple's.
What?
You see, I started...
And you're not going to get my model airplane?
Leroy, I didn't have... Leroy, please.
You don't have to get it. I don't care.
Leroy. Leroy, don't cry, Leroy.
I'll run away from home.
Leroy, see Christmas.
Around Christmas, everyone likes to have plenty of special food treats on hand for Gala family snacks and for friends who come a-calling. And that's where Kraft's latest triumph, K-Brand Natural Cheese, is going to come in mighty handy. You see, K-Brand, that's K-A-Y, K-Brand is a natural cheddar cheese, and it's made from pasteurized milk. Yes, here's a good old cheddar with that beloved mellow flavor, that tender melt-in-your-mouth texture, yet it's made from milk that's carefully pasteurized.
Say, K-Brand does sound like a special treat.
It is. Just serve this natural cheddar to a real cheese expert and watch his face light up at the first taste. K-Brand natural cheese is pretty special in the way it's cured, too. Every big 10-pound bar is aged right in its own transparent wrapper, and it's still in that same sparkling clean wrapper when your dealer gets it. There's no cheesecloth or paraffin coating, no rind at all.
Then every bit of K-Brand is usable?
Every mellow good inch of it. Tomorrow when you shop, look for the big wrapped bar with the words K-Brand Natural marked down the top and side. Have your dealer cut you some slices, a thick portion, or a wedge. Then serve K-Brand in sandwiches with pie on your cheese tray. It's mighty good eating, folks. Remember, K-Brand Natural Cheese is made from pasteurized milk. Well, the best laid plans of mice and men, and the great Gildersleeve, often go astray. We find him now, footsore and weary, returning to Hogan Brothers department store. He makes a slight detour.
Well, hello, Commissioner.
Hello, Floyd.
What'll it be this afternoon, Shave?
No, thanks, Floyd. Haven't got time. Just want to rest for a minute.
Sure. Sit right down over there and take a load off your feet.
Thanks.
What's the matter, Commish? You look all in.
I am, Floyd. I've been Christmas shopping.
Oh, that's kind of hard on the arches, all right. I got a wash tub out and back if you want to soak your feet.
No, thanks, Floyd. Got to get back to Hogan Brothers.
Ain't you done shopping yet?
I haven't really started yet. I had a few interruptions.
Well, you got my sympathy, Commish. I wouldn't go into that pack of howling females for love or money.
It's got to be done, Floyd. You go Christmas shopping for your wife, don't you?
Not anymore, I don't. Not since that time I went shopping in Hogan Brothers on Christmas Eve.
Why? What happened?
Well, I got caught in a mob around the glove counter. Took me 2 hours to squeeze up to where I could buy a pair. And when I reached out for my change, some dame bit me on the hand. I can show you the scar.
Yeah, don't bother, Floyd.
Well, so Lovey and me don't give each other presents anymore. When Christmas morning comes, we just slap each other on the back, holler Merry Christmas, and exchange $10 bills.
That's a fine Christmas spirit. Well, guess I better be getting back. I got lots to do yet.
Oh, don't rush off, Commish. You just got here. You ought to really take a rest.
Oh?
Sure. Why don't you come over and sit in the second barber chair for a few minutes? More comfortable.
Well, just for a few minutes, maybe. Yeah, this is better.
Here, let me tilt it back for you. No extra charge. There you are, all stretched out.
This is nice. Just close my eyes a minute. Can't stay long, though. Gotta get my shopping done. Gotta get Leroy's.
Commish. Hey, Commish, wake up.
What you want?
Commish.
What's that? Where am I?
Ooh,
Floyd. Why, it's dark out.
Just slept a couple of hours, Commish. Time to close the shop.
What? Let me out of here. I've got to get to Hogan Brothers before they close.
Hey, just a minute, Commish.
Huh?
You owe me $50.
What for?
While you was asleep in the chair, I give you a shave.
Floyd? Well, here you are.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Commish.
Haven't they found Bentley yet? Darn Floyd, letting me sleep like that. Lucky the store stays open till 7 o'clock tonight. Well, I better get Leroy's airplane first. Pardon me. I didn't mean to bump into you, young lady.
Oh, it's my fault.
No, it was mine.
I'm sorry. I'll hurry right back to my department.
All right. Huh?
I just went over to talk to a girlfriend of mine for a minute. She's in leather goods. I hope you don't mind.
Why should I mind?
Oh, aren't you a floor walker?
No. I just didn't wear my hat.
Oh, you see, I don't know much about the store. I haven't worked here very long.
I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. I'm in charge of the water department.
What floor is that on?
No, I'm the water commissioner of Summerfield, one of the city officials.
Oh, how do you do? I'm Miss Clark in sheet music.
How do you do? I'm a music lover myself.
Here I am talking to a city official, and I thought you were a floor walker.
Well, I wouldn't mind being a floor walker on your floor.
Well, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'd better get back to sheet music.
Miss Clark, I'm on my way to the toy department. I'll walk over with you. It's right on my way.
All right, sir.
I'm not sir. I'm Mr. Gildersleeve to you.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I've enjoyed our interesting talk.
You have? Sure, so have I.
You know, they say you can always trust a man who likes music.
Well, I guess that's right.
Well, here's sheet music. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mr. Clark.
Yes?
As long as I'm here, I might as well look over some music. As long as I'm here.
Oh, of course. Go right ahead.
Let me see.
What kind of a song were you looking for?
Well,
Would you like me to play you a few?
Good idea. I'm glad you thought of it.
All right.
No, not that one. Don't you have something a little more romantic?
Would you like to hear my favorite?
Yes, indeed, I would. La-da-dee-dee.
My, you have a wonderful voice.
Well, some people have been known to like it.
I think it's wonderful.
Of course, I never took any lessons.
I'd love to hear you really sing sometime.
Well, I might sing just one chorus.
You mean now?
Well, if you insist. I'll just sit here with you on the piano stool.
I guess it's all right. I don't see the floor walker.
Who knows how much I love you? You do. No one means more to me than you do. You take December and smile it into May. And then December comes back again when you're away. Who has a charm that very few do? Who makes life necessary? You do. And who can take my dreams and make my dreams come true? Don't give me 3 guesses. One will do.
Look at all the people around.
Didn't know you had an audience. Guess I'd better be going.
Encore!
Well, they liked it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, well, just one more. My Wild Irish Rose, key of G.
My wild Irish rose.
Gildy.
Hello, Judge.
Mayor fire you, Gildy? This your new job?
See you later, Miss Clark.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Just a minute, Gildy.
I'm in a hurry.
Yes, so I noticed, Gildy. I see you haven't done any shopping yet. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Poor little Leroy.
I'm going up there, Horace, right now. Well, these escalators are all right. Nice, comfortable ride. 3rd floor. Now, just one more, then I'll... Peavey!
Yeah, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for Mrs. Peavey. She's getting a beauty treatment over there. It's sort of a Christmas present to me.
Oh.
She's been in the beauty parlor all afternoon. Of course, it always takes a little longer with Mrs. Peavey.
Say, Peavey, while you're waiting, why don't you come up to the toy department? Help me pick out a model airplane for Leroy.
All right.
Come on, we'll ride up on the escalator.
If you don't mind, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll take the stairway.
What?
I don't care much for escalators.
Peavey, you're not afraid to ride on one, are you?
Well,
Everybody rides the escalator.
Well, they can if they want to.
It's just a moving stairway.
I prefer a stairway that stands still and lets me do the moving.
But the escalator's faster.
I'm in no hurry.
Well, I am.
Then you take the escalator.
Peavey, you're an old woman.
I know, I wouldn't say that.
Wait till I tell the Jolly Boys about this.
Oh, you wouldn't do that.
Oh, yes, I would.
Oh, well.
Hey, come on. Just put your foot on the step.
The left one or the right one?
Ye gods, Peavey. Either one. Now step on it.
All right, here goes.
There, you made it.
Yeah.
Oh, we're moving. Not so bad, is it?
You know, Mr. Gildersleeve, I kind of like it.
Good.
Come, Josephine, in my flying machine, and it's up we go. Hey, this is very enjoyable.
Well, here we are. Step off now.
That was lots of fun. Let's go on up to the next floor.
I've got to get that airplane. Now, come on.
What kind of airplane are you going to get, Leroy, Mr.?
I don't know. We'll kind of look them over. Oh, here we are. Oh, say, those are beauties.
Yes, they are.
May I help you? Oh, you.
Yes. Want to buy one of these model airplanes, one with a gas motor for my little nephew.
Very well. Now, this blue one here is one of our latest models.
Oh, looks like a real airplane, all right.
It's a high-speed fighter type. I'm sure your nephew would like it.
Yeah, I guess he would.
Very well. Shall I wrap it up?
Yeah, looks good to me. What do you think, Peavey?
Well,
Don't you like it?
yes, I like it.
Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, nothing, Mr. Gildersleeve, but if you don't mind my saying so, I prefer the red one over there.
The red one. Here you are.
Well, that's a nice one, too.
It's a medium bomber. Boys love these.
Oh, I guess that'll be all right.
Very well. Shall I wrap it up?
Yes, it won't trouble you. Go ahead.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
On second thought, I think Leroy might prefer the blue one.
You do? The blue one, then?
Well, of course, the red one has its point.
Well, the blue one or the red one?
Peavey, which one do you think I ought to get?
Well, I don't know. Which one do you like?
You've got me so mixed up, I don't know either.
Well, I wish somebody would make up their mind.
Peavey, if you were Leroy, which one would you like?
Well, I'm not Leroy.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I'll make up my own mind. I'll take the red one. Clerk? Clerk, where are you going?
I'm going home. The store is closed.
But, Clerk, I've got to have that airplane.
No sales after 7 o'clock. Those are the rules.
But, Clerk, what am I going to tell Leroy?
You can tell him the store is closed.
15 days until Christmas, folks, and that means 15 days jam-packed full of gay Yuletide activity. When friends make Christmas calls, be ready with a tray of crackers and K-Brand natural cheese. It's Kraft's latest triumph, and what a triumph. You see, K-Brand is a natural cheddar cheese with that warm, mellow flavor, that tender, meaty texture, but made from pasteurized milk. That's right, carefully pasteurized milk. And what's more, K-Brand has no rind because it ages right in its own spick-and-span wrapper. Every bit is usable for holiday feasting. Tomorrow, look for the big 10-pound bar at your dealer's. Have him cut you a portion, but be sure you see the words K-Brand Natural down the top and sides. Remember, this is a natural cheddar cheese made of pasteurized milk. The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
And folks, when it comes to Christmas shopping, don't be a put it off, be a do it now. Good night.
For you folks who like that old American favorite, macaroni and cheese, here's a good suggestion. Get Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow. With Kraft Dinner, you can make macaroni and cheese that's fluffy light and downright delicious in just 7 minutes cooking time. All of the ingredients are in the package. Quick cooking macaroni and golden Kraft grated, enough to serve 4 people. They'll say that macaroni and cheese made with Kraft Dinner is grand. What's more, it costs only a few cents a serving. Look for the yellow and blue package, plainly marked Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. Have you heard the news about Kraft's natural cheddar cheese? It's called K-Brand Natural. K-Brand will delight you folks who love a superb quality cheddar cheese. Delicious, mellow. Yes, K-Brand is really something to get excited about. Listen for more about K-Brand cheese later. Did you ever have one of those days when everything seemed to go wrong right from the start? Well, that's the kind of a day it's been for the great Gildersleeve. He got up this morning, he shaved, he got dressed, and for 2 cents he'd have gone right back to bed. But instead he dragged himself down to breakfast, gloomy and disgruntled. There sat his niece and nephew smirking. Smirking about what? He'd speak to them later after he'd had his coffee. Beside his plate lay the morning paper. He picked it up. And there, on the front page...
Mayor hits at laxity in city departments. Commissioners to punch time clock, he warned. Charging widespread laziness and inefficiency in administration of city departments, Mayor Terwilliger today promised a clean sweep before next year's primaries. Certain commissioners, said His Honor, growing fat and lazy in political sinecures, have taken to keeping bankers' hours around here. I think it would be a healthy thing if they were required to punch a time clock like other people. Chief among the departments which need jacking up, the mayor let it be known, is the...
Unky! What are you going to do? Unky, where are you going?
Mr. Gildersleeve, ain't you? Leroy, what's come over your uncle?
Don't ask me. There's a thing in the paper.
He's terribly upset, Bertie.
You better run up after him.
Yes, maybe I better. Unky, wait!
Oh, Judge Hooker.
Morning, Bertie.
Come in, Judge.
Morning, Marjorie. Leroy.
Hi. Good morning, Judge.
Time you children were leaving for school, isn't it? Your uncle at home? I asked if your uncle was at home.
You tell him, Marge.
Well, yes, he's at home, Judge, but the thing is, he's gone back to bed.
Well, real gentleman of leisure. Evidently, your uncle has not seen the mayor's remarks about him in the morning paper.
Oh, he saw them all right. That's why I went back to bed.
I failed to follow your uncle's reasoning. The mayor charges him with loafing on the job, so his solution
Well, wouldn't you get mad? After you've worked hard all your life to have the mayor come out and say a thing like that? He says he won't go back to work until the mayor apologizes.
Boy, Unc really told him off. He really told him. Didn't he, Bertie?
He told us.
Marge went up and tried to talk with him, and all he'd do was...
You heard all this, Bertie?
I reckon everybody in the block must have heard it, Judge. He was telling the world.
I'm terribly worried about him, Judge. He's locked himself in his room up there. Now he won't talk to anybody.
Yeah, he's mad at everybody. What did we do?
He ain't mad at you, Leroy. He's just mad at the world.
Well, anybody tried reasoning with him?
We all have. Marge tried first.
It's no use, Judge. He keeps saying nobody appreciates him. That's right. You try to argue with him, and he just keeps yelling, all right. They think they can get along without me. Let them try. Just let them try. He's not himself, Judge.
Sounds exactly like himself to me. Well, I'll go up and have a talk with him.
I warn you, Judge, he won't talk to you. He won't talk to anybody.
He'll talk to me. Gildy. Oh, Gildy. It's Horace, Gildy. I'd like a word with you, old man. Gildy. I know you're in there. I hope you're listening, because I should just like to say this, my friend. I think you're acting like a perfect boob.
You won't get nowhere just sweet talking him, Judge.
All right, stay in there. Like a spoiled baby. Feelings are hurt. Got to have an apology.
Well, Judge?
Marjorie, you have a stubborn uncle.
You're not kidding.
Well, what are we going to do? We've got to do something. You know Uncle Mort, he'll never give in.
What can you do with a man like that? There he is, out on a limb and sawing away for dear life. Now, let's see. Who was next here?
I think this gentleman.
No, after you, madam.
Oh.
I'd like a word with you when you're free, Peavey. Wait on the lady first. Quite a rush today. There was a lady in this morning, too. Well, madam?
I want to return a duck.
Duck?
Yes. Oh, I wonder if you could lift that shopping bag up here for me, young man.
Why, certainly.
you are.
Thank you.
About this duck, madam, you're quite sure you bought it in here? You see, we don't ordinarily handle it.
Of course I bought it here. Just a minute now. If I can get these groceries out of here. Hold that, will you, young man?
Only too happy.
And can you hold this, too?
Gladly.
Must be down at the bottom. Can you hold another?
Go right ahead. Pile 'em up.
If you don't mind my asking, madam, just what seems to be the matter with this duck?
It won't work.
Won't work?
Well, I'll show you.
Whoop. Just shove it under my chin. All right, I've got it.
Now. There.
Oh, a toy duck.
Well, what did you think? I bought it for my grandchild for Easter, and now I want my money back.
Well, just what seems to be
It's no good. You can see for yourself. It's supposed to waddle and beat the drum. When I got it home, it wouldn't beat the drum. Now it won't even waddle.
And you bought this last Easter, you say?
Yes.
That was some time ago.
But I can't be running back and forth with ducks all the time.
Well, ordinarily, we don't accept returned merchandise after 30 days.
Well, if you're going to sell bum ducks.
Madam, this pharmacy sells only quality merchandise.
You call that quality merchandise, a duck that won't even waddle?
Stop arguing, Peavy, and give her money back. These bundles are getting heavy.
You're quite sure you wound the duck?
Certainly I wound it. Try it yourself.
Well, we take the customer's word. Let me see the price on this item.
I paid 78 cents.
Must be a price mark here somewhere.
I'm telling you, it was 78 cents.
Price was usually marked under the tail, as I recall it.
Peavy, my arms are getting tired.
Ah, here it is. 78 cents.
Just what I told you.
We take the customer's word. There you are, madam. 75, and fee is 78. Thank you very much, and call again. Now, Judge.
Madam, your groceries.
Oh, lucky thing you remembered them, young man.
I was up to my ears in them. How could I forget?
Now, Judge.
Wait till she goes, Peavy.
Good day, Mrs. Her and her old duck.
Forget the duck.
Never did want to handle those ducks. Every one of them has come back. But if you wanted cleansing tissue in those days, you had to buy ducks. I don't know what the pharmaceutical profession is coming to. Tin duck, look at this thing.
I wish you'd forget it. There are more important things to worry about. Our friend Gildersleeve has gone and gotten himself in trouble.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
With the mayor. You saw the item in the paper this morning, I suppose?
Yes, I did.
Well, Gildersleeve has done a very stupid thing. He went off half-cocked as usual. Instead of apologizing to the mayor, he's taken the position that the mayor should apologize to him. Refuses to go near his office, in fact, until he does.
Mr. Gildersleeve is quite a fellow.
Well, it's not very amusing, Peavy. This could cost him his job if the big boob only knew it.
Oh, everybody knows Mr. Gildersleeve. He talks a lot, but I'm sure when he understands the situation...
That's just it. You can't tell the man anything. He's gone and locked himself up in his room. Wants the mayor to come to him on bended knee.
I always liked Mr. Gildersleeve, but he always was a little big for his britches.
Well, what are we going to do, Peavy?
Well, that's hard to say.
Now, you're a sensible fellow. He listens to you sometimes. If he listened to anybody, what we ought to do is to let him go ahead and hang himself.
Well, I wouldn't say that. After all, he is a friend of ours.
Friend of yours, maybe.
And a member of the Jolly Boys.
The Jolly Boys? Why don't we put this up to the Jolly Boys? What are you doing tonight, Peavy? Now, never mind. You're coming to the Jolly Boys.
The song goes, "'Tis the season to be jolly," and you know that an important part of a jolly good time is good food. That's why we suggest you have plenty of Kraft's latest cheese triumph on hand. This modern cheese masterpiece is called K-Brand Natural. That's K-A-Y, K-Brand. And here's what it is. A delicious natural cheddar with a mellow, rich flavor, the tender, meaty texture that real cheese experts love. But this natural cheddar is made from pasteurized milk.
Did you say pasteurized milk?
That's right. Every drop of milk that goes into K-brand natural cheese is carefully pasteurized. Furthermore, K-brand ages in a new way, too. Every big 10-pound bar cures to a mellow goodness in its own transparent wrapper. All its full-bodied flavor sealed in, protected by this spick-and-span wrapper. There's no cheesecloth, no paraffin coating, no rind at all with K-brand cheese.
I'd say there's no waste at all either.
You're right. Every bit of K-brand cheese is usable for your holiday cheese trays, for open-house snacks. Tomorrow, have your dealer cut you a portion from the big wrapped bar with the words K-brand natural marked down the top and sides. But be sure to get enough, for this natural cheddar is going to be a holiday favorite at your house. Remember the name K-brand, the natural cheddar cheese made of pasteurized milk. Now back to the problems of the great Gildersleeve, which have even infiltrated the Jolly Boys Club.
You was 16, my village queen. Ah, come on, Chief, give out. Let's make a little noise here.
We can't do much by ourselves, Floyd.
What a club. Where is everybody? Might as well have went to a picture with Lovey. Some called a gangster.
Don't worry, the boys will be along.
How about a little two-handed poker?
Now, Floyd, that's not much of a game. Let's wait. Play the piano some more. Don't sound bad at all.
Sounds better if there's a quartet to drown it out. Say, if the other guys don't show up, I got an idea.
Now, Floyd.
We wouldn't have to be out late or anything.
I told Hazel I'd be home by 11. Besides, she's got some kind of a fifth sense or something. Anyhow, I think I hear somebody coming.
Yeah? Ahoy there!
Ahoy, Jolly Boy!
Ahoy!
Ahoy!
Gosh, I thought you guys would never get here.
Well, it's only 8:20.
Peavey, where are the cokes?
Well, I told Peavey we wouldn't need any cokes this evening. We've got work to do.
Work?
Work? What kind of a club is this?
It's a poor club, Floyd, that never accomplishes anything. We've got a job to do, that's all.
What kind of a job?
Well, perhaps I'd better explain. No use taking off your muffler, Peavey. We'll be leaving in a minute.
What's this all about, anyway?
I am about to explain. Our friend Gildersleeve is sulking in his tent.
How's that, Judge?
You all saw the article about Gildersleeve in this morning's paper?
Oh, yeah, I tried to call him up. You know, for laughs. I was going to tell him I was the mayor.
But you were unable to reach him on the phone.
Yeah, how did you know?
Gildersleeve didn't go to work today. As soon as he saw the article, he went back to bed.
No fooling.
Well, he did. And at last report, which I received at 6:40 p.m. from Leroy, Gildersleeve was still in bed, refusing food, refusing to talk to anybody, refusing to go back to work, until the mayor apologizes.
Until the mayor apologizes? Well, I don't believe I get Mr. Gildersleeve's angle there.
Oh, well, it's his business. And Terwilliger may be dumb enough to apologize. Ah, why don't we play a little poker? Peavey, run back to the store and get some cokes.
Well, you don't seem to comprehend, Floyd. Mayor Terwilliger told me straight out that if Gildersleeve isn't at his desk at 9 tomorrow, he'll get himself a new commissioner.
So what are we supposed to do? Gildersleeve will go to work. Don't worry.
Oh, no, he won't. He's just that stubborn. And I say it's up to us to save his job.
Well, how, Judge?
By explaining to him, as his best friends, that he's taking the wrong attitude. We are his friends, aren't we? Well?
I presume so.
Certainly. We're fellow Jolly Boys.
Well, gee, I didn't join this club to wet nurse a water commissioner. I joined so I'd have someplace to go besides stay home.
Floyd, do you realize that Christmas is only a week off?
What's Christmas got to do with it?
The Christmas spirit. Christmas is, well, you know, peace on earth, goodwill toward men. It's certainly a time when Jolly Boys have got to stick together. Am I right, Peavey?
Well, there are only 6 shopping days left.
There's no use standing here arguing. I'm for going over to Gildersleeve's and see what we can do. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi. Some club. Might as well join the book of the month. Well, come on, let's get going. Maybe we can play poker over there. That's his room up front, ain't it?
Yeah. Got his light on, I see.
Still there, I guess.
Did you ring the bell, Judge? Yes, I rang the bell.
Imagine him laying in the sack like that all day. That big dope.
Now, Floyd, that's no way. If we're going to be helpful, we...
Good evening, Bertie. I brought some of Mr. Gildersleeve's friends.
Well, sure enough. Come on in, Judge. Come on in, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, Bertie.
Hiya, Bertie. What's cooking?
Hi, Judge. Oh,
What's the matter?
I thought maybe you brought the mayor to apologize.
It's not going to be so easy, I'm afraid. Any new developments, Bertie?
Worse and more of it, Judge. I took a tray up and set it outside his room at supper time, but he never touched it.
Gee, that don't sound like the commissioner. Did he know it was there?
Yes, sir. I rattled the dishes and then I hollered through the door. No answer.
Yeah, I fanned the gravy in front of the keyhole so he smell it. Nothing happened.
You sure he didn't sneak out and snitch a piece of bread or something?
No, sir. I counted.
Well, this is serious. Are you sure he's... I mean...
Oh, don't worry. Gildersleeve will never knock himself off.
Floyd, for heaven's sake. There's a child here.
What did I do?
He isn't dead. We can hear him moving around every once in a while. Ask Marge. She's been up there listening.
Well, good evening, Marjorie.
Hello, Judge, Mr. Peavey, Mr. Munson.
Good evening.
Hi, Margie.
Good evening.
Oh, is that you, Chief? I didn't know you without your uniform.
Well, when I'm off duty, I like to wear sports clothes. Tell me, is there any change in the situation?
No. I heard him move around a little when you rang the doorbell, but then he got back in bed.
That's right. I heard him talking around up there.
Well, we've just got to explain the facts of life to him, I'm afraid. What do you think? Should we all go up together?
What for? We ain't going to serenade him.
I think if one of us would simply explain the situation. How about you, Judge? He has great respect for you.
Now, Leroy.
The judge tried it this morning.
That's true. And while I have stronger arguments now, since talking to the mayor, I still think that perhaps one
What
of
do
the
you
others...
mean about stronger arguments, Judge?
Well,
The mayor said he'd throw him out on his ear. He
Floyd.
You mean he might get fired?
Now, Leroy, there's no reason to be alarmed.
You mean he might lose his job and he might not get paid anymore?
Not exactly. You have nothing to worry about, my boy. You and Marjorie will always have a roof over your head.
Who wants a roof? He hasn't done his Christmas shopping. He hasn't even bought my model airplane yet.
Now, Leroy, your uncle isn't going to lose his job.
That's right, Leroy. I was only kidding.
Why don't you go to bed, my boy?
I will in a minute.
Don't worry about your uncle.
Why don't you shut up, Floyd? You said enough already.
For the love... this whole thing gives me a pain. Look, let me go up there and talk to Gildersleeve.
All right, fine. If you're sympathetic.
That's right, Floyd. You've got to be sympathetic.
And tactful.
I am tactful. Go on, sit down in the parlor. I'll have him down here in 1 minute flat.
Well, if he comes down, let me know, will you please, Judge? Because if he does, he'll want to eat immediately.
I'll let you know, Bertie. Well, you might as well go in and sit down, I guess.
There. Well, I suppose you children are looking forward to the holidays.
Yes, Judge. Do you think Unky will listen to Mr. Munson?
It's hard to say what your uncle will do, my dear, in his present mood. We'll just see.
I hope Floyd don't gum it up.
Floyd's pretty cagey.
I don't know. Maybe you should have gone, Peavey.
I think Floyd will bring home the bacon.
I'm doubtful. You've got to deal just so with Gildersleeve. It's an art in itself.
I won't deny that.
You've just got to tell him. You've got to tell him just
Hey,
what...
here's Floyd coming back.
Well, he certainly didn't take long. Maybe he said just the right thing.
Maybe he did. Well, Floyd, what's the good word?
I give up. I positively give up, that's all.
No, it's not as bad as all that.
I was afraid you wouldn't get the right approach, Floyd. What'd you say?
Were you sympathetic?
Sure. I told him if he didn't go to work tomorrow, the mayor was going to fire him.
You call that tactful? I told you to be sure and be tactful.
Well, I saved the tactful part for later.
Heh. And what was your tactful approach?
I asked him if he wanted to play poker.
Well, that's a good idea. Just friendly.
Sure. Told him we had a game down here and wouldn't he like to sit in? He didn't answer. And I told him we only had 4 players and the game was no good without him. No answer. So then I said if he'd come down, we'd let him play spit in the ocean every time it was his deal. He didn't even answer that, so I walked out.
Well, I'll be darned.
It's not going to be easy, gentlemen.
Easy? Can't be done.
Well, at least we don't have to play spit in the ocean.
Well, I'd have been glad to play it. For him.
Chief, why don't you go up and put this thing to him man to man?
Well, if you think I'm the best qualified.
No question about it. You're so sincere.
Well, I'll try. I appreciate your confidence, Judge. I'll try to appeal to his better nature.
His what? Give him the 3rd degree.
Oh, Commissioner. Mr. Gildersleeve. It's Chief Gates, Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I'll just say what I have to say, and you can act upon it as you see fit. Mr. Gildersleeve, all the members of the Jolly Boys Club are here tonight. They're here because you, a fellow member, are in trouble. We're your friends, and we want to help you. And at this Christmas tide, when all mankind... at this Christmas tide, when all mankind is full of brotherly love, when the spirit of good fellowship... Mr. Gildersleeve, be reasonable. I only want to... By golly, if I was Bertie, I'd keep him on bread and water.
Are you all right?
Well, I tell you, Chief, it can't be done.
You're right, Floyd. He's impossible.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'd like a word with Mr. Gildersleeve, if no one objects.
I know whereof I speak, Peavey. I know Gildersleeve like a book. You'll be wasting your breath.
Well, it's my breath, Judge.
Now, go ahead.
Be careful, Peavey. I think he's delirious.
Delirious nothing. He's just a cantankerous jackass. But then he always has been.
What are we going to do, Judge?
My advice is to do nothing further tonight, my dear. Perhaps he'll have come to his senses by morning. If not, I'll try to convince the mayor he's sick.
But what if you can't convince him? What if he calls Unky on the phone and Unky says something terrible? Would he be fired?
Now, don't get excited. Your uncle could always get another job.
Yeah? Where?
I thought you'd gone to bed, Leroy. Confound it.
Don't worry, Leroy.
Don't you worry, Marge. I'll take care of you.
Nobody's going to have to take care of anybody.
Of course not. As a matter of fact, we need a custodian at the department right now.
What's a custodian?
A janitor.
Oh!
Now, Marjorie, control yourself. If we...
Marge, here he comes.
Okay.
Well, I'll be darned.
Peavey did it.
Well, sure enough, the great Gildersleeve.
Yes, dear, I left a note for the milkman. Then I heard Caesar chirping, so I put some fresh water in his cage. You know, I was telling you about the little piece of psychology I pulled off with Mr. Gildersleeve this evening. Sure, old Richard was pretty smart. You remember at breakfast I showed you the item in the paper about Mr. Gildersleeve? Well, the darn fool decided he'd stay home till the mayor apologized to him. So we had to coax him to change his mind. See, everybody tried. Judge Hooker and Floyd and Chief Gates. Nobody could budge him. But finally I went up to his room. I used a clever bit of psychology. You know, I've been telling you there's a lot of psychology in the pharmaceutical line. I figured out that Mr. Gildersleeve would believe just what he wanted to believe. So what do you think I told him? I said, asleep. Oh, I never will tell her. I wonder if it was wrong to fib to Mr. Gildersleeve like that. Seems to me a little fib in the right place never hurt anybody. Still, I might as well be on the safe side. Now I lay me down to sleep.
In place of the regular commercial message, the Kraft Foods Company wants me to tell you something about the Citizen Marine Corps. The Citizen Marine Corps is being recruited to provide a reserve force of specially trained citizens to discourage aggression and guard the peace. The Citizen Marine Corps offers training in highly specialized military and civilian subjects to men between the ages of 17 and 32. Special age concessions are made for honorably discharged veterans. Citizen Marine Corps members live at home, receive pay, are eligible for promotion and commissions, and enjoy the prestige and traditions of the Marine Corps. Get all the facts about this Marine Reserve organization from any Marine Corps office, or write Division of Reserve, Headquarters, United States Marine Corps, Washington 25, D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, Harold Perry, star of The Great Gildersleeve, was absent from this performance because of illness. The first time in the history of The Great Gildersleeve. Don't think we didn't miss him as much as you did. We're happy to say that he's feeling much better this evening and will surely be with us next week.
Good night, Uncle Mort. Take care of yourself.
Good night, everybody.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Tonight's story was written by John Whedon and Sam Moore with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. Tomorrow night, Jimmy Durante will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these same NBC stations. Don't miss the fun. Remember, tomorrow night, see your local paper for the exact time. And be sure to listen next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Most everyone likes macaroni and cheese, especially if it's fluffy light and has a fine cheddar cheese flavor through and through. You can make macaroni and cheese just like that in only 7 minutes cooking time with Kraft Dinner. Every package of Kraft Dinner contains quick cooking macaroni and golden Kraft grated, enough to make 4 big servings. And it's downright delicious. So when you shop, get several packages of Kraft Dinner. It's economical, it's quick cooking, and it makes marvelous macaroni and cheese. Look for the yellow and blue package that's plainly marked Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve.
I'm back.
Well, it's the day before Christmas, and the Gildersleeve household is decked out merry and bright. In the living room, there's holly and mistletoe, and a Christmas tree glittering with tinsel. And upstairs, why, who's that? Looks like old St. Nick himself with his red coat and white whiskers. Let's take a closer look.
Thief.
Well, it's our old friend, the great Gildersleeve.
Oh, don't pull that belt so tight, Marjorie.
All right, Uncle Mort.
I've got to breathe, you know. That's better.
And here's your cap. Here, let me put it on for you.
That's all right.
Hold still, Uncle. You don't want the tassel in your face. You can look in the mirror when I get through.
I want to see what I look like.
You look like Santa Claus.
I do?
Unky, don't fidget.
Well, hurry up.
Oh, all right. Go look at yourself.
Say, not bad. Wouldn't know myself behind these white whiskers. Does the coat fit all right in the back?
Yes, Unky.
Guess I look pretty good, huh, Margie?
Yes, you look fine.
Better than the Santa Claus at Hogan Brothers, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, let's see. Hey, I look good sideways, too.
Unky, don't be such a ham.
I'm Santa Claus, a jolly old fellow.
Oh, brother. You better take the costume off now and save it for tonight.
Yeah, maybe you ought to wear it for a while, sort of get used to the character, huh?
What an excuse.
Yeah, guess you're right. I want to get it all wrinkled. Well, as long as I got it on, might as well go down and show it to Bertie. As long as I got it on.
Unky, you're such a child.
Yeah, I'll get in the sleigh behind the reindeer and ride away. Giddy up!
Unky, be careful.
Come on, you reindeer. Giddy up, Prancer and Dancer. Come, Dunder, come, Blitzen.
Did you call me, Miss Gildersleeve?
No, Bertie, I just wanted to show you my costume.
Oh, it looks fine, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, glad you like it. Dr. Needham asked me to play Santa Claus at his church tonight for the kids.
That's nice. You sure fooled me, Mr. Gildersleeve. If I didn't know it was you, I never would have recognized you.
Really?
Yes, sir. You sure fooled me with them whiskers and everything. And them boots. You sure look fat all right with that pillow stuck under your coat.
Bertie, that's no pillow.
Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
That's all right. Guess I am getting a little stout. You feed me too well, Bertie.
Oh, you want me to take the presents out of the closet now and put them under the tree?
Please, Bertie. Got to go down to Hogan Brothers and pick up Leroy's model airplane.
Didn't you get that yet, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I haven't had time. But I'm going to get it right now.
That airplane, that's all Leroy's been talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Model airplane, morning, noon, and night.
Yes, Bertie.
That's all he talks about.
Yes, sir.
Come on, if you don't believe me, come on in the house.
Sounds like Leroy.
I'm going to get out of here before he starts asking me questions about that airplane. And see you later, Bertie.
Santa Claus. I'd have sworn he had a pillow under there. I guess I better establish some food controls around here.
Come on, the tree's in there, and it's bigger than yours. It is not. It is too. Look at it.
Oh, hi, Bertie.
Hello, Leroy. And who's this little man?
No, he's just a new kid. He said his Christmas tree was bigger than ours. It is bigger.
Don't believe I ever saw him before.
My name is Donald Robert White. I just moved here.
Oh, a new friend. That's nice.
He's no friend of mine. He's just been hanging around here. He's a twerp.
Oh, now, Leroy. He looks like a fine little boy. Donald, we got some nice cookies. Would you like one?
We got plenty of cookies at home. Nicer than yours, I'll bet. I told you he was a twerp.
Well, if you change your mind, just come on out in the kitchen and ask for one. And take off your coats now so you won't catch cold when you go out again.
You see that tree? It's bigger than yours. It is not. It is, too. It almost touches the ceiling. Ours touches the ceiling. Must be a low ceiling. It is not. It's a great big room. And our house is bigger than your house. Twice as big. And we have a chauffeur and a butler. Well, I bet I'm going to get more for Christmas than you are. I bet you're not. I bet I am. Going to get all kinds of things. So am I. I'm going to get a model airplane. So am I. You're a twerp. And my model airplane's going to be bigger than yours. Go home and tell your mother she wants you. And I'm going to get a scooter, too. Beat it. And an air rifle. Get out of here, you little twerp. And a pony. Go on, beat it. And an electric ray. Thinks he's so smart. What do I care what he gets? Little twerp.
Hello, Leroy.
Hello, Unc.
What's the matter, my boy?
No, that new kid was just over here bragging about all the things he's going to get for Christmas.
Oh.
An air rifle, a scooter, a pony.
Well, his folks are probably wealthy.
Oh, they are. They have a chauffeur and a butler.
Oh, well, you must remember, Leroy, that your old uncle isn't...
Oh, I know what old all those things. You can have them if he wants it. Just so I get my model airplane. That's all I want.
Yes. Well, see you later, Leroy.
Where'd you hide my airplane, Unc? Is it in your room?
No.
Is it in the woodshed?
That'd be telling.
Well, it's not up in the attic. I looked up there.
It'll be under the tree tomorrow morning. Don't you worry.
Sure, I'm not worried, Unc. I know you won't let me down on Christmas. A little kid like me.
Yeah, of course not. Well, see you later, Leroy.
Fourth floor, Toyland.
Yeah, thank you. Gee, what a mob. Why do all these people wait till the last minute to do their shopping? I have to fight my way over to the model airplanes. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, please. Oh, madam, watch your elbow. Packed in here like tuna. Hot in here. Feel dizzy. Can't breathe. I'm going to faint. No, guess I can't. No room to fall down. Made it. Just lean on the counter here a minute.
Here's your package, madam. Now, who's next? Oh, one at a time, please. Don't crowd.
Clerk.
What did you want, madam?
Clerk!
Yes?
I want to buy a model airplane.
Oh, I'm sorry, they're all gone. Yes, madam, what was it?
But, clerk, they can't be gone.
Chemistry set, madam? Right over here.
Clerk, I've got to have one.
I'm sorry, sir. Model airplanes are all gone. Sold the last one a few minutes ago.
But, clerk!
You heard what he said, buddy. Get out of the way.
Please give somebody else a chance.
I'll stand here as long as I want to. I'm a taxpayer. I surrender. Let me out of here. Pack of wolves. Lucky to get out of there alive. Now what am I going to do? No model airplane. What'll I tell Leroy? He'll never forgive me. Wonder if that clerk was telling me the truth. But they got one around here someplace. I'm just too lazy to look. That's the trouble. What's that music? Santa Claus over there. A line of little kids waiting to see him. Say, he works here? Maybe I could get him to get me to... Sure. I'll just slip him a $5 bill. Look at that little girl on his knee. Cute.
And I want a mama doll, and a set of play dishes, and a great big dollhouse.
All right, my dear.
And, Santa Claus.
Yes?
I thought I might just mention a tricycle.
You might just mention one, huh? Well, you just be a good little girl, and we'll see.
Thank you, Santa.
Now the next little...
Santa Claus.
Yes?
I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
Well, a Christmas present.
Well, you're a little big to sit on Santa's knee. But you just get in line and Santa Claus will take care of it.
I don't want to get in line. I just want to talk.
You'll have to wait your turn. Those are Santa's rules.
But Santa Claus, this will only take a minute.
Now, be a good little boy and mind Santa. You won't get anything for Christmas.
But you don't understand, Santa. I just wanted you to get me a model airplane.
Model airplane. All right. You just write a note to Santa Claus, care of the North Pole.
What? Ye gods, look, you can save that stuff for the kids. I want to buy one.
Please, mister. These children are waiting.
Well, the clerk said they were all out of airplanes. I thought maybe you could have a look around and see if you could find one.
I'm sorry, I can't leave here.
Make it worth your while. Here's $5.
Put that money away. You can't bribe me.
But
In front of all those kids, too. Want them to lose their faith in Santa Claus?
Of course not.
I'm Santa Claus. Remember that.
I know that.
Kids all over the world love me.
I didn't say they didn't love you.
You were trying to slip me a $5 bill.
I'm sorry, Santa. I didn't mean to.
Say. The little boy's listening to us.
Where?
You want to spoil this Christmas?
Huh?
Now, come on. Make it sound good. Well, Sonny.
Huh?
So you want an electric train for Christmas? And what else do you want?
What?
Come on. Tell Santa what you want, Sonny.
Oh. Well, I want a set of drums and some toy soldiers and a Mickey Mouse watch.
Well, you just mind your mama and papa, and Santa Claus will see that you get them.
Oh, goody. Thank you, Santa Claus.
Not at all. Next, little boy.
A fine Christmas this is going to be. How am I going to ever face Leroy? Snowing again, too. Not a model airplane in the whole town. Well, I hope this chemistry set and power saw will make them feel better. But they won't. I can just see little Leroy's face looking up at me. Tears in his eyes. Because his old uncle let him down.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Merry Christmas. What's merry about it? My feet are cold. Probably catch pneumonia. Well, serves me right. Anybody who would disappoint a little boy at Christmas is a Scrooge. You're a Scrooge, Gildersleeve. Stray dog. Look out, little doggy. I almost stepped on you. Cute little mutt. Kind of flop-eared. Get away now. Go on. Don't follow me. Go away. Well, here's the house. Might as well go in. Get this thing over with. Tell Leroy now. He's going to be broken-hearted. You still here? No use looking at me like that. You can't come in here. Go away, little doggy. Go on now. Get your nose back.
Hi, Unc.
Hello, Leroy.
What's in the packages?
Leroy, I'd like to talk to you.
What's the matter, Unc?
Leroy, maybe we better sit down.
For corn's sake, what is it?
Leroy.
Yeah?
There's something I want to tell you.
Okay.
You know, I promised you a model airplane for Christmas.
Yeah, and you sure hit it good. I couldn't find it anywhere.
My boy, I'm afraid you won't find it.
What?
I didn't get your model airplane.
Unc.
No, Leroy.
You know that's what I wanted. You promised me.
I'm sorry, Leroy. I got you something else. I got you.
You promised me. Unc, a dog.
Gildersleeve, I just opened the back door and in he flew.
Oh, that's the dog that...
Unc, you got me a dog for Christmas.
Huh?
A dog you're going to surprise me all the time.
Well, Leroy,
It's funny, all white with a little black spot in his nose. Come here, fella, come here.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I thought you were going to get Leroy a model airplane.
Who cares about an old airplane?
Leroy, I want to tell you...
You don't have to tell me anything, Unc. A dog. Gee, you don't know how happy I am.
You don't know how happy I am.
Now, as we rejoin the great Gildersleeve, it's Christmas Eve. The great man is in a merry mood as he gets ready to play Santa Claus at the church party.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
He makes a jovial-looking St. Nick as he picks up his sack of toys, throws them over his shoulder, and starts down the stair.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
What's that?
Leroy!
Leroy, now what's the matter?
Snowball's gone.
What?
Snowball's gone.
Who's Snowball?
My dog.
Oh.
I came in the house for a drink of water, and when I went back out, he was gone. Snowball's gone.
Well, quit crying. I'm sure he's around someplace. He'll come back.
No, he won't. I'll bet that little twerp stole him.
Huh?
Donald stole him.
Donald? Who's Donald?
That new kid has been hanging around here. He wanted to play with Snowball, and I wouldn't let him.
Now, that little boy wouldn't take your dog, Leroy. Wealthy kid like him. He's got plenty of things to play with.
I don't care. He stole him.
Now, Leroy, we don't go around accusing people.
Well, he did.
Well, that Snowball just sort of strayed away. He couldn't have gone very far. Why don't you go out and look for him?
Will you help me look for him, Unc?
I can't, Leroy. I've got to play Santa Claus at the church pretty soon.
I'll never find him myself. You've got to help me.
But they'll be expecting me. I can't disappoint all those little kids.
I'm a little kid.
Leroy. You can find him yourself. You know I can't go running around the streets in this outfit.
I'll never find him. Snowball's gone.
right, Leroy. I'll go help you look.
Gee, thanks, son.
Well, just for a few minutes. Come on now. Cold out here.
Yeah.
And it's snowing harder, too.
Poor little dog. I can just see him lying in the snow somewhere, freezing to death.
Ye gods, Leroy. He's probably warmer than we are. He's got fur.
We gotta find him, Monk. Where is he? I don't see him.
We haven't started looking yet. Now, you go that way, and I'll go this way. We'll do this systematically, like the FBI.
Okay, Unc. Here, Snowball. Here, Snowball. Here, Snowball.
Snowball is probably sleeping under a nice warm stove someplace. Here, Snowball. Here. Snowball. Snowball. Snowball! Where is that dog? I must have walked 2 miles. Peavy's still open. I think I'll drop in for a minute and get warm. Good evening, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Or should I say Santa Claus?
I'm giving out toys to the kids at the church tonight.
Well, if I may say so, you make an excellent Kris Kringle.
Thanks, Peavy.
And you got the figure for it, too. Just the proper plumpness.
Yes, Peavy.
You know, Mr. Gildersleeve, looking at you brings back the question I used to ask myself when I was a boy.
Oh, what was that?
How does a chubby fellow like Santa Claus get down all those tiny chimneys?
Well, I'm not going down any chimneys.
I'm glad to hear that. What can I do for you this Christmas Eve?
Peavy, I'm looking for a dog.
Well, drugstores carry a wide variety of merchandise these days, but I never heard of one of them selling dogs. Of course, it might be a new trend.
I don't want to buy a dog, Peavy. I'm looking for Leroy's dog. He's lost.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Mr. Gildersleeve. They say a dog is man's best friend.
Yes, yes.
Of course, I wouldn't know myself. We have a cat.
Peavy.
He isn't very friendly. When I come home at night, he spits at me.
Ye gods. All I want to know is, did you see anything that looked like a little dog around here?
Well, I saw a little dog that looked like a dog.
You did? Well, what did it look like?
It looked like a dog.
Peavy, was it a little white dog with a black spot on its nose?
Well, yes, that's a fairly accurate description.
That's the one, Peavy. That's Snowball. Where'd he go?
Well, I don't know. There was a little boy with him. Come in to get some candy.
What?
Cute little fellow. Never saw him around here before.
Leroy was right. That little boy took that dog.
What's that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
He stole it. He can't do this to Leroy. He's not going to get away with it.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, you can't accuse a little...
You said yourself you saw him with the dog.
Yes, but that doesn't...
Why, he's nothing but a little criminal. He ought to be put in jail.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't like to say this, but that's no way for Santa Claus to talk about a little boy.
Well, I'm not Santa Claus.
You certainly aren't.
Goodbye and a Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas.
And, Judge, if they don't give that dog back, I'm going to take this case to court, and I want you to represent me.
Gildy, this whole thing is ridiculous. You can't sue a little boy.
Well, I can sue his parents. They don't frighten me. Chauffeur, butler.
Gildy, you're behaving like an idiot. It was just a stray dog anyhow. My advice to you is to observe the spirit of Christmas and forget all about this.
And you won't take the case?
No, I won't.
Well, you're no friend of mine.
And you're no friend of mine.
But, Commissioner...
Well, are you the chief of police or aren't you?
Yes, but you can't expect me to make an arrest on Christmas Eve.
I don't care what it is.
And with no evidence.
Peavy saw him with the dog.
But, Commissioner, he's just a little boy.
That doesn't make any difference.
And you dressed up like Santa Claus, too. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
No, I'm not. A fine chief of police you are. You ought to be back directing traffic.
But, Commissioner...
Never mind. I'll handle this myself. Hurry up, Leroy.
Okay.
Are you sure you know where this little rich boy lives?
He said it was the big gray house down at the next corner.
Well, we'll get that dog back, Leroy. Don't you worry.
Sure, Unc.
I'll tell that boy's father a thing or two. Silk Hat Harry.
And I'll show that kid, too. Little twerp.
The sack of toys is getting heavy. But hurry up and get this over with so I can get down to the church. I'm late now. Well, this is the corner. See, this house can't be it. It's just a little place.
He said it was on this corner.
There must be some mistake. A wealthy family wouldn't live in a little house like that. Let's go in there. Maybe they can tell us where he does live.
Yes? Oh, it's Santa Claus.
Well, just for tonight, I'm the water commissioner in town, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. I wonder if you could tell me...
Won't you both come in?
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking for a little boy. I wonder if you could tell me where Donald White lives.
Why, yes, he lives here.
Huh? But he told Leroy that he lived,
That he lived in a big house and had a chauffeur and a butler? Yeah. I'm afraid Donald has quite an imagination. He doesn't mean any harm.
Oh, sure he doesn't. Are you his mother?
No, he's my sister's boy. She and her husband just separated, so she left him with me for a while until she finds a job.
Oh, I see.
Oh, make him give me my dog.
So he's staying here with you, eh?
Yes. Things haven't been too good for them, and to make up for it, Donald has built an imaginary world of his own. That's why he tells all those stories.
Then he isn't going to get all those things for Christmas? A scooter and a pony?
No, I'm afraid not. I just have a few little things for him.
I don't care. I want my dog. Shh.
Funny how children think up all those things.
Yes, it is. What was it you wanted to see Donald about?
Well, you see, the dog...
Oh, that's your dog. He brought it home this afternoon. I knew it belonged to someone in the neighborhood.
Yes, it's my nephew's.
Yeah, it's my dog.
Oh. Well, Donald said Santa Claus gave it to him, said he could keep it. I was going to find out who it belonged to in the morning, but as long as you're here, you'd better take him.
Well,
right here in the bedroom. Oh, he's got the dog in bed with him. They're both asleep.
Maybe we could come back tomorrow.
Hank. Be still.
Donald?
Santa Claus. Oh, gee, Santa Claus, it's really you. Oh, thanks for the dog.
Donald.
I told her you gave it to me.
But
I told her, but she didn't believe me.
You know, Donald, Santa Claus has so much to do, he makes mistakes sometimes.
What?
And once in a while he gets mixed up and gives a present to the wrong boy.
You didn't make a mistake, did you, Santa Claus?
Well,
I'm afraid he did, dear.
Did you, Santa Claus?
Well, you see...
Donald, maybe next year he'll bring you a little...
You gave the dog to me, didn't you, Santa Claus?
Well, it looks like I did make a mistake, Donald. You see, the dog really belongs to...
No! You didn't make a mistake, Santa Claus.
What's that, Leroy?
It's Donald's dog.
It is?
Sure. I didn't want a dog in the first place. Then it's really mine? Sure, it's yours. Oh, gee.
And Donald, I've got some toys for you in my sack. Here you are. A jumping jack, and look, a top, Leroy, and a sack of marbles.
Oh, thanks, Santa Claus. Merry Christmas, Donald. Merry Christmas.
Thanks. Both of you.
Not at all. Well, Santa Claus has some more calls to make. Come on, Leroy. My boy. Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Gildy.
Nice of you all to drop over. Makes it a real Christmas day. Guess I don't deserve it the way I acted last night.
You were just being your usual pig-headed self, Gildy.
No, look here, Horace.
Well, you were.
Gentlemen, we may have our little arguments, but remember, we're all friends.
Yes, we're all true jolly boys, aren't we, Floyd?
Sure, Commiss. We got to respect the Yuletide spirit. Let's have another drink of punch.
Well, Leroy.
Yes, Judge?
There's a Christmas present for you out in the hall. Something special.
Yeah? What is it?
It's a model airplane.
What?
I knew your uncle would keep putting it off, so I picked it up yesterday afternoon. The last one.
A model airplane. Thanks, Judge.
That's very thoughtful of you, Horace, old man. Thanks very much.
It's all right, Gildy. You'll get the bill in the morning.
Unky, aren't we going to sing Christmas carols?
Oh, carols. Oh, yeah, good idea, Marjorie. How about you starting it off, Bertie?
Well, if you want me to, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie, that old English carol you sing at church every year, that's a lovely thing.
All right, if you want me to.
I'll play for you, Bertie.
Okay.
Lay thou little tiny child, bye bye, lolly, lolly, thou little tiny child, bye bye, lolly,
Oh, that was beautiful, Bertie.
Yes, wonderful. Well, I think this would be the proper time for all of us to lift our voices in song.
Now, may I suggest Joy to the World?
You may, Peavey. Come on, everybody. Joy to the world.
Joy to the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive a King. Let every heart prepare Him room. And heaven sing and sing, and heaven and nature sing, and heaven and nature sing.
And now, on behalf of myself, the cast of the Great Gildersleeve Show, and our sponsor, the Kraft Foods Company, I'd like to add my heartfelt wish for a very joyous Christmas. May tomorrow's day of happiness and peace personify the happiness and peace that all the world is seeking. Good night.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Yes.
Would you like something new for the new year? Well, then start the year right by getting acquainted with the latest addition to the Kraft family of fine cheese, K-Brand Natural Cheese. It's a mellow, delicious cheddar you're going to enjoy as a special treat in the coming year. Listen for more about K-Brand cheese later. Now let's see what's going on in Summerfield. As water commissioner, the great Gildersleeve may not have been a ball of fire during the year, but on this last day of December, he's winding things up in a blaze of glory.
Bessie, you have those reports filed away?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. And all those old letters you had in your desk, too. They took up 2 whole cabinets.
Well, we don't mind a little work, Bessie. Just so we've cleared the desk for 48.
Oh, we did. And I clearly marked both cabinets.
That's good.
Unfinished business of 1947. But last year we only had 1 cabinet full of unfinished business left over. Business is getting better, isn't it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, let's hope that's the explanation, Bessie. But it's all over for this year. Now we can relax. What time is it?
Only 2 o'clock. Should I get my pad and pencil?
Bessie, it's December 31st. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, yes, sir.
What?
Gosh, I don't know. I guess you caught me in a fib, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It means it's the last day of the year, Bessie. Let's close up the office. Besides, I have some arrangements to make for New Year's Eve.
Oh, you mean all those parties, Mr. Gildersleeve? You certainly were invited to a lot of them.
Well, yes, I was.
New Year's parties are such fun. When it's 12 o'clock, you say, Happy New Year, and then kiss everybody.
Yes, you have the general idea, Bessie. Let's see, I'll stop in at Doris's at 9, Eve's at 9:30, pay a call on the Bagley sisters at 10, then be back at Doris's by 11. She invited me twice.
But that you can't celebrate until midnight, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, they all have radios, Bessie. I'll find New Year's someplace. I bet you could turn on that portable there and find they're celebrating right now in Calcutta or someplace.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, do you really think so?
I was only making a point, Bessie. The time changes around the world. Now run on home and have a happy New Year. The office is closed.
Thank you, sir. And, Mr. Gildersleeve, you've been very nice to me this year.
Well, you've been a pretty good secretary.
I have, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No, Bessie.
Happy New Year.
Bessie.
Happy New Year.
Bessie, it's still early.
It's Happy New Year in Calcutta. You said so.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. And the radio wasn't even on. Well, hello, Peavey.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this afternoon?
Well, you might make me a little sandwich, Peavey. Just kind of tide me over. And a cup of coffee first, hot.
One hot cup of coffee coming up. Been working, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah. Bessie and I just cleaned up a little unfinished business of 1947.
So I see. Care for a facial tissue to clean up a little more?
Huh? Oh, thanks, Peavey. Bessie was celebrating New Year's Eve. Said I was a good employer to her all year, and, well, what's wrong with a little token of affection on New Year's? Besides, she kissed me.
Yeah, good for Bessie. I don't imagine many women could have gotten away with it.
Well, I won't have any trouble tonight, Peavey. I'm going to 3 parties.
3 parties?
You bet. I'm going to try and kiss every pretty girl in town.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you don't suppose you're taking this atom bomb talk too seriously, do you?
It's New Year's Eve, Peavey. Time to ring out the old and ring in the new. How about you? You're not going to work tonight, are you?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mrs. Peavey likes to spend New Year's Eve at home. What kind of sandwich was that?
Make it a cheese on rye.
Cape Brand Natural on rye coming up.
Good coffee, this is, Peavey.
Thank you. Would you care for a little sliver of ham on the sandwich also?
Well, all right.
New Year's Eve is quite an occasion with Mrs. Peavey. She always prepares something special for dinner. And mayonnaise?
Yeah, just a dab.
Then we do the dishes and go into the living room and talk about things. Mrs. Peavey always likes to talk about things on New Year's Eve. Lettuce?
Well, yes.
Along toward 10 o'clock, we may play a game of cribbage. That kills an hour. I think I'll slip in a little slice of ox tongue, if you don't mind.
Easy, Peavey.
And then around 11 o'clock, we get out the horns and wait.
Well, that sounds like a good way for you to greet the new year.
I guess so, Mr. Gildersleeve. At least by 12 o'clock, I'm awfully glad to see it come.
Yes, but how about the sandwich?
Oh, you care for this little pickle nub in it, too?
Peavey, how much is all this going to cost?
Oh, no extra charge to you, Mr. Gildersleeve. At the end of the year, I have unfinished business to clean up back here, too.
What?
How about a little turkey wing?
No, thanks, Peavey. Just give me the cheese that I ordered in the beginning.
Just as you say, Mr. Gildersleeve. I never will get rid of this darn stuff. There you are, cheese on rye.
Thanks, Peavey.
Hi, Commish. Peave, what's up?
Well, hello, Floyd.
Hi, Floyd. I was just going to come over and pay you a visit. Get shaved and trimmed up for tonight.
Okay, I'm going back to the shop soon to make a purchase off the Peave. Guess I'd be going out among them tonight, too, if it wasn't for Lovey in bed with the cold.
Well, not too bad, Floyd.
Yeah, so I think I better stay home and look after her. She thinks so, too.
Well, I'll be making the rounds tonight. Private parties.
Yeah, it's a good way to save money. But be careful, Commish. They say more colds are caught from exposure to mistletoe than from wet feet.
Quite a lot of flu around, too.
Yeah, don't worry about me. You two grandmothers stay home by the fire. I'll have my fun.
Yeah, you lucky stiff. Give me a paper hat for Lovey, Peave. One she won't knock off in bed.
Very well, Floyd. And something for the cold?
Got an old Indian remedy, Peave. 1 hot teaspoon to the patient, every 2 to the doctor, and Happy New Year to everybody. How much is this hat?
All hats are $25 plus an extra penny.
Oh, well, I'll take this one with the extra feather. There you are. Hey, the judge was in. Mentioned something about getting together at the Jolly Boys tonight, but I told him to count me out. You fellas, too, huh?
The Jolly Boys? That would be Judge Hooker's idea. What a dull place to spend New Year's Eve.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. I can think of duller places. And perhaps the judge doesn't have any other place to go.
Yeah, he's kind of alone in the world at that. I'd ask him over to our house, but I can't with Lovey on the blink.
Well, he could come over and celebrate with Mrs. Peavey and me. Of course, I'd have to put out some feelers first.
Hey. Why don't you take him around with you tonight, Commish?
Floyd!
He don't have a happy home to stick to like the Peave and me. Just a housekeeper in four walls.
Well, that's his concern.
Well, you wouldn't want to be all alone on New Year's Eve, would you?
Well, now, Floyd,
He's really very fond of you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, you've known him longer than any of us.
It's up to the judge to get invited to his own parties. He has to make his little contacts throughout the year like I do.
Okay, Commissioner. That's the way you feel about it. On New Year's Eve, well, I guess I'll get back to the shop.
I'll be right over for that shave, Floyd.
I may be busy.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Peavey.
Happy New Year, Floyd.
Happy New Year, Floyd. Floyd, Happy New Year. Look, fellas, I'm not responsible for Hooker.
The judge is a jolly boy, ain't he?
But
all for one, one for all. Like the song goes, should old acquaintance be forgot?
All right, Floyd, all right. I'll take him along with me. Ye God.
That's the spirit, Commish. Happy New Year.
It's a very nice thing you're doing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Should old acquaintance...
All right, Peavey. Happy New Year. Wonder where I'll find the old goat. A lot of fun I'll have with Hooker tagging along. The louder the party gets, the louder he talks. Say, there's Chief Gates. Maybe he's on duty tonight, and the judge can go down and play pinochle with him at the police station. Chief, wait!
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you. Same to you, Chief. Have you heard about Judge Hooker?
No. What happened?
Well, nothing, but he's a fine fellow, Hooker. Fella, jolly boy and all.
Of course. I've always been very fond of the judge.
Chief, the old fellow was a little at loose ends this evening. And it being New Year's Eve and all...
Oh, that's too bad. Come to think of it, the judge and I haven't played pinochle together for quite some time.
Yeah.
And I'd ask him over tonight, but I always drive over to Salinas on New Year's Eve to see my mother.
Well, if you don't have time for a fellow jolly boy...
But, Commissioner, I haven't missed a New Year's Eve with my mother in 20 years.
That's all right. It's all right. I'll take him with me. Though I'm stuck with the old goat. Well, I'll tell him to get his glad rags out, and maybe I can ditch him before the evening's over.
His Honor isn't home.
His Honor? Oh, you mean the judge?
Who'd you think I meant?
Well, Mrs. Fogel, I'm Mr. Gildersleeve. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Well, when do you expect the old His Honor?
He went walking in the park about an hour ago.
Walking in the park?
Don't you hear good?
Yes, What a housekeeper. No wonder Hooker's sad about staying home tonight. Well, I'm not going to spend all afternoon looking for him. I've driven through the park twice. There he is, walking with his back to the wind, feeling sorry for himself. Horace! Horace!
Well, Gildy, what brings you out in the park?
Get in, Hooker, before you freeze.
It is getting chilly, but I think I'll take one more turn around square.
Get in, Hooker. You're too old to be romping around in the snow.
I wasn't romping. I was thinking.
Well, close the door and think inside. And have a tissue in the glove compartment.
I have a handkerchief, thank you.
Oh, brother. I've been looking all over for you, Horace. I wanted to extend a little invitation to you.
Well, as I say, I've been out thinking about the future.
Oh? What about the future?
That's just what I ask myself. I ask myself, what about the future?
What a silly thing, Judge, out in the cold park thinking. Who do you think you are, Bernard Baruch?
Well, it's very well for you to say, Gildy. You have a warm family circle to talk things out with this evening. And I must say I envy you. That's the real way to spend New Year's Eve.
Well...
You see, I've been thinking about you too, Gildy.
You have?
Yes. And those two sweet children. How you must look forward to the joy of each New Year's Eve. Marjorie curled at your feet and little Leroy in your lap.
Yeah, but, Judge, when did you see Leroy last?
Oh, that's right. I was carried back, I guess, to the time when, as probate judge, I turned those little children over to you. My, but you were proud.
Well, yes, I was.
And although you've been fat-headed and stubborn at times, and a little negligent, I've never regretted doing it.
Well, thanks, Judge.
With each passing year, what a thrill it must be for you, a man whose life was once empty, like mine is, to hear them recite their accomplishments and then plan the course of the future and welcome the new year all together. One family, all for one and one for all. Now then, what is it you wanted to ask me, Gildy?
Well, Floyd and Peavey told me you were at loose ends tonight, and I was wondering...
Yeah?
If you'd care to spend New Year's Eve with me.
Where, Gildy? At home with you and the children?
At home? Well, yes. In the bosom of my little family.
Gildy, old friend, I'd be honored and delighted.
I was afraid you would, you old goat.
What?
Nothing, Horace. Said you got a beautiful coat. Well, at least I kissed Bessie Happy New Year way back in Calcutta.
It won't be long before horns will blow, bells will ring, and folks will gather round to sing out Auld Lang Syne. Yes, in just a few hours, folks in big towns and little towns will welcome a bright and shining new year. As the last of the bells ring out, every hostess' thoughts will swing quickly from good wishes for the new year to the kitchen and the midnight lunch. If you've guessed tonight, I hope you've included plenty of K-brand natural cheese in your late lunch. K-brand is Kraft's modern cheese masterpiece, a delicious natural cheddar with a mellow, rich flavor, the tender texture that real cheese experts love. But this natural cheddar is made of pasteurized milk.
You mean a natural cheese made of pasteurized milk?
K-brand natural is. And furthermore, K-brand cheese has no rind because it ages right in its own spick-and-span wrapper.
Then all of K-brand cheddar can be used?
That's right. Every mellow bit of this natural cheese can be used for hearty sandwiches, for snacks, with pie. If you haven't already tried K-brand natural, you're in for a pleasant surprise in 48. The next time you shop, have your dealer cut you a portion from the big wrapped bar with the words K-brand natural marked down the top and sides. But get a good big portion, for your family's going to have a new cheese favorite in 48. K-brand, the natural cheddar made of pasteurized milk. Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. He's generously given up invitations to spend New Year's Eve with his favorite girlfriends in order to cheer the lonely life of his old friend Judge Hooker. And the sacrifice has brought new gladness to his heart.
Ah, beautiful snowfall. When it's springtime in the Rockies, I'll be coming back to... Uh-oh. There's that garden hose I forgot to put away last fall. Better disconnect it and store it right now. Might freeze again tonight. Already frozen. Oh, well, I'll be the first man on the block to have my garden hose out next spring. There's Leroy going around the house. Let me get some of this nice, soft snow. I'll sneak up behind him and let him have it. Captain Timothy Gildersleeve of the Royal Mounted. Always gets his man. I'll just peek around the corner. Where'd that kid go?
Hey, look out behind you!
Huh? Oh! Leroy!
Didn't hurt much, did it,
What's the idea, sneaking up on me from behind? Put down those snowballs. Suppose you've broken something. My watch.
You don't carry it in your hip pocket, do you?
Put down those snowballs.
Okay, you put down yours.
You march in the house, young man, and take that sled off the steps.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Leroy, look out behind you.
Huh? Oh,
Look what you did. You just wait till I tell Mr. Gildersleeve.
He knows it.
Hello, Bertie.
Oh, I didn't see you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I'll have it fixed first thing after New Year's, Bertie. Just pull the shade down for now. Leroy stuffed some paper in that window.
I didn't break it.
Well, you were the one who ducked. Paper will keep out the wind and the snow. We'll all be cozy here in the living room tonight.
Who'll be cozy? I thought we were all stepping out tonight, New Year's Eve.
No, Bertie. We'll greet the new year right here at home. I've invited Judge Hooker over for dinner.
The judge? Okay.
So put the little pot in the big pot. Company.
Okay, Mr. Gildersleeve. Then I better get going. Big night tonight.
Oh, Bertie, will you please press this blouse for me? I want to wear it tonight. Hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello, my dear.
Okay, Miss Margie, but I got things to do.
The judge likes your cinnamon rolls, Bertie, if they aren't too much trouble.
Okay.
Do the blouse first, please, Bertie.
Okay.
Don't forget to bake the rolls, Bertie.
Okay. Judge coming over, cook the dinner, press the blouse, bake the rolls, and me with a coal and a big party to go to. What we need around here is a 2-day New Year's Eve.
What's this about dinner, Unky?
I've invited the judge over, Marjorie, to spend a quiet evening with us.
Quiet? Who wants to be quiet on New Year's? I'm going out. Thought you were going out, too.
Yeah, Unc, you always whooping up on New Year's Eve.
Never mind. I was going out, but the holiday season is the time to be unselfish and think about others.
Isn't that what we did when we gave away all those good presents?
Yeah. This is different, young man. This is New Year's, and Judge Hooker is all alone in the world.
Is that any reason for sitting up with him all night?
Now, Marjorie, if you could have seen him this afternoon, wandering through the park in the snow, a lonely, forgotten old man, wearing a cape, you wouldn't begrudge him a few happy hours with us. I've given up a pleasant evening myself. By George, we'll make the sacrifice.
Can I sit up and see the old year out, Unc?
Well, this is a special occasion. Why not? More the merrier.
Oh, boy.
Unky, this isn't fair. I wanted to have fun tonight.
Marge, we will all start the new year right by doing as I say.
But, Uncle Mort, I have a date. The whole gang is going over to Francie.
Well, stay with us till the judge falls asleep, my dear, and then you can leave. Yes, sir, Hooker was right. Nothing like a happy new year in the bosom of the little family. Leroy, open the door a little bit. Getting stuffy in here.
Okay. Why not pull out the paper I stuffed in the window?
The door, Leroy. You comfortable, Judge?
Perfectly, Gildy. This is an extremely joyous occasion to me. I said it before, and I'll say it again.
Yes.
That was the most excellent dinner Bertie prepared. I must say I envy you in more ways than one, Gildy. You're lucky having a cook like Bertie.
Well, you got Mrs. Fogel.
Yes, I have. Marjorie, you're unusually quiet this evening.
I don't mean to be, Judge. I was just thinking.
Well, there's no more fitting time for communion with oneself than at the close of a year. Not many girls your age are spending New Year's Eve in quiet reflection, I imagine.
I imagine not.
It's only 11 o'clock. Turn on the radio, Leroy. Let's hear a celebration somewhere. Huh?
Oh, boy, now we'll pep up the party a little.
I think it's a very peppery party. And as I said before...
Don't say it again, Judge. Please. Listen to the radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest, loudest, zaniest New Year's celebration this city has seen in a decade. Just listen to the crowd.
Oh, boy, where is it?
As the clock struck 12, it seemed that every boy here was kissing his girl.
I wonder what Doris and Eve were doing.
What did you say, Unc?
Never mind, Leroy.
What did you say?
Turn it off.
Oh, for corn's sake. I think I'll go upstairs and listen to my room.
Now, Leroy, we're all staying up with the judge.
Yeah, but what's there to do?
You know, it just occurred to me, Gildy, I wish I'd thought of it before. It would have been just the thing for this evening.
What's that, Judge?
I missed a golden opportunity. Why didn't I think to bring my stereoscope with the slides of Yellowstone National Park?
Oh, those. Yeah.
Oh, brother.
The children always enjoyed them, Gildy.
Yes, well, under the circumstances, why don't we just sit and talk?
What do we talk about?
Now, Marjorie, you should be able to think of something. Why don't you open the conversation?
Me?
Yes, Marjorie. What's happening in the younger set?
Well, they're having a party right now.
Would anyone care for some hot chocolate? I just made a pot.
Yeah, a little early for that, isn't it, Bertie?
Not for me.
Yeah, we'll get to you, young man. Judge, how about you?
Not for me yet, Bertie. I'm still full from your delightful dinner. Thanks, just the same.
None for me, Bertie, thanks. Marjorie?
I may as well. But, Unky, it's getting awfully late.
Yeah, well, drink your chocolate, and then you may go. It's cold out.
I'll leave the pot here for whoever wants it. I'm off to my party. I don't mind missing some of the build-up, but I don't want to miss none of that blow-off.
Yeah. But, Bertie, what about our sandwiches?
Mr. Gildersleeve, when you open the refrigerator door at midnight, there they'll be.
Oh?
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Bertie.
My, that chocolate smells good. I might just have some of that. Will you pour, Marjorie?
All right, Judge.
There's nothing like spending New Year's Eve in the bosom of a family, Gildy. You've no idea how glad I am that I turned down those other parties in favor of yours.
What's this, Judge? What other parties?
You know, the usual round of gay things. Doris Dalrymple's, Miss Goodwin's, Mayor Terwilliger's.
What?
I even got an invitation from the Bagley sisters.
You mean you kept me home when you could have gone to all those other parties?
Yes, but New Year's Eve is the time to be close to your bosom friends. Don't you think so, old friend?
You bet, and I'm going out and say Happy New Year to some of them right now.
But, Gildy...
See you next year, bosom friend. Well, 11:45. Still time to wish Doris Dalrymple a Happy New Year. Maybe Eve, too. Hey, somebody's having a party over Floyd's barbershop. The Jolly Boys Club. Now, who'd be up there? It'll only take a minute to find out. With the blue ribbons on it, it's all out into the shade. Through the fields of clover, we'll ride on to Dover on our golden wedding day. Well, Floyd, Chief, what goes on here?
Well, it isn't Commissioner
I
Gildersleeve.
missed you just in time.
Floyd, I thought Lovey was sick.
Well, I had to step out to get her some cough syrup.
I thought you Jolly Boys were all staying home tonight. You're a fine bunch of hypocrites.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Peavy, you old rascal, how'd you get away from Mrs. Peavy?
Well, it seems Mrs. Peavy is a little behind the times.
Huh?
She thinks New Year's Eve is tomorrow night.
Oh, my goodness. How long you guys been here? Chief, you always spend New Year's with your mother in Salinas.
I do, Mr. Gildersleeve, but tonight the blizzard blocked the road. First New Year's I've missed spending with my mother in 20 years.
That's tough, Chief. Hey, Commish, come on over in the corner and have a Coke.
Coke? Well, just one.
Maybe I'll have another one with you. New Year's Eve. Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, gang, it's the judge.
Judge, you're like a bad penny. How'd you find me?
That was easy, Gildy. After I put Leroy to bed, I followed some peculiar tracks in the snow. Nobody else walks like a steamroller.
Why, you old goat.
I'm glad you left so I could. I was never so bored in all my life.
Now, see here, Hooker.
Fellas, it's New Year's Eve. We're all jolly boys.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it's midnight. Let's have a song. The old acquaintance be forgot.
Well, not a bad idea. Now, Gildy, old friend.
Great idea, Judge. Old friend.
Catch it as it comes by.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of auld lang syne?
Who wants to go out with girls?
Lang syne, my dear, for auld lang syne. We'll drink a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne.
Tomorrow, Well, when your hearts and doors are open wide to celebrate the new year, I hope you have planned a cheese tray for your guests. It's such a warm and friendly way to say welcome. Now, we hope you've seen to it that your cheese tray offers K-brand cheese. You see, K-brand is a natural cheddar with a mellow, rich flavor that's simply wonderful eating. And it's made from pasteurized milk. That's right, a natural cheese made from carefully pasteurized milk. K-brand cheese ages right in its own spick-and-span wrapper. It has no rind, so every bit of its rich goodness is usable for holiday good eating. The next time you shop, have your dealer cut a portion for you from the big wrapped bar with the words K-brand natural marked down the top and sides. Remember, this is the natural cheddar made of pasteurized milk. Remember, K-brand natural cheese.
Thanks for bringing me home, Judge.
Not at all, Gildy. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Horace. Fine fellow, Horace. Yes, sir. I always like him better when I hear how badly he sings. George, nothing like spending an evening with the Jolly Boys. Well, I see Marjorie's home. Light on in the window. There's the one I broke. Well, I'll fix it in the morning. Start the new year right. Keep things warm and snug for the little family. Yes, sir, and ours will be a harmonious little household. I'll be a better uncle in 1948. Not speak a cross word to Leroy. I told Leroy to move that sled off his porch. Leroy!
You call me up?
Well, Happy New Year, my boy. Go back to bed.
Oh, for corn's sake.
What the heck? Can't bawl a little fellow out first day of 1948. Folks, before I go in, I'd like to wish the best New Year ever to all of you from all of us. Marjorie, little Leroy, Bertie, and all the rest of our friends here in Summerfield. Tonight's writers, John Elliott and Andy White, our other writing team, Gene Stone and Jack Robinson, our musical director, Jack Meekin, and our dialogue director, Fran Van Hartesveld, wish you the same. And from our sponsor, the Kraft Foods Company, a very special wish for your health and happiness in 1948. Good night. I'm bushed.
No, you're not. You're Harold Perry.
Happy New Year.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Yes.
The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, the holiday season is over, and there's sort of a letdown feeling in the Gildersleeve household this Sunday afternoon. The Christmas tree has been stripped of its finery and tossed in the trash pile. The greeting cards have been thrown in the wastebasket. And the great Gildersleeve has just plunked himself down on the sofa.
Gildersleeve. Uh-oh, too late.
What's the matter, Bertie?
I was going to ask you something, but it's too late. You're settled.
Oh, what was it?
I was going to ask you to clean the snow off the front walk.
You're right, it's too late.
Piled up pretty high out there.
Yes, Bertie, bad situation. People have to get by, you know.
That's right.
We can't just leave it there. Something's got to be done about it.
Yes, sir.
I'll speak to Leroy about it.
He ain't here, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
He's out playing somewhere.
He's never here when you want him.
Uncle Mort?
Huh?
Aren't you going to clean the snow off the front walk?
We have the matter under serious discussion, Marjorie.
Guess that's Leroy.
Good. He's just in time. Leroy.
Yeah? Hi.
Leroy, my little man.
Huh?
Leroy, my boy,
Say, Uncle, aren't you going to shovel the snow off the walk?
Well,
Everybody else has around here.
Leroy, I thought maybe you'd take care of that.
Me?
Certainly. Good exercise for a growing boy. Besides, shoveling snow is lots of fun.
Not for me, it isn't.
Leroy, I thought just this once you might want to help out your old uncle. I thought you'd realize he works hard all week, and he's entitled to one day of rest. But since you don't, I guess your poor old uncle will have to go out and shovel that snow.
Yeah, yes, he will.
No, I won't. You will.
But, Aunt.
You heard me, Leroy.
Oh,
Get a move on, young man, right now. Unless you want your allowance cut.
All right.
The snow shovel's in the hall closet.
All right.
And I want you to do a good job, young man.
Okay.
So I'll have to get up and supervise this. Just sit over here by the window where I can keep an eye on him. Hey, who's that?
Who, Unky?
On the porch over at the Bullards.
Well, you ought to recognize her.
What?
You gave her quite a rush when she was here before. It's Mrs. Bullard's cousin.
Ann Tuttle? Well, is she back in town?
Yes.
Looks just as cute as ever, too.
Here we go again.
Leroy.
I'm going, Unc. I have to get the shovel.
Just a minute, my boy. Leroy, I'll shovel that snow.
Huh? You just said you wanted me to do it.
Wouldn't think of it. Too strenuous for a growing boy like you. Hope she's still out there.
What'd you say, Unc?
Nothing. See you later, Leroy.
Boy, what a character.
She went back in the house. Well, maybe she'll come out again. As long as I'm out here, might as well shovel some snow. This is silly. She probably won't come out again. Might as well go back in the house. Let Leroy finish this.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Miss Tuttle. Well, I didn't know you were back in Summerfield.
Yes, I'm visiting here a few days.
Oh, what a surprise. It's nice to see you again, Miss Tuttle.
It's nice to see you.
It's nice to see you.
Have you seen my little nephew anywhere?
Little Craig? No, I haven't. I've been busy shoveling snow.
Oh, you must be tired.
No, do it all the time. Wonderful exercise.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Keeps my cheeks nice and rosy.
Well, I think I'd better find Craig.
Miss Tuttle.
Yes?
Did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, I did. Well, Mr. Gildersleeve.
How about New Year's?
I enjoyed that, too.
Nice holiday, New Year's. Of course, the 4th of July is nice, too. Then there's Columbus Day and May Day.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I really must be going.
Miss Tuttle, I was wondering if you and me, that is, you and I, well, maybe we could...
Well.
Hooker.
Greetings and salutations, Miss Tuttle.
Hello, Judge Hooker.
Nice to see you again, my dear. Our fair city has been dark and desolate without the warmth of your charming presence, without the sunshine of your smile.
Oh, brother.
Shoveling snow, Gildy.
What does it look like I'm doing?
What's the matter? Couldn't you get Leroy to do it?
This old goat.
You'll pardon my boldness, Miss Tuttle, but you're looking prettier than ever.
Well, thank you, Judge.
Not at all. Did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, I did.
That's nice. And how about...
Yes, Judge. You had a nice New Year's, too. Why don't you go in the house, Horace, and sit by the fire or something?
I'm quite comfortable out here, thank you.
You might catch cold.
Oh, no, I find this air quite bracing.
You better go in, Horace. You're turning blue.
Don't you worry about me, Gildy. You know, Miss Tuttle, winter always takes me back to my childhood.
Yeah, second childhood.
Snow fights, bobsledding, those were merry times. Well, I have a good notion to make a snowman right now. I'll make one of you, Gildy. If I can find enough snow.
What? Why, you skinny bag of...
There he is. Craig!
Miss Tuttle.
Well, gentlemen, I have to be going.
But, Miss Tuttle.
It was nice seeing you again.
But, Miss Tuttle, I wanted
Goodbye,
to...
my dear. You know, Gildy, it is getting a little chilly. I think I'll accept your invitation to go into the fire.
Huh?
Too bad you have to stay out here and shovel snow all by yourself. See you later, Gildy.
Miss Tuttle. Or may I call you Anne? You'll make me the happiest man in the world if you'll have dinner with me and my little family tomorrow night. This is all I ask, for I dare not ask a kiss. I dare not beg a smile, lest having that or this, I might grow proud the while. Yours truly, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Esquire. Pretty good note. Glad Marjorie had that poetry book around. Leroy.
Yeah?
Come here, my boy.
What do you want, Unc?
I want you to do something for me.
Oh, I'm kind of busy, Unc.
Never mind. I want you to take this note over and give it to Miss Tuttle, personally.
A note? Well, gee, Unc, she's just across the street. Can't you go over and see her?
I prefer to do it this way, young man. Just take this note now.
Oh, I get it. Mushy stuff.
No remarks are necessary. As a matter of fact, it's a formal invitation. Well, sort of formal. Here you are.
Okay.
Run along now, and don't you lose it. Let's see. I'll run down and get some flowers. Candy. Leroy, what are you waiting for? Here's a quarter. Now hurry.
Okay. Here goes your little messenger of love.
Oh, my goodness. Good afternoon, PEAVEY.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. My, that's a nice bouquet of flowers you have there.
Yes. Bet you're wondering who they're for.
No, not particularly.
What?
Is there something I can do for you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I do want a box of candy. That heart-shaped one up there.
Heart-shaped box? Very well.
PEAVEY, aren't you a little curious?
How's that?
Flowers and a box of candy. What does that sound like?
Sounds like flowers and a box of candy.
But don't you want to know who they're for?
No, I never ask personal questions of my customers. That's the pharmaceutical code.
Oh? Well, maybe I'll tell you then. Do you want me to?
Yeah, if you want to.
You'd like to know, wouldn't you?
Well, if you'd like to tell me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, they're for Mrs. Bullard's cousin, Ann Tuttle. She's back in town.
Yes, I know.
I'm expecting to have dinner with her tomorrow night.
Yes, I know that, too.
What? Well, how do you know that?
Well, Leroy was in a little while ago. Bought a quarter's worth of candy. He left a note on the candy counter.
Didn't he deliver that note?
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Gildersleeve, it was a lovely sentiment you wrote. I dare not ask a kiss. I dare...
PEAVEY, give me that note.
I haven't got it.
Well, where is it?
Well, you don't have to worry, Mr. Gildersleeve. Miss Tuttle got the note all right.
How could she?
Well, you see, she ordered some toothpaste this afternoon, so when I handed it over, I wrapped your note around it.
You sent my note with toothpaste?
It's very good toothpaste.
PEAVEY, why don't you mind your own business?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I was only trying
to fine
help.
Friend you are. Toothpaste. What'll she think? She'll never speak to me again.
Well, I don't think...
PEAVEY, do you know what you are?
If you can hold it for just a minute while I answer the phone. PEAVEY's Pharmacy. Who? Oh, just a moment, please. It's for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Miss Tuttle.
I was hoping I'd find you there. I just got your note.
Oh. Well, you see...
It was so clever the way you sent it.
It was?
Yes, so original. How did you ever think of it?
Well,
And Mr. Gildersleeve,
I'd love to have dinner at your house tomorrow night.
Oh, that's wonderful. About 7?
That'll be fine.
And after dinner, maybe we can go someplace? Just we two?
All right. Well, see you tomorrow night, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Peavy?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
As I was about to say, do you know what you are?
What?
You're a little Cupid.
Well, now, I wouldn't say that.
Back to the great Gildersleeve and his romance in just a minute. You know, I stopped in to see Floyd Munson the other day, and as I entered his barber shop, he greeted me with...
Hi, Mr. Ward. Shaving haircut?
Yeah, that's right, Floyd. You know, today I'm going to give you a tip.
No kidding. Now I can buy that yacht I've been wanting.
Well, here's the tip, Floyd. Tell your wife that Parquet margarine, the Kraft quality margarine, actually costs less now than it did a year ago.
Well, that ain't the tip I'd planned on, but it's a good one just the same.
Well, your wife will like it.
Uh-huh.
She'll like Parquet, too. It's one of America's favorite spreads for rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread. Why, Parquet...
Hold it, pal. You're talking to the head of a family that's been using Parquet for years. Lovey swears by it. Both of us like the flavor of Parquet.
Well, naturally. Parquet's fine, fresh flavor makes it a national favorite. Nothing but the most carefully selected products of American farms go into Parquet.
Sure.
And there's 15,000 units of vitamin A in every pound.
You don't have to sell me, chum. Old Floydie knows how good it is.
Right. And, friends, that's knowledge that Floyd Munson shares with the millions of women all over America who serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's approaching the dinner hour in the Gildersleeve household, but this is no ordinary dinner tonight. The dining room table has the new look, with its lace tablecloth, gleaming silverware, and bowl of flowers in the center. And coming down the stairs, the great Gildersleeve has the new look, too.
Give me 1 dozen roses, put my heart in beside them.
Oh, Lord.
Hello, Margie, my dear.
My, a tuxedo.
Yeah. How do I look? Oh, the shirt popped out. Have to stuff it back in.
Unky.
There's nothing wrong with dressing for dinner.
Yes, Unky, but don't you think you're overdoing it a little?
No, I don't. I'm sure Miss Tuttle will appreciate it. Over at the Bullards, they probably dress for dinner every night. It's the usual thing in polite society, you know.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hi.
Hello, Leroy.
When do we... Pretty neat, Unc.
Yeah, thank you, my boy.
Looks a little tight, though. Can you bend over?
What? Of course I can bend. Well, I wonder how Bertie's coming with the dinner.
I wouldn't bother her, Unky. She's awfully busy out there.
Yeah, she chased me out of the kitchen twice.
It serves you right. I told you not to annoy her. Bertie!
Unky.
Just a minute. What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve? I got a lot of things on the fire out there.
Just checking up. Dinner will be ready at 7 sharp, huh, Bertie?
Yes, sir.
That's good. And you won't forget to serve the coffee in the demi-tasse cups.
No, sir.
That's it. And, Bertie, just for tonight, we won't shout back and forth from the kitchen. I'll press the buzzer when I want you.
Yes, is that all, Miss Gildersleeve?
Well, I guess you'll manage all right, Bertie.
If certain people just let Bertie alone, she'll manage all right. If certain people just let her alone.
Boy, she's mad.
Well, I don't blame her. Unky, stop making such a fuss about everything. Just because Miss Tuttle is coming for dinner.
Yeah, Unc, relax.
Well, I just want to make sure that everything goes right, that's all. And children, I think before Miss Tuttle arrives, we'd better have a little rehearsal.
What?
We want to show her that we know what to do at the dinner table.
I know what to do. You eat.
Yep. But it's the way we eat, Leroy. Now, we'll pretend that we're just going into dinner. Leroy, you take Marjorie's arm.
This is silly.
Never mind. Now, I'll take Miss Tuttle's arm.
Miss Tuttle?
We're pretending, Leroy. Play acting. Now, we go in. After you, Miss Tuttle.
After you, Marjorie.
Oh, for...
Now we sit down at the table. Get up, Leroy. We seat the ladies first. Miss Tuttle, you sit here by me.
Okay, Unc, we got the idea.
Just a minute. We're not through. Before the first course, we'll have a little polite conversation.
If this isn't ridiculous.
Like this. Did you have a nice day, Miss Tuttle? Well, that's nice.
Is he kidding?
Leroy. And after the conversation, we'll have the first course. I'll ring for Bertie.
What is it now, Miss? What y'all sitting down now for? You said you wanted dinner at 7 o'clock.
Well, we were just...
Ain't no use trying to rush me, Mr. Gildersleeve. You said dinner at 7 o'clock.
I'm sorry, Bertie. I didn't mean to...
When you tell me 7 o'clock, it's 7 o'clock. It ain't 6, it ain't 6:30. It's 7 o'clock.
But, Bertie, this was just a rehearsal.
Rehearsal? Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been getting meals in this house for a long time. I don't need no rehearsal.
Yeah, I know you don't, Bertie. I was...
Bertie's right. This is the craziest thing I ever heard of. As if we didn't know how to act.
I didn't say that. Marjorie, where are you going?
I'm going to my room. I'm not a child, and I won't be treated like one.
Well, you're still a child to me. You come back here, young lady.
Anybody that cooks morning, noon, and night don't need no rehearsal.
Bertie, Marjorie, come back here.
Bertie, I'll have dinner in my room.
Me too.
You keep out of this, young man.
Rehearsal. If you're dissatisfied, Mr. Gildersleeve, you just let Bertie know. I get plenty offers.
Bertie, I'm very satisfied. Where are you going, Leroy?
Sorry, Unc. Miss Tuttle asked me to take her home. She can't stand your shouting at the table.
Leroy! Look out of the window again, Leroy. Do you see her?
No. Can't we eat now, Unc?
We'll wait for Miss Tuttle, who's probably detained a few minutes.
It's getting late.
Oh, haven't you heard, Leroy? It's fashionable to be late in high society.
Now, my dear, we agreed to forget all about that.
I'm getting awful hungry.
Leroy, we'll wait for our guest. You mustn't be a slave to your stomach.
Mr. Gildersleeve, it's after 7.
I know, Bertie. She should be here any minute now.
Okay, but you said 7 o'clock.
Unc, it's 7:30. I'm starving.
So am I.
We'll wait just a little longer.
Unc, I've got spots before my eyes.
Yeah, well, it's almost 8. No use waiting any longer, children. She isn't coming.
Oh, boy, food. I'll tell Bertie.
Unky, why don't you call Miss Tuttle?
No, I won't call her. She doesn't want to come. It's all right.
But maybe something happened.
No. Her old uncle got stood up, that's all.
Poor Unky. I think it's a shame after all the trouble you went to.
That's all right. Oh, shirt popped out.
Mr. Gildersleeve, dinner's on the table.
Thanks, Bertie. Sorry I kept you waiting so long.
That's all right.
You go ahead and eat with Leroy, my dear. I'm not very hungry.
Well, all right.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie?
Miss Marjorie was worried that you might feel bad, and she asked me to invite one of your friends over to dinner, so I called the judge.
Oh, well, that was nice.
I told him you was feeling lonesome.
Yeah?
But he said he couldn't come.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you anyway, Bertie. Guess I'm not very popular tonight.
Hey, when do we eat?
Somebody's at the door.
I'll get it. Miss Tuttle.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I can't tell you how sorry I am I'm so late, but I really couldn't help it.
Oh, that's all right.
I was out with the Bullards and the car broke down. I couldn't get to a phone.
I understand.
Then you're not angry?
No, of course not. We didn't mind waiting.
You haven't had dinner yet.
No, what the heck. We weren't very hungry anyway.
I'm kind of starving, aren't you? Oh, hello, Miss Tuttle.
Hello, Leroy. Marjorie, I hope you'll both accept my apologies.
Of course.
Sure, let's eat.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Uh-huh.
You're wearing a tuxedo.
I am? Oh, yeah. I always like to dress for dinner.
Well, you look very distinguished.
Unc, I'm going to faint.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, shall we go into the dining room?
I'd love to.
After you, Miss Tuttle.
After you, Marjorie.
That was a lovely dinner, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, it wasn't much. Just potluck. Would you care for another demi-tasse?
No, thank you. Your niece and nephew are charming. Leroy's so well-mannered.
He is? I mean, oh, yes. If there's any place you'd care to go, a movie or dancing.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think I'd rather stay right here. It's so cozy and nice by the fire. If that's all right with you.
You bet. It's all right with me. Shall we sit here on the sofa? Nice and comfy.
All right.
This is nice.
Yes, it is.
Comfortable?
Mm-hmm.
Does that light bother your eyes?
No, I don't think so.
It does. I could turn it off and just leave the lamp on. No trouble.
Well...
I'll just reach over there and... Oh, my shirt. Yeah. Now I'll get the light. Yeah. That's better, isn't it? More comfy.
Mm-hmm. I dare not ask a kiss. I dare not beg a smile.
Huh?
Don't you remember, Mr. Gildersleeve? That was in the note you sent me yesterday.
Oh, yes. Hope there wasn't any toothpaste on it.
It's a lovely poem by Robert Herrick.
Mm-hmm.
Herrick is one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites, too. Never miss one of his poems.
Do you know the rest of this one?
No.
It goes like this. No, no. The utmost share of my desire shall be only to kiss that air that lately kissed thee.
Miss Tuttle, you don't have to kiss the air. Not while I'm here.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Who's that, I wonder?
I'll get it. Good evening, Judge.
Evening, Bertie.
What does he want?
Well, I didn't think you were coming over.
I couldn't make it for dinner, Bertie, but I thought I'd drop by for a minute and cheer up our lonesome friend. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Hello, Gildy. Well, Miss Tuttle.
Good evening, Judge.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Oh, no.
Mr. Gildersleeve and I were just discussing poetry.
Well, in that case, I'll stay. I like nothing better than an evening with the muses.
Why don't you go and spend it with them?
Oh, I didn't know you liked poetry.
Oh, I do. Why, I can recite it for the hour.
Ye gods.
That's wonderful.
Here's a favorite of mine.
Huh?
The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe.
The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping.
Probably bats.
As of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Oh, what's the use?
The great Gildersleeve will be right back. There's no reason for me to remind you ladies that food prices are high. But there is a mighty good reason for me to remind you about Parquet margarine. Parquet, the margarine of Kraft quality, actually costs less today than it did a year ago. That's right. Delicious, wholesome Parquet, a favorite spread for America's bread, is more than ever your best buy for flavor. Serve it on rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles, as well as bread. Every pound contains 15,000 units of vitamin A. Try Parquet and see for yourself why it's the favorite spread of millions. That's Parquet margarine. Parkay, Parquet, made by Kraft.
What's that, Miss Tuttle?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, kiss me again?
Well, if you insist.
Again?
Oh, well, what the heck?
Gildy, wake up.
Ephits.
Gildy.
What's that? Judge, where am I?
You've been asleep for the last 2 hours, Gildy. You missed a thrilling evening.
Oh, my goodness. Where's Miss Tuttle?
She had to leave, but she told me to tell you she had a wonderful time.
Huh?
Yes, I recited every poem in my repertoire.
No wonder she left.
Too bad you slept through it. The one she liked especially was the curfew tolls the knell of parting day.
Good night, Judge.
The lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea.
Why don't you do the same, you old goat? Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, William Powell will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Do that.
Ladies, here's the quickest, easiest, and most economical way to make macaroni and cheese that's downright delicious. Open a package of Kraft Dinner. Inside, you'll find a special macaroni. It cooks fluffy light in just 7 minutes. Then you sprinkle on the golden Kraft grated that comes in every package of Kraft Dinner. There you have a grand main dish of macaroni and cheese, enough to serve 4 people. And it costs only a few cents a serving. Get several packages of Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow. Look for the yellow and blue package plainly marked Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve.
Yes.
The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. When his niece Marjorie started going out with boys, the Great Gildersleeve laid down certain rules. We'll skip all but one because everybody else has. But every Friday night, the great man still insists on unlocking the door to let her in.
Have to keep an eye on things.
Good night, Ben.
Come along, Marjorie. Good night, Ben. Every Friday night, the same thing.
Good night, Marshall.
Come along, Marjorie. Good night, Marshall. Ye gods, after 2 o'clock.
Good night, Oscar, darling.
Come along, Marjorie. Good night, Oscar, darling. Oop. Marjorie, what's this darling stuff? Who is this Oscar? Is this getting serious?
Serious. It's practically sacred. Good night, Unky.
Marjorie, I want to talk to you.
Don't spoil the mood, Uncle Mort. I have a date with a dream.
date with a dream. Wait till I see her in the morning. It'll be a nightmare.
What's the matter, Mr. Gildersleeve? Don't the breakfast suit you?
It's all right, Bertie. I'll wait till Leroy brings Marjorie down.
Oh. Something wrong? Ordinarily, there ain't much waiting around this place. The way you pushed the plate back, I thought maybe you didn't like my breakfast.
Everything's fine. Dandy.
Well, it's getting cold. Like me to reheat the coffee? It's getting cold.
No, thanks, Bertie.
I put it there and it's getting cold.
Yes.
Ain't no use cooking it if you're just going to leave it late.
Now, Bertie.
If you don't eat it, ain't no fault of mine.
All right, Bertie.
I put it there. That's all I can do. I put it there, but it's getting cold.
Why can't Marjorie come to breakfast on time? She knows I want to talk to her this morning. Running around all hours, mooning over somebody I don't even know. Oscar. A girl her age.
She said she'd be down in a minute, Unc.
Yes, Leroy.
She's working on the bags under her eyes.
No remarks, young man.
She says it's Saturday when she usually sleeps.
There'll be no sleep this morning. She kept me up till 2 a.m. waiting for her.
Yeah, think of that other poor guy she kept up, too. Oh, boy, bacon and eggs.
Leroy, put down that knife.
But, Unc.
Drop that toast, too.
For corn's sake, what did I do?
We'll have breakfast together. We'll be polite and wait till everybody's seated. Like refined people. That's a rule around here.
But everything's getting cold.
It sure is, but I put it there.
Well, you start on your prunes, my boy.
Well, I can eat prunes any time. They're always cold and clammy.
Leroy, this is no time to give me an argument. I just dare anybody to try it. Marjorie?
Good morning. What's everybody have to get up for?
Marjorie, do you realize you kept us waiting for breakfast?
But, Uncle Mort, it's Saturday morning. I mean, after all.
Marjorie, you refused to discuss this Oscar with me last night.
What is there to discuss? We're going steady.
Marjorie, you mean you excluded all your other boyfriends for this Oscar?
Certainly.
And last night you got home at 2 o'clock this morning?
Uncle Mort, that's not entirely true. I was here at 1:30.
Then why didn't you let me know? I was waiting up. I didn't hear a sound. Marjorie, did that boy...
Kiss me? What if he did?
Did he?
If you must know, we were talking about horses.
Ah!
Leroy? Horses, eh? At 1:30 in the morning? Marjorie, what's wrong with you?
Oscar just likes horses, that's all. He's assistant riding master at the Oak Park stable.
A stable boy. What's his last name?
Van Buren. Oscar Van Buren. He comes from a good family. He's a Dutchman.
If he doesn't keep away from here, he'll be a flying Dutchman.
He's exquisite. He has a wonderful way with horses.
Good. And let him confine it to horses. Next week, I want you to have a date with somebody else. Break it up.
I will not.
Marjorie?
Uncle Mort, you have no right to dictate who my friend shall be. Oscar is a perfectly nice boy, and you may as well know that I don't intend dating anybody else ever.
But you hardly know this new boy.
It's the same old thing. Every time I look at a new boy, you object.
Now, Marjorie.
You are suspicious and unreasonable, Uncle Mort, and I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm a woman.
Oh, I forbid you to become a woman. I mean to see this Oscar again.
I will see him again. You can't stop me.
I can't stop you as long as your mind eats. Marjorie, come back here and eat your breakfast. Why do girls have to have boyfriends?
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Peavey.
What can your friendly neighborhood druggist do for you today?
Give me a hot cup of coffee, friendly neighborhood druggist. Where'd you get that title, Peavey?
No, we just appropriated it, Mr. Gildersleeve. Took a small ad in the high school paper. You'll see it. That is, if you read the high school paper. We said, good luck from your friendly neighborhood druggist. How do you like the wording?
It's all right. Fine.
For a high school publication, you don't think I'm tooting my horn too loudly?
No, Peavey. Go ahead and toot. How about that cup of coffee?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but my coffee master is out of coffee this morning. How about a Coke?
I need something warm.
Well, I can warm the Coke.
No, thanks, Peavey. Give me a hot chocolate.
It seems we're out of chocolate this morning, too.
Ye gods, what kind of a drugstore is this?
Well, we're friendly.
But you're out of everything when I need something warm. I didn't eat a bite of breakfast.
You out of everything, too, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No. Bertie put it there, but I had a big argument with Marjorie. Upset everybody.
Well, I'm sorry I don't have the hot chocolate for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I find it very soothing after a breakfast controversy. Just drank the last cup myself. I hope yours was nothing serious.
It's getting pretty serious, Peavey. Marjorie's running around too much. Has more dates than I do.
Well, she's prettier than you are.
Yes, but her dates are all with the same boy. I'm not going to stand by and let Marjorie do something she might always regret. Peavey, I just can't understand women.
Well, only about half the people can. And they're all women.
Now, you may have something there, Peavey. By George, I think I'll go talk to Doris Dalrymple about this thing. No, I know what that would lead to. I'll go see Eve. Thanks for the idea, Peavey.
Don't mention it, Mr. Gildersleeve. Feel free at any time to call on your friendly neighborhood druggist.
Well, that's what I like about you, Peavey. You are friendly. Yes, sir? Just as willing to give a man advice as you are to sell him something.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, Eve.
Throckmorton, what a nice surprise.
Sorry to barge in on you like this, Eve, but I've got to talk to you. It's very important.
Why, of course, any time. But let's not stand out here. It's chilly.
Yeah, chilly.
You remember where to put your hat, don't you, Throckmorton?
Oh, sure. See? Lands on the hall tree, just like always.
It looks as though you've been practicing somewhere else. Won't you sit down?
Yeah, thank you. Always good to be here, Eve. Been a long time since I sat on this sofa.
Yes, it has.
Doesn't feel the same. Used to sort of fit me.
It had to be reupholstered. Last summer.
Oh, yeah. Well, time does fly.
Yes, doesn't it?
Yeah. Eve, I've got things on my mind. Big things.
Oh?
Eve?
Yes?
I'll come to the point. How long do you think a fellow should go with a girl before she lets him kiss her?
Well, you certainly do come to the point.
Oh, I'm not talking about us, Eve. It's Marjorie. She fancies herself in love with a boy she's only gone out with a couple of times.
Oh, aren't teenagers fun, Throckmorton? Well, they fall in love and out again every other day, sometimes between classes. And the more capricious they are, the less we worry.
This is different, Eve. I can't reason with her. Since she met this fellow, she pays no attention to me. He's nothing but a bridle path cowboy.
Cowboy?
Well, an assistant riding master. And I've given orders she isn't to see him again.
Oh. Well, do you think that was wise, Throckmorton? If he isn't the right boy, why not give Marjorie a chance to discover it?
Huh?
You know, sometimes you can discourage romance by encouraging it. Why not encourage one of Marjorie's for a change and see what happens?
Well, nobody ever encourages mine.
Throckmorton, you don't need any encouragement. I'm sure Marjorie is intelligent enough to know what she's doing.
Maybe you're right, Eve. I'll do it. Anyway, I can't stand having Marjorie mad at me. I'll go home and help the little romance along.
Everything will turn out all right, Throckmorton.
Eve, you're wonderful.
Well, I like to hear you say it.
Eve.
But I'm afraid I'll have to chase you home now. I'd planned to go shopping today.
When can I come back for some more advice? Tonight?
I'm afraid not. I've so much to do.
Eve.
And you have a niece to look after, remember?
Yeah. Well, some other time, Eve. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Eve, you're terrific.
Throckmorton!
Well, you said encourage romance. I was just reviving an old one. Where's my hat?
Yes, Oscar. Oh, I'd love it. I'd adore to. It sounds super, Oscar, really.
Well, hello, everybody. It's me. I'm home. Oh, pardon me, my dear. I didn't know you were on the telephone.
I'd better hang up now, Oscar. Little Caesar just came in. Goodbye.
Go right ahead. Don't hang up on my account, my dear. Perfectly all right. Why don't you call him back? Enjoy yourself.
Are you feeling all right, Uncle Mort?
Feeling fine, Marjorie. Never better. And I must say you were never prettier, my dear. No, sir. Wonderful dress. Don't blame Oscar for falling for you. Little Marjorie.
Uncle Mort, what's come over you?
Well, I'm sorry about this morning, Marjorie. You were right. I was suspicious and unreasonable.
You certainly were.
I owe you an apology. Oscar's a fine boy. Splendid type, no doubt.
How do you know?
Well, he must be, or you wouldn't like him.
Oh, Unky, I was nasty, too. You're wonderful.
Yes, sir. From now on, you may see Oscar as often as you like. Why not invite him over for dinner sometime?
Unky, you're the best uncle a girl ever had.
Well, I want to be. Anything for you and Leroy.
Then, Unky, will you do something for me?
Anything.
Well, Oscar has invited me to go riding with him. Will you teach me how to ride a horse?
A horse. But, Marjorie...
I wouldn't dare let Oscar know I've never ridden. He'd think I was just too impossible if I couldn't ride a horse. Will you teach me, Unky?
Well,
You promised to do anything.
But, Marjorie, it's been a long time since your old uncle has had anything to do with horses.
But you said when you were in the National Guard, you were in the cavalry.
Yes, my dear, but everybody in the cavalry didn't ride the horses. But if it'll make you happy...
More from the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, as the parquet reporter, I keep posted on how Summerfield folks feel about parquet, the margarine of craft quality. The other day, I bumped into Leroy and said, "Say, Leroy, I'm looking for someone to talk with about parquet."
I'm your man, Mr. Wald. Your boy, I mean.
Well, how about making a statement concerning parquet margarine?
Sure. I like it.
How do you like it, Leroy?
Swell. Great.
No, I mean, on what do you like parquet?
Well, just about anything, I guess.
Well, can't you be more specific? Do you like parquet on rolls, muffins, pancakes, waffles?
You bet. Parquet's my favorite spread for bread and toast, too.
Well, did you know that parquet margarine, the margarine of craft quality, mind you, actually costs less now than it did a year ago?
Well, Bertie knows about prices. I'm in the eating and liking department.
I guess that's true with most of us men, Leroy. The ladies know about costs as well as taste and nourishment. They know that parquet is made only from choice products of American farms, that each pound contains 15,000 units of important vitamin A. They know it's economical. But the main reason millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine is it tastes so good. That's Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve. It has been written and oft quoted, the outside of a horse is good for the inside of a man. But we know a man who likes the inside of a house much better than the outside of a horse.
Uncle Mort. Uncle Mort.
You funk? What you flew?
Uncle Mort, it's 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock? Oh, come in, my dear.
You said you'd give me a riding lesson this morning before school.
Oh, yes. Well, let's let the horses sleep for about an hour longer, Marjorie.
But I have to be in school by 9.
Maybe they won't have school today, huh? Maybe today's Saturday.
It is not. It's Monday.
Oh?
Come on, Uncle Mort. We're going riding.
But look, snow on the windowsill.
It's just a light snowfall. It'll be beautiful in the park. And, Unky, I just have to learn to ride for Oscar.
Oh, yes, Oscar. Well, Marjorie.
Yes, Uncle Mort?
I overlooked a little something. Perhaps we'd better go tomorrow morning. Forgot to buy some riding breeches.
Uncle Mort.
You're no more sorry than I am, my dear. Tomorrow morning, early, huh?
All right, but tomorrow morning for sure. And get your riding pants at the Boots and Saddle shop. Oscar gets a commission.
Now I'm wide awake. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Now I'll never get back to sleep. Why did I ever... Marjorie will appreciate what I'm going through for her. Horseback riding. That's breaking up a romance the hard way. Oh, well. There may not be a pair of riding breeches in the whole town to fit me.
How do you do? Can I help you?
Well, I'm Mr. Gildersleeve. Oscar sent me.
Oh, yes.
Is there a gentleman in the shop? I wanted to buy a little something personal.
Well, my husband's out for the moment, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I'm certain I can help you. I know all about horses and what men wear.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Yes. Well, I need a pair of pants. Riding pants. Breeches.
Oh, of course. There's nothing to be shy about. All equestrians need them.
Well, yes.
We can't be like the horse and just wear a blanket.
No, you can't. Yeah.
Well, now, I suggest you try these English riding breeches. They fit tightly around the knees, but have the wide flares all the way up to the belt. Rather roomy, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Roomy? Well, I guess I am a fashionable stout.
Now, this is a very handsome pair of pants. Chamois reinforced inside the knees where you grip the horse.
Grip the horse?
They're wonderful for robust, outdoorsy men like you. Water repellent.
Well, I don't mind a little water. I'm water commissioner. Where do I try them on?
Oh, right in that little room behind the mirror. But let's be certain we have the right size first. What is your girth, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Girth? Well, before breakfast, you mean? That's when I'll be riding. Do you have a size 44?
Well, let's try a 48. When you get on a horse, you're liable to settle a little. Yes, we all do.
Oh?
Now, take these, and I'll hand you some boots.
Oh, yes, some boots. Indeed. Darn these little rooms. Houdini couldn't get out of his pants in here. Zeef. Look how small they are around the knees. I'll never get through that little hole without a suction pump. Well, I'll give it a try. Well, that's one of them. Now for the left one. Oh, zook. Nearly put an elbow through the wall.
Is everything all right in there, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes, everything's fine. Wonder why they don't make riding breeches with bell bottoms. Now then. Stuck right below the knee. It won't go either way. I'm trapped in a pair of English riding breeches.
Is something wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Wrong? Has your husband come back?
No. Is there anything I can do?
Just stay where you are. I'll be right out. If I don't suffocate. Well, one more try. Now. Pull. That did it.
Mr. Gildersleeve, are you certain you're all right?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Madam. Coming right out.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Something wrong?
You look wonderful in those riding breeches.
Oh, I do?
Yes, turn around. Why, they were made for you. And when you get the boots on, you look just like some dashing Englishman. Look in the mirror.
Not bad.
Shall I wrap them up?
No, I think I'll wear them. I have to wear them. Hand me the boots. Marge, look at that reflection in the window. Might as well step in at the barber shop and give Floyd a little treat. Oh, cheerio, Floyd.
Hi, Commissioner. Well, pipe the new get-up.
How do you like it, Floyd? You'll have to admit you've never seen an outfit like this before.
I admit it. Now get in the chair quick and I'll throw a sheet over you.
Now, Floyd.
Only kidding. You look great.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Sit down, Commish. You can, can't you?
Yeah, of course I can. Give me a shave.
That's the way. I see the elevator boys down the city hall got new outfits, too.
Oh? What does that have to do with me, Floyd?
Well, ain't it the mayor's orders? For inspecting the reservoir or something?
No, it isn't. I'm going horseback riding.
On a horse or down at the Y?
Of course on a horse. Tomorrow morning.
In this kind of weather?
Well, I don't care much for the idea myself, but it seems to be popular with the younger set. I'm teaching Marjorie how to ride.
Oh. Well, hey, here comes the judge. I better cover you up a little more.
Well, aren't I in luck, finding 2 of the peas I'm looking for in one pod.
Hiya, Judge. What's up?
I'm going around reminding all jolly boys of our... Say, would you mind pulling the sheet back a little more, Floyd?
Go ahead, Floyd. Show him.
Well, if you say so.
Well, will you look at that?
You old goat, what's so funny about a pair of boots and riding breeches?
They're fine, Gildy, but it's the way you look in them. Hmm? Like a lion tamer who just swallowed his lion.
All right, Hooker, state your business and get out of here.
My apologies, Gildy. I just stopped in to remind you and Floyd that this is the night the Jolly Boys set aside to take down the Christmas tree.
Hey, that's right.
It's about time, Judge, but I can't be there.
But, Gildy, that tree sitting upstairs is becoming a fire hazard. It's dry as a bone.
Yeah, and business has been so quiet since New Year's I can hear the needles dropping off the tree. Making me nervous.
And taking down the tree is a tradition, Gildy. We always have a wonderful time.
Well, I can't make it this year, Horace. Hate to miss it, but I'm teaching Marjorie how to ride a horse. 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm going out and reserve the nags right after I get shaved.
Well, I'd warn the stables first.
Huh?
That outfit you're wearing is enough to scare the horses off a merry-go-round.
Oh, you old goat! Pull harder, Leroy, and pull when I do.
I'm pulling.
Yeah, that's one I'm on. When a man has to go through to break up a teenage romance these days.
Getting up at 6 in the morning to help you on with your pants, so maybe you get a raise in my allowance, huh, Unc?
And your chances are improving, Leroy. Let's work on the other leg. It's a little tighter. Now, pull when I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess they're stretching a little. Now the boots.
As long as you're getting up, can I sleep in your bed, Unc? It's always warmer.
You go back to your own bed, Leroy. There. Hi, George, your old uncle looks pretty handsome in boots and breeches, eh, my boy?
I'll say.
Leroy, you may go back to bed. Marjorie. Oh, Marjorie. Oh, for goodness sake, Marjorie, wake up.
Oh, it's you, Uncle Mort.
It's 6 o'clock. Time to go riding.
Please, Uncle Mort, let me get some sleep. Stretch is taking me to the school dance tonight, and I have to look alive.
Stretch? Who's Stretch?
Who else is there? He's only the captain of the basketball team. 2 feet taller than me when I wear my flats.
But what happened to Oscar?
Oscar, all he can talk about is horses. As far as I'm concerned, he can drop.
But, Marjorie, you can't do this to me. I bought the riding pants and the boots. Expensive ones. I gave up the Jolly Boys party. I got up early. I reserved the horses and paid for them. Marjorie, I forbid you to break up with Oscar. Look at all the trouble I've gone to.
Those are the brakes, Jack.
Leroy. You may go back to bed. I guess I will, too, if I can get out of these pants.
Stick around, folks. Maybe the great man will find some use for them. Quality, flavor, nourishment, economy. Those are the things you want when you buy a spread for bread. Those are the things you get when you ask for Parquet margarine made by Kraft. The name Kraft means quality. Parquet, made by Kraft, means a spread with delicious, fresh nourishment at a price lower today than it was a year ago. That, my friend, is really economy. And remember, every pound of tasty Parquet margarine is fortified with 15,000 units of vitamin A. It's true, the better buy for bread and budget is Parkay Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Oh, give me my boots and the saddle. Tee-lee, tee-lee. Hello, Sam.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Say, you've really been taking off the weight since you came down here to ride.
Ah, yes. Great exercise.
Nice riding outfit, too.
Yeah, thank you.
Should I book you for 2 o'clock tomorrow?
Well, I think I'll ride about 15 minutes more right now.
Okay. Hang on.
Don't worry. It was a great idea Floyd had, riding down here at the YMCA. Get up, Seabiscuit.
Good night, folks. See you at the barn.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Does your family like macaroni and cheese that's fluffy light with golden cheddar cheese flavor through and through? Then get Kraft Dinner from your food store tomorrow. One package of Kraft Dinner contains enough quick-cooking macaroni and golden Kraft grated to make a dish of macaroni and cheese that will serve 4 people. It's a grand, thrifty main dish. And Kraft Dinner cooks in just 7 minutes. So for quick, economical, swell-tasting macaroni and cheese, get Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine means
Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's going on in Summerfield tonight. It looks like something pretty important. The school board has been called in special session. Right now, Dr. Pettibone has the floor.
We members of the school board deeply regret that the Reverend Dr. Needham has tendered his resignation as chairman because of the pressure of his many other duties. Nominations for a new chairman to fill out his term are now in order. The nominations are closed. We will now hear a few words from the 2 candidates we have nominated for chairman. Judge Hooker.
If I am elected, I shall endeavor to perform the duties of this high office to the best of my modest ability. Thank you.
And Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
If I am elected, I'll do my best. That's all a man can do, is do his best. So if I'm elected, I'll do my best. Thank you.
Good night, Dr. Pettibone. See you at the meeting Thursday night.
Good night, Miss Goodwin.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Doctor.
Oh, Gildy.
Yes, Judge, old friend?
Were you intending to escort Miss Goodwin home?
Yes, I was, but there's no reason why you can't come along, too, Horace.
Sure, I'm not intruding now.
Why, of course not. Be a pleasure to have you.
My, you two are certainly polite to each other tonight.
We are?
I hadn't noticed it.
Just because we're running against each other is no reason we can't be friends. Is it, Horace, old friend?
Of course not.
Well, all right. Shall we get started?
Yes, after you, Gildy.
No, after you, Judge.
No,
Oh, come on, both of you.
Well, I certainly hope they elect you, Horace.
I'm sure they'll elect you, Gildy.
Well, what the heck. Let's talk about something else. Nice night, isn't it, Eve?
Yes, it is. I just love it when it's cold and clear like this. Don't you?
Judge, what makes you sure they'll elect me?
Well, you're the best man for the job.
No, I think you are.
No, you're the best man.
In what way?
What? Oh, well, you've had more experience with children.
Yes, but you've had legal experience. That's valuable, too.
Yes, but you've had an administrative background. You've been a fine water commissioner.
Yes. But you have a lot of intelligence, Judge. More than I have.
Yes, I guess I am more intelligent than you, Gildy.
What? Who said so?
You did.
Well, I didn't mean it.
I might have known it.
And I didn't mean those other things I said about you either.
Well, I didn't mean what I said about you.
Hypocrite.
Fakers.
Gentlemen, please.
They'll never elect you, Chairman, my fat friend. They don't have a big enough chair.
Why, you skinny old string bean, the only thing the school can use you for is a flagpole.
Throckmorton.
Gildy, I'm going to fight you tooth and nail.
That's so? Where'll you get the teeth?
Gildy.
Hooker.
Gentlemen.
More coffee, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thank you, Bertie.
Well, I better get on the dishes.
Just a moment, Bertie. I have a little announcement to make to Leroy and Marjorie. I'd like you to hear it, too.
Yes, sir.
What's that, Unky?
Well, it isn't so much. But last night at the school board meeting, your old uncle was nominated for chairman. That's all.
Oh, that's nice.
That's good. Well, I better get on with the dishes.
Children, aren't you surprised?
Oh, sure.
You may not realize it, but being chairman of the school board is a very important position.
Who's running against you?
Nobody much, just Judge Hooker.
Oh, that ought to be good.
Well, I've got as much chance as he has. The election's tomorrow night. Now, here's the political picture. Here's the way I've analyzed the situation.
Ah, yes, there's good news tonight.
Leroy. As I was saying, there are 5 members on the school board. The judge is sure of 2 votes, and I'm sure of 2 votes.
Who are your 2 votes?
Well, there's Eve Goodwin's and mine.
You're going to vote for yourself, Unc?
Certainly. The judge will vote for himself. That's just the kind of a double-crosser he is.
How about you?
Well, that's different. The judge will get Reverend Needham's vote, too. They're old friends. That means Dr. Pettibone's vote will decide who's elected. As Pettibone goes, so goes the school board.
Well, why don't you just ask him to vote for you?
Oh, no, my dear. Politics aren't run that way. You have to work out an arrangement that's beneficial to both parties.
Huh?
Look, Leroy, I'll explain it. You scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Scratch my back?
Figure of speech, Leroy. If I ask Dr. Pettibone to vote for me, I have to throw something his way. Let him take out my appendix or something.
You've already had your appendix taken out.
Oh, yes. Guess you don't have 2. Wish I had some reason to go to the doctor. Leroy.
Yeah, Unc?
How do you feel, my boy?
I feel fine.
No aches or pains, huh?
Nope. Say, I got an idea, Unc.
What's that?
I could paint spots on my face with iodine like I got the measles.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Then I could stay out of school. Neat, huh?
Well, no. A trick like that wouldn't be honest, my boy. Besides, Dr. Pettibone would know it was iodine. Well, there must be some way.
Don't look at me, Unky. I never felt better in my life.
Oh, Bertie.
Unky.
What's up, Mr. Gildersleeve?
How do you feel, Bertie?
Huh?
I was just asking after your health, Bertie.
Oh, that's very nice of you. I feel fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, yes, sir. When I got up this morning, I felt so good, I said to myself, Bertie, there's one thing you got is your health.
That's nice.
You don't have to worry about a thing as long as you got your health, and that's what I got, health.
Yes,
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, you don't have to worry your head about Bertie. If everybody was like me, doctors would starve to death. I'm healthy.
Well, I may not get elected, but what the heck, as long as we're all healthy. Good morning, Peavey.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Excuse me while I open this box.
Oh, certainly. Take your time, Peavey. What's in it?
Vitamins. Shipment just came in this morning. If I could just pry this board up. Nailed down pretty tight.
Peavey, maybe you ought to take some of those vitamins yourself.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Yeah. Just requires a little brute force, is all. Did you want something, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, Peavey. Just dropped in to say hello, old friend.
Oh.
Peavey, I suppose you know I'm running for chairman of the school board.
Yes, so I heard. If you'll excuse me, I'll put these bottles on the shelf.
Oh, Peavey.
Careful, Mr. Gildersleeve. Watch out for that box on the floor.
I see the box. By the way, speaking of the school board, you know Dr. Pettibone.
Well, yes, I make up prescriptions for him. I've never been out with him socially.
I know, but you see him, don't you?
You mean now?
No. I mean, you see him when he comes in.
Well, of course. You can't run a drugstore with your eyes closed.
Well, I was wondering if you might speak to him.
Well, I don't see why not. He always speaks to me.
Oh.
The doctor's a very friendly fellow. I don't care so much for his wife, though.
No, Peavey. I want you to speak to him about me. You know, put a bug in his ear.
Oh, I don't think I should do that. Besides, where would I get the bug?
Oh, ye gods, I'm wasting my time. Good day, Peavey.
Mr. Gildersleeve, look out, that box. Can I help you up, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You ought to be, leaving things around like that. Why, I could have broken my say. Peavey, there's a scratch on my leg.
Oh, that's too bad. I'll get the iodine.
You don't have to bother.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, it happened on my premises.
And don't think I don't appreciate it.
What?
Better get right down and see Dr. Pettibone. Thanks a lot, Peavey.
Very peculiar man, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Let's see. Room 208. John Sandberg, chiropodist. 210. Dr. Chester Pettibone, M.D. Waiting room. I'll just limp a little. Glad there's nobody waiting. Take another look at my leg. Wish it was a bigger scratch. Oh, hello, Doctor. Dr. Pettibone.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. Something the matter?
Well, I scratched my ankle, Doctor. Like to have you look at it if you don't mind.
All right, I'll be with you in just a minute.
It's nothing very serious. Just thought I wouldn't take any chances. It'd be awful to be laid up in case I was elected chairman of the school board. In case I was elected.
Well, I'll be with you in just a few minutes.
All right, Doctor. No hurry. I won't come right out and ask him to vote for me. I'll just drop a few hints. You're sly, Gildersleeve.
Gildy.
Hooker.
Is the doctor in?
Yes, and I'm waiting to see him.
Well, I'll just sit down and wait, too.
Huh? What do you want to see him about?
Well, I burnt my finger this morning. Spilled bacon grease on it. What do you want to see him about?
Well, I fell down and scratched my school board. I mean my ankle.
Gildy, I know what you're up to.
And I know what you're up to. Don't forget I was here first.
We'll see about that.
Old goat.
Malingerer.
Judge Hooker.
Good morning, Dr. Pettibone.
You want to see me, too?
Yes, Doctor. I burned my finger this morning.
I was here first, Doctor.
But my finger...
But my ankle...
Just a moment, gentlemen. If you want my diagnosis, I think you're both suffering from that dread disease, electionitis.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I thought maybe I might get electionitis.
Well, I'm rather busy this morning. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Doctor.
Good day, Doctor.
Well, Gildy, I guess he's on to us.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a good try, Judge.
All's fair in love and politics. I'll beat you yet, Gildy.
Not if I can help it, you old goat.
We'll join the great Gildersleeve again in just a minute. Yesterday, as I was checking up on parquet sales in the Summerfield grocery store, I saw Bertie looking over her shopping list.
96 cents, 84 cents. My goodness, my food money's taking a beating.
Having trouble, Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Wall, I sure am. Prices the way they are, it's sure hard to balance the food budget.
What's that you got circled in red, Bertie?
Oh, that's the one item on my list that costs less today than it did a year ago. Parquet margarine.
That's smart, Bertie. You can't top that wonderful flavor of parquet at any price. It's a favorite spread for America's bread.
I know that. We use parquet on rolls and muffins and pancakes. Use parquet all the time.
And there are plenty of reasons why you should. Parquet is the margarine of Kraft quality. Parquet is made from only the choice products of American farms. Each pound contains 15,000 units of important vitamin A. It's rich in nourishment.
I know all those things, Mr. Wall, but we like it because it just plain tastes so good. You can't beat that parquet flavor.
Right, Bertie. It's the flavor that makes parquet margarine an outstanding favorite. After all, millions of women all over America serve parquet just because it tastes so good. So try it. Parkay, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's the day of the school board election, and so far, the great Gildersleeve's political boom has fizzled out like a wet firecracker. A little disgruntled, he dropped into Floyd's barber shop for a haircut.
Well, I'll be sitting up waiting for the election returns tonight, Commissioner.
Huh?
What do you think of your chances? Any statement to make to the press?
Floyd, just cut my hair.
Okay. I understand the crucial vote is in the Pettibone area.
Floyd, I'll thank you to
Watch it, Commissioner. I'm going around your ear. Well, if you want my advice...
I'm capable of handling my own affairs.
Okay. But if I was you, I wouldn't overlook the woman angle.
Look, Floyd, when I was... The woman angle?
Sure. If I was in your shoes, I wouldn't worry about the doc. Churches la femme, Commiss. Churches la femme. Huh? That's French for go after the dame.
Floyd, what are you talking?
The thing for you to do is play up to Dr. Pettibone's wife.
But she isn't on the school board. He is.
Yeah, but she wears the pants in that family. The last time he come in for a haircut, she sailed in right after him.
No.
It's a fact. She sat there and kept jabbering all the time. Take a little off here. Watch the back. Not too much off the top. Why, the doc couldn't even have his sideburns the way he wanted them. And when a man can't have to say about his own sideburns, what's he got to live for?
His own sideburns.
Yep. So if I was you, I'd kind of cotton up to the old dame.
Not a bad idea, Floyd. I could call her. Say, they're having a PTA meeting at the school this afternoon.
Oh?
Mrs. Pettibone's the president. I could sort of just drop in and make a good impression.
Now you're getting smart, Commish. You got to figure all the angles when you're in politics.
Thanks a lot, Floyd. I won't forget this.
That's okay, Commish. Maybe when you get elected, you can throw something in Floydie Munson's way.
Never can tell, Floyd.
Now, if you was to fix it so that all the school kids had to come here to get their hair cut...
Well, we'll see.
You know, Commish, you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Wonder what room the PTA is going to meet in. Auditorium, I guess. What's that? Must be recess. Well, I'm kind of early. Drop in and see our pretty principal for a moment. Wonder if she's in her office.
Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve. Busy?
Well, I have these papers to correct, but that's all right. Sit down.
Yeah, thank you. You can only stay a minute till the PTA meeting starts.
PTA meeting? Why, Throckmorton, I never saw you at one of those before.
No reason why I shouldn't go. I'm a member. It's my duty as a citizen.
Uh-huh.
If more parents came to these meetings, there'd be bigger meetings.
Uh-huh. Throckmorton, what are you up to?
Who, me?
Your sudden interest in the PTA wouldn't have anything to do with the school board election tonight, would it?
Election? No.
Throckmorton.
Well, I did think I might just talk to Mrs. Pettibone. No harm in that.
I see.
I figured with your vote and Dr. Pettibone's...
Throckmorton. I didn't say I was going to vote for you.
Huh? Oh, Eve, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. I couldn't vote for a man who thinks of a job like this in terms of politics.
But, Eve...
Being chairman of the school board is a real responsibility.
I know,
It's a position of trust. The welfare of all our school children depends upon his judgment and understanding. I don't think that's a thing to be taken lightly.
Well, of course not.
I just want you to know how I feel about this, Throckmorton.
You're right, Eve. And I want you to know that if I'm lucky enough to be elected, I'll try to be all the things you want me to be.
Do you mean that, Throckmorton?
Yes.
Well, I think you can count on my vote.
I can? Well, thank you, Eve. And I promise not to send the kids down to Floyd's for their haircuts.
What?
No.
Well, Throckmorton, I think the meeting will be starting. We'd better...
Eve?
Yes?
Now that you've promised to vote for me, how about sealing the bargain with a kiss?
Now, Throckmorton.
Oh, come on, Eve.
Now, stop being silly. We have to go to that meeting.
We got time for one little kiss.
Now, Throckmorton, how would that look for a principal of a school?
Well, you can take your glasses off.
No. Now, Throckmorton, now you stay over there.
You can't get away from me. All I have to do is lean across the desk like this.
Throckmorton. Hello, Mrs. Pettibone.
Oh, how do you do? Why, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Mrs. Pettibone.
What on earth are you doing on that desk?
Well, I was looking in the inkwell to see if there was any ink in it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Guess I can fill my fountain pen some other time.
Miss Goodwin, it's time for the meeting.
Mrs. Pettibone, Mr. Gildersleeve would like to attend the meeting, too.
Oh?
He's running for chairman of the board, you know.
Yes, I know. Judge Hooker is running also, I believe.
He is? Yes, he is.
Mr. Gildersleeve is very interested in our parent-teacher problems.
Well, I'm sure we'd all be glad to hear his ideas on the subject. So I'll put you down on our program for a speech, Mr. Gildersleeve. I have never take no for an answer.
But...
And another thing, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
I don't like the way you're wearing your sideburns. They're much too long.
And so in closing, Mrs. Pettibone and members of the Parent Teachers Association, I want to say to you that being chairman of the school board is a real responsibility. It's a position of trust, and no one should ever think of it in terms of politics. I thank you. Thank you, Eve.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're all grateful to you for your splendid talk. Now, our next meeting will be 2 weeks from today. We stand adjourned. Oh, you were wonderful, Mr. Gildersleeve. In my opinion, you showed a fine understanding of our school problems.
Well...
And what's more important, you displayed a great deal of dignity. Oh, that's what I admire, Mr. Gildersleeve. Dignity.
Nice of you to say so.
I think you would make a worthy successor to Dr. Needham, and I shall certainly suggest to my husband that he vote for you.
Well, I wouldn't want you to do that.
Oh, now there's no use trying to talk me out of it.
You insist. Thank you very much, Mrs. Pettibone. Well, I better be going.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Goodbye. Snowing again. Well, looks like I'm going to be the new chairman, all right. That Mrs. Pettibone isn't so bad after all. She's got... look at that little kid playing in the snow with his sled. Takes me back to my aunt. What's he doing around the back of that car? Tying his sled to the bumper. That's dangerous. Little boy! Little boy!
Hiya!
Leroy!
What's the matter?
Young man, what are you doing?
Hitching a ride home? Pretty slick, huh?
You can just untie that sled and right now.
Well, for corn's sake.
You heard me, Leroy. Don't you know that's dangerous, risking life and limb that way?
Are you kidding? I do it every night.
Oh, my goodness. Well, you're not going to do it anymore.
Oh.
Leroy, your uncle is practically chairman of the school board. That means our whole family has to live up to it. Be dignified.
Dignified?
Certainly. What would people say if they saw my nephew stealing a ride like some little vagabond? Go on now, untie that sled.
Well, it's pretty hard to untie, Unc.
I don't want any alibis, Leroy.
Well, my fingers are cold.
Here, I'll untie it. I'll get down there. Look out, Leroy. I'll have to get down on the sled to do it. What kind of a knot is this?
Hey, Unc, look out!
Huh?
Get off the sled. The car's driving away.
I don't get... Oh. Hey, let me off! Stop that car! Please! Help! 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 Oh, my goodness, we're going right through town. Hey, stop that! You can't hear me.
Hey, look at that guy on the sled.
Oh, shut up. Go away, dog. Oh, here we go around the corner. I better hang on. Made it. Gee, God, she's going right down Main Street. Oh, there's Peavey. Maybe he can help me. Peavey!
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Out for a spin?
No! Why do these things have to happen to me if you don't stop for a minute?
Hey, come in.
Floyd?
What's the matter? Ain't you got coffee?
Hey, up there! Stop that car! The wind's going up my pants legs. Oh, there's the judge. Hope he doesn't see me.
Gildy!
Oh, goat.
Leaving town before the election. Howard!
Why doesn't that guy stop? Oh, we're stopping. I better drag my feet. Oh, my back. I'm stiff. I gotta get off.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Mrs. Pettibone.
What are you doing down back of my car on that sled?
Sled?
Of all the childish things to do.
But, Mrs. Pettibone.
It's the most undignified.
But...
And you wanted to be chairman of the school board. Just wait until I see my husband.
But...
Good day, Mr. Gildersleeve. And get that sled off my car.
Gildy!
Hooker, what does he want?
Gildy, did you hear about the election?
I know you're going to win, Judge. You don't have to rub it in.
What? Haven't you heard, Gildy? There isn't going to be any election.
Huh?
Reverend Needham has reconsidered. He isn't going to resign as chairman after all. So the whole thing is off.
Oh, well, you'd have made a very good chairman, Judge.
So would you, Gildy.
No, you'd have made a better chairman than I would.
No, you would have made a better chairman than I would.
Well, let's go down to Peavy's and I'll buy you a soda. You old hypocrite.
You'll hear something mighty interesting about the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Millions of families have found a way to make their bread, rolls, muffins, pancakes, and waffles a lot more tasty. They've been asking their grocer for Parquet margarine, the margarine of Kraft quality. Try it. You'll like the rich, fresh flavor of Parquet, and you'll be delighted to learn that Parquet actually costs less today than it did a year ago. Serve Parquet margarine and treat your family to a wonderfully delicious spread for bread that has long been a favorite in millions of homes. Ask for Parquet margarine, Parkay, made by Kraft. Ladies and gentlemen, this is rather a special occasion. Tonight's broadcast marks the 25th year in radio for the star of our show, Mr. Harold Perry. Yes, it was just 25 years ago tonight from radio station KZM, Oakland, California, that this strange sound was heard for the first time on the air.
Of course, I was just a little boy then.
That's right, Hal. And you've made a wonderful record for yourself since then. And now, on behalf of your co-workers and your sponsor, the Kraft Foods Company, may I extend their heartiest congratulations to you on your 25th anniversary in radio.
Thank you, John. I'm deeply grateful to all of you for your kind wishes. It's been a wonderful 25 years, and I only hope that my listeners will allow me to go on bringing entertainment to their homes for at least another 25 years. Good night, folks, and thank you.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Lucille Ball will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations.
Well.
Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
You wise homemakers who want to make the most of leftovers will appreciate this quick trick with Kraft Dinner. In just 7 minutes, you can cook the special macaroni that comes in each package of Kraft Dinner. Then stir in the Kraft grated for that grand cheddar cheese flavor. Press this fluffy light macaroni and cheese into a ring, mold, and place on a platter. Cream your leftover bits of ham, poultry, or seafood, and pour into the center of the ring. There's a marvelous main dish the whole family will enjoy. So be thrifty, glamorize those leftovers. It's easy with the 7-minute macaroni and cheese you make with Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of parquet margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Breathes there the man with soul so dead who never to himself hath said,
It's time to get my 1948 automobile license plates.
Yes, the Great Gildersleeve is a man who does things on time, but never much ahead of time. That's why late in the afternoon on the last day, he's waiting in line.
What a way to waste an afternoon. Took me 2 hours to get inside the building. Probably would have my license plates by now if I hadn't got in another line. And I wasn't thirsty at all. Well, I'm next. 5 o'clock. Wonder what time they close. Hey, clerk, what time do you close this window?
5 o'clock.
Yeah, I just made it. Give me the... Oh, you come back here and raise that window. I want my license plates. Clerk, raise that window.
Sorry, chum. Try me tomorrow.
You open up or you'll be out of a job. I'm a city official.
So am I.
But I'm Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. I'm the water commissioner.
Oh.
Yeah, that's better.
Commissioner, you've had 6 weeks to get your license plates. What have you been doing all that time? Plugging leaks in the water department?
Let's not be impertinent, Bud. Just give me the plates. A low number.
Okay. Where's your registration slip?
Registration slip? It's on my steering wheel.
Oh? Did you bring your steering wheel?
Now, see here. Just because I forgot...
See you tomorrow, Mr. Gildersleeve.
There's nothing like Bertie's oatmeal in the morning. Aren't you eating any breakfast, Marjorie?
All I wanted was grapefruit.
Well, there's nothing like grapefruit as a bracer for breakfast. But I always like a little something sweet afterward to take away the sour taste. Pass the sugar, Leroy.
Okay, Uncle.
Leroy, don't try to talk with food in your mouth.
Okay.
Don't swallow it. Chew it.
Chew oatmeal? What's that?
Never mind. You don't have to gulp it as if you're afraid it'll get away.
Leroy stores it like a pelican.
Gosh, I've got to eat in a hurry or I'll be late for school.
Get down to breakfast on time, young man.
Well, gosh, I goes up late doing my homework. PTA ought to do something about teachers who give so much homework to little boys like me. I don't get my proper rest.
You probably would if you get that smelly old turtle out of your room.
Turtle? Leroy, I thought I heard something walking around last night.
Gosh, you can't blame the turtle. They doze during the day, so at night...
There'll be no dozing turtles around this house. You get rid of that thing so you can concentrate on your homework and get to bed nights.
I did my homework before dinner, Unky.
You see, Leroy? Little Marjorie. Do it the way Marjorie does. Don't always be putting things off. I always say procrastination is a thief of time. Remember that. Now run along to school.
Okay, Unc. It's so late, how about giving us a ride?
Yes, drop us at school on your way to the office, Unky.
Well, I would, but I'm not taking the car out of the garage today.
What's the matter? They started rationing gas again?
No, Leroy, but, well, it wouldn't be legal.
Not legal to drive us to school?
Well, of course, that's legal, my dear, but your old uncle doesn't have his new license plates.
Uncle Mort, wasn't yesterday the last day to get them?
Well, yes, but...
Ah!
Leroy... You get going to school, you hear, on the run.
For corn's sake.
Honestly, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie, you better go along, too.
Well, if I must walk.
See you later, Unc.
And, Leroy, don't you slam that door.
Oh. What was that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Nothing, Bertie, nothing. Just the little children going off to school, jet-propelled.
Oh. Well, if you want more coffee, just holler. I'll be out on the service porch.
No, thanks, Bertie. I'm full of oatmeal.
And Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
Before you leave, don't forget to call Mr. Charlie Anderson at the reservoir. He phoned early.
Huh? Wonder what's wrong out there now. I'll have to call Charlie later. I've got to run now. Think I'll take the bus, Bertie.
What's wrong with the car, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, the license plates are out of order. Have to attend to that the first thing this morning.
Oh, yes.
Been a long time since I rode a bus. Which one do I take to get to the city hall?
Oh, that's easy. You go down to the corner. You know where the bus stop is.
Yeah?
And you know them red buses that pass there every half hour on the half hour?
Uh-huh. Red bus.
Well, you don't take that one. You wait for the yellow one.
Yellow one? Oh.
But that won't get you to the city hall.
Now, Bertie, what's this all about?
Well, nothing to it, Mr. Gildersleeve. After the man gives you a transfer...
Transfer?
To the Main Street bus, that's the green one. You catch the green one going south, and you're in.
Zeef. I had no idea the transit companies made such a project of getting down to the city hall.
Well, they raised the fare, so they got to make it look good. Miss Gildersleeve, I think all the city officials ought to get busy.
Now, Bertie, let's not be critical of the city officials. We're doing a good job.
Oh, I know you are.
We may have our little problems, but Summerfield is a growing city. People moving in, industry springing up. Look out that window, Bertie. You see all that smoke? Pretty soon we'll be just like Los Angeles. You can't see the town for the smoke.
I'm looking, Mr. Gildersleeve. As soon as I wash the clothes, I'm going to clean that window.
Oh.
Of course, somebody else was going to clean them all last fall.
Yeah. Gotta catch a bus, Bertie. Well, it's about time.
Have your fare ready. Move to the rear of the bus, please.
Did she say a red one or a... Hey, driver, does this bus go down...
No talking to the driver. Read the signs.
Oh, pardon me. This is a nice little subdivision. Not many houses, but the trailers all look new. Hey, wait a minute. Driver, stop that bus.
What's the matter, Mac?
You're going away from town. Let me off here. Why didn't you tell me this was the wrong bus?
Why didn't you ask?
Oh, you said no talk. Well, you did. Way out here in the Toolies. By the time I get back to the city hall, I'll need 1950 license plates. Oh, here comes a car. Hey, mister, how about a ride to town? Oh, well, who wants a ride with a load of pigs? I'll never get back. Hey! Watch out! Look where you're going! Oh! Charlie Anderson, you nearly ran over me. What's the big idea?
Hey, Commissioner. Mighty fancy footwork you's doing there. Michigan and Notre Dame be after you for the backfield if you was a younger man, had a high school education.
All right, Charlie. Scaring people isn't funny. Why aren't you on the job at the reservoir?
Why aren't you at the job at the office? Dad busted water department's going to the dogs.
Now, Charlie, just because you've been with us a few years, don't bite the hand that feeds you.
I wouldn't if it fed me enough.
Let's watch our attitude, Charlie.
If you don't like it, Commissioner, you can get yourself another boy.
All right, George, if that's the way you feel, I may just get myself.
Go ahead, get him. Throw me out. An old man of 70 can always latch on somewhere.
Now, Charlie, you just tend to business. How about driving me back to the city hall?
Oh, can't do it, Commissioner. Got a drum of gasoline in back for the pump engine.
But, Charlie, I can't walk into town.
Well, if the pump stops, we ain't got no water. If there ain't no water, the water commissioner might get himself another boy. So long, Commissioner.
Charlie, come back here. One of these days, I'll get myself another boy. Why don't people get their license plates early? Anyway, the line isn't quite as long as it was yesterday. Nothing's going to stop me this time.
Well, if it isn't my friend Gildersleeve. Do you have to have a license for that old chariot of yours?
You too, Hooker. Fall in behind me.
I got mine a month ago, Gildy. I always say procrastination is the thief of time.
Great. Let's try to be a little original, Horace. What are you loitering in the halls for, anyway?
I was just on my way out when I saw you. Have you talked to Chief Gates lately?
No. What's up?
Well, I suppose the chief will tell you in due time. There are big plans in the wind for the SPEB SQSA.
What's that? Another third party?
No, Gildy. The SPEB...
Don't repeat it. Just tell me what it means, Judge.
Gildy, you know about the Society for the Preservation and Encouragement of Barbershop Quartet Singing in America, Incorporated, don't you?
Oh, that. Well, who doesn't?
Chief Gates is local chairman, and the Jolly Boys are going to enter the Capital City contest next month.
Well, that's wonderful. But wait a minute, Judge. There are 5 members of the Jolly Boys, and only 4 in a quartet.
That's right, Gildy.
What are you cackling about?
Floyd sings top tenor, Peavey is baritone. Of course, Chief Gates is bass. And who do you think the chief will select to sing lead?
Well, I wonder.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, Gildy. And as a crooner, you're pretty good.
Well, there are other good ones. Crosby, Nelson Eddy.
Yeah. But a quartet requires close harmony. And the chief has frequently complimented me upon my teamwork in group singing.
Oh, well, he's complimented me, too.
What about Gildy?
Well, now see here, Hooker. This is no place for favoritism.
Oh, no. Everyone must be judged on his own merits. See you around, Gildy.
Where are you going now?
Down to the police station. I have a pinochle game set with Chief Gates.
Apple polisher, I'm going with you.
You're next, Mr. Gildersleeve. Let's have your registration slip.
Sorry, I can't stay. Wait up, Judge. I'll never get those license plates.
We'll be back with the great Gildersleeve in just a minute. You know, Judge Hooker's quite a fellow. I stopped in to see him the other day and quite by accident mentioned Parquet Margarine, the margarine of Kraft quality. The judge recognized the name and said,
Parquet Margarine? Why, that's the favorite spread at my house.
It's a favorite all over America, Judge. Millions of women say it's the perfect topping for bread, rolls, muffins, pancakes.
Waffles, too. Very good on waffles.
Naturally. Parquet is made from only the choice products of American farms. Each pound is fortified with 15,000 units of vitamin A.
15,000?
That's right. Parquet is just as nourishing as it is delicious. Women know that Parquet is a good food for their families. Their families know how good it tastes.
Seems to me I've heard various ladies talking about the low-cost Parquet.
Certainly. Why, do you realize tasty, tempting Parquet margarine, the margarine made by Kraft, actually costs less today than it did a year ago? Actually costs less.
That's the kind of talk I like.
And Parquet margarine is the margarine everyone likes. Nourishing, economical, delicious. Millions of women all over America insist on nourishing, economical Parquet margarine. It tastes so good. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now let's rejoin our friend, the great Gildersleeve. His mission to get his 1948 license plates has been interrupted by a new crisis. Who will sing lead for the Jolly Boys when they go to the barbershop quartet contest in Capital City?
Peavey, I'm a better singer than Judge Hooker, aren't I?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
But, Peavey, I am. You know I am.
Yes, I know it, but I wouldn't say it. The judge is a pretty good customer of mine.
Oh, my goodness. But down deep in your heart, you wouldn't say he's better than I am, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, that's better.
Because you're a pretty good customer of mine, too.
Peavey.
But it would be too bad if you missed out, Mr. Gildersleeve. We should have a lot of fun on those 2 days in Capital City. Mrs. Peavey has approved the trip.
Oh?
I rather think Margaret Truman's tour paved the way for me. Made quite an impression with Mrs. Peavey.
Well, I'll be there, too, if I ever locate Chief Gates. Hooker and I went looking for him, but he wasn't in. I've been walking all over town, Peavey.
Car breakdown?
No, but I didn't get my new plates. Day late, so I've been walking.
Well, that's too bad, Mr. Gildersleeve. Why didn't you take the bus?
The bus? Peavey, have you ever tried to ride the buses in this town? Takes you all day to get someplace.
No, Mr. Gildersleeve. I ride them every day. Have to leave home a little earlier in the morning and usually get home to Mrs. Peavey quite late in the evening. I rather like the buses.
Well, I'd have my place if it wasn't for this quartet business.
There was a lady as yours you must allow.
Well, Floyd, not bad.
Hiya, fellas. What's up?
Oh, Floyd.
Give me a couple of packs of cigarettes, Peave. Just been in that line to get my license plate so my nerves are shot.
Huh? You late too, Floyd?
Yeah, you ought to see the line. Ain't seen one so long since cigarettes were rationed. Hey, give me 2 cartons instead of 2 packs, Peave. The news ain't been too good lately.
Very well, Floyd. No limit.
Say, Commish, I picked up the chief and drove him down to the city hall when I got my plates. And
you picked up the chief of police before you got your plates?
Yeah.
You can get fined, Floyd. You're a day late.
Fined by Chief Gates? He's too soft-hearted to fine a friend. Just looked the other way when he got in and out of the car.
Well, while he's in a good mood, I guess I better go see him about who's going to sing lead.
Oh, yeah, he said he had a hard time making up his mind who to take to Capital City. Frankly, I wish you was going along, Commish.
What's this, Floyd?
Well, it ain't just this trip. If we win, we go to the district convention.
District convention? By George, I'm not going to miss that.
And maybe the national in Oklahoma City next June. Make a big hit with those squaws with a little string of beads.
That should be very interesting. I've never seen an Indian.
Sorry you won't be with us, Commish.
That settles it. I'm going down and tell Chief Gates a thing or two. I'll be in the quartet or know the reason why.
Atta boy, Commish. Be good to have you aboard. But easy does it. You know, you and the chief never was too chummy, was you?
Well, he's never had anything against me.
Yeah, but you ain't been like him and the judge. Pitching horseshoes in the park on Sunday, playing pinochle.
Darn that Hooker. If there's anything I can't stand, it's apple policy. Before I go, you better give me a couple of cigars, Peavey.
Very well. May I suggest about 4 of the 32-cent Acme Odos?
32-cent cigars? Peavey?
That's what the judge bought.
But Hooker doesn't smoke.
The chief does.
Give me the Acme Odos. Chief had better be in this time. I've walked 10 miles today at least. Jails. Something about jails. Pardon me. Pardon me, desk sergeant.
Yes?
Is the chief in?
No.
Oh.
Anything I can do for you?
Well, no. I have to see the chief.
That's what they all say. The desk sergeant will never do. So you have to tell somebody. You want to get it off your chest. You wander into the station and want to get locked up.
What?
But will you confess to me? No. You have to tell the chief. I'm the guy who locks you up anyway, so why don't you tell me?
Locks who up?
Come on, buddy. Fess up to me. Who knows? I may be chief someday.
Well, I did... No, see here. I didn't come here to confess anything. I'm the water commissioner.
The water commissioner? Oh, well, pardon me. From the worried look, I thought you...
Never mind. Where's the chief?
Just went off duty, Mr. Commissioner. Fine fellow, the chief.
Yes.
A little easygoing, but you know where he lives, don't you?
Well, down the street here, someplace.
Third house down. You can't miss it. If you come into this corner cell here, you can see it through the bars.
No, thanks. I'll find it. Chief's home, all right. I can see him through the kitchen window. I'll go in the back way. More personal. Well, at least Hooker's not hanging around.
Well, Commissioner Gildersleeve, come in.
Yeah, thank you, Chief.
Commissioner, this is a real surprise. I'm glad you dropped in.
Well, it's been quite some time since I've been over. I thought I should.
Good. I've been looking forward to a little heart-to-heart, man-to-man, friend-to-friend talk to you.
Huh?
And if you don't mind, we'll just stay out here in the kitchen. Hazel usually prepares my foot bath when I come off duty, but she's upstairs with a little headache.
Too bad. I noticed you had your shoes and socks off, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Nothing like hot water and salt after you've been pounding the pavement, Commissioner. I'll go right ahead, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, I don't mind. In fact, my feet are a little tired. I might get in there with you.
Don't believe there's room, Commissioner. Oh, I had a hard day, too. Up and down the street since morning, warning people to get their new license plates.
Warning them? Their cars shouldn't even be on the streets.
I know, Commissioner, but... No, it's a little hot, but what comforts.
What feet. They even look bigger underwater.
What's that, Commissioner?
I say, have you heard from your daughter?
Oh, no, but nice of you to ask, Commissioner. Hand me the salt there, will you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
The salt? Oh, sure. Glad to. Well, I see you have some barbershop quartet songs laid out here on the table.
Oh, yes, I have. I tried to call you, Commissioner, about a little trip some of us will be making.
Oh? Nice selection here. Kentucky Babe, Silver Threads.
And it's my responsibility to select a team of 4 from the Jolly Boys. You understand.
Oh, yes, I understand. Well, here's one that calls for a good lead singer. Darling, I am growing old.
Commissioner.
Silver threads among the gold shine upon my brow.
Now, look, Commissioner.
Huh?
I admit you're a fine singer. But this thing has put me in a difficult position.
What's difficult about it? I'm a better singer than Hooker. Leave the old goat home.
Now, Commissioner, is that nice?
What does being nice have to do with it? Your job as chairman is to make the right selection, isn't it?
But, Commissioner, the judge has been awfully good to me. Just had me and Hazel out to dinner the other evening. And he's always asking about my mother in Salinas.
Oh, my goodness. I just asked about your daughter.
Yes, but let's be good sports about this, Commissioner.
Good sports? That's the trouble with you, Chief. You're too easygoing. You have to be hard in this world. You let people push you around, even the lawbreakers.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
It's true, Chief. You better be careful, or that desk sergeant will be chief before you know it.
The desk sergeant?
Just a friendly warning.
Come to think of it, he has been a little aggressive lately.
You're darn right. And I'm your friend, or I wouldn't speak to you like this.
By Ned, maybe you're right, Commissioner. I guess it is time I laid down the law around here a little at that.
You bet. Let the Boy Scouts help the women across the streets. Get tough, Chief, and start getting tough tonight at the Jolly Boys rehearsal.
I hate to tell the judge. My old friend.
You have to.
Well, perhaps we can find something else for him. Make him corresponding secretary or something.
Corresponding secretary? What does he do?
He stays home. Answers the correspondence.
I'm sure the judge will be honored and delighted. Yes, sir. And congratulations, Chief, on your new attitude.
Well, I guess I have you to thank, Mr. Gildersleeve. And I admit I feel pretty good about it.
Glad to be of help. It's a good thing we got our feet together. Heads together.
Huh?
See you tonight, Chief. Oh, here's the salt. Darling, you will be always young and fair to me. Pretty good. Yeah, light on up at the club already. Some of the boys must have come early. Hooker, for one. But what do I care? Hooker's flat. Do they ever need me? Oh, brother.
This may be the chief now. Oh, no, it's only Gildy.
Hi, Commissioner.
Hi, Floyd.
Join us, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're just limbering up.
Yes, Gildy. You might try to sing the chief's part until he comes.
Why, you old...
And until our chairman shows up, I'll direct the rehearsal. I'm certain he'd want it that way.
Wait till Gates does come.
All together now. She's only a bird in a gilded cage. I'll supply the lead.
Go right ahead, Judge. I'll supply the bird.
Now, Gildy, just because you're not going on the trip, don't be bitter.
Got a little surprise coming, Judge. Ever hear of a corresponding secretary?
What?
Well, hello, fellas.
Hi,
Chief. Oh, I'm sorry to be late, but I guess a policeman's work is never done.
Well, you're here, Donald. Now we can really get going.
Donald.
I meant to be here early, too, but I've been tagging cars all the way down to the club.
Tagging cars? You, Chief?
Yes, me. People have been taking advantage of me about long enough, and I can be pushed too far. Time to get tough. Right, Commissioner?
Right, Chief?
Hey, the Chief saw us.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Oh.
Some smart guy even had the audacity to park right in front of our club without his new license plates.
Chief, you mean the 1936 Studebaker?
Yes, it was a Studebaker, come to think of it.
Well, don't get upset about that car. It's mine. What'll we sing, fellas?
Your car, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I tried to get my license plates yesterday and today.
And you, a city official.
Well, I'll get them tomorrow, Chief. Donald, first thing.
The penalty to all offenders is $10.
$10?
And Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Yes?
What kind of a corresponding secretary do you think you'll make?
Well, I don't know. I've never... No, Chief!
The great Gildersleeve will be right back, folks. It's a better spread for bread. Remember the name Parquet, the margarine of Kraft quality. Today, more than ever, it's the better buy for both bread and budget. Smooth, rich Parquet actually costs less now than it did a year ago. Parquet is as delicious as it is nourishing. Each tasty pound is fortified with 15,000 units of important vitamin A. Every one is made from only the choice products of American farms. Don't miss out on this economical spread that's an outstanding favorite for American bread. Ask for Parquet margarine, Parkay, made by Kraft.
Look at all the work at my desk. That Bessie. Could have gotten down here yesterday.
Commissioner Gildersleeve.
What do you want, Chief? I said I'd pay the $10.
I think I have good news for you. We're allowed to take an alternate to the quartet contest.
We are?
Yes. And you really should sing lead, so we'll make the judge the alternate.
Well, yeah. But, Chief, what about, aren't you still mad?
Mad? Ho, 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 ho. I'm afraid I owe you an apology. No wonder you couldn't get your license plates yesterday. They ran out of new plates about 4 in the afternoon.
They did? I mean, yeah, they did.
But they'll have more in this noon.
Well, good. I'll get right down there at the stroke of 12.
That's a good idea. There's a line outside the city hall already.
Well, not again. Good night, folks. They're really keeping me in line.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It was written by John Elliott and Andy White with music by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wald saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Tomorrow night, Walter O'Keefe will be Al Jolson's guest on the Kraft Music Hall, heard over most of these NBC stations. Don't miss it. Remember, tomorrow night. For exact time, see your local paper.
And remember, this is the closing week for the March of Dimes campaign. Have you given yet?
Listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Most everybody likes macaroni and cheese, especially if it's fluffy light, tender, and full of grand cheddar cheese flavor. And even the busiest homemaker can make it often with Kraft Dinner. Each package of Kraft Dinner contains a special macaroni that cooks in just 7 minutes. Then you stir in the golden Kraft grated that comes in the same package. There, in a jiffy, you have a marvelous main dish of macaroni and cheese. 4 generous servings of it. Get several packages from your food store. Quick cooking, delicious, economical Kraft Dinner.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.